Let's go skiing up north. It seems like a lot of fun. Mo Yuking, let me finish this case first, and then I'll come back to spend a few days with you. Just as Mo Wenbin put down his phone, he heard Chen Guanglin speaking to him. I heard Qijin is back in the country. Why don't you meet up with her? There's nothing worth meeting for. Both of you are getting older. She understands you, and you understand her. In the past, it was all misunderstandings. Why can't you meet? Chen Guanglin was unusually naive and straightforward. The past is the past. With the unresolved knot of her remarrying in my heart, neither of us can deceive ourselves. Mo Wenbin sighed lightly, then smiled at him. You're getting old. You've never been this talkative from childhood to now. You never let the two of you be together. Yuking has suffered so much because of the two of you. Shouldn't you make it up to her? At the very least, accompany her for a walk together. Mo Wenbin fell silent for a moment. As they chatted, Chen Lu and Liang Jiru had already arrived in front of him. They were still dressed in their wedding attire, each holding a glass of wine. Chen Lu didn't dare to let Liang Jiru touch alcohol again, so he had prepared white water for her in advance, as no one could tell the difference. This is my Uncle Mo, who watched me grow up. Chen Lu introduced seriously. He knew Mo Wenbin understood things clearly, so he didn't avoid it. Liang Jiru was stunned for a moment, but still respectfully picked up the glass in her hand. Hello, uncle. Mo Wenbin drank a glass of white wine with a smile, then took out a thick red envelope from his pocket, completely ignoring Chen Lu, and stuffed it directly into Liang Jiru's hand. This little guy has been lazy since he was a child. Please take care of him. If he dares to bully you, you tell his parents directly, or tell me. I'll set him straight. Liang Jiru was already stunned, but now her eyes were even more dazed. After the toast, Mo Wenbin specially added a remark. Chen Lu, who had just moved away with his wife, Chen Mo, quickly came over to pour him a glass of wine, saying, Uncle, calm down. My brother has been like this since he was young. Let's not bother arguing with him. Chen Mo spoke gently, almost reaching out to pinch Mo Wenbin's shoulder. Why am I having a hard time with him? Still, I'm a good kid, right? Chen Mo blinked his eyes. Mo Wenbin nodded repeatedly. Yes, you're good. Then you should give me something too since you gave my brother something, right? Chen Mo pouted. I won't take your wine anymore. Just give me cash. On the other side, Chen Lu looked around, thinking about where to go next. There's a protocol for toasting, and it is important to serve elders and important guests first. As for classmates and friends, he can go over later for a drink and a chat. No one will blame him. He suddenly saw Professor Yin sitting at the table of Chen Guanglin's colleagues. Many senior professors with white hair were chatting and laughing. The old man sat there aloof, only responding when spoken to. Chen Lu never expected the old man to actually come over. He remembered the old man wanted him to bring Liang Jiru over for a meal, but with company mergers and wedding preparations, he had been too busy and forgotten about it. Taking a deep breath, he held Liang Jiru's hand and walked up to the old man. Professor Yin had no intention of giving him a good face. After all, the brat had promised to bring his wife over for a meal, but then disappeared. Professor, may I offer you a toast? Seeing Professor Yin's indifferent expression throughout, Chen Lu quickly nudged Liang Jiru with his arm. The girl instinctively and gently greeted, Hello, Grandpa. In this short time, Liang Jiru had turned into an unwavering toast machine. Chen Lu made her shout whatever needed to be shouted. It was only water anyway, and it was all done. At first, she would just drink it all in one go, but seeing the surprised looks of many people, she started to sip like Chen Lu normally does. May we grow old together. Only then did Chen Lu have the chance to take a good look at Liang Jiru. The girl was not only beautiful, she also seemed to be a kind and honest girl by her words and actions. Originally worried that Chen Lu was being deceived, he now had a slight worrying that this kid might deceive others. If this little guy dares to bully you, you tell me, I'll set him straight. After the toast, the old man said this with a purpose. Chen Lu, why did all the relatives and elders say this to him in turn? Did he look that bad? After nearly completing the rounds of toasts, he finally understood that, if he offered a toast as the silly one, his status among relatives and friends would be at -1. Meaning there would be one more person ready to sort him out at any time. Perhaps this was the world where only appearances matter, and even he, a gentleman, was not trusted by anyone. After finishing the toasts, the two finally had the opportunity to sit down and eat something. A group of children who had not participated much in weddings, seeing the bride Liangjiru in her wedding gown, felt it was a novelty and crowded around her, clamoring for wedding candies. Some were probably asked to come over by adults for the sake of luck. "Bride's sister, I want wedding candy." "Here you go." Liangjiru took out the pre-prepared fruit candies and patiently distributed them one by one. "Bride's sister, I want two." Lin Miao Miao shouted out with her hand waving. Chen Lu never expected Lin Miao Miao to stand up and call her sister in front of so many people. Obviously, not only did he not expect it, but neither did these children asking for candy. They all froze in place, forgetting that they were there for candy. "Here you go." Liangjiru deliberately took a few steps and handed it to her. Sister, I want two." When Chen Lu saw her return empty-handed, he smirked teasingly. If there were any leftovers, he wouldn't have said that. "I'll save one for you." Chen Lu's pupils trembled twice. How could this happen? Just as he was still in shock, he saw the girl's small hand open up like a flower, and there was still one fruit candy hidden in the palm of her hand. Chen Lu was truly surprised. Taking the initiative, Liangjiru held his hand, placed the fruit candy in his palm, smiled at him gently, and said, "Here's yours." "Mine." Chapter 402. Just ask if you have one or not. "Yeah, here you go," Chen Lu replied after a few seconds before realizing the meaning of "here you go." "You've owed me for a while now. I haven't even calculated the interest with you yet," he said with a sour nose, but still grinned. The girl felt a bit embarrassed, lowered her head, fidgeted with her hands repeatedly, and her earlobes turned red before she finally spoke out. "It's not like this. It's not like I've given myself to you too." "Brother, your face and eyes are all red," Chen Mo curiously said as he moved closer. "I've had a bit too much to drink." Chen Lu pushed her away with a cold face. When Liangjiru finished her work and returned home, it was already past 9 in the evening. Many places in the house were decorated with red double happiness characters, and the lights were already on, creating a festive atmosphere. Chen Lu hadn't finished entertaining the guests yet, so she sat down at the edge of the bed, looking at the fresh sheets and blankets, her heart beating faster. The sheets, blankets, and even the pillows were all replaced with bright red ones, sprinkled with some red dates and longans. Chen Lu, being someone who owned a bookshelf of history books, had prepared everything meticulously. Liangjiru sighed in her heart, reached out to touch them, and suddenly felt like eating them. Looking at the red dates, the girl swallowed her saliva quietly, resisted the urge, and slowly took off the pile of hair accessories, letting her long hair loose again. She carefully flipped through the photos Lin Miao Miao sent her, and then suddenly put her phone aside, rolled back and forth on the bed excitedly, and finally buried her face in the blanket. Her slender legs couldn't help but quiver. Suddenly, she remembered the first message she sent to Chen Lu years ago, realizing that she might have done the same thing back then. She remembered she had simply said "good evening." That was the first message she and Chen Lu exchanged on WeChat. She didn't know where she found the courage back then. Liangjiru picked up her phone again, quietly changing the nickname for Chen Lu from Xiaolu to husband. Looking at those two words, the girl's heart started racing uncontrollably once again. Actually, no matter how the wedding went, she didn't care. As long as she could marry Chen Lu, it was enough. Meow. Seeing her in a wedding dress, Duo found it quite novel, meowing as it jumped onto her lap. Unexpectedly, this time, the usually aloof Duo was picked up by her and carried back to its cat bed. Duo, you have to behave today. You can't sleep on my bed. Meow. Hearing the sound of the door opening, she quickly picked up the handheld fan and sat properly. Liangjiru playfully twirled the handheld fan she was holding and took 2 deep breaths nervously. Since everything else was going according to plan, she decided to stick to the traditional routine for this as well. It was said that this, like removing the red veil, was something that the groom had to personally do. Under the willow trees, the sound of the jade chin is heard as they dance together, as if reliving the past and looking as graceful as a startled swan. Chen Lu, slightly inebriated and humming happily, opened the door. Liangjiru was so startled that she ran away at the very beginning. The silly girl, who couldn't even speak a word, finally allowed him to marry her. Regardless of how many times Master Chen was defeated by the frog, just ask if he managed to cook or not. Entering the bedroom, he saw the girl sitting by the window, and he was taken aback. Even though he had been looking at her for hours, seeing her now still gave him a sense of bewilderment. If Lin Meow Meow saw him, she would definitely scold him loudly. Playing cosplay under the guise of a wedding ceremony? Chen Lu, you were born to do this. His thoughts prompted a couple of chuckles from him. He approached and gently took the handheld fan from Liang Jiru and saw the exquisite and moving face of the girl. It's time for the bridal chamber, wife. Liang Jiru turned her face away without saying a word. Why aren't you calling me husband? Chen Lu's words were tinged with a slight scent of alcohol. You held a traditional Chinese wedding. Did you want to hear husband, or did you want to hear? The girl leaned close to his ear, her lips painted with rouge, and whispered softly with warmth, "Dear husband." The rustling sound interrupted them, and Liang Jiru quickly said, "Wait, I'm not prepared yet. We are an old married couple. Do we have to prepare for this anymore? How about skipping the bubblegum today?" The unexpected response left Liang Jiru in a bit of a panic, losing the alluring charm she had shown earlier. You pervert. The girl still held her ground. After all, it's just a wedding day. Chen Lu contemplated for a moment, looking quite serious. I think it should be fine now. These past few days, it seems like it doesn't make a difference. Liang Jiru let Chen Lu embrace her, turned her face away, and whispered softly. After a deep kiss, Liang Jiru seemed to suddenly remember something. She puffed her cheeks and playfully poked his cheek. Aren't we good friends? This person had been using this excuse since they met. Master Chen huffed. Who said we're good friends? Labor Day holiday came. The freshness of marriage had passed, and the two realized that life continued as it was before and after marriage. If anything, Liang Jiru no longer had the excuse not to call him husband, but she seemed more accustomed to calling his name, and Chen Lu didn't mind either, so they didn't push it. That day, there wasn't much work at the company, and Chen Lu lazed in bed until close to noon. If not for his appointment with Zhang Chao for lunch, he felt like he could have slept until the afternoon. As he drowsily opened his phone to check the time, he saw a message from Wang Zhao'o. Expert claims, radiation from electronic products may cause infertility. Chen Lu quickly turned off his phone, suspecting he didn't open it correctly. That message woke him up immediately. Chen Lu, Mom, you can't trust these kinds of scam messages. They might as well say water is poisonous. Wang Zhao'o had never sent such nonsense before, and she herself didn't believe it. Why was the sun rising from the west today? Wang Zhao'o. Well, of course, I know it's fake. I'm not stupid. A big question mark appeared above Chen Lu's head. Chen Lu, if you know it's fake, why did you send it to me? Wang Zhao'o. Just confirming with you. Chen Lu. Mom, nowadays, how can so many young people be thinking about having children right after getting married? Everyone can barely support themselves. Wang Zhao'o, tell me, is it that you have no money, no time, or does Jiru not want children? Give me one reason, and I promise I won't bother you with this anymore. He was at a loss for words. None of the reasons he could come up with seemed valid. Chen Lu. By the way, I'm going to Zhongcao's to meet his goddaughter today, so, can you make do with his daughter? Wang Zhao'o didn't reply. Chen Lu suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, hastily put away his phone, and rushed to the living room, tightly hugging Liang Jiru. Let's go quickly. I'm afraid my mom will come over in a while. Chapter 403. How did I become the one who can't eat just come? Liang Jiru put her textbook aside and said leisurely. Seeing Liang Jiru appearing unconcerned, Chen Lu quickly pinched her shoulder and shook it twice. When my mother comes, you will have to prepare to be a widow. He dared to bet that Chen Guanglin must be currently getting lectured by Wang Zhao'o, and once Wang Zhao'o finishes venting on Chen Guanglin, it will be his turn as the main culprit. Liang Jiru looked at him calmly, like correcting a child's speech softly. That's our mother. Chen Lu. He took a deep breath. If our mother came to hit me, I would have to plead with our mother to speak nicely for me. But you also know our mother's temperament. Our mother will definitely speak up for me, but if our mother still hit me, wouldn't our mother lose face? The girl's gaze gradually became dazed, her clear and beautiful eyes slowly unfocused. What if they have a little disagreement? Would you say I am siding with our mother or against our mother? Chen Lu continued to ask. After 2 seconds, seeing the slight smile on Chen Lu's face, she couldn't help but bump her head against his forehead. This person was clearly doing it on purpose. Did you make her upset? Liang Jiru couldn't help but soften her voice as she looked at him. Chen Lu stared at the ceiling, constantly turning, rubbed his head, and handed over his phone. Take a look at this. Liang Jiru glanced at his chat history with Wang Zhao, her eyes showing both sympathy and helplessness. Her husband always seemed to want to stir up trouble, as if he wanted her to be a widow. Should we pretend that I'm your daughter to please her? Chen Lu actually thought of that, and said it out loud. Let's go. The girl quickly stood up, pulling Chen Lu up from the ground. Chen Lu moved with unprecedented agility. Within 2 minutes he was ready and holding Liang Jiru's hand, running out the door. After the Qingming festival, the weather had turned warmer. Lush vegetation surrounded them. A gentle breeze occasionally brushed the river surface, lifting shimmering ripples and bringing a comfortable freshness to their faces. Hand in hand, they walked slowly by the river, stepping on the gray stone brick path. Liang Jiru intentionally avoided all the gaps, hopping and skipping, ensuring each step landed on a stone brick. Chen Lu had a disdainful smile on his face, patiently accompanying her on their walk. Ah, if our mother comes, she would surely beat you to death. Walking on the path, Liang Jiru suddenly muttered softly. Chen Lu shrugged. That's why your husband is wise to run away early, right? Let's go. Let's see our daughter. He then glanced at the few children running around in the distance, suddenly remarked, now that we're officially married, just wait and see how my mother will pressure us to have children. This time it was just banter. His mother hadn't started to really push yet. People can't have too much free time. Wang Zhao works in a government office, and when she has nothing else to do, aside from her children, she had nothing to gossip about. Previously, she would show off her daughter-in-law every day. But after Chen Lu and Liang Jiru got married, it probably let off some steam for her. Now, she's listening to others talking about their grandchildren day by day, and naturally, she couldn't resist urging him to. My mother is already urging us, Liang Jiru whispered. I mean our mother. Liang Jiru started to wonder if Chen Lu really likes getting his head bumped by her. Do you want children? Chen Lu had already passed the stage of envy he felt when Zhang Cao's daughter was born. He was back to a carefree attitude. It's true he wanted children, but he also felt it wasn't necessary right now. Well, he just wasn't mentally prepared yet. I don't mind, just look at you. The girl's earlobes turned red, and she accidentally stepped into a gap between the stones. Not this time, she would give herself another chance. As they approached Zhang Cao's house, Chen Lu suddenly sighed. I used to be neighbors with Lin Miao Miao, and now I'm neighbors with Zhang Chao. Too bad, it's not as convenient to hang out with Miao Miao as before. Just wait, in a couple more years, she have to move downstairs from us. Chen Lu calculated in his mind, it should be about right. In the whole Northern Star Company, apart from him and Zhang Chao who were the most well-off, there was also Lao Peng who followed, and then the newcomer Hong Wenji. Oh right, also add Xiaoji. Because Northern Star had nearly doubled in size last year, the art department was also divided into two, and now the leader of the other department was her. She seemed to have gotten used to following Lin Miao Miao around like a little brother. Despite having similar authority to Lin Miao Miao, she still followed Lin Miao Miao like a shadow, which amazed her own subordinates. The second art group was consequently overshadowed by the first group. Come in, the housekeeper is cooking, it'll be ready soon. As soon as they entered, Zhang Chao welcomed them with a smile. Chen Lu looked around the living room, but didn't see any children. Eating isn't that important, but bring out your daughter, let me see. Zhang Chao chuckled at his impatience. Indeed, he was practically the child's godparent, more than some of their relatives. She's upstairs, let me bring her down, you to sit. Soon, the couple came down together, Liu Yan holding the child and sitting next to Liang Jiru, immediately catching the child's attention. But she hadn't forgotten what she came for. She took out a small golden lock and two golden bracelets from her bag, smiling as she played with the child in Liu Yan's arms. The child was at that curious age, wanting to grab everything she saw. Why did you bring such nice things? Zhang Chao nudged Chen Lu with his elbow. This is for my goddaughter, not for you. Liang Jiru blinked and said, she's so obedient. Humph. Liu Yan snorted. This little brat is just saving her energy now, waiting for me and Zhang Chao to be exhausted before she starts crying. Every day, at the crack of dawn, without fail. Liang Jiru tentatively extended her index finger, which was suddenly gripped by Zhang Nan's small hand. Her heart melted instantly at the sight, her eyes gleaming with affection. Previously still a baby, with a wrinkled face. Now, though, her two big, watery eyes were incredibly cute. Seeing Liang Zhirou's eyes shining brightly, Chen Lu couldn't help but laugh. It seemed that she really liked children. It was evident when she played with Chen Xiaoming. "When do you plan to have a child?" Zhang Chao asked curiously after seeing her reaction. "I'm 23 now. Maybe around 25 or 6. Chen Lu wondered aloud. "What's with all of you? Is there nothing else to do after getting married besides immediately having children? This guy, just now it was Wang Zhao pushing him, and now it's his peers. What's happening to the world? Just a few years ago, his peers were asking what games he was playing. Now it's my turn. Just have a daughter, and I'll also be the godfather." Chen Lu grinned. The relationship was so good, there was no need to be too formal during the meal. Dinner was at Zhang Cao's house, where the housekeeper had prepared 6 dishes and a soup, a sumptuous feast. "Zhiru, your appetite is catching up with mine." Mid-meal, Liu Yan suddenly looked at Liang Zhiru in surprise, quickly swapping the half-eaten ribs for Liang Zhirou's mostly untouched, spicy shredded potatoes. She remembered when Liang Zhiru could fill up just by eating a few skewers of hot pot. After all, she was so thin. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She turned to Chen Lu and slammed the table. "Chen Lu, you just got married to Zhiru, and you dare to starve your wife." Chen Lu. Liang Zhirou's mouth puffed up like a hamster's, sneakily glancing at Chen Lu, suddenly feeling too embarrassed to eat. Chapter 404. On the stage, General Chen Lu had never been so speechless in his life. He curiously blinked his eyes, thinking to himself, "It's just shredded potatoes, can they really make it look like flowers?" He picked up a few remaining strands with his chopsticks and tasted them, finding them surprisingly delicious. He turned to Liang Zhiru and said, "When we leave, let's double the salary and hire their domestic helper to our house." "That won't do," Zhang Chao smirked and teasingly said. "What if you don't pay the domestic helper's salary later? After all, you don't even feed your own wife. ... I do not." Evening. The company had given a few days off, so Chen Lu was still at home, lying on the sofa with his eyes closed when he suddenly heard Liang Zhiru sniffle softly. He asked as he opened his eyes, "What's wrong?" "Someone told me to stop drawing and find a job in a factory." "Ignore them. The internet is like a zoo. All kinds of species exist. You draw illustrations, not Chinese currency, so it's normal if some people don't like it. Moreover, some people have said they don't like money, but..." He wrote a really long paragraph scolding me. Dang, people like that exist. Chen Lu cursed under his breath. He walked to the computer and froze. The person's rant was not just long but seemed endless. He scrolled the mouse several times and saw that it was a detailed critique of the character's characteristics, personality, and more. However, the character's design and illustration in the game were all drawn by Liang Zhiru herself. She had just drawn a fan art of her own designed character and posted it on her small site, only to be criticized for being out of character ... and it exploded. Shouldn't they at least look at the author's name? Chen Lu sat down on the chair, hugged the girl close, tapped on the keyboard, and replied, "TL, skip due to length." In fact, the key to dealing with trolls is not to be dragged down to their level of intelligence and be defeated by their abundant low intelligence experiences. If one does not engage in their game, they will eventually explode on their own. Liang Zhiru chuckled and was about to go embrace Chen Lu when a knock suddenly came from the entrance. "He's here." Chen Lu left her to continue drawing and hurried to the door, asking, "Do you have any other deliveries?" "No." Liang Zhiru shook her head. Chen Lu's heart sank halfway. ... He had been careless. Opening the door, Wang Zhao was standing there. "Mom." Wang Zhao smiled kindly at him. "Oh, you remember I'm your mom. I thought you found another caregiver who won't nag you." I'm sorry. That was just a joke with you." Chen Lu quickly welcomed Wang Zhao in, had Liang Zhiru sit on the sofa to chat with her, and busied himself with a notebook pretending to work. Wang Zhao wouldn't give Liang Zhiru a hard time, but would seize any chance to make things difficult for him. If she tests this girl with the marketing messages Wang Zhao sent, she would patiently explain they were all fake and wouldn't overthink it. So Wang Zhaoxia's tricks wouldn't work on her. This was called one power dismantling all tactics. If he acted simple enough, she couldn't trick him. "You can just tell me directly if you're in a hurry. Don't make our daughter-in-law feel awkward, right?" Chen Lu nearly laughed out loud at the thought of Wang Zhao twisting his ears. Out of fear, he held back. Wang Zhao saw Chen Lu focused on his work and Liang Jiru being obedient. She didn't even try any of her tricks. Even if Zi Zunfang sided with her, ultimately, it was about the two children's own choices. Chen Lu's son was outspoken, and even if he couldn't compete, as long as he could marry her, it was fine. Wang Zhao sighed, feeling frustrated, and got up to leave. She would have to ask Chen Guanglin if there was any solution. She couldn't control this little rabbit, Chen Lu. Mom, stay for dinner. Liang Jiru followed her to the door, squeezing her fingers nervously. No, if I stay longer, Chen Modi will definitely call me complaining of hunger. Wang Zhao sighed, feeling like her daughter-in-law could handle things so well and felt her own daughter could only make instant noodles. She thought her son was better. He could bring a wife home. Wang Zhao waved and said goodbye. After finally seeing off Wang Zhao, Chen Lu tossed the notebook aside, rubbing his arms that were already sore, pretending to look serious. He felt a sense of darkness lurk, thinking about having to deal with Wang Zhao pressuring them to have a baby, their mental battle having unknowable duration. Is there anything you want to eat? I'll make it for you. The girl walked over, massaging his shoulders. Glancing at the time, it was only a little past 4 o'clock. It's not meal time yet. They had lunch around noon, merely 4 hours ago. But I'm hungry. The girl pouted. Then let's make food. I'll eat anything as long as you make it. This made Chen Lu smile. If others saw her pitiful expression, they might think he was mistreating her. Liang Jiru went to the kitchen to cook. Listening to the sound of the gas stove, Chen Lu lay back on the sofa, looking out the window. The sky was gradually darkening. The horizon seemed to be the boundary between day and night, with fiery red clouds stretching for miles, painting the sky red. Chen Lu nodded in approval. They didn't make a mistake buying this house, just the view alone was worth it. Just as he was about to appreciate the peaceful time, a thought flashed in his mind. Without even bothering to put on shoes, he quickly walked to the kitchen. There, Liang Jiru was tying an apron, her hair in a ponytail that she only tied when working. She looked particularly gentle and virtuous. Have you missed your period? Chen Lu asked straightly as he entered, without any mischievous thoughts this time. Liang Jiru counted the days on her hands and nodded lightly. It seems like it's been delayed for several days. The girl finished her sentence and continued cooking, seemingly not concerned at all. Chen Lu was drenched in sweat. Oh my! This can't be! Chapter 405. I have no backbone, but Liang Jiru doesn't care, because for girls, irregular menstruation is also a kind of pattern. Originally, there are not many girls with particularly regular menstrual cycles. This thing can be delayed due to catching a cold, getting sick, taking various medicines... and can even be postponed because of being in a good or bad mood. So Liang Jiru didn't pay much attention to the fact that her period was a few days late, and she wouldn't think much about it. But Chen Lu was different. He was really worried. After all, it was him who said on their wedding night that he didn't need bubble gum. His heart was beating fast and his voice was trembling. Jiru, you're not pregnant, right? What? Liang Jiru suddenly stopped chopping vegetables and turned around to look at him in astonishment. It was then that she remembered what happened on their wedding day, and she suddenly became nervous. Chen Lu turned off the fire, pulled the girl to sit in front of the sofa, and said, "It's okay, don't be so nervous, it's just a guess." He wasn't like those imperial physicians in Legend of Zhenhuan who would check pulses, feel the pulse, and then suddenly congratulate the princess. To be honest, he still didn't know the principle behind those actions. Liang Jiru noticed that Chen Lu was breathing rapidly and suddenly said, "You also seem so nervous." "Me? Just kidding. Why would I be nervous about?" In fact, Chen Lu's palms were sweaty. But he couldn't show it, otherwise Liang Jiru would be even more worried. Drawing conclusions before finding clues is not advisable, because one might suddenly find that everything seems to be connected to their speculation, leading to mental exhaustion. Chen Lu didn't want to scare himself like that again, so he decided, "I'll go buy a test kit, and we'll know for sure." After saying that, he walked out. Liang Jiru was fidgeting with her fingers, but then she saw Chen Lu coming back in. "What's wrong?" The girl walked to the entrance, curious. "I forgot to change my slippers." "Did you also forget your phone?" Liang Jiru glanced at the coffee table. Chen Lu patted his pockets. "You're right." He closed the door again slowly, and Liang Jiru noticed something on the shoe cabinet, so she quickly opened the door and followed him out. You forgot your keys at home again. 20 minutes later, Chen Lu returned, panting, holding a white plastic bag that contained several small plastic boxes. He bought several kits because he was worried either they wouldn't work or they would be inaccurate. Sitting together on the sofa, they began to study this strange thing in confusion. How do we use this? Chen Lu was still catching his breath. Let me check the instructions. He considered himself to have a strong mental quality, but this incident shook him so much that he still hadn't recovered. But you haven't gained weight, Chen Lu mused. Can it be so coincidental? We only didn't use it that night we got married. And also on New Year's at your place, Liang Jiru said, blushing at the memory. She had been the one to initiate that time. Are you scared, silly? You had your period after that, Chen Lu spoke, finding it amusing. Liang Jiru fell silent and continued to study how to use the test kit. If it doesn't work, let me do it for you. No. The girl adamantly refused and hurried off to the bathroom. Finally, Liang Jiru came out of the bathroom holding the test stick wrapped in tissue. Chen Lu felt like he had waited for years. How is it? He asked eagerly. Look at this. Chen Lu took the test paper wrapped in a tissue from the girl and carefully examined it. There was a faint line next to the letter C. As long as the test paper wasn't defective, a red line would appear in the control area. If there was no movement next to the T, it meant negative. Everything seemed fine. But suddenly, a faint red line next to T appeared, then gradually deepened until it became as thick as the other line, just slightly lighter in color. Now there were two lines. Okay, you want to play it that way? We've only been married for a month. What's this? The girl's soft voice sounded beside him. I'm pregnant, Chen Lu said as he was suddenly taken aback. He felt her hand tightly grasp his right hand. What should we do? Liang Jiru's eyes began to well up with tears, her lips trembling slightly. Initially nervous, Chen Lu couldn't help but smile at the girl's unexpected reaction. He held her soft hand in his palm. We're already married. Why are you worrying so much? Once it's happened, there's nothing to be done. Besides, where could he possibly run off to in the middle of the night? What are we going to do? You're just so. He shook his head. Looking at the teary-eyed Liang Jiru, you're so young, and you have important responsibilities at your job. You'd be caught up in both. It'll be tiring for you. Chen Lu was taken aback. Despite being together for a long time, he was still amazed by the girl's gentleness. Do you want this? He softly asked. I do. Liang Jiru began, intending to leave the decision up to Chen Lu. But then she looked down at her flat belly and decided to tell the truth. I was just a bit slow to react, but yes, I do want this. Chen Lu smiled. He wasn't opposed to the idea, but he never expected it to happen so soon. The double happiness character still hung on the window. They finished their meal with mixed feelings. Chen Lu asked Liang Jiru to test again, and they got the same result, a deep and a faint line. Chen Lu sat on the sofa with a complex expression, but a faint smile appeared on his face. Chen Lu, I'm going to be a mom, Liang Jiru finally spoke up. It wasn't clear if it was joy or anxiety in her voice, but her words were sincere. Chen Lu was taken aback, and he unbuttoned Liang Jiru's night clothes, reaching out to touch her smooth, flat stomach. He leaned over to listen, but only heard the usual sounds of the stomach. He thought he could hear the legendary fetal movements. It was his first time becoming a father. Everything he knew came from various TV dramas. In the end, he gently kissed the girl's abdomen, lifted his head, and asked, How are you feeling now? Is there any discomfort? None at all? Dizziness, fatigue, or nausea? He remembered from TV shows that girls usually got into arguments with their boyfriends and then suddenly covered their mouths and ran to the toilet, only to discover they were pregnant. But Liang Jiru didn't seem like she wanted to throw up. After a long contemplation, she looked at him and said, I feel a bit bloated. Chen Lu, life is like a train ride we've never taken before. We never know what kind of scenery is waiting for us at the next stop. Soon enough, Chen Lu fully accepted the reality. He let out a bitter smile, his eyes lowering with a tinge of guilt. I feel bad for making you go through this. You're so young. Liang Jiru blinked in confusion and still had her hand on her stomach. But I really like this, she said softly. But the world is so vast, with deserts that stretch endlessly and star-filled skies at night. pyramids taller than a person made of bricks, mirror like lakes. You love the sea, don't you? There are seas in some places that glow. In lakes, white clouds float, twilight chasing dawn. I haven't taken you to see all of that. And you'll be at home taking care of our child. Unexpectedly, Liang Jiru listened attentively and then smiled at him. But I have no backbone. This time, it was Chen Lu who was left staring blankly. Liang Jiru continued, all I want in this lifetime is to live happily with you. Chen Lu, think about what kind of life I was living 3 years ago. Every day I spend with you now feels like a dream. The girl leaned her forehead against his, her voice gentle and earnest. So all those concerns you mentioned, I don't care about any of them. I just want to be by your side, just be with you. Chapter 406. Eating a lot is normal. Liang Jiru also doesn't know why this man always feels that what he does is not good enough. Clearly, she wanted to see the mountains, and Chen Lu, who was lazy, brought her to the foot of Mount Tai the next day. She wanted to see the sea, and Chen Lu took her to the seaside where she had always dreamed of taking wedding photos, personally capturing the most beautiful and happy moment of her life in a frame. No matter when she sees those wedding photos again, her heart still races. Yet this man still foolishly thinks she's not happy enough. Looks like he's not very bright. Why don't you eat at the table? Wang Zhao saw Chen Lu picking up the bowl and leaving, curiously asking. The game is not finished. Chen Lu ran quickly and hurriedly entered the house, closing the door. The game not being finished was a lie. He could tell his mother was in a bad mood. His brother had caused trouble and left, and she couldn't run away. How could he dare to eat at the table, lest he be lectured by Wang Zhao for some reason? It's like being with a tiger when with the king. The more Wang Zhao thought about it, the angrier she became, glancing at Chen Guanglin coldly. Look at your son and your daughter. Chen Guanglin chuckled, usually looking at your son, and now your daughter is his own. Okay, Zilu just doesn't rush to have children, at least he hasn't pressured you to marry. Look at Leah downstairs, just urging her children to get married for several years, that's really heart-wrenching. Don't mention your colleagues, even among all the people you know, is there a daughter-in-law nicer and prettier than Jiru? Thinking about it this way, Wang Zhao suddenly felt much better. But she couldn't help saying, but I just want to hold my grandchild. She said as she proactively moved next to Chen Guanglin. Honey, you think of a way, that brat is not afraid of being scolded now. Only you can discipline him. We also have to consider the opinion of our daughter-in-law. You are making us look like we're bullying their daughter. Our daughter-in-law is more anxious than I am. She was the one who invited me to go to Zilu's this afternoon, but then she felt embarrassed at the last minute, so I went by myself. Okay. Chen Guanglin motioned with an expressionless face, ready to come up with a plan to make Chen Lu sacrifice a bit for family harmony. It's really speechless. The two old ladies have nothing to do all day, just thinking about playing with the children. Too idle. Just as he was contemplating, Wang Zhao suddenly picked up her phone again. Our son's call. Hello, what's up? She opened the speakerphone angrily, pulling Chen Guanglin over to listen, her eyes full of look at him. See how disobedient your son is. Mom, Jiru is pregnant, Chen Lu said seriously. Wang Zhao and Chen Guanglin glanced at each other, each as dumbfounded as the other. Chen Lu, are you taking advantage because your mom is too old to discipline you and using me to make her happy? Wang Zhaoxia's tone still carried a hint of grievance, getting more and more old-fashioned. Since they got married, Chen Lu had avoided her blatant and subtle attempts countless times, refusing to engage no matter how she pushed him. That afternoon she had returned in defeat, putting all her effort into cotton, feeling very aggrieved. Why would I lie to you about this? We tested with a pregnancy test twice, and both had 2 lines. Just that she's not getting morning sickness now. Instead, her appetite has increased. Is this normal? Chen Lu, usually composed, was now showing rare signs of uneasiness without any of his usual effortless demeanor. I plan to take her to the hospital for a checkup tomorrow, as I'm not sure. Morning sickness varies from person to person. The baby is still too small. Nothing will show up on a checkup. Wait a few more weeks ... until the end of the month, then take Jiru to the hospital for an ultrasound. Chen Guanglin stood nearby listening with a stunned expression as Wang Zhao hung up the phone, still looking like she hadn't fully processed what had just happened. After a few seconds, she didn't even eat her meal, hurriedly heading towards the couple's bedroom. What are you going to do? I'm going to look for your book of songs and choose CI, and think of some names for Zilu in advance. Is that necessary? She's just gotten pregnant, and it's still 10 months of pregnancy. You're rushing too much. Chen Guanglin sneered, rolling his eyes and mentioning the various professors from the neighboring Chinese language and literature department in the WeChat group. Please help me think of some nice names for both a boy and a girl. Do you think it's a boy or a girl? The girl leaned on Chen Lu's shoulder and asked softly. I have no idea. I think it would be fine if it's a boy or a girl. If it's a girl, she will take after her mother, cute from a young age to growing up. The thought just melts her heart. If it's a boy, at least he can boldly go out and set him up with someone's daughter. Everything is good anyway. Chen Lu spoke while still keeping an eye on the computer, flipping through various precautions. He just realized that the saying 10 months of pregnancy is not accurate medically. It seems to be counted in gestational weeks, about 40 weeks, or 280 days. Adding it up, it's about 9 months, a bit faster than imagined. Studying all kinds of knowledge until 10 o'clock, Liang Jiru, as usual, started to feel sleepy on time. Chen Lu went to the bedroom to soothe the girl to sleep and slipped back out secretly. That night, Chen Lu sat in front of the coffee table, looking at the pregnancy test on top, sitting quietly for half the night. After the initial panic and confusion had passed, all that remained was joy. The dreamlike happiness and the pressure and responsibility, like the sun and moon alternated swirling around Chen Lu's heart. Sometimes he couldn't help but laugh foolishly. Sometimes he felt breathless from the pressure. He thought about many things. Early the next morning, Liang Jiru's delivery arrived. Boxes and boxes of items, just moving them into the house exhausted Chen Lu. What did you buy? He asked curiously. An easel, painting stand. Liang Jiru said and then unpacked a tablet from the box, and it's for drawing. This tablet was very expensive, lying in her shopping cart for almost a year. If she hadn't thought that it would be inconvenient to draw while sitting later, she wouldn't have been able to bear to buy it. Chen Lu exclaimed, You truly want to draw everything. It seemed that making a few illustrations was no longer enough to satisfy his wife. She really wanted to draw everything. This artistic girl attribute is somehow intriguing. Let's move it all to the study and turn the study into an art studio. The girl thought for a moment, pinching her chin, then smiled and nodded. I'll help you. Don't move. Chen Lu pushed her back onto the sofa. Li Yan said you should exercise more. Then I'll walk with you later. Don't do heavy work now. Seeing Liang Jiru sitting there staring blankly, looking like she had nothing to do, Chen Lu still didn't plan on letting her move things. A pregnant woman is a pregnant woman. She shouldn't be doing chores, even if she's not feeling unwell. But has this silly girl changed very little? Chen Lu was full of joy, thinking that this girl was lucky not to have morning sickness. He thought the whole pregnancy would not be so difficult for her. But it turned out they found out too early. By the end of the month, Liang Jiru was running to the bathroom frequently, unable to sleep, sometimes not feeling like eating due to nausea. But she was constantly hungry. Chen Lu knew Liang Jiru was reluctant to hire a housekeeper, so he went to Zhang Kao's house personally, learning how to cook many light dishes from the housekeeper. Seeing Liang Jiru come out of the bathroom, he quickly went over to ask, Are you okay? I'm fine. Liang Jiru faintly smiled at him, then sat back down tiredly on the sofa, snuggling into his arms. Chen Lu thought for a moment in his heart, then remembered that it was almost the end of the month. He decided to take Liang Jiru to the hospital for a checkup. I don't want to go to the hospital. Liang Jiru still had an aversion to the hospital as before, and now that she was pregnant, she seemed to be even more fond of being petulant and unwilling to go. This time, it's not for treatment. Chen Lu dragged her to the hospital, as Chen Guanglin had many friends working at the hospital who helped prepare ahead of time, so the whole process didn't take much time. After the ultrasound, the doctor examined the report with a serious expression, which made Chen Lu extremely nervous. Is everything okay? He hurriedly asked. The doctor raised his eyebrows. It's quite good. The pregnant woman's body is a bit weak, but the mother and baby both look healthy. But she's often hungry. My friend wasn't like this when she was pregnant. It's normal to be often hungry. After all, your wife has to be responsible for the nutrition of 3 people. If she's prone to feeling sick, she should eat less, but more frequently. Chen Lu was nervous for a moment. His mind couldn't keep up. The doctor was speechless. He smiled slightly and pointed to the ultrasound report on the table, holding out two fingers towards him, gently shaking them, too. Chapter 407. Did it become smarter? Listening carefully this time, Chen Lu finally understood. A smile unconsciously appeared on his face. After hesitating for a moment, he still didn't ask the doctor about the baby's gender. Although there are regulations in this regard, some doctors still give slight hints. For example, when asking if it's a boy, the doctor might say, both boys and girls are the same, then it's most likely a girl. Or they might comment on how handsome or beautiful the baby is. It all depends on if you can figure it out. Leaving the room, he saw Liang Jiru sitting on a nearby bench, absent-mindedly playing with her fingers. He was hesitant to go in. Since he arrived, he had been sitting there waiting. The doctor said you were pregnant with twins, he whispered to the girl's ear after sitting down. Liang Jiru's hand movements suddenly froze. She looked at him with a surprised look and said, "We are really lucky." Chen Lu forced a couple of dry laughs. Lucky ... It seems that way too. It was strange. He and Liang Jiru seemed to have switched roles recently. He was always worried about Liang Jiru being uncomfortable, especially now that she was pregnant with twins. He thought it must be very hard. But Liang Jiru, the one who would actually suffer, didn't seem to be worried at all. She just smiled slightly. Are they fraternal twins or identical twins? I'm not sure. I didn't ask. Chen Lu reached out and held the girl's hand. If they are fraternal twins, then it's my merit. If they are identical twins, it's your merit. But having twins will be evident soon. You will have a hard time in the future. Chen Lu's recent cramming of knowledge was not in vain. Now he seemed to know everything. Liang Jiru blinked in surprise. Now she understood why Chen Lu seemed to know everything. She used to think it was just a joke when he said he learned a little about everything. In the past month, she didn't know how many books he had read. While she was painting, he was reading, and even when she played games, Chen Lu was still researching various things in his notebook. A month ago, they were wandering like headless flies, and now, whenever she had any questions about her situation, she would just ask Chen Lu. It was really reassuring. It's like a dream. Chen Lu helped Liang Jiru stand up, and she rubbed her belly gently, softly saying. As they reminisced about the days before they met, it felt distant and blurry like a nightmare. Originally, she had some fantasies about the future, both good and bad. The best-case scenario was making more money so her mother could walk again. But she never imagined that she would be happier now than she ever dreamed. When we first got together, you used to say the same thing. Now we have children. Why do you still have the same sentiments? Chen Lu said while reversing the car, jokingly mocking. Don't rush to tell my mother when we arrive. These two kids might save me from a beating. Aren't we going home? The Queen Mother has issued orders, telling me to take you there after the checkup for a report. Pausing for a moment, he added, your mother is also there. This was the first prenatal checkup experience for the silly girl. Chen Lu felt she was probably more precious than a giant panda now, perhaps the most important person in the family. As for himself, he was probably just a few steps ahead of the bottom in the family. Once the children were born, his family status would probably drop even lower. Only Chen Mo could compete with him for the last place. It was a headache. At Chen Guanglin's house, the three elders were chatting in the living room. When they entered, the conversation stopped abruptly, and they all looked at them at the same time. How's the checkup, Jiru? Wang Zhao asked. It's good. The baby and the mother are both healthy, Chen Lu laughed, helping Liang Jiru over. Liang Jiru's belly was just slightly bulging, and she felt embarrassed when he held her like that, silently telling him to let go with her eyes. Chen Lu didn't dare to let go. He was now essentially a giant panda caretaker. If he didn't do a good job, he would be corrected. The elders seemed to be satisfied with his actions. Wang Zhao and Zi Zunfang brought Liang Jiru over to chat, leaving the father and son sitting on the side, staring at each other. After a brief silence, Chen Guanglin took out a retro game console from the drawer, breaking the awkward atmosphere in an instant. Chen Lu took a closer look. It was the little tyrant game console, an antique. Where did you find this thing? He curiously asked. I bought it online, or something. Chen Guanglin studied the connections and managed to plug it into the TV. Come play with me. Why are you using cheats in Contra? Chen Guanglin couldn't help but mock. He had forgotten about it, and Chen Lu had already accumulated 30 lives. Don't lend me your lives later. Chen Guanglin glanced at Chen Lu, who had a serious expression on his face, and suddenly said, "You, as a new dad, don't seem very happy. I thought you'd be showing off everywhere." Now, asking in the family group chat if any cousins were getting married was more in line with his character. "I'm quite happy, it's just ... I feel a bit sorry for her." Chen Lu kept his eyes on the screen. "I've been thinking recently that she's still a child. Does Jiru not want it?" Chen Guanglin almost wanted to laugh. Chen Lu's words made him sound much older, even though he was only 23. "She seems to want it." Chen Lu turned around to see Liang Jiru chatting happily with Wang Zhao and Zi Zunfang. They all looked so joyful. Chen Guanglin came to a conclusion with a straight face. "Then you're just getting stuck in a fix for her sake." Chen Lu paused. It seemed to be true. "Liang Jiru, I think it's nice. I'm willing." "Him, I don't want you to think. I want to think. When your mother was pregnant with you, she was even younger than Jiru, from childhood to adulthood. When did she ever see her unhappy?" Chen Guanglin raised his chin towards the sofa. "Instead of thinking about all this nonsense, think about how to make your wife happier." Chen Lu blinked. "Dad, you're pretty straightforward. Don't blame me. It was your mother." Chen Guanglin stopped suddenly. This matter could never be changed this lifetime. Otherwise, he'd have to face Wang Zhaoxia's wrath. The father and son fell into silence again until they heard the chatting on the sofa. Kids are the most fun when they don't understand anything. When little Lu was almost starting kindergarten, he wet the bed but felt too embarrassed to admit it. He even tried to secretly dry the sheets. "That day, I was wondering why this stinking kid slept so well, only to discover he wet the bed when I pulled the covers. Mom, this isn't fun to talk about." Chen Lu saw Liang Jiru smiling at him so amusingly. With a hint of pity in her eyes, he almost died inside. A history like that shouldn't be known to one's wife, especially since he teased Liang Jiru every day. Zi Zunfang laughed for a while and patted Liang Jiru's hand. "Children are like this." Little Lu was still fine, but Jiru was even more. "Mom, I'm pregnant with twins." Liang Jiru's clear and beautiful eyes widened, saying seriously, "Twins?" Wang Zhao and Zi Zunfang almost exclaimed simultaneously. Liang Jiru pinched her fingers, blushing, and nodded gently. Chen Lu was stunned. Did he just use up his get-out-of-jail-free card like that? He quickly looked at Liang Jiru, only to see her pouting at him, her eyes filled with innocence. She didn't want it to happen this way either, but if her mother continued, she would have to leave home with 2 babies tomorrow. After the group of them left, the house became quiet. Wang Zhao rubbed her cheek, feeling a bit uncomfortable from laughing too much, suddenly saying, "Hey, don't you feel our son seems to have become a bit silly?" Although he was still annoying, he seemed a bit more childish, which she felt was inappropriate for his age. And he was now more cheerful than before. "What? People don't just become silly. They just don't want to use their brains as much as before," Chen Guanglin teased. "What do you mean?" "He's pampering your daughter-in-law too much. Now she's happy every day. How nice." Chen Guanglin was still tinkering with his antique game console. You thought it was just little Lu spoiling Jiru, but she's also spoiling him. They say leisurely life is an anesthetic. People live happily like children. Wang Zhao paused for a moment, picked up an apple slice and fed it to Chen Guanglin, smiling gently. "I should thank you for spoiling me for so many years." Chen Guanglin raised his eyebrows. "I'm honored." Chapter 408 50 Steps, laughing at 100 Steps Home. Neither of them had anything to do. Chen Lu hadn't been going to the company much since he found out that Liang Jiru was pregnant. Liang Jiru's classes were getting fewer and fewer now, and she didn't need to go to school recently. After this final exam is over, it will be almost equivalent to graduation. As for the internship certificate for the senior year, her husband owns a company. How could she possibly need to worrying about such things? Liang Jiru sat on the sofa for a while, and chose between drawing and resting to bring her baby to the Summoner's Canyon to battle together. If she wants to play games or draw, she has to seize the opportunity now. Otherwise Wang Zhao or Zi Zunfang comes over and definitely talks about radiation from electronic products. Chen Lu saw Liang Jiru moving by him like a thief to turn on the computer. He couldn't help but smile. "Remember to shut it down if your mom comes over." "Okay." Chen Lu saw Liang Jiru looking happy in front of him, and suddenly felt like he was a courtier of ancient princes, someone who would never be punished by the teacher for being late, but would be punished instead. The beating would continue until the prince couldn't bear to watch it anymore, until he stopped being late next time. After arranging things at work roughly, Chen-Lu also pulled over a chair and sat next to the girl, lightly stroking her smooth belly. Thinking that their baby is here and will come into the world in half a year, he felt uncontrollable joy in his heart. It would have been nice if we had known each other from a young age. Midway through, Liang Jiru suddenly muttered. She still had the black history that Wang Zhao just talked about lingering in her mind. If I could grow up with Chen-Lu from a young age, maybe I could be a witness to something good. Not necessarily, Chen-Lu said without looking up. Everything in the past has shaped who we are now, and it's all just right. Liang Jiru thought for a moment, nodded in agreement, and touched her own belly. Do you have names in mind for the baby? She glanced at the black and white TV for a moment. Well, Little would stop would know. 1 and Little would stop would know. 2. You give them these names, won't the baby be unhappy? Aren't you afraid they'll pull out your oxygen when they grow up? Liang Jiru warned with a mischievous face. Chen-Lu chuckled. Then you can pick the names later. Okay. Liang Jiru nodded repeatedly. She suddenly remembered that her husband was too lazy to even name his company, so she couldn't entrust this task to him. Seeing the leopard woman she controlled resurrect at the spring, she hurriedly patted Chen-Lu's hand. Darling, quickly note down the flash time of the people across from us. I can't remember. Chen-Lu tilted his head in confusion. Your husband lets you play like this. Early the next morning, Chen-Lu was dragged out again by Liang Jiru for a run. Chen-Lu thought that after moving, his daily morning jog torment would finally come to an end. But he didn't expect to have to run even after moving. It's more convenient now, to be honest. Before, he had to go to the nearby small park specifically. Now he could just run along the river bank. Liang Jiru felt more comfortable running at this time than in that little park. After all, the scenery was better. Chen-Lu wasn't in the mood to appreciate the scenery at all. Jiru, isn't that enough? He stopped to catch his breath. Liang Jiru leisurely followed behind him. Okay, it's already 7:40 now. This time you ran 10 minutes more than before. Chen-Lu was annoyed. This silly girl pretended not to notice the time and made him run more. He was sure if he didn't ask this time, Liang Jiru wouldn't even tell him what time it was. Before Liang Jiru was pregnant, he could still get some compensation in the evening. Now it's just pure suffering. I didn't pay attention to the time, I forgot. The girl pouted and looked innocent. What bad intentions could she have? Just a normal girl who cares about her husband's health. Chen-Lu didn't want to talk and just held her hand to go back home. Just a few steps later, the girl suddenly couldn't move. When he turned back, he saw Liang Jiru blinking her eyes and pleading. Or ... could you walk with me for a couple more laps? I've been running for so long, and you want to walk. But I'm a pregnant woman. I need more exercise. She made a cute and serious face. It's also for our child. Chen-Lu repeated to himself several times in his heart that she was a pregnant woman, and it was not worth arguing with her. He smirked and said, let's walk then. Just as they took a few steps outside, they saw Zhang Chao and his wife running over from the other side. Liu Yan was even holding a stick, chasing him from behind like she was herding sheep. So she wasn't kidding that day. Chen-Lu suddenly felt that Liang Jiru was really good to him. At least running extra was just being clever or selling some sex appeal for his sake. Hey, kid's dad, how are you feeling now? Zhang Chao jogged next to Chen-Lu, deliberately teasing him. Chen-Lu pursed his lips. It's a bit complicated. Ha, trash. Who was so adamant about waiting until 25 or so? Zhang Chao's laughter echoed along the riverbank. You've set yourself up for that. Liu Yan didn't like the look of Zhang Chao's smugness at all. 50 steps laughing at 100 steps. Just talking about this, who's mocking whom? Could anyone else in the world find someone who poked a hole in their own candy wrapper and then got fooled themselves? She snorted in her heart and turned back to continue chatting with Liang Jiru. Zhang Chao thought Chen-Lu would immediately fight back with a few teasing words, but instead, he sighed heavily. He was practically wearing his sorrow on his face. Zhang Chao was surprised because this wasn't the script he had in mind. Dude, I was just joking with you. No need to be so gloomy, right? His tone soft and immediately, having a child is actually really nice. Look at me back then. I was at a loss, too, but now, seeing my daughter every day, my heart just melts. Go see Jongnon later at my place. The little girl is growing up so fast, so cute. Chen-Lu interrupted his comfort by waving his hand. I'm not worried about that. Then why are you sighing for no reason? I'm worrying about handling two kids at once, Chen-Lu said in frustration. Zhang Chao. Chen-Lu thought in his heart that he hadn't planned to say this, but he just couldn't handle Zhang Cao's mockery. If we have two daughters, won't I be in trouble when they grow up? Stop dreaming. It will be 2 sons. Zhang Chao spat at him. You see for yourself, you've never been lucky in all your years of card games or chess matches. You've never won a 3-star 5 cost, even in a season. Yet you dream of having 2 daughters? Dream on. It's probably going to be 2 sons. Chen-Lu looked at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. But I only have. Zhang Chao, still dumbfounded, suddenly doubted that he had been played by Chen-Lu, even though he knew that Chen-Lu's statement about having sons to woo his daughter was a joke. But Chen-Lu's first reaction upon hearing this was that having only 1 daughter was not enough. Damn it! Liu Yan interrupted her half-finished words and quickly stood up. What's wrong? Liang Jiru asked curiously. He's going to throw your husband into the river. Chapter 409 has always been more from the heart. I don't know if two people who have been together for a long time will become more and more similar in their way of thinking. Liang Ziru's first reaction was surprisingly, it's okay, my husband can swim. 2 seconds later, she quickly shook her head and stood up. She just saw the big man who had just gotten married over there pushing and shoving like a child, and then heard Liu Yan shouting loudly, Zhang Chao, you are already a father, and you're still behaving like this. Zhang Chao was startled, but he still smirked and looked at Chen-Lu. Am I wrong? No matter how he gets chastised when he gets home, if he backs down now, he'll never be able to shake off the label of henpecked husband. No, he won't back down. At most he would call it being considerate. If you push us again, we'll fall together. Chen-Lu held Zhang Cao's wrist without rush, instead slowly lifting the corners of his mouth. I'll just go back and take a shower. Jigi won't kneel on the keyboard when you get back, right? I'm mainly letting you off because of our brotherhood, understand? Zhang Chao grinned, giving in, and didn't push him into the water again. Look at how spineless you are. Zhang Nan probably hasn't even learned to climb now, and you're already panicking as a father. When you have a daughter, you'll be the same. As the two of them dispersed, Liu Yan ignored Zhang Chao and turned to Liang Ziro. Are you still feeling nauseous now? Liang Ziro nodded gently, about to speak, but quickly drank a few sips of water before sighing. Liu Yan paused, not sure if it was, because Liang Ziro seemed to have more severe reactions than boys. I probably won't go out to work for the next few months. Let my family's housekeeper come to your place. Liu Yan said seriously. No need, Chen-Lu can handle it. Liu Yan. Well, another person's husband. By this time, the sun had already risen from the horizon, casting warm sunlight on their faces. Chen-Lu looked at the shimmering waves on the river's surface and suddenly said, I won't go to the company recently. Zhang Chao turned around to look. Liang Ziro had just started to show a hint of pregnancy. Since when was this? Chen-Lu shook his head and sighed softly. Liang Ziro can't eat well day by day, and she's always hungry. I have to stay at home to cook for her when she's hungry. Well, last year I was busy with family matters. Now it's your turn. Aside from the research and development department, there's not much to do in the company recently. Chen-Lu said as he called Peng Leian. Just give him any tasks that he's not good at. I've been teaching him all along. After the phone rang for several seconds without getting through, he realized that Peng Leian was missing. How could he be missing? Only then did he notice that Zhang Chao had been smiling faintly all along. You haven't been to the company recently, haven't you? Zhang Chao didn't finish speaking before bursting into laughter, since after the new year, his parents have been introducing him to potential partners, but he has been ignoring them. Unexpectedly, a few days ago, his parents came to Hang City and blocked him downstairs at the company. This scared him so much that he hid, too scared to go to the company. Impatient, hasn't he just graduated? Now that he's earning a 6-figure income, his parents don't need to worry about his life, they must be pushing for marriage. Zhang Chao shrugged, feeling that most elders believed that the earlier one got married and had children, the better. Just asking, back in my time, when I was your age, I was already taking care of kids. You have much better living conditions now. Why hesitate? But the times have changed. In the past, one only needed to take care of their own small plot of land, wife, children, and a warm bed. Now, with the prevalence of the internet, everyone's world has expanded greatly. From fantasizing about being wealthy and digging with a golden shovel, to now seeing how others are living their lives, the pressure has naturally increased day by day. No one wants their wife and children to live worse than others, so they don't want to get married early. Yet, it seems that most elders have never considered the pressures on young people nowadays. Okay, Peng Lei seems to have no pressure at all. This guy seems to like virtual characters. After all, he's only one step away from being a hardcore otaku. This guy is hopeless. All he does is play a certain game. After thinking for a while, Zhang realized the conclusion. Chen Lu was unimpressed. If Leian liked someone, he definitely wouldn't want to be with someone else. Damn, really? So Chen Lu retold what Peng Leian had said in detail. I envy you literate people. You're so pretentious in your speech. Zhang Chao clicked his tongue, living so carefree. He wouldn't set his eyes on Chen Mo, would he? He dares. Chen Lu couldn't figure out how Zhang Chao had thought of Chen Mo. If he dares to go after my sister, I'll break his legs. That's not it. Damn. Zhang Chao was about to speak the name, but Chen Lu quickly covered his mouth. You know about this, that's enough. I don't think Peng Leian has actively pursued or considered it. They don't interact much on a regular basis. Zhang Chao looked bewildered. That's exactly it. She's not someone who would consider dating anyone. Although he didn't know why. After their morning run, Chen Lu intended to visit his own adopted daughter, but seeing Zhang Cao's guarded look, he just smiled and held Liang Ziru's hand, returning home. With all the things Liang Ziru had bought already arrived, Chen Lu started to renovate the study, moving everything that needed to be moved in, and then replace the ceiling light. This object was more particular, ensuring that his view wouldn't be obstructed when painting at night. Helping to organize the future simpleton's exclusive art room, Chen Lu suddenly felt like he was participating in a character development pattern commonly found in various Second Life mobile games. Arrange all sorts of furniture, put the wife in, and then go crazy with the wife every day. It's practically the same. The only difference is that he didn't have to smile foolishly while continuously tapping on a mobile screen, but could directly Rua on the spot. After all, Liang Ziru was like a larger-sized Duo, always curling up against him and rubbing her face against him. Duo seemed indifferent to the transformation of its exclusive bedroom, just curiously walking around the wooden drawing board, exploring if it could climb onto it. As it found the right position to jump, it was suddenly caught by Liang Ziru and hugged. The silly cat froze in place, tucking in its limbs, not daring to move. The toddler beast was about to start trouble. It could smell it. That little two-legged beast was so happy, not having to scavenge for garbage as soon as it learned to walk. And it had its master to look after it. After changing the light bulb, Chen Lu saw Liang Ziru holding Duo, looking somewhat unhappy, and couldn't help but ask, "What are you thinking about?" Chapter 410 Buried Secrets. The long-buried secret in Chapter 410 could only be attributed to Duo's credit for being able to retrieve it, her mouth slightly agape, her gaze blank. How could these two, the human and the cat, both have such a vacant look? Can we raise the child well? The girl asked softly. After the excitement and joy passed, Liang Ziru suddenly remembered this issue. After all, she had a unique upbringing since childhood and didn't learn much about raising children from her parents. Chen Lu didn't care as he casually descended from the ladder saying, it might be difficult for them to excel in all fields and become absolute geniuses. But if they just avoid doing bad things, isn't that enough? Whether human nature is inherently good or evil, the environment always plays a role in shaping a person. Children are mirrors of their parents. By observing a child's behavior, one can understand the parent's true nature. Just by observing the children on high-speed or subway trains, some kids would be loudly swearing with foul language, while others would be well-behaved, showing a clear distinction, as if they were from different species. Ziru looked down, gently caressing her slightly bulging belly with her right hand, as long as they grow up to be kind individuals. It doesn't matter how intelligent or successful the children may be. As long as they don't engage in bad deeds, that would be enough. I never expected you to have such low expectations for your own children, Chen Lu remarked. Ziru lifted her head, giving him a light smile. I'm not that clever, yet I'm leading a happy life. Chen Lu suddenly felt dazed. perhaps because of becoming a parent. He felt that this naive person had matured a bit overnight. Well, it's because you have a good husband. Thank you. Jiru tiptoed and gently pecked his cheek. I thought you would argue back. Chen-Lu turned his face away, scratched his cheek, and quickly left the room. After lunch, Chen-Lu finally got in touch with Peng Lian and decided to visit him in person. Some work matters were always better communicated face to face. Chen-Lu had just left, and Lin Miao came over. Let me see how big my daughter has grown. Jiru replied with confusion. What are you talking about? Lin Miao softly scolded. This was her goddaughter after all, and they didn't even know the gender yet. Lin Miao blinked. Didn't you suggest I be the godmother to these two kids? That's for your goddaughter. Fine, I won't argue with you. You're so stingy. Lin Miao cheerfully smiled, revealing her crooked teeth, reaching out to touch Jiru's belly. What are you doing at home? Jiru led her into the studio, picked up a paintbrush, and continued working on a painting halfway done. It depicted the sunrise she and Chen-Lu had witnessed on the beach in Chongzhou. Lin Miao examined it carefully and was momentarily stunned. Gifted individuals truly had a different way of painting. However, her attention shifted, observing the pregnant woman beside her. Wearing a satin white nursing nightgown with a delicate lace border, the girl held a paintbrush, her hair falling loosely alongside her face, appearing serene and focused. Lin Miao sighed. Marriage changes everything. You look even more beautiful now. Jiru looked at her curiously, and Lin Miao mischievously leaned closer, making a slurping sound, because Jiru, you are now a wife. She emphasized the words, causing Jiru's ears to turn crimson. Hesitantly pushing back her hair, Jiru stepped back. You'll never find a boyfriend behaving like this. I never planned to find one. Lin Miao grabbed an unused canvas and placed it on the easel nearby. I want to try. I've been drawing illustrations and sketches for so many years and haven't tried this type of art. Jiru refrained from making empty promises. Her child would soon be born, and her time to hang out with Lin Miao would significantly reduce compared to before. Suddenly, she discovered that many people around her were the same. She was always naive, easily believing someone was good if they were kind to her. Lin Miao paused her actions for a moment before dipping the brush in water and lightly swiping it as she spoke. When do you see me not happy? Being with someone you like can make you even happier. Have you considered trying? Jiru raised the topic that had appeared between them multiple times. Lin Miao chuckled, but Jiru, I have a congenital heart condition. Continuing to paint calmly, she raised her head to look at the canvas as if discussing a mundane matter. What if, when I'm older, something unexpected happens? What would happen if that person intends to live alone? 10 years, 20 years, are longer than we imagine. So even if that person is willing to accept such a situation, I can't handle this uncertainty. I'd rather be alone from the start. The studio fell silent, with only the sound of the brush rubbing against the canvas. Lin Miao quickly painted a golden beach. Didn't you have surgery before? Jiru pinched her finger. It's almost cured. But I'm afraid. I really felt death was on the horizon back then. What if it happens again? Lin Miao jokingly continued. And I'm living happily every day. Why do I need someone to ruin that? What if I find someone who keeps throwing socks everywhere? Damn, I'm starting to get angry now. She wanted to poke the imaginary person she had in mind, even without a face. Jiru's tear rolled down her chin, surprising Lin Miao. You're pregnant, you mustn't cry. Lin Miao was taken aback. If Chen-Lu saw her crying, he would surely bury her alive. Knowing Jiru for so long, she had never seen her cry over her own troubles, but had witnessed Jiru cry countless times over this matter. Some people are just gentle to the core, they worrying with you, enjoy what you enjoy, and even feel sad for you. Lin Miao felt having such a friend was the luckiest thing in her life. Jiru quickly wiped her tears, trying not to let Lin Miao offer comfort. She sniffled and said slowly, seeing you smile makes me want to cry. Then thanks to me for understanding the meaning behind your words. Chapter 411 A dumb pregnancy for 3 years. Okay, stop crying. The doctor said I'm lucky enough to live to 70. Lin Miao wanted to help Liang Jiru wipe her tears, but she saw that Liang Jiru had already held back her tears by herself. Put yourself in my shoes. If you were in my situation, would you still be with Chen-Lu? she asked with a mischievous smile. Liang Jiru remained silent for a while and then said seriously, I would be with him, and then I would live each day, as if it were two. She said that mainly because she knew Chen Lu's personality. No matter how much she resisted, Chen Lu would not let her go. Even if she didn't know which would come first, tomorrow or an accident, she and Chen Lu could be like the fireworks they saw that night. Even if it was brilliant for a moment, it would be memorable for a lifetime. Lin Miao Miao was stunned for a moment and suddenly felt a little dazed. This silly girl had changed a lot over the years. Initially, she was the one giving her advice, but now it had turned around. They say being pregnant makes you dumb for 3 years. But Chen Lu always felt that this silly pregnant woman was becoming more clever. In August, with Liang Jiru's due date only a little over 100 days away, the scorching sun outside made the midday sky hot, with waves of heat rising from the ground. Inside the house, with the curtains drawn, the living room was quiet and dim, with only the vertical air conditioner emitting a soft hum. Chen Lu finished cleaning the dishes and was about to head to the kitchen when he saw Liang Jiru sitting on the sofa calling out to him, "Soak the dishes first, I'll come wash them later." A pregnant woman washing dishes? Chen Lu didn't buy it. You're too slow at washing dishes. It takes me only 2 or 3 minutes. Liang Jiru replied. Just washing dishes. Are you worried about tiring out your husband? Chen Lu raised his eyebrows. Humph, no way. Liang Jiru turned her head, feeling indignant. Chen Lu smirked and took the remaining 2 plates to the kitchen. This silly girl was still so caring and thoughtful, but her temper was getting tougher. Every day, she was so eager to cook and wash dishes that it was as if cooking a meal would exhaust Master Chen. After struggling to finish washing the dishes, Liang Jiru was sitting on the sofa watching a movie. Well, sitting was not quite accurate as she couldn't sit up straight now. She was almost reclining. Days passed, and now this silly girl's belly was noticeably round, making it uncomfortable to walk or sleep. Before, she wouldn't let him support her, but now if he didn't help her up, she couldn't get up from one spot for a long time. On the projector was the classic zombie movie I Am Legend. The movie had just started, and the main character was getting bored in the apocalypse, chatting with some mannequins. The scene was scarier than the zombies. One always feared the mannequins might suddenly move. Chen Lu was wondering where this silly girl found the courage, then he saw her trembling and holding a throw pillow up high, ready to block her own view. Really, her courage was commendable. Was this a hobby all girls had, enjoying watching something terrifying even though they were scared, and then running to seek comfort? He chuckled inwardly, grabbed a bottle of cola from the fridge, and took a few sips. Refreshing. Just 3 yuan for a bottle of ice-cold cola, worth every penny. Chen Lu, I want to eat ice cream, and I want pudding. Liang Jiru's voice sounded somewhat pitiful in the living room. Only one. If you eat today, you can't have any more for the next 2 days. Chen Lu turned to her with a reminder. Got it. Can you help me get it quickly? Liang Jiru pouted at him. She was still carrying their little treasure, but she couldn't eat whatever she wanted. She suddenly felt a bit sorry for herself. Chen Lu opened the lower compartment of the fridge and remembered something. He counted the number of ice creams again. Ever since Liang Jiru reached the middle of her pregnancy, she had been craving more food. Chen Lu was afraid she might sneak out to eat hot pot or barbecue someday. Although he would occasionally take Liang Jiru out secretly for a nice meal, the doctor had advised against it. 1, 2, 13, 14. 1 was missing. He had counted 15 last night. Jiru, why is there a missing pudding in the fridge? He smirked at Liang Jiru. Surprised, Liang Jiru stuttered, avoiding his gaze. Huh, maybe you miscounted? Chen Lu patiently recounted. No, 14, 1 less than last night. Liang Jiru was dumbfounded. How could he be so boring? She had carefully disposed of the ice cream remains. She never expected Chen Lu would keep track of it so seriously. Seeing Chen Lu still watching her, Liang Jiru hurriedly said, You must have miscounted last night. Didn't you secretly eat the pudding? Chen Lu teased. I'm a good girl. Why would I? Liang Jiru looked down, pinching her fingers, pretending to be wronged. Chen Lu chuckled to himself. Look, this silly girl has become clever. Strange, I counted it several times last night. How did it go missing? Chen Lu scratched his head, playing along with her charade. He pretended to ponder seriously and said, Could it be that a thief sneaked into our house last night, put in all that effort to unlock our door, rushed in, opened the fridge, took the pudding, and ran off. Liang Jiru bit her lip discreetly. When will this man ever let her off? Maybe it's moldy. Let me get it for you, Liang Jiru said and walked to the art room, carrying the lazily sleeping Dodo. Chen Lu leaned against the fridge, arms crossed, quietly watching her interrogate Dodo. Tell me, did you eat the pudding? Liang Jiru asked with a straight face. Meow. Dodo's copper eyes looked bewildered. See, Dodo confessed. Liang Jiru looked towards Chen Lu seriously. Meow, meow. Dodo appeared desperate, refusing to take the blame. It had witnessed it with its own eyes last night. This man sneaked into the living room in the dead of night, trying not to make a sound, not even wearing slippers. If not for the lingering smell, it might have mistaken the house for being robbed. The stick was still floating in the toilet tank. But Chen Lu couldn't understand Dodo's behavior, watching it wail in confusion. Honey, Dodo knows it did wrong. Forgive it. Liang Jiru gently grabbed Dodo's paw and gestured to Chen Lu. Meow. Dodo seemed to be pleading innocence. Strange, I counted it several times last night. Then where did it go? Chen Lu scratched his head, pretending to struggle with the situation. Suddenly, he looked serious and said, It must have been a thief last night. That thief went through all the trouble to break into our house, rushed in, opened the fridge, took a pudding, and ran off. Liang Jiru bit her lip. When will he ever let go of this? Maybe it's Dodo. Let me go grab it for you, Liang Jiru said as she stood up, supported her waist, and walked to the kitchen to get a watermelon. Just as she was about to carve it, she heard Liang Jiru calling from the living room. Chen Lu, come quickly. Chapter 412. Starting from a young age, Chen Lu felt like he had flown out of the kitchen. Almost crashing the car as he left the house, he nearly stumbled. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? His heart was racing. The girl shook her head, holding onto a pillow tightly, her voice trembling slightly as she said, Can you come and accompany me? I'm scared. Chen Lu was speechless for a moment. Is there a possibility that we can switch to a different movie? I've already started it. I want to finish watching it. Liang Jiru glanced at the French window. Thank goodness we live on a high floor. Even if there are zombies, they won't be able to climb up. They probably can't climb up ... These are all fake. Zombies are biologically impossible to exist, even if their teeth are rotten. What can they bite with? Chen Lu raised the corner of his mouth and obediently sat next to Liang Jiru. Patience is needed for pregnant women. Not to mention that this fool is now the emperor at home. After sitting for a while, Chen Lu leaned his face against Liang Jiru's stomach and suddenly began to laugh foolishly. Previously, there was no movement, but now it was very obvious. He could even feel the baby kicking him. He's kicking me. Chen Lu laughed foolishly. Liang Jiru raised her mouth slightly, reached out to touch Chen Lu's hair, her eyes full of tenderness. He's getting more mischievous day by day. I always feel like they're fighting every day and sneaking to kick me. Wait until they are born, and then you can fight back. Children don't hold grudges, they don't remember. But I can't bear it. The two of them whispered to each other, surrounded by a faint sense of warmth. No one cared about the group of zombies running around in the movie anymore. Time passed, and as the movie reached its end, just when Chen Lu was curious about which ending this version was, the room door was lightly knocked twice. Liang Jiru shivered next to the door, giving Chen Lu a fright. Who is it? Who else could it be, if not your mom or my mom? Chen Lu patted Liang Jiru's arm. Quick, turn off the projector. Otherwise, we'll both be in trouble. Liang Jiru realized and quickly turned off the movie, sitting properly on the sofa. Chen Lu checked that everything was okay before getting up to open the door. Wang Zhao and Zi Zunfang often took turns coming over this summer, checking on things or making soup, and occasionally they would come to cook a meal. As for Chen Mo and Chen Xiaoming, they were all banned by Wang Zhao from entering this door. These two mischievous kids were too much trouble. At first, Chen Mo was extremely angry and upset for a long time, but in the end, he had to accept reality. Opening the door, it was indeed Wang Zhao, probably holding a pot of tonic again. It seemed like all mother-in-laws in the world were the same. Where's Jiru? She's sitting on the sofa resting. You're not going to the company every day. When you have time, take her out more. Okay. Chen Lu nodded repeatedly, not daring to say no word. Wang Zhao walked into the living room, Carefully inspecting around, she suddenly noticed that Jiro's eyes were red, with tears in them. "Jiro, why are you crying?" she asked as she sat down. Jiro hesitated, wiped away her tears with the back of her hand, finding it indeed true. She couldn't say she was scared by a horror movie. She would get nagged again. Wang Zhao would definitely say, "You're pregnant. You shouldn't watch these. It's not good for the baby." She had to quickly come up with another reason. After thinking for a while, she gave up. But she couldn't say she spent the last half-day thinking without gaining anything. Jiro felt like she needed her resourceful husband's help to get her out of this situation. Only a simple gaze from Chenlu would be enough to mislead Wang Zhao. Seeing Jiro's eyes red and her looking at Chenlu with pursed lips, Wang Zhao felt like she already understood everything. This silly girl must have been bullied by Chenlu, and he forbade her to speak up. She toughened up her fists. She must seize an opportunity to scold him. Just as Chenlu was pouring the soup Wang Zhao brought into a bowl and placing it on the table steadily, he suddenly sensed the cold stare from Wang Zhao, sending shivers down his back. Glancing at Jiro, this foolish girl directly looked away, portraying an innocent look. "My colleagues were saying that when their daughters-in-law were pregnant, they did prenatal education. Why haven't you done anything?" Wang Zhao suddenly asked. "Mom, prenatal education is pseudoscience," Chenlu said as he blew on the spoon and slowly passed it to the girl's mouth. "You didn't even know about prenatal education when you were pregnant with me. Were other kids stupider than me?" Wang Zhao raised her eyebrows, seeming to agree with him. Seizing the opportunity, Chenlu continued, "You don't need to work so hard to make soup. Just come by more often. Nowadays, pregnant women don't necessarily need to consume all kinds of soup. I cook according to the instructions given by the housekeeper at Zhang Cao's house every day, ensuring the nutrition." Mainly because Jiro refused to drink, only taking a few sips each time, and he had to finish the rest, which all ended up in his stomach. Now he understood why Zhang Cao had gained weight. Recently, without being prodded by Jiro, he had been running tirelessly himself. Wang Zhao raised her eyebrows. "Chenlu, you say prenatal education is pseudoscience. Say I should drink less soup. Are you rebelling against your mom?" How strange, all her colleagues were helping their daughters-in-law nurture the pregnancies like this, and no one had spoiled the child, but why wasn't it working out in her house? She sought advice from various grandmother colleagues all day long. "Am I harming my own child?" Chenlu shrugged. "Can I harm my own grandchild?" Wang Zhao retorted. "Why can't it be a granddaughter? So stubborn." Chenlu, speaking halfway, slipped away. Fortunately, the living room was spacious, and Chenlu dodged Wang Zhao around the dining table a few times. "Mom, I'm warning you, 30 years on the East Bank and 30 years on the West Bank." Chenlu muttered quietly on the other side of the dining table. Wang Zhao banged on the table. "What? You want to fight back? You dare to hurt me in the future? I can't bear to. Just wait, I'll beat up your grandson when he's born. You dare." Jiro sat on the sofa, hands covering her mouth, giggling for a while. After a while, Chenlu's wailing echoed in the living room. Wang Zhao patted her hand satisfactorily, then softly laughed. "The little rascal can't cure you yet?" While letting Chenlu half dead on the sofa, she smiled at Jiro. "Jiro, let's not fight with him." Wang Zhao reached out to pinch the girl's soft cheek, grabbing several times before managing to pinch a small piece of flesh. "You're still too thin now. Carrying twins, you need to eat more. Being healthy is better for you and the baby." "Okay." Jiro obediently nodded. Her sweet response melted Wang Zhaoxia's heart. Such a good daughter-in-law. Chenlu got up wordlessly, rubbed his ears that were red from being pinched, and gave Jiro a disapproving look. Jiro took the initiative to lean towards him, holding onto his arm tightly. "I was wrong. But if I tell the truth, our mom will nag at me for the whole afternoon, and we'll both suffer." Last time, when Wang Zhao was about to enter, she hurriedly turned off the computer, only to realize there were only two options on the screen: update and shut down, and update and restart. She forgot she could simply unplug it. So that day, she was nagged by Wang Zhao while silently cursing that software company all afternoon. Chenlu snorted, closed his eyes without saying a word. Jiro held onto his arm, gently shaking it a few times. "Honey ... Seeing that Chenlu didn't respond, she placed his hand on her thigh and rubbed it up and down a couple of times. This time, Chen Lu still didn't react, but the remote control was moving. Just as Chen Lu took a deep breath, he heard the girl's nervous words in his ear. "Can I help you?" Jiro looked at him very seriously. Although the doctor said they only needed to avoid certain things during the first and last 3 months, they didn't have the guts for it. Chen Lu hadn't been going to the office much in recent months, constantly trying various methods to distract himself in front of her, looking pathetic. A few days ago, he even demonstrated how he could write Tang poem Premonition of the Tang Wang Pavilion in reverse for her, making her jaw almost drop. "Are you being so kind?" Chen Lu glanced at her. The girl nodded repeatedly, biting her lips gently. "Can I do anything else?" Chen Lu poked her forehead hard. "Too bad, I'm a good person." This foolish girl was sometimes so uncomfortable that she couldn't sleep. What was there for him to bear? Comparatively, it was like a small problem for him to deal with. In the afternoon, the sun gradually shifted to the west, and it didn't look so scorching outside. Jiro yawned, slightly turned her body, and rested her head on Chen Lu's shoulder. "Are you sleepy?" Chen Lu asked. This fool now had short nights every day, needing naps during the day. I'll help you to bed." In the bedroom, just as Jiro was sleepy, she suddenly perked up a bit, pulling out a book from the bedside and handing it to Chen Lu. "Mom said she wanted to give the baby education. Will you read this to me? Okay. Chen Lu smiled and agreed. This silly girl just wanted to listen to him reading with her eyes closed, and she was talking about prenatal education. When he saw the book she held, his mouth twitched twice. The Dark Forest from the Three-Body Trilogy for Prenatal Education. What was this girl thinking? Wanting to cultivate a thinker from a young age? Chapter 413. Dad Liang Jiro seemed to be holding up his spirits just now. With such a big belly, and not getting good sleep every day, it's very hard to have so much energy. It wasn't long before his silly eyelids started fighting, and by the time Chen Lu looked again, he had already fallen asleep. The girl snuggled in his arms, sleeping deeply. Chen Lu lay on his side, afraid to move, casually tossed the book aside, just about to tuck the stray hair by Liang Jiro's face behind her ear, when suddenly he noticed the dark circles under the girl's eyes, slight puffiness in her eye sockets, looking weary upon closer inspection. This silly girl has always been a bit thin, and she had even been hospitalized for low blood sugar before. His nose tingled with a hint of heartache, and he bent down to plant a kiss on her forehead. "You've worked hard, my wife." To his surprise, Liang Jiro heard him. In a half-dream state, she murmured a hum and snuggled closer to him, murmuring sleepily, "It's okay." Chen Lu's lips curved slightly, watching the sunlight filtering through the curtains, the beam of light on the tiles, feeling unusually calm. Life didn't really need to be full of ups and downs. These peaceful days were happiness in themselves for him. He dared not move anymore, lying still in bed, and before he knew it, he had also fallen asleep. When Chen Lu opened his eyes again, it was already dusk. In the distance, it seemed like the boundary between day and night, the setting sun peeking out halfway on the horizon, casting a golden hue on the clouds over there. He walked along the riverbank where he usually jogged, admiring the scenery casually. Only this time, a little boy about his shoulders height tagged along, unable to shake him off. Not far ahead, there was a girl in school uniform, walking on the curb with her hands behind her back, as if walking on a tightrope, her long hair swaying gently in the evening breeze. Not afraid of spraining her ankle. He unconsciously wanted to take a few quick steps to catch up, but he couldn't control his pace. "Could you say a few kind words to my mom for me? Otherwise, I'll get another scolding." The boy suddenly lost face. "Do I know you well enough for me to speak on your behalf?" Chen Lu irritably pushed him aside. Kids these days had no sense of decorum. The boy scratched his head awkwardly. "Dad, just because I failed one test, you don't recognize me as your son? I was sick this time." Chen Lu. Poor kid. Who is he calling his dad? The boy then pointed accusingly at the girl walking in front. "It's all her fault. She infected me." The girl with long hair suddenly turned around, staring at him with cold eyes. "Then how can both Zhang Nan and I get first place? We were sick too. You were just lucky." The boy gritted his teeth in frustration. "Is that so? So, luck plays a role in exams. Let's just not go to school then. Find a temple to eat vegetarian food every day and chant Buddha's name. We'll definitely get into a good school in the future." Chen Lu couldn't be bothered with the bickering between the two kids, finally having the chance to observe the girl who had been walking ahead of him. The little girl had a cold and elegant appearance, bearing a resemblance of about 60 to 70% to his silly wife. But just looking at her features, especially those clear and beautiful eyes, they were as if carved from the same mold as Liang Jiru. Wait a minute. Chen Lu suddenly realized something, the scene in front of him gradually becoming blurry, as if veiled in a mist. The girl with long hair saw him staring blankly, curiously tilting her head. "Dad, don't fall asleep, or you won't be able to sleep at night." Opening his eyes again, the first thing Chen Lu saw was Liang Jiru's delicate face. The bedroom was dark, without the lights on, and it was already nighttime outside. Chen Lu felt a bit disoriented. It was sunny outside when he fell asleep. It took him a few seconds to realize, muttering, "What time is it? I'll go make dinner for you. I've already prepared dinner. Go wash your hands and come quickly." Liang Jiru nervously fidgeted with her fingers, her voice tinged with some guilt. She must have tired Chen Lu out with how long he had slept. "I've told you, you can't do any chores now." Chen Lu grumbled instinctively, rubbing his head and sitting up straight. He looked out the window. It was already evening, with lights shining everywhere. He watched the hustle and bustle on the streets from afar, sitting quietly for a while, suddenly saying, "I dreamed of our children." Liang Jiru curiously tilted her head, looking very interested. "Really? What did you dream about?" Seeing the girl tilting her head curiously, Chen Lu couldn't help but chuckle. She really was just like her. "I dreamed that our son failed his exam." "Ah, please don't tell me he takes after me." Liang Jiru became nervously tense, always worried that the child might not inherit Chen Lu's intelligence, but inherit hers instead. "Have you no manners? Just think about how many points you scored on the college entrance exam." Chen Lu started to tease, still hung up on the fact that Liang Jiru scored higher on the college entrance exam. Halfway through his sentence, the girl had already walked slowly over to him, sat down beside him, and then leaned her head on his shoulder. "I dreamed that we were having twins." Chen Lu squinted his eyes, recalling as he spoke. The girl's eyes curved. "I hope it really happens. Our son speaks very gently, but stumbles when agitated, just like you. And our daughter is incredibly beautiful, with eyes like yours, but her personality seems to take after me a bit, The girl listened quietly, reaching out to wipe the tear from the corner of his eye. Midwinter, the weather turning cold. Chen Lu stood by the French windows, watching the rain outside, murmuring softly, "It was already cold. Now it has to rain. It'll get even colder in a few days." "Ah, summer always passes by unnoticed," reminiscing about the days when we could freely indulge in watermelons. Liang Jiru must have been living a fulfilled life since becoming pregnant, busy all day and more tired than at work. Chen Lu felt that time was passing by quickly, attending to Liang Jiru day in and day out, squeezing in a visit to the company now and then. It was inexplicably already the end of the year. "Why do you always lament summer passing by only when autumn is over?" Liang Jiru, who was watching anime, was speechless. She remembered Chen Lu was the same last year, and they had just gotten their marriage certificate back then. It was even more outrageous this year, only starting to lament summer ending now as December came to a close. Perhaps it's because autumn has a lower profile. Chen Lu turned back, continuing to pick up the sponges he had bought online and sticking them at the corners of the coffee table. It was supposed to be the day for the prenatal checkup at the hospital, but it suddenly started raining outside, so they decided to wait until the rain stopped. Nonetheless, he didn't have a dull morning, covering all the nooks and crannies of the house with sponges. Protecting mom now, so he could protect the child later. Though he hadn't been this delicate as a child, there was a small probability of something happening sooner or later, and when it did, it would be 100%. It didn't take much effort anyway, so there was no reason not to be cautious. In the afternoon when the rain stopped, Chen Lu took Liang Jiru to the hospital. The prenatal checkups had changed from bi-weekly to weekly as the due date approached. Chen Lu had a strange premonition, and if nothing went wrong, this would be their last checkup. Going through the routine, Chen Lu asked the same question he had asked countless times before. "How's everything?" "It's fine." The bespectacled female doctor adjusted her mask, looking down to study the report, almost muttering to herself, "Although twins usually require a cesarean section, the department has 10 or so natural births every year. Your baby's position is good, so natural childbirth is also an option. But it's strenuous, and your wife is a bit thin, so she might not have the strength. We are fine with whatever you recommend, Chen Lu said earnestly. Then he curiously asked, between natural childbirth and caesarean section, which one is less painful? The doctor paused for a moment, speechless. They both hurt. Chen Lu felt like a fool. Chapter 414. The doctor in the human world said it would be fine to wait a few more days before considering hospitalization for childbirth. Chen Lu initially wanted to say that he could afford the expenses, but after some thought, he let it go. Liang Jiru didn't like the hospital environment, and moving in early might affect her mood. Every time, even when coming to see the baby, she would wait outside, leaving Chen Lu alone to talk to the doctor. Some shadows cannot be dispelled in just a few years. Back home, he coincidentally met Zi Zunfang going over to their place. Chen Lu opened the door and saw her helping to clean the living room. "Mom, you can just rest. I just cleaned a few days ago. When you get old, you can't sit still." Zi Zunfang put the broom aside and asked eagerly, "You're not at home. Are you at the hospital?" "What did the doctor say?" "It's fine. The baby and mom are both healthy, just waiting for it to arrive. Probably ... It'll be in these few days." Chen Lu helped Liang Jiru sit down and held her hand, starting to advise her. "Don't be nervous, understand? If you feel uncomfortable at any time in these few days, tell me immediately. It's better to go for no reason than to delay it. It's not troublesome to go to the hospital. Worst case, we'll just come back." Liang Jiru nodded blankly, while Chen Lu kept reassuring her not to be nervous, as if he hadn't noticed that his own hand was shaking. Zi Zunfang couldn't help but smile, watching the two of them looking at each other, feeling a sudden sense of nostalgia. In her eyes, these two kids were still children, especially Liang Jiru, whom she always felt hadn't grown up yet, still the little girl who always stuck by her side calling her mom, and now she had someone to call her mom. "Relax, you two. This isn't as scary as you think. Back in our time, many people gave birth at home," she said with a smile. In the afternoon, Zhang Chao called Chen Lu out for fishing. Chen Lu had intended to refuse, but was persuaded by Zi Zunfang and Liang Jiru to go. They sat by the reservoir until evening, without catching anything, each buying a fish to take home. New Year's Day. Chen Lu spent the whole day doing nothing. After some thought, he felt that the car was parked in a not-so-good location, so he made a crazy decision to move it closer to the unit door. Whatever, forget about personal dignity, just enjoy this unethical life. When he returned, he decided to read a novel to distract himself and deliberately chose a more intellectually challenging one, No Man's Return. But after half an hour of reading, while he understood every character individually, together they just didn't make sense. Sitting on the sofa like a wooden man, he suddenly saw Liang Jiru walking slowly towards him, timidly saying, "I think it might be starting to hurt." Chen Lu quizzically asked, "Do you think you're about to give birth?" Liang Jiru bit her lip and nodded almost imperceptibly. "I'm not sure. I just have this feeling." Chen Lu hesitated for a moment, then regained his usual calm demeanor and quickly supported her. "Let's go to the hospital," he said softly. Liang Jiru found it strange how nervous Chen Lu had been just a moment ago, but now he seemed completely composed. He returned to being the Chen Lu she was familiar with, light-hearted in every situation. Fortunately for her, because if Chen Lu had been as nervous as she was, she would have been even more frightened. When they got out of the car at the hospital entrance, they noticed the thick, dark clouds gathering, making it seem like evening even though it was midday. "Isn't this a bit ominous?" Liang Jiru suddenly said weakly. "Don't be absurd. The weather was even worse when King Wu of Zhou rebelled. Did he lose?" Chen Lu doubted his own sanity. Why bring up something like that out of the blue? Unexpectedly, Liang Jiru lightly nodded her head. "If it works, that's all that matters." Just as they were about to enter the hospital, Chen Lu noticed a snowflake landing on his shoulder. The white snowflake settled on his black down jacket. Despite the cold wind outside, it remained still. He chuckled softly, then turned to usher Liang Jiru inside. January 1st, New Year's Day. The beginning of a new year. On this day, Heng City was blanketed with snow. The snowfall became heavier, with snowflakes floating down from the sky, creating a serene atmosphere. Inside the hospital was bustling with activity. Did we arrive late? Wang Zhao and Chen Guanglin, although seated further away, seemed to have arrived almost at the same time. Sister-in-law, how are you feeling now? Chen Mo spoke a bit loudly and was promptly scolded by Wang Zhao with a tap on the head. I can't really describe it. The most obvious thing is the pain. Liang Jiru had a sheen of sweat on her forehead, but patiently answered Chen Mo's questions. Unlike what's depicted in TV dramas, pregnant women don't immediately give birth upon feeling contractions and going to the hospital. In reality, there's quite a period of time between feeling the pain and getting into the delivery room. As for how long the pain lasts, whether it's a few hours or more than 10 hours, it's unpredictable. After completing various formalities, they were then transferred to the delivery room. The room felt crowded with many people, so they decided to wait outside, leaving the young couple alone inside. They've all gone out. Why are you still holding back? Chen Lu wiped the sweat off the girl's forehead with a tissue. If you want to cry, go ahead, cry baby. This crybaby, who usually shed tears at the drop of a hat, oddly seemed unable to shed a tear now. I'm really okay. Now, you don't need to worry so much about it, the girl said softly, looking quite nonchalant. But Chen Lu could see tears glistening in her eyes. Chen Lu didn't say anything, just nodded, holding her hand in his. Chen Lu, Liang Jiru's complexion was a bit pale, but she managed to give him a sweet smile. I love you. Liang Jiru arrived at the hospital at noon, and by evening, she was finally taken to the operating room. Chen Lu had given a red envelope to the doctor in advance, but it was refused. It didn't matter. They could return it. He could also send something they could accept in private. What he wanted now was for the effect of the thick red envelope to be seen. Watching the door of the operating room close, Chen Lu felt a hollow feeling in his heart, aimlessly pacing the corridor. Bro, let's play a game of Go. Chen Mo saw Chen Lu pacing in front of her and quickly suggested, I'm busy, don't bother me. Chen Mo, what is this guy so busy with? Walking back and forth. Chen Lu had no mood to respond to her. His mind was filled with those absurd scenarios he had seen in medical knowledge when learning about amniotic fluid embolism or sudden severe bleeding. Every time he thought about it, a chill ran down his spine. Snapping out of it felt like waking up from a nightmare, shaking his head quickly. There must be no problem. He had dreamed about it before. Unconsciously, he walked up to a few older folks. Wang Zhao would occasionally take deep breaths and give Chen Guanglin side a firm pinch. Sitting next to her, Zi Zunfang kept her eyes closed the whole time, moving her mouth in silent prayer. Chen Guanglin, on the other hand, remained calm, his eyes sharp, standing quietly against the wall. Dad, what's wrong? I'm going to be a dad. Chen Lu's eyes were red. I see. Chen Guanglin smiled at Chen Lu, seemingly about to ruffle his hair as he did when he was a child, but then thought better of it and pulled his hand back. Chen Lu walked away again. From that moment, he felt like he was reacquainted with his father. Chen Guanglin had also been young once, had walked this same path. Perhaps back then, he had waited anxiously in front of the delivery room for his arrival. And just like that, he had poured all his love into his wife and the child yet to be born. Outside the window, the dark clouds remained dense, the sky growing dim, snowflakes drifting down outside. Chen Lu knew that he could see 26 trees from this window, and within the corridor's sight were 244 wall tiles. He also knew that Wang Zhao had nervously pinched Chen Guanglin's waist 10 times. But he didn't know why the surgery room hadn't been cleared yet. How long had it been? Luck is on your side, having both a son and a daughter. A nurse's voice came from behind him. Finally, Chen Lu felt like he could breathe again, and his heart resumed its beats. Chapter 415. At that moment, how's the child's mother? Chen Lu hurriedly asked. They're both doing well. Pregnant women are truly strong. The operating room's door slowly closed once again. Chen Lu's heart, which had been hanging in the balance, finally settled, and he realized his legs felt a bit sore. Leaning against the wall feeling drained, he exchanged a smile with Chen Mo, who was sitting next to him with his legs crossed. You continue being the virtuous one. I'll go be a dad, Chen Lu said. Twins. Wang Zhao muttered with tears in her eyes, turning to see Zi Zunfang still in a daze. She gently patted her shoulder. Fang, did you hear me? Yeah, I heard. Zi Zunfang finally let out a sigh of relief, wiping away her tears with a smile. Old man, now you're a grandpa. You hear me? Remember to protect these two children and Jiru and Xiaolu too. They're all children. Zi Zunfang suddenly paused, then muttered to herself, you used to ask for blessings all the time. Why is it now our turn to bless you? Snow was falling gently, covering the entire city in white. Only a few bright stars hung in the dark sky, making the night unusually serene. In the delivery room, Liang Jiru slowly opened her eyes, as expected, seeing her whole world as soon as she opened her eyes. Chen Lu was sitting in front of her, though his face seemed a bit weary. Where are my parents? She weakly asked. Chen Lu's gaze seemed unfocused until he heard her question. He suddenly came to, looking at her and involuntarily smiling. They are waiting outside so as not to disturb you, he said, as he got up. I'll go get them in. But just as he stood up, Liang Jiru reached out to hold him back. He sat back down slowly, tucking the hand she extended back under the blanket tightly. Liang Jiru seemed too weak to even pull him closer, her hand dropping midway. Chen Lu quickly reached out to touch her cheek. How are you feeling? Any specific discomfort? Liang Jiru still looked a bit pale, with dry and peeling lips, her eyes slightly drooping and lacking vigor. I'm okay. Liang Jiru smiled at him as usual, touching her cheek against his palm. Watching the dark night outside the window and the hospital room environment, the girl suddenly felt a bit dazed and softly said, I remembered. The time when you stayed with me in the hospital. Back then, Chen Lu had fed her so nervously that she couldn't catch her breath. Now, they were already married with children. It felt like a distant memory, as if from another lifetime. I was thinking about that just now, Chen Lu said as he gently fixed the hair on Liang Jiru's cheek. That was the first time I saw you smile. Not even together yet, and you already fooled me, Liang Jiru said, recalling how Chen Lu had tricked her under the pretense of being a model gentleman. Model gentlemen can't have children? While they were chatting, the door to the ward was slowly pushed open, revealing two nurses wearing masks, each holding a just-clean twin baby. Liang Jiru's eyes widened slightly, asking softly, which one came out first? The boy came out first, he's the older brother, one of the nurses said with a light laugh. Even though they were used to being in the maternity ward every day, moments like these still felt joyous. Twins were already rare, let alone dragon and phoenix twins. With such a beautiful wife, and now both a son and a daughter, the man was truly fortunate. The older brother is also great, Liang Jiru said, smiling. He'll protect his sister. Chen Lu felt that the use of also in her sentence was odd and leaned over to suggest quietly, if you want, you can also make the girl the older sister. They won't know. The two nurses chuckled at the side, set the babies down with a few instructions, and then left. Liang Jiru quickly moved to the edge of the bed, looking at the two babies lying side by side, feeling her heart melt. Almost involuntarily, she reached out to poke the baby's hand, only to find that as soon as she extended her finger, it was tightly grasped by the baby. The baby's hand was so small that it couldn't even grip her thumb completely, yet it held on firmly as if sensing something. Compared to the baby, her hand suddenly felt so big. I'm your mother, Liang Jiru whispered, her eyes brimming with tears of happiness this time. Chen Lu simply held the hand that Liang Jiru had extended, softly asking, have you thought of names for our children yet? You were supposed to name them. Yeah, I have. Actually, I had thought of names for our children when we first got together, Liang Jiru explained. She gently touched the two children, explaining, on our way to the hospital, we saw such thick dark clouds for the first time, so the older brother's name is Chen Yunqi. Chen Lu still remembered the snowflakes falling on his shoulders, the wind blowing so strongly, as if these two small lives were secretly tapping his shoulder, mischievously telling him, we're coming. He instinctively teared up, gently holding Liang Jiru's hand against his cheek. Let me guess, is the younger sister named Chen Muxu? The reason he guessed this was because Chen Lu felt that Liang Jiru might have chosen these two words from the phrase to sit and watch the clouds rise. Then he couldn't help but associate it with dawn like green silk turns to snow. When combined, the names of the siblings summarized the scene of their birth so clearly. Liang Jiru paused for a moment, feeling like they had a telepathic connection, and smiled softly, her eyes full of tenderness. Yeah, Yunqi, Muxu. It's very evocative. Each time he said the names, Chen Lu could imagine the atmosphere when they arrived at the hospital, those thick dark clouds, and the goosefeather-like heavy snow in the evening. But he would never forget the sight of Liang Jiru with tears welling in her eyes during labor. Now, Watching Liang Jiro's usually clear and beautiful eyes now droop weakly, his heart ached with every twist. What's wrong? I didn't cry. Liang Jiru reached out to touch his eye corner. It was strange. She, who was usually quick to tears, was insisting she hadn't cried, while Chen Lu, who had hardly ever cried, now had tears in his eyes. Chen Lu chuckled softly and planted a kiss on the back of her hand. Jiru, thank you. Thank you for marrying me. I also want to thank you for being willing to marry me. Chapter 416 has a strong sense of being an older brother. At that moment, Chen Guanglin happened to walk up to the door and heard the two of them whispering softly to each other. He glanced down at the piece of paper in his hand, containing over 20 names he had specially asked professors from the School of Chinese Language and Literature to dine with him to obtain. These few people might not be the top scholars in the country, but they were certainly reputable. He chuckled lightly, crumpled the paper into a ball, and stuffed it into his pocket. No matter what names, they were names the mother had given to her own children, just like the names Zhao had given to their two children. Just as he sighed, he saw someone passing by his side and quickly reached out to stop. Wang Zhao looked at him with a puzzled expression. Don't be in a hurry. Chen Guanglin cleared his throat. They are busy with their own things. Why don't you go inside? Oh, I wanted to see my grandchildren. Wang Zhao sounded a bit disappointed, but still stood obediently in her spot. You can see them later. Chen Guanglin nodded towards the ward, grinning. Look at them. They are like a young couple. You will have plenty of opportunities to take care of their children in the future. How should he put it? Right. Only parents have real love. Children are just accidents. What are you thinking? Chen Lu noticed that Liang Jiru seemed to be staring blankly at the ceiling and couldn't help but ask. I was thinking, if I hadn't met you that night, what would I be doing now? Liang Jiru lightly traced her fingertip on the back of his hand. You know, I was just about to leave immediately. Next second, I would have wiped away my tears and stood up. I couldn't figure it out and was a bit afraid to think about it. She turned her head to glance at the two children. Muksu was still closing her eyes, only stretching occasionally, seeming curious about everything. The little one seemed a bit like her, with a hint of silliness, even though children's eyes can't see clearly. Liang Jiru felt she might have been too happy all at once, and that's why she was feeling worried. Chen Lu originally wanted to tell her not to think about random things, but then changed his mind and said, maybe we will meet in other places too. Really? Chen Lu nodded, looking at her with a mischievous smile. You must accept your fate. You will end up in my hands in this lifetime. Unexpectedly, the girl's eyes suddenly softened. That's great. She always felt that whenever she met Chen Lu, she would fall in love with him. Chen Lu was stunned for a moment. Why wasn't she following the usual script? Shouldn't she blush and have a racing heart, then call him shameless? Quick! Let me see my niece and nephew. Chen Mo rushed in like a gust of wind, and even Chen Guanglin outside the door couldn't react in time to stop her. Several old folks looked at each other outside, and seeing the situation, they all followed along. Chen Lu gave her a disgruntled look and didn't say anything, while Liang Jiru smiled gently, patting the baby crib beside her. Here! Chen Mo bent down, reaching out with both hands to touch the hands of the two little ones. Call Auntie first, and I'll give red envelopes to whoever calls out first. The old folks all looked at her as if she were crazy, then hurriedly crowded around Liang Jiru. Seeing that Liang Jiru had recovered well, and the children were healthy, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Even in today's era of advanced technology, childbirth is still like passing through the gates of hell, truly not easy. Now they could finally relax. Mom, was I this ugly when I was a child? Chen Mo suddenly asked Wang Zhao. Wang Zhao clicked her tongue, annoyed as she playfully slapped her. Stop talking nonsense. You and your brother were just not fully grown back then. You were even uglier than this. Chen Mo, you've completely lost your conscience, daring to say my child is ugly. Chen Lu muttered under his breath, looked down at his dear son and daughter. All wrinkled up, they did look a bit ugly. But with Zhang Chao leading the way, he knew that children would look cuter as they grew, so he felt less lost and worried. Mom, this is the older brother, named Chen Yunqi. Chen Lu looked at Wang Zhao, then pointed to the baby wrapped in pink swaddling clothes. And this one next to him is the sister, named Chen Moksu. He had already noticed that as soon as his own mother walked in, her gaze had been fixed on the two children, but out of consideration for Liang Jiru laying in bed, she had refused to go over to look directly. So Chen Lu took the initiative to call her over. Good names, good names. The two old ladies approached the baby crib, expressions full of smiles that wouldn't fade. Why don't our names have such poetic meanings? Chen Mo then said blatantly in front of her newborn niece and nephew, and promptly got smacked for it. That night, Liang Jiru had recovered somewhat. With everything settled, Chen Lu sat alone in the ward, watching Liang Jiru lying in bed, playing with the baby. He lowered his head to post his third circle status update, New Year's Day. One baby weighing 5 pounds, the other 5 pounds 2 ounces. My life is complete. Grinning. JPG Zhongchao. Damn, which reservoir did you catch them in? Chen Lu. These are my children. Suddenly feeling the need to post a photo of them, Zhongchao probably felt embarrassed and didn't reply. Not long after, Lin Miao Miao responded, asking where he had fished such big fish. Chen Lu smirked, put away his phone, and ignored the group of jokers. Due to Liang Jiru's weak physical condition, she stayed in the hospital for a few more days before finally returning home after a week. Once back home, things immediately became lively. Because the doctor had mentioned that the baby's mother was a bit delicate, Wang Xiao and Zi Zunfang began researching various postpartum nourishing soups. Though no one would disturb the two little human cubs, their home was never quiet. Chen Lu wanted to educate the two old ladies about the fact that not all nutrients are found in soup, but Wang Xiao was adamant and believed in the tradition of postpartum soups. Chen Guanglin understood this, but dared not say anything. So after Chen Lu tried to explain a few times and failed, he gave up and decided to run extra kilometers every day. In the afternoon, their house had finally cleared out to just being a family of 5. After a meal, they continued to huddle by the baby crib, watching the two little human cubs' innocent exploration of the world. Muxu had kept her eyes closed since birth, not moving around much. Chen Lu thought she might take after her mom, docile and gentle. The two old ladies agreed, confident that she would be just like Liang Jiru. Little did they know, Muxu had fooled them all. Perhaps she had been conserving energy, still getting used to the setting of the Earth Online keycaps. The little one had been crying when hungry and getting energetic after feeding, starting to tug at Yunqi, either pulling his clothes or ears. Sometimes she would even nibble on him, even though she had no teeth yet. Just like now, she was nibbling on Yunqi's arm. Chen Lu quickly separated the two, sighed helplessly, and speculated, it seems our little girl isn't very honest, quite mischievous from the start. Upon reflection, it wasn't too bad. If her personality ended up like her mother's, then they'd have to be wary all the time to not let the pig out of the pen. Looking at Liang Jiru, now that she was a mother of 2, her face still bore the words "I'm silly, come and deceive me" in big letters. Truly absurd. Liang Jiru grinned as she rubbed Yunqi's arm, softly saying, Muxu is like you. You're blatantly slandering me. Chen Lu snorted, still observing the two children. While knowing that personality is mostly cultivated post-birth, these days he and Liang Jiru couldn't help but compare the children's traits to each other's. The most common phrase was, the child is like you in this aspect or that aspect. Every time he noticed such similarities, he couldn't help but smile stupidly, making their shared recognition of the children even stronger. This was the fruit of their love and the continuation of life. Speaking of which, Yunqi truly lived up to being an older brother. It was hard to tell if it was because he was patient or just a bit dim-witted, as he wouldn't cry unless in dire straits. He still indulged Muxu. Now, he understood what Liang Jiru meant when she had said that their two children seemed to be fighting in her belly. About the fact that my older brother was my first toy in my childhood, Chen Lu suddenly felt a bit worried. What would they do once she started teething? Dorodoro looked at the half-sized baby crib, then back at the two who were clueless about the world, lowered his head to lick his paw, his bronze-colored eyes filled with confusion. Despite nearly a year of gestation, how come only 2 cubs were born? Just 2. Chapter 417. The Forgetful Couple. Chapter 417. The forgetful couple duo felt ashamed, seeing the 2 human childless beasts who had never seen the world. Its mother originally gave birth to 6 babies in one litter, although only it survived after wandering about. After licking its paws, Duo suddenly found its new mission, to watch over the 2 children as they grew up. Before long, Chen Lu saw Duo swiftly darting out of the bedroom. At first, he didn't pay much attention until it carried its sleeping nest over, placing it not far from the baby's crib. Is this silly cat tired of living in the studio? Chen-Lu still remembered Duo's thin and small appearance when they first brought it back. It used to walk around the house timidly, only willing to sleep on the balcony of the rental house. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 years had passed, and Duo had grown into a big cat. When my mom comes over again, she will definitely nag me when she sees the kids and the cat sleeping in the same room. Liang Ziro deliberated for a moment, then said, "It should be fine. Duo is so well behaved, it never damages anything in the house." As the two of them chatted quietly for a while, the cry of a human child could suddenly be heard in front of them. Chen-Lu thought Chen Yunqi's patience had been worn out by Chen Muxu again, but when he looked down, he realized it was Chen Muxu who was crying. She must be hungry, as she needed strength to continue playing with her brother after drinking milk. "Don't cry, Mommy is here," Liang Ziro said as she held Muxu in her arms, feeding her while gently rocking her. The girl's eyes were slightly closed, and her tone and actions were extremely gentle, making Chen-Lu feel a bit dazed. This silly girl seemed to possess unlimited patience, whether towards him or the two children. It was as if she had poured out all her love for them, never in a rush. Soon after, "I'm not going to drink the soup my mom cooks anymore, the kids can't finish it." Liang Ziro held the child, shocked and distressed. No matter how much they fed the two children, they couldn't drink anymore. Chen-Lu suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. After some thought, he remembered that he had done similar things when climbing mountains before. He decided to try it out. And then, he took a few sips and ran away on the spot. It was quite different from what he had imagined. After rinsing his mouth, Chen-Lu sat on the couch with his computer, discussing the development progress of Gate of Demise with Peng Lian. Previously, he had been a silly guy who only needed to make money to support the family, but now he had 2 money-devouring beasts to take care of, so he had to work hard to earn money for milk powder. The game had been in development for over a year now, with about another year until the expected launch time. Luckily, investing in this kind of thing had a certain catfish effect, and other investors, seeing how lucrative the project was, always wanted a piece of the cake. So, throughout the development process of North Star, they never lacked money. Having this made everything easy during development, and it was estimated that they could start the first phase of internal testing in 6 months. By then, there would be a need for promotion and hype. That was when he, as the leader, needed to step up. Now it's easy to walk. Chen-Lu heard the voice and looked up, seeing Liang Ziro walking leisurely in the living room in an apricot-colored cardigan with a little bunny pattern. She seemed to be experiencing a sense of liberation. "Come and let me hug you." He deliberately clapped his hands towards Liang Ziro, as if coaxing a child, and then opened his arms. "But I'm not a child." Liang Ziro turned her head, pouted a bit, then glanced at him sneakily before finally couldn't help but run into his arms. She hadn't been hugged by Chen-Lu like this for a long time since she was pregnant. Chen-Lu also had a similar feeling. He slipped his hand into her cardigan, gently caressed the girl's belly, and suddenly said, "I suddenly realized that your timing is just right. You didn't have to go to class when your belly wasn't big yet, and you gave birth to the child before you had to wear graduation gown for graduation photos. It hadn't delayed anything, and outsiders knew nothing. And her simple job didn't require her to go out every day. She wouldn't have to sacrifice either her work or time with her child for a few years, as other women might have to." The silly girl even agreed that she wouldn't have to eat bubblegum on their wedding night. Did she think of all these back then? Liang Ziro had said she was in her safe period at that time. Nearly a year had passed, and he couldn't recall if it was true. If it was, then he, Chen Deshifu, had been calculated by a frog. A strange thought flashed through Chen-Lu's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. It was impossible. This silly girl couldn't be that smart. The advantage was on his side. Chen-Lu gave himself a mental reassurance and pecked Liang Ziru's cheek gently. "My mom probably won't come for a while. Do you want to play a game secretly? I'll cover for you," he whispered in her ear like a devil. After getting pregnant, this silly girl had become more eager and playful. Chen-Lu felt that she had wanted to play ever since she came back from giving birth, just that she didn't dare. Liang Ziro was somewhat intrigued and unconsciously glanced at the computer sealed by 2 elders. "Is it okay?" She felt like she could reclaim her rewards even if she logged in now. Although the Chinese server was stingy, there was still some benefit. She hadn't even bought all the characters until now. What's wrong with that? The kids are asleep. Do you still want to stay by their side 24 hours? Chen Lu spoke nonchalantly, feeling that this sentence would frequent their future chats. Once the kids were asleep, they could sneakily eat something or do something of their own. It sounded fun and exhilarating. Then you help me cover, okay? I single quotes play for a bit. If mom comes, remember to unplug the computer directly. Midway through the game, Liang Zero hurriedly got up and looked towards the bedroom. This time it's Yunqi crying. You cover for me first, I'll go comfort the baby. Chen Lu glanced at Liang Zero's leopard woman's record, 201, not bad. He wondered why this silly girl liked this hero. As everyone knows, Pei Kinhu. Oh wait, leopard woman is the type of hero that you have to live in the opposite jungle to play well. He ran directly to the opposite jungle and happened to see the enemy jungler, Amumu, getting the blue buff. Chen Lu decisively smited it. Nothing was more satisfying than snatching something from someone else. If there was, it was snatching it and leaving without a trace. Then he displayed a flashy move. His teammates marked him with a bunch of question marks, irritating him quite a bit. He shouted towards the bedroom, Zero. Can you please flash with F from now on? I keep pressing the wrong button. I'm not used to it, Liang Zero said while holding the baby and turned to him. The four-time champion once said that using D for flash is what silver players do. Chen Lu sulked, muttering to himself as he watched the black and white TV waiting for his respawn. Chapter 418. Time waits for no one. The next day, the lively atmosphere returned to the house as usual. Two elderly ladies with experience in taking care of children together looked after the giant panda. Chen Lu mostly just helped out on the side, unable to do much else. Mom, I can feed Zero. You can take a break. The child's father tried to find a sense of presence. If you're truly free, go help in the kitchen to cook soup together. Don't create chaos here. Chen Lu and Liang Zero exchanged a glance, both smiling helplessly. They probably had to wait until the postpartum period was over to have some alone time. That afternoon, Chen Lu found himself with some free time and coincidentally met Zhang Chao calling out to him again. They decided to go fishing together. Are we too young to start fishing? Chen Lu couldn't help but quip when they arrived at the reservoir, recalling how he used to tease Chen Guanglin during their school days. Little did he know he would become part of the fishing crowd too. Questioning fishermen, understanding fishermen, becoming a fisherman. Zhang Chao looked at the shimmering water, touched his newly bought fishing rod, and chuckled disdainfully. Wake up, New Year's Day has passed, buddy. We're already 25, not that young anymore. As Zhang Chao rummaged through his pocket, Chen Lu thought he wanted a cigarette, but to everyone's surprise, he pulled out a lollipop and continued, by the time Zhang Non starts school, I'll truly be a middle-aged uncle. It finally dawned on Chen Lu, his eyes trembling. Damn, how am I already 24? When he was 20, he used to think he had just come of age, but now he couldn't console himself with that excuse anymore. Days passed by, and they were no longer the carefree kids spending all night at internet cafes and making up for sleep during classes. Chen Lu stopped teasing and silently sat down next to him, suddenly feeling that fishing wasn't a bad idea. Two married men with children came together again, their mindset completely different from before. When men face high pressure, they must find ways to distract themselves. Going to internet cafes. Cafes were noisier than home. Fishing was better, quiet, and also provided food if they caught any. Why did you suddenly call me today? Chen Lu asked. Zhang Chao, the lollipop stick in his mouth, smirked coolly and said, that girl doesn't know what's good for her, so I left her at home to reflect alone. Wait, what are you pretending for? How are you able to describe being kicked out of the house so casually? Chen Lu looked at him as if he were a fool and asked, playing along, did Li Yan do something wrong? Early in the morning, Li Yan kept complaining that she had nothing to wear, and I was puzzled. I said, you clearly have so many clothes, why do you keep saying you have nothing to wear to a whole wardrobe? Are you sick? She kicked me, so I made her reflect at home. Zhang Chao shrugged. Don't all girls have this problem? It puzzles me. Clearly, she has a closet full of clothes she can wear. Chen Lu chuckled in agreement, not wanting to upset the delicate balance. The two married men stayed until dusk, the darkness enveloping them. Zhang Chao was unhappy. It was supposed to be a relaxing day out, but they hadn't caught a single fish all afternoon. And this guy next to him kept asking about parenting matters. Every little thing, even how long it took for Zhangnan to learn to crawl, was questioned thoroughly. As he gazed at the darkening sky in the distance, Zhang Chao thought Li Yan must have reflected enough for the entire afternoon and would be ready to let him in soon. Let's stop fishing. He stood up. If we go home empty-handed, we'll be the laughingstock. Chen Lu didn't want to leave. Zhang Chao spat to the side, silent for a moment, then said, "How about we buy one and pretend we caught it?" Chen Lu looked at the motionless buoy on the water, remaining silent for a while. At the market, as they approached the fish vendor's stall, a pungent smell hit them. Chen Lu had been worried about catching too many fish that afternoon and having to shower off the fishy smell when they returned home, but to his surprise, they didn't catch a single fish all afternoon. Zhang Chao then said, "Boss, I'll give you a bit more money if you let me fish in your pool." "Sound good." Chen Lu quickly pushed him away. Judging by the fish vendor's expression, he probably thought Zhang Chao had just escaped from a mental hospital. Back home, Liang Zero was sitting on the couch, playing with the baby, looking bored. It was evident that the grandmothers hadn't allowed her to watch TV. As he entered, the little girl asked eagerly, "Did you catch fish?" Chen Lu didn't confirm or deny, simply setting the fishing rod down, fished all afternoon. Since he couldn't bring himself to lie to the innocent girl, the truth was the best option. This big. Liang Ziru's clear, beautiful eyes were filled with admiration. Wang Zhao, who was cooking dinner, walked out of the kitchen, suddenly smiling. "Better than your dad." Chen Guanglin had been in his 30s when he finally realized he should just buy fish instead of bothering to fish themselves. Chen Lu had figured out this much at 20-something. Was his wife really that foolish to believe it? Chen Lu thought Wang Zhao was complimenting him genuinely, scratching his head guiltily. "I'll make fish soup for you tonight." He smiled at Liang Ziro. Liang Ziro nodded eagerly. "You're amazing." Chen Lu felt awkward listening to the compliments. How did those fishermen keep their composure so well? The two inexperienced parents finally managed to survive the chaotic household for half a month until both babies turned a month old. When Yunche and Muzu, the two little ones, turned 1 month old, coinciding with Zhang Nan's first birthday, they decided not to host a banquet since Zhang Cao's father wasn't coming over anyway and celebrated together. Hurry and set everything up. Zhang Chao carried his daughter on his back, cheerfully placing a bunch of items on the bed. There were calligraphy brushes, abacuses, dictionaries, bank cards, all sorts of items scattered around. 1-year-old Zhang Nan, who looked wrinkly before, had really grown up now. Whether a person is good-looking or not can be seen from a young age. Just looking at Zhang Chao carrying his daughter on his back and not hearing her voice made Chen Lu think she might grow up to be a beautiful woman one day. Chen Lu chuckled inwardly and whispered to Liang Ziro, "Do you still have the pictures of when you were 1 year old?" "Yes, but do you really want to see them?" Liang Ziro, in a light green Empire waist dress, slender and graceful, reminded Chen Lu of the time before they got together when he gave her that dress. After taking care of her like a panda for so long, this girl had already regained her radiance and smooth skin after giving birth. Not to mention her figure, if she weren't holding Chen Yunche now, who could tell she was the mother of 2 kids. She could easily slip into a freshman's classroom in college. Although she wouldn't graduate until June. Quietly, Zhang Nan was placed in the center of the bed, looking at all the peculiar things around her with curious eyes, slightly dazed. "This is your sister." Chen Lu lifted Chen Muzu, who had yet to fully open her eyes. Zhang Zu's eyes widened slightly at the sight of the strange objects on the bed, reaching out her tiny hands to grasp them. Holding onto Muzu's face, Zhang Nan watched in wonder. Seeing someone smaller than herself, her eyes filled with curiosity. Children explore the world in only 2 ways: grabbing things with their hands or putting them in their mouths. Before Liang Ziro could react, Zhang Nan had already grabbed Chen Yunqi's face firmly. Chen Yunche, who had paused reaching for the paintbrush, watched with slightly widened eyes. While he had grown accustomed to this behavior before he was born, he had never experienced such strength. Muzu couldn't match it. After less than 2 seconds, he began crying. Chapter 419, Iron-Forged daughter and servant Chen Yunqi cried while instinctively trying to pull her away. Luckily, she didn't reach out her hand, but as soon as she did, Zhang Nan saw something even more interesting and directly grabbed onto one of her outstretched fingers. Liang Jiru was completely stunned, feeling torn between pulling her away or not pulling her away, frozen in place. She could only hurriedly comfort her in a soft voice, "Yunqi, don't cry, don't cry." The child's fingers were so small, and it always felt like pulling could cause a problem. Seeing Chen Yunqi crying continuously, Zhang Nan, who had been expressionless the whole time, unexpectedly started giggling, revealing his white and adorable milk teeth. Liang Jiru and Liu Yan, the two girls, had never seen such a scene before. A 1-year-old child actually had some strength already, and they were all extremely anxious. What should they do? Liang Jiru pursed her lips, subconsciously wanting to call her husband. But when she glanced over, Chen Lu was standing next to her, holding a phone and taking pictures. This father had no sense of urgency at all, and was instead laughing heartily. "Ha ha ha, did you record it?" Chen Lu pushed Zhang Cao's shoulder as he laughed. I recorded it. Zhang Cao was so happy that he couldn't even hold the phone steadily, trying to stabilize the image as much as possible, walking to the side to find another angle. "Zhang Nan, don't exert too much force, or you'll get a beating when we get home. The phone's not clear enough." Chen Lu slapped his thigh. "Wait, I'll go get the DSLR camera." Throughout the whole time, Lin Miao Miao, who was biting her lips to hold back her laughter, used a nearby teddy bear to divert Zhang Nan's attention, then quickly carried her aside. Although she wanted to watch a little longer, she was after all Chen Yunqi's godmother, and couldn't just watch the little one cry like this. Liang Jiru breathed a sigh of relief, exchanged glances with Liu Yan, and then turned her head back to look at Chen Lu. At that moment, Chen Lu came back with the DSLR camera in his arms. Seeing that the two children had already been separated, his expression seemed somewhat regretful. He took a few deep breaths. Now that there were outsiders around, he couldn't argue with him. He had to save face in front of her husband. Liu Yan couldn't hold back and dragged Zhang Cao away by his ear. The two girls had reached a consensus in that brief moment of eye contact: never let their men take the children out, and especially not let these two take any kid out to play. The two men were shooed into the living room. Lin Miao Miao even waved at them playfully as she closed the door. Chen Lu suddenly felt a bit uneasy. Although they say a boy's personality follows his mother's, but this brat was always being pinched on the cheeks by his sister at home, and then his cheeks were pinched again by his sister outside. Something felt off. Was this a good or bad omen? Zhang Cao didn't have such melancholic thoughts at all. If Chen Yunqi ended up not choosing an object to grab and went for his daughter instead, he might have lost his temper with Chen Lu. But now, with his daughter grabbing Chen Yunqi and Chen Yunqi crying, he just saw it as Zhang Nan bullying the children and found it amusing. That's how humans are, so hypocritical. Has Li Xinian contacted you recently? Zhang Cao rubbed his reddened ears a few times and suddenly asked. Since the game of grabbing had ended, he decided to chat to ease the awkwardness. No, Chen Lu shook his head. He had only seen that guy post a photo of his marriage certificate once, and then he disappeared, living in his own little world. As long as we know that everyone is doing well, that's enough. We're all busy with our lives, there's not much to say. What about that son? Whatever, her mother was causing a scene at the police station entrance again recently. Chen Lu noticed a blind spot. Again. They made a scene when they eloped, then the local police contacted the police in another province. They saw that the couple was doing well, and there was no involvement of minors or trafficking, so there was no follow-up. Zhang Cao lazily sat on the sofa, then continued, Li Xinian is pretty smart. He and his wife send money to her mother every month. Her mother can't even accuse the girl of not supporting her parents. As for whether she come back home, it's difficult, even for a clean official, to intervene with family matters that they don't understand, even if they wanted to. He squinted as he looked outside through the window. It was noon, and the sunlight shone through the floor-to-ceiling window, finally warming them up a bit. The sky outside was very blue, with only a few scattered clouds floating above, far apart from each other, like a few lonely boats adrift in the sea. I wonder when he'll come back, Zhang Cao sighed. Who knows? Maybe in a few years, if Sun Ruoxi's mother realizes she was wrong, she might come back to Hang City. Chen Lu said so, but in his heart, he still felt that it was impossible for a middle-aged woman to change her deep-rooted mindset in a few years, even if she were to accept the marriage. but she might just realize she couldn't control them and accept it. You could only say that Lee Sinian's luck was really bad. At least he met someone who was willing to leave everything behind and run away with him. Jung Haoyu hasn't been in contact much since he went back to his hometown. No idea what he's busy with. Since we graduated from university until now, of the four of us who used to live in the same dorm, only the two of us often meet. Chen Lu couldn't help but lament. We already thought about this moment when we graduated, didn't we? Zhang Chao said calmly, understanding things that Chen Lu couldn't possibly not understand. Yes, Chen Lu remained silent. The people and things from the past, whether happy or sad, were all left behind with the past, immersed in time. Now, for them, the most important thing was their families, only their families. Just as they were reflecting, the bedroom door where they had locked the two suddenly opened slowly. Liu Yan came out holding Zhang Nan. Seeing Zhang Chao still with a puffed-up chin, she coldly snorted. "What's with our girls grabbing ceremony?" Zhang Chao asked urgently. "Chen Yunqi." "I know." "Anything else?" "Also Chen Yunqi." The more Liu Yan spoke, the angrier she got. She cried when she couldn't grab, and in the end, when there was no other way, Jiru let her hold onto Chen Yunqi's arm, then she stopped crying. "But I presented so many things, and she still didn't pick anything." Zhang Cao's mood dampened suddenly. He thought, "I put out so many things for you to choose. Why would you go and grab someone else's brat?" She did grab something. Your girl took a big red banknote. Leaning against the door, supporting her forehead, Liu Yan was both angry and amused, pointing at Liang Jiru and Lin Miao Miao with the two children in their arms. Not satisfied with just taking her own, she even stuffed a few bills into Muzu and Yunqi's hands. Zhang Nan hadn't seen any other children since she turned 1, so she probably really saw herself as the big sisters of those two. Come to think of it, she did seem to have the awareness of being a sister. Will Zhang Nan not be paler than Jiru when she grows up? Lin Miao Miao held her cheeks with both hands, looking surprised. Seeing Zhang Cao's face getting darker and darker, Lin Miao Miao deliberately brought Chen Yunqi in front of him to provoke him, showing Chen Yunqi to him. As soon as Zhang Chao turned away, she pretended to continue walking with the child, as if she were taking a stroll, and walked back to Zhang Chao. Seeing Zhang Chao getting to ticks on his temple, he grabbed Liu Yan and left. No matter how much Liu Yan scolded him for being immature, he didn't look back. "From now on, my girl won't come to your house, and your son is not allowed to come to my house either." This was the last sentence Zhang Chao left before departing. Chapter 420 Girls will bring up old accounts. Seeing Chen Lu off to send someone, Liang Jiru turned back to tidy up the room, leaving Lin Miao Miao with the two children on the couch. She smilingly took the money from the hands of the two children and softly reminded them, "Don't put it in your mouth." "What, Yunqi, you actually want to give godmother money? How embarrassing." "Muzu, are you going to give me money too?" "Woo-woo, godmother is so touched. Then I'll accept both, and I'll give them back to you when you grow up." She kept babbling to herself until Chen Lu came back. The two little creatures were clueless, forgetting to even cry. "You're even tricking children out of their money," Chen Lu said incredulously as he watched Lin Miao Miao holding a few yuan bills and smiling foolishly. Lin Miao Miao gave him a disdainful look. "What do you mean tricking? This is from my godson and goddaughter." Chen Lu nodded seriously. "If you don't find a boyfriend, eventually they will be the ones taking care of you." "Doctor, is this your godmother? She's not seriously ill, just needs to stay in the hospital for 2 days." "Chen Yunqi, how about donating her organs?" "Chen Muzu, doctor, we agree to donate." "Doctor." Chen Lu was daydreaming with a smile. He pulled out a chair to sit down, but ended up sitting on air in front of the children. He looked up in confusion, and only then realized that Lin Miao Miao had taken the chair away with her toe. "Are you crazy, Lin Miao Miao? Years have passed, but the grudge remains from the time you made me fall." Lin Miao Miao put on her coat and walked towards the entrance, leaving a silhouette seeking revenge. The lively atmosphere at home dissipated, and the cat, Duo, who had been hiding in the studio, returned to the main bedroom and continued to guard by the door like a loyal servant. Chen Lu thought the silly cat had grown tired of the studio, but apparently not. Duo now never strayed far from the two children, always within sight, even closer than Lin Miao Miao and Liang Jiru, the acting parents. Liang Jiru heard some commotion and came out of the bedroom. She was surprised to see Chen Lu lying on the floor and asked, "How did you end up on the floor?" "Lin Miao Miao made me fall," Chen Lu said, getting up from the coffee table. He was still pondering when he might have done something to deserve this. After a while, he remembered the incident from when he was starting to get close to Liang Jiru, helping out together in the drama club, and he had removed a chair when Lin Miao Miao wasn't looking. This woman held a grudge for years over that incident. What did the old Chen Lu do have to do with him now? Liang Jiru quietly chuckled and said to him, "I'm going to take a shower. Yunqi just scared me so much that I broke out in a sweat." "Silly girl, the kids are tougher than you think. Even if their skulls are soft, they can grow back," Liang Jiru said before entering the bathroom. After a while, she peeked out and waved at him, whispering, "Hubby, come here." The girl's skin was still smooth and fair, with visible water droplets on her collarbones. Chen Lu, who had just put the children back on the bed, was mesmerized, immediately energized. A couple's bath. The bath he had been preparing for so long was finally going to be used. This kind of opportunity, just like preparing for an exam, is always for those who are ready. Otherwise, when they start calling someone else dad first, don't be sour. Chen Lu couldn't argue. "You can directly draw character designs for my company," he suddenly remembered. Although Liang Jiru's skills were not as good as Lin Miao Miao, who had practiced since childhood, she could at least be on par with Zia at the North Star, if not better. Essentially, she was the top character designer under the art director. If it weren't for the HR department knowing that this wooden doll was actually the boss lady, they might have actively contacted her instead. "That makes it look like I'm earning money for our family," Liang Jiru said, lowering her head and fidgeting with her fingers. "I can help you draw, but getting paid by the North Star feels strange." Chen Lu was speechless. Although he wanted to tell Liang Jiru that drawing at the North Star was actually helping her husband earn money, he also felt awkward about it. Oh well, he can earn money from other people's families instead. After a while, Liang Jiru looked at her phone and said, "A company wants to interview me. Let our mom come and look after the kids." Chen Lu handed the tambourine back to Chen Yunqi and said seriously, "I'll go with you. Dealing with these kinds of responsible inquiries is my favorite." Characters: Chen Lu, Liang Jiru, Lin Miao Miao, Chen Yunqi, Chen Muzu. Chapter 421. This is my husband. Chapter 4-1. This is my husband. Liang Jiru was especially grateful to Chen Lu for being willing to accompany her on this matter. If Chen Lu hadn't brought it up, she would have definitely refused the interview. It was easy to discuss on WeChat, but in person, she couldn't even bring herself to say a word. But, isn't Chen Lu's wearing sunglasses a bit too exaggerated? Looking at Chen Lu's smug appearance, something just felt off. As an artist, do I need an assistant? The girl suddenly felt confused. It's normal for an artist of your level to have an assistant, right? Xiaoji started out as Lin Miao Miao's assistant. Chen Lu patiently explained, "You're not drawing comics. Many comic artists both domestically and internationally have their own teams, with different people responsible for sketches and storyboards. Some even have a whole team supporting them." Liang Jiru nodded blankly. She didn't quite understand, but it seemed impressive. They called both children's grandmothers to babysit, finally seizing the opportunity for a date. Just as they stepped out of the unit door, Liang Jiru closed her eyes, taking in a deep breath of fresh air, ready to step out, but Chen Lu grabbed her arm. "You didn't eat much this morning. Eat this glucose tablet." "Oh." Chen Lu fed the glucose tablet to the girl, then happily held her hand. The candy's green apple flavor filled her mouth with sweetness, and Liang Jiru smiled before pausing. It was something she hadn't experienced since her pregnancy. Since the incident of hypoglycemic coma, Chen Lu had silently persisted in this meticulous habit for 3 years. It meant that for the past 3 years, Chen Lu had been silently watching over her, ensuring she ate properly and monitoring her sugar intake. This subconscious care had made her used to the idea that she might experience hypoglycemia again. "You don't need to worry so much about it. It's been so long." Liang Jiru rested her head on Chen Lu's shoulder, leaning against him affectionately like a koala. "Just focus on eating. You don't need to worry about it." Chen Lu couldn't find a trash can nearby, so he stuffed the candy wrapper into his pocket, then said seriously, "I'll look out for you in this regard for the rest of my life." Liang Jiru remained silent, just hugging his arm even tighter. At 10 o'clock in the morning, The two of them arrived at the reception room of Braveheart Network. They sat side by side at a dark, wooden desk. A few bunches of jasmine flowers in the middle of the table were blooming beautifully. You could still see a few droplets of water on them, suggesting they had just been watered. Liang Jiru took deep breaths nervously, but Chen Lu already had a preliminary judgment about the company. They seemed to value Liang Jiru's ability and had the intention to discuss things proactively, at the very least. Although this game is popular, this company doesn't seem as big as yours, Liang Jiru suddenly murmured to Chen Lu. It was then that Chen Lu realized it was true. Surprisingly, North Star had become a significant player in the industry, and even this company was now devalued in comparison. He hadn't imagined that their small studio would reach this level one day. Despite his less ambitious thoughts, he pushed down his sunglasses and chuckled calmly, saying, "I'm just kidding. You should see who your husband is." Liang Jiru blushed slightly. "My husband is the best." Chen Lu was pleased to hear that, trying to suppress his smile, keeping a calm expression. After some thought, he decided to remind her, "Don't let them know your ideal commission fee. Just ask for a higher amount directly since you are negotiating. Also, if you can't answer something right away, change the topic or tell them you'll think about it later." "Got it. You have to work hard. I'm just a pathetic mute assistant. Plus, I'm only here to give you the courage to speak up. Don't expect me to help." Chen Lu had never planned to take full responsibility from the start. This girl, a mother of 2 children, was still quite shy, despite whatever scars she may have had in the past. He could slowly heal them over time. At 22 years old, Liang Jiru's past only consisted of a few years, and it wouldn't grow anymore. One day, the time he spent with Liang Jiru would surpass her current age. Whether it's 10 years or 20, he had time to help her improve. I will work hard." The girl nodded vigorously, showing determination. "Don't talk to your husband that way." Liang Jiru blushed slightly, turning her gaze to her phone, trying to calm herself before the scheduled time, muttering, "It's okay, don't be nervous. There are other companies willing to negotiate." Chen Lu thought, "Is there someone comforting themselves like this? It's best not to imply to yourself that you have a way out." He said softly, "Back in college, whenever I hesitated about skipping a class, most likely I had already missed it." Liang Jiru understood she had spoken aloud, feeling embarrassed, and nodded slightly. "Let me warm you up first. Miss Musumu, do you have any dreams?" Chen Lu turned to her. Liang Jiru firmly stated, "I want to become the best artist in the country." "I didn't realize your ambitions were so big." As Chen Lu was surprised, the girl lowered her head again, muttering softly, "And then go help at your company." Chen Lu paused. "I'll have to work hard to make North Star big enough to accommodate such a prominent figure like you." As soon as he finished speaking, the closed glass door of the reception room was pushed open slowly. Walking towards them was a girl with a ponytail, wearing large black-rimmed glasses, looking irritated. She was mumbling, "Mom, stop talking about blind dates. I'm earning tens of thousands a month now. Why would I need a partner? Okay, I have to work now. Bye." Hanging up the phone, she only noticed the two sitting at the table in front of her, and the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. After a moment of silence, the girl awkwardly smiled. "You're here so early." Liang Jiru was too nervous to speak for a moment, so she could only nod slightly. The girl sat down in front of them. Her expression became radiant as she looked at Liang Jiru's face. "Are you Musumu?" The girl's voice was excited. "I didn't expect the artist I've been in contact with for so long to be so beautiful." Liang Jiru was stunned for a moment. "You are." She recalled having exchanged many drafts with this company before getting pregnant, but they had only communicated online, so she hadn't met anyone in person. I'm in Zhaotu's runaway girlfriend. We used to contact each other often." The girl with the ponytail cleared her throat. "You can call me Xiao Lan." Chen Lu struggled to hold back his laughter. Was this the communication between two artists? Love it. "Hello." The girl curiously asked Chen Lu. "I am her assistant and legal advisor." Chen Lu gestured towards Liang Jiru. "Oh, he's just an assistant." Xiao Lan muttered to herself, losing curiosity about his background. Liang Jiru remembered Xiao Lan because she was the only person who had been willing to pay her the final payment even before receiving the completed drafts. Once they realized they were still familiar with each other, things became easier to discuss. Their company had already planned the characters to be introduced over the next 2 years by the end of last year, and Liang Jiru was required to draw some. She was still only needed to submit her drawings on time, without having to come to the office, and she wasn't restricted from accepting other projects. This meant she wasn't considered a part of the company. Here is the draft service contract and confidentiality agreement we prepared. Please take a look and sign if you agree. Liang Jiru nodded and took the contract, glancing at it before discreetly passing it to Chen Lu for review. Xiao Lan suddenly paused, swallowing involuntarily. She had been so focused on Musumu that she hadn't noticed how handsome this assistant was. No problem. Go ahead and sign. After a moment, Chen Lu slowly pushed the contract back to Liang Jiru. The contract was straightforward, and it even offered Liang Jiru several benefits, almost like trying to please her for helping with the drafts. In fact, it was understandable. A good artist's reputation mattered, and in the current mobile gaming market, the name Musumu alone guaranteed quality and popularity among players. With a slightly more striking illustration, there was no need to worrying about the strength. Just set the price at 648. So even though she didn't have to come into the office, these companies were willing to hire her. All of this was the result of Liang Jiru's years of hard work and dedication, exchanging her skills for opportunities. Liang Jiru was about to hand over the signed contract when she realized Xiao Lan was looking at her, rubbing her hands. Does your assistant have a girlfriend? Before she could finish her sentence, Liang Jiru immediately hugged Chen Lu's arm tightly, saying defensively, He's my husband. Chapter 422. Wishing time would slow down, Chen Lu didn't know how shocking it was for the other person to hear him say, I am already the father of 2 children. But he just smiled mischievously and left after saying that. I won't take you out next time. On the car, Liang Jiru's cheeks were still puffed up, holding onto his arm like a baby. Chen Lu chuckled, helped the girl fasten her seatbelt, and said, both of us are parents now. Are you worried someone will steal your husband? I have no backbone, Liang Jiru stated firmly. With a husband as good as hers, of course she would worry. His virtues were countless. Maybe a bit stiff, but only towards her. Thinking carefully, wasn't that also a good thing? Liang Jiru felt that something was not quite right, shook her head, and stopped thinking about it. When she came back to her senses, Chen Lu had already started the engine and was driving on the road. Actually, when it comes to lacking backbone, we are equally matched, Chen Lu said suddenly while looking ahead. Do you worrying too? Of course, you are so good, who wouldn't worry? When you told me someone in school wanted your WeChat, I wanted to go and beat that person up. I dared not say anything. Every time I just directly showed our marriage certificate photos to others. Liang Jiru lightly shook her phone towards him, then continued, so you don't need to worry. 6. Chen Lu originally just wanted to praise Liang Jiru, now he couldn't say a word. Showing the marriage certificate directly. He would be laughed at by this quirky and unique train of thought sooner or later. Aren't we going home? Liang Jiru suddenly realized this was not the way back. We are not going home. The girl's eyes were full of confusion. Huh? Then where are we going? We are going on a date, Chen Lu said casually while holding the steering wheel. We are already married, yet you still want to go on a date, and the kids are at home. Liang Jiru was still thinking about Yunqi and Muxu, reluctant to leave them alone and go out. Don't you want to eat ice cream? Don't you want to eat cream puffs? Chen Lu puckered his lips, who cried and wanted hot pot while pregnant. I do want to. Then come with me honestly. I'll take you to eat hot pot, then we can go shopping and watch a movie. Chen Lu's lips curled up with a hint of satisfaction. After all, Muxu will grow up to be a cabbage, and Yunqi will grow up and go to nibble on little cabbages. Only your husband will always be by your side. Do I need to say more? Liang Jiru remained silent, bowed her head against the car window, feeling guilty. Oh, Yunqi, Muxu, I'm sorry. Mom is a bad person. I had hot pot last time. This time I want to eat barbecue. The girl gently wiped the tears from her cheeks and suddenly said, okay. Chen Lu grinned. This silly girl was getting more and more clever. When the two returned home, it was nearing evening. Yunqi and Muxu were crawling on the carpet. Wang Zhao and Zi Zunfang were squatting nearby, laughing and carefully assisting them. Mom, Liang Jiru walked into the hallway and called out somewhat awkwardly. Since they only came back at this time after going out in the morning, it was clear what they had been up to. "Hey," the two older ladies replied together, without a hint of blame in their expressions. "The kids didn't make a fuss, right?" Liang Jiru squatted down and kissed each child on the forehead. Zi Zunfang rubbed Yunqi's squishy cheek. Muxu made Yunqi cry by bumping his head once, but he's been good the rest of the time. Chenlu pouted and lifted Yunqi over his head. Couldn't help but comment, "Aren't you being bullied by your younger sister? I haven't been made to cry by your aunt either. How many years apart are you and Chen Mo?" Wang Zhao glared at him, a bit annoyed. It seemed like a genetic trait, as there wasn't a well-behaved girl in the Chen family. Both Chen Mo and Chen Xiaomeng were mischievous. Since Liang Jiru was so well-behaved as a mom, they could only hope she could balance things out a bit. Wang Zhao and Zi Zunfang probably thought it wasn't easy for them to take care of their children, so after dinner, they helped put both children to sleep before going back home. As the night fell, Liang Jiru sat in front of the computer as usual, drawing. Chen Lu had nothing to do today, so he sat on the couch like an idle person, yawning. Suddenly, he felt he needed to make more trips to the office when the children grew up. He couldn't just keep accompanying Liang Jiru all the time, or else he might be misunderstood by the children. If the kindergarten teacher asked what their father did for a living, the kids might say, "Our dad doesn't work, our mom supports the family." That would be a disaster. Chen Lu grumbled to himself and continued to watch anime, being his unemployed self. The Genius Prince's national revitalization technique sounded like a low-budget niche type of anime. And it was, but still quite enjoyable. At least the female lead was good-looking. Why does this character not even have a few good-looking illustrations? "Jiru, help me draw one." A while later, he suddenly said with a mischievous smile, "I want to make it my wallpaper." Liang Jiru curiously leaned over to take a look, then fell silent for a long time. "You, having your wife draw a female character for you as a wallpaper," Liang Jiru said slowly, emphasizing female character. After saying this, she took a deep breath, unable to come up with a more appropriate term. She just stared at him with a slightly puffed-up face. She never learned to swear, otherwise, she would definitely have asked if his brain was broken. Chen Lu chuckled at her reaction and lay back on the couch with a satisfied smile. He felt discomfort if he went a few days without her hitting him. Outside, under the moonlight, Duo was with the two little ones in the bedroom, while in the living room, the two were busy without speaking, but always feeling a sense of mutual understanding and reliance, as if they were still inseparable. The house was quiet, yet for some reason, he wished that time could stop at this moment. He hoped the children would grow up slowly, and that he and Liang Jiru could grow old together. Chen Lu looked at Liang Jiru, who was focused but had a smile on her face, and couldn't help but lift the corners of his mouth too. This silly girl truly liked the idea deep down. He seemed to have done well these years. He had originally vowed to repay Liang Jiru for everything she was owed by the world, and now, little by little, those grand ambitions he had when he decided to let this silly girl pay his bill were actually being fulfilled. Chen Lu gradually fell asleep without realizing when. Then suddenly he was lightly tapped on the shoulder by Liang Jiru. "What's wrong?" Chen Lu opened his eyes to see the girl pouting angrily at him. "I've drawn the wallpaper you wanted," Liang Jiru said with a tone of grievance, her eyes slightly red, looking like a victim. Chen Lu was momentarily confused, wondering if he was still half asleep. "I teased you as a little jealous person, and you actually drew it. You said you liked that female character, so I drew it ... Only an idiot would seriously say such a thing. Do you think your husband is a fool in your eyes?" Chen Lu couldn't understand what was going on. Liang Jiru pursed her lips, realizing her mistake. "Your husband asked you to draw a female character, so you did. Your little brain seems as lacking as mine." Stupido, she pinched her fingers, speaking softly, I just want you to be happy ... Chen Lu suddenly laughed and sighed lightly. After knowing each other for so long, even with Liang Jiru changing so much, some things never changed. She was still silly, and her love was still clumsy yet deep. Without thinking, Chen Lu directly picked her up in a princess carry and headed towards the guest room. Liang Jiru, with her feet off the ground all of a sudden, was a little panicked for a moment, quickly asking, What are you doing?" Chen Lu just nodded slightly. "Liang Jiru, rogue." The girl lightly punched his chest. It was only a few o'clock, and this man turned dishonest as soon as the child fell asleep. "If you don't want to, just say it, and I'll put you down immediately," Chen-Lu said as he actually stopped walking, deliberately gave her a mischievous smile. "I keep my promise." He suddenly turned into a gentleman. Liang Jiru didn't say anything and slowly turned her face away, the words stuck in her mouth gradually climbing up her cheeks, coloring her cheeks crimson. She just buried her face, which felt a bit warm, into his neck, her arms hugging him a little tighter. Why aren't you leaving?" After a while, noticing that Chen-Lu was still motionless, she asked in a low voice. What do you want me to say?" "I'm waiting for you to answer me," Chen-Lu said in all seriousness. Embarrassed and annoyed, Liang Jiru bit his neck lightly before reluctantly letting go. Chen-Lu smiled as he carried her into the bedroom. They were already the parents of 2 children, yet they still blushed easily. "Close the door. It's not convenient for me to hold you like this." Chapter 423. Mother Liang Jiru was called out shopping by Lin Miao Miao, and Chen-Lu volunteered to stay at home to take care of the 2 children. Compared to accompanying to girls shopping, he felt it was more relaxing to watch the 2 little ones crawling around in the living room. When human cubs are not crying or making a fuss, their chubby faces and limbs are adorable, with sparkling eyes blinking, soothing to look at. They were truly 2 little angels. Of course, when they started crying in the middle of the night, they were simply 2 little devils. Seeing Chen Yunqi about to put a toy car in his mouth, he quickly leaned over to stop the foolish behavior. "Stupid kid, you've almost smeared this car with your saliva," Chen-Lu grumbled as he stood up, suddenly feeling a bit stiff in the waist, so he quickly massaged it. Those innocent cherubs tempted him every day. Who could resist that? Even though Liang Jiru hadn't done anything, having those cherubs lying around disturbed his peace of mind. Chen-Lu firmly believed he was innocent. Although he was still a strong 24-year-old man, his physical fitness was excellent. But with the recent late-night revelries, women were like demons, especially married women. He had been skeptical before, but now Chen-Lu was quite convinced. It was infuriating. Why did boys have to work hard and strain their bodies, while girls had it easy? Chen-Lu suddenly doubted if his father's habit of staying up late to watch TV was just a ruse. Every time he entered the living room, he would see Chen Guanglin with his eyes closed, and then he would help turn off the TV only for him to suddenly wake up. Maybe he just didn't want to go inside. As he thought about this, he opened his phone again and silently bought a jar of wolfberries. Health must be taken care of early. He needed to start strengthening his body from now on. Master Chen never fought unprepared battles. He didn't want to wait until his 30s to hear Liang Jiru urge him to go to bed. He could still make Liang Jiru stop for a break halfway through a run now. But fortunes change, and who knows what the future holds. So Chen-Lu bought 2 more jars. Surprisingly, these things were cheaper than he had imagined. The 3 jars totaled less than 100 yuan, and they even included free shipping. As soon as he placed the order, he heard the sound of the door opening in the hallway. "You were out shopping all day, and you didn't buy a single piece of clothing?" Chen-Lu couldn't help but ask when Liang Jiru came back almost empty-handed. "Because I was just window shopping," the girl said, tilting her head, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "Isn't shopping about buying clothes? I was just looking around. Buying clothes means spending money." Chen-Lu sighed helplessly. This girl was someone who demanded tens of thousands for a single illustration, yet she was so thrifty every day. Liang Jiru felt much better after taking a stroll outside. She intended to sit next to Chen-Lu for a rest, but she suddenly saw the payment page on his phone. Wolfberries? She was taken aback for a moment, her face blushing slightly, then she turned her face away, seemingly nonchalantly tucking a few loose strands of hair behind her ears. "I brought you some grapes without seeds." Seeing Chen-Lu staring at her as if she were the culprit, Liang Jiru quickly handed him an unopened cup of fruit tea, trying to shut him up. "What else is in your bag?" Chen-Lu sipped the fruit tea and noticed there were other things in the plastic bag. Then Liang Jiru pulled out a chart of the alphabet she used to see frequently as a child, the one stuck on the wall. If Liang Jiru hadn't brought it back, Chen-Lu would have thought that they had disappeared from existence like green tongue popsicles. There's also an alphabet chart with pinyin. "Isn't it too early to buy this? It's good to prepare early. We'll need it to teach the children eventually," Liang Jiru said with a light smile. When she was very young, her parents had stuck this thing on the wall. Later, Even when she and her mother were driven out of the house by her uncle, it had stayed there. M, F, D, T. Chen Lu looked at the initial consonants and couldn't read any of them after thinking for a while. He hadn't read pinyin since learning English. Old habits made him read them as English letters subconsciously. Although he could spell out unfamiliar characters when seeing pinyin, he couldn't read them aloud individually. Two college graduates sat on the sofa studying initial consonants and finals. Then Chen Muxu, who had been quiet all along, suddenly crawled over. She touched Liang Jiru's leg with her small chubby hands. Liang Jiru quickly picked her up and kissed her cheek. "Do you miss mommy?" Chen Muxu's eyes were big and round, subtly nodding her head. Liang Jiru cuddled her close and continued, "Then say mama, okay?" "Ma, ma." Chen Muxu bit her finger blankly, not understanding. As summer came to an end, Liang Jiru noticed that the two children were no longer as cheerful as they were before. They seemed to have an unnoticeable trace of sorrow in their expressions. "The two kids are almost 10 months old and still don't call me mom. It's not because of me, is it?" Chen Lu was somewhat speechless. Every time Liang Jiru saw something slightly off with the children, she'd worry unnecessarily. "Why do you think something's wrong just because the children don't call you mom at 10 months? Isn't it normal not to call mom at that age?" But Liu Yan said Xiaonan was calling mommy and daddy by 6 months, and I think most other kids are doing it by 7 or 8 months. Chen Lu pondered for a moment. Generally, they're supposed to call out around their first birthday. There's no need to worry until then. Seeing Liang Jiru still lost in thought, he continued, "Maybe they're just lazy and don't feel like speaking. My mom used to worrying about me not walking when I was little, until one day she saw me walking over to grab a toy car and realized I was just lazy to walk. We're not going to give birth to child prodigies. It's okay if they're a bit slower than others. Besides, being a late talker doesn't mean they're unhealthy. You worrying too much every day and always saying it's because of you. Where do you see something wrong? If they could earn 30,000 just by drawing, I'd be laughing in my dreams." Liang Jiru rested her head on his shoulder, holding his hand that he had extended, nodding gently. Listening to Chen Lu's gentle reassurance, she remembered when they first met. One afternoon, Zi Zunfang had come to see the children, and Liang Jiru couldn't help but ask about how many months it would take for them to call her mom. "I remember you were around 8 months old when you started calling me mom." Zi Zunfang held up Chen Yunqi, reminiscing as she looked upwards. "Your dad was always glued to you as soon as he was at home, never letting go when he held you. I couldn't compete with that. So most kids first call their mom, but you were the first to call dad." Zi Zunfang's lips curled slightly. "Your dad was napping at the time, and when he heard you call for him, he jumped up in excitement like a fish out of water. He's not one to smile much, but he was grinning all day that day. The next day, when your dad went to work out of town, the bus driver kept urging him to get on, but he insisted on hearing you call dad twice more before reluctantly getting on, and after that." Zi Zunfang chuckled, then suddenly realizing something, her words came to a halt and her expression gradually returned to calm. Like a stone dropped into water, starting with a smile, then gradually losing the ripples. She felt so forgetful. Her daughter would usually cry upon hearing such stories, and there she was casually mentioning this. Just as Zi Zunfang regretted trying to change the subject, she didn't expect Liang Jiru to smile at her. "I called dad first, were you not jealous?" Zi Zunfang was taken aback, and quickly said, "I was nearly envious back then." She stared dazedly at the girl holding the child, unable to speak for a moment. Zi Zunfang suddenly realized that her daughter had changed. Liang Jiru smiled faintly, her eyes slightly lowered, not saying anything more, just gently touching the soft little hand of Chen Muxu in her arms. Chen Muxu might have noticed something and rubbed her red and moist eyes with her chubby arm, suddenly saying, "Mama." Small children lack control, and Liang Jiru's eyes stung a bit, but she didn't have the capacity to care about it. Her eyes reddened further, not sure if it was due to being poked by Muxu or because of the sound she unintentionally made. Liang Jiru was so easily satisfied. Even a random syllable made her so excited she could cry. "What did you say?" Liang Jiru held up Chen Muxu and looked her in the eyes, nervously trembling in the throat. Chen Muxu's chubby little arms reached out towards her, as if she wanted a hug, while struggling to pronounce, "Mama." Chapter 424. Why are the one who has ripened is me? Liang Jiru was stunned for a moment. Apart from the tears shimmering in her eyes, she remained motionless for a long while. Mom tilde mom. Chen Muxu's pronunciation was initially unclear, but it became clearer and louder as she kept shouting. Ah. I'm here. Liang Jiru finally reacted and quickly wiped away her tears with the back of her hand. Mom. Here. With red-rimmed eyes, Liang Jiru responded every time Chen Muxu called out, fearing that Chen Muxu would be disappointed if she didn't respond even once. The mother and daughter took turns calling out, one laughing incessantly while the other tearfully responded. Chen Muxu seemed to find it funny and kept giggling. Zi Zunfang didn't say anything but smiled lightly from the side. Chen Lu, who had been napping, came out upon hearing the commotion and asked with a yawn, "What's going on?" "Little Muxu can call out mom now." Liang Jiru's tone was unusually excited. Chen Lu had always seemed a bit shy when he spoke, so speaking so loudly was a first. He approached to listen for himself, and indeed, the girl was calling out. Chen Dashi suddenly felt as if he had eaten a box of lemons in one go, his mouth puckering from the sourness. It was strangely enviable. He had worked so hard to teach the children for several months, but in the end, neither of the children learned. But as long as Liang Jiru was happy, that was all that mattered. He had been worrying about the two children for so long. Despite his envy, he still took Chen Yunqi from Zi Zunfang's arms, bounced him lightly, and softly said, "Yunqi, your sister has learned to call out mom, so why don't you try calling out mom too?" Chen Yunqi sucked on his finger, his eyes darting back and forth on his parents' faces thoughtfully before fixing his gaze on Chen Lu's face. "What's wrong?" Chen Lu and he stared at each other. Da. Chen Yunqi's intonation wasn't as accurate as his sister's, but it could still be heard. Chen Lu was stunned for a moment, and a strange thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Was this little guy trying to comfort him? After 2 seconds, he dismissed this childish thought with a laugh. How could such a young child understand? He was not even a year old yet. Upon hearing his brother call out, Chen Muxu called out Dad, as if in competition. Chen Lu, who had been feeling sour just moments ago, suddenly raised his eyebrows smugly and said to Liang Jiru, "You said it was too early when I taught them to call out Dad at that time. Are you envious now?" Liang Jiru pouted her cheeks, then looked gently at Chen Yunqi. "Yunqi, can you say mom too?" "Mom." If her husband and mother-in-law weren't present, Liang Jiru felt so excited that she wanted to roll on the bed. Chen Lu. Chen Dashi's earlier smugness vanished instantly. Chen Yunqi was much better at calling out mom than Dad. This little rascal probably knew how to call out mom from the beginning, and just called out Dad first to make his own father look pitiful. He had always thought this little guy should be a bit more naive than Muxu, but now it seemed not that simple. Both he and Liang Jiru were so simple and honest. How did they end up with such smart children? After a while, leaving Liang Jiru crying and laughing in the living room with the two children, he silently walked to the master bedroom's balcony, pulled the glass partition shut, gradually isolating himself from the noise in the living room. Looking up at the clear blue sky above him, Chen Lu pondered for a moment before suddenly wanting to make a phone call to Wang Zhao. He couldn't remember whether he had called his father or mother first when he was a child, as he was too young back then. But he would always remember that it was Chen Mo who had called his elder brother first. This had left both Chen Guanglin and Wang Zhao stunned and envious. They said they would remember this for a lifetime, but he felt the same way. Because of that tender call from his brother years ago, he was willing to save every penny of his meager allowance he got in elementary school to buy the most expensive doll at the department store. A child so young, with so much money in hand, caused store clerks to believe he had stolen it from home and initially refused to sell it to him. Now, he was willing to give everything, including his life, for Liang Jiru, as this naive girl called him her husband. He was willing to do everything to raise Yunqi and Muxu, because the two little ones called him Dad. Perhaps that was responsibility. Still lost in memories, the phone on the other end suddenly connected, with Wang Zhaoxia's curious voice coming through. "Hello. Mom, did I call Dad or Mom first back then?" Wang Zhaoxia's tone turned cold immediately. Just spit it out. "What mischief have you gotten into again? Why would you think that?" Chen Lu's voice trembled coldly. "Because I suspect you're trying to awaken your mom's love and affection for you, so I'll go easy on you," Wang Zhao said sternly and resolutely. Chen Lu smirked. "I was asking a serious question. I already told you, you surely called Mom first, right?" You remember so clearly. Of course, parents remember these things a lifetime, even if you ask me the same question in a few decades. Wang Xiaoxia's tone suddenly changed, and she hurriedly asked, "Did the two kids call out yet?" Yes, Muxu called mom first, Yunqi called dad first. Both children settled it on the same day. All right. Tomorrow, I need to teach them to call out grandma quickly before they get beaten by their grandmothers. Wang Zhao joked, but her tone was full of determination. When Chen Lu returned from the balcony, there were only Liang Jiru and the two children left in the living room. "Where's mom?" he curiously asked. She went back. Chen Lu nodded and sat cross-legged next to Liang Jiru, watching the two children quietly. When he heard them call out dad just now, his heart melted. All the tension, pressure, confusion, and anxiety he had felt in the past 2 years as a parent disappeared with that one word, dad. If there was still a tiny regret somewhere, it was that he hadn't spent much time, just the two of them, with this simple girl over the past 2 years, which made him feel a little guilty. Suddenly, he remembered something and asked curiously, "Mu Zimu, can I ask you a question?" Liang Jiru tilted her head, her red-rimmed eyes looking even more charming with her delicate curled eyelashes. "What question?" "On our wedding day, were you really on your safe period?" At this point, Chen Lu truly couldn't remember if the timing was right. He vaguely recalled Liang Jiru mentioning it was her safe period that day, and instinctively avoided eye contact. At that time, the naive girl had suggested setting the wedding day just before her senior year. Liang Jiru gradually averted her gaze from their eye contact, twirling the strands of hair on her face with her fingertips, nervously mumbling, It should be. Should be. I remember you sounded pretty sure back then. I have a bad memory. It's possible I miscalculated the dates if I was nervous." Liang Jiru pretended to be scared. Holding Chen Muxu's hand, she lightly waved it towards him, even though the probability was so small. Maybe it was fate. Ha! Chen Lu dryly laughed in his heart. Warm water cooks frogs. Chen Lu, you've cooked a big mess. You're completely ripe. Chapter 425 Storm. Although he had been experiencing turbulent emotions, Chen Lu quickly calmed himself down. This was just a small setback. There was still a long way to go, and he would eventually come back. Looking at Liang Jiru, he smiled and said, "You seem to like children more than I thought." He had just asked casually that night, but Liang Jiru had taken it seriously. This time, she understood his meaning and knew that he had guessed she had lied before. However, at this point, she didn't intend to change the subject. A faint blush appeared on her cheeks as she gazed at him with tender eyes. She locked eyes with Chen Lu and slowly moved closer to his ear. She hesitated a bit before softly saying, I just love the idea of having our own little baby more than you think." Watching Chen Yunqi and Chen Muxu crawling towards Duo, playing with the two cubs, Chen Lu couldn't help but smile. "They will be happier than us." Liang Jiru spoke up, "Don't say that." Chen Lu turned to see Liang Jiru looking at him with a determined gaze. "I hope I can make you and our child as happy as possible," she said earnestly, bending her head to fidget with her fingers. After October, the autumn rain in Hang City persisted, and the weather grew colder. As the children grew older, Chen Lu could finally refocus some of his energy on the company. The next morning, as the boss who had been absent for a long time, he clocked in for the first time. With less than 3 months left before the official public testing of the Gate of Annihilation, there was a final routine meeting with many investors to attend. "Hey, who's this intruder at our company?" Lin Miaomio's sarcastic voice was heard as Chen Lu entered. Chen Lu remained calm, responding with a friendly smile, "When you find your bonus deducted this month, you'll figure out who I am." Lin Miao huffed and bit her lip. Chen Lu was about to leave when she poked his arm with a file bag. Pointing to her neck, she teased, "Pull your collar up a bit." Chen Lu glanced at his phone and noticed the strawberry on his neck, so he hastily adjusted his collar. The banter continued between them as Lin Miao expressed jealousy over Liang Jiru caring for the children during the day and Chen Lu at night. The playful teasing turned into a heart-to-heart moment as they discussed personal matters unbeknownst to others in the office. The dynamics and relationships within the group were quirky but endearing, showcasing a mix of humor, sincerity, and understanding. As the lengthy meeting continued, feelings were shared, misunderstandings were cleared up, and relationships between characters evolved in unexpected ways, creating a sense of warmth and camaraderie in the midst of everyday chaos. Through humor and candid conversations, the characters navigated both professional challenges and personal growth, making Chapter 425 a memorable journey of self-discovery and connection. Text revised for coherence and flow. Chapter 426. The coming storm. The promotional effect is not very ideal. Peng Lian adjusted his glasses and spoke softly. Chen Lu's expression didn't change much. How is it not ideal? The feedback from players in the closed beta is good, but the popularity just can't seem to pick up no matter what. Peng Lian sighed. Since he had originally planned to report to Chen Lu today, he decided to lay it all out at once. Our investment in advertising promotions is basically negative. Gate of Endings is after all the only mobile game with this type of gameplay on the market. It's unique, so some players may not necessarily feel motivated to try it out. Seeing Chen Lu's cold expression, he hesitated slightly before quickly comforting, but it's not that bad actually. The pre-launch hype for this game is much stronger than our previous two games. It just means being praised, but not achieving success. Chen Lu muttered silently in his heart, unable to resist smiling at Peng Lian. The words Peng Lian used to console Zhang Chao were harsh enough, yet he still tried to comfort him. How pessimistic the situation really was. No one in Polaris Games knew better than its founder. They had no money for promotions before, and the hype for the first two games was already low. They only gained traction after some flashy activities during official launches. Not to mention how much less effective their promotional efforts were now compared to before. The initial budget for Gate of Endings was already 60 million, and with subsequent investments, it had crossed the threshold of 80 million. The development cycle alone was longer than the combined total of the previous two games. Therefore, this game couldn't follow the conventional path since its inception. If the hype was slightly lower, they wouldn't even be able to recover their costs. Although the feedback on the promotions wasn't good, this kind of situation couldn't be hidden from the investors. So Peng Lian presented the report in the meeting as it was. Boss Chen, daring to use 100 million to gamble. I wonder how much better you are than those peers of the same age. In the past, Boss Chen was so confident. I thought this game would be a big hit. Ha! Turns out it's just a dud despite all the money spent on advertising. At this moment, a few investors suddenly spoke. These followers might have only a half-baked understanding of the industry, as they didn't have the patience of those who had invested from the beginning. Feeling like they might not get their money back, they started to mumble sarcastically. Young people these days are all talk and no action. I saw it coming early on, so I didn't invest much. A middle-aged man with a round face chimed in, then glanced over at Yu Chunlin sitting nearby. General Yu, we've known each other for so many years, and this is the first time I've seen you misjudge someone. Yu Chunlin smiled politely with her hands clasped, then turned her head to continue observing the situation with a smile. Quiet murmurs persisted on the left side of the meeting table. Some senior members of Polaris Games wanted to say something, but with the disappointments from the costly promotional efforts during the closed beta, they felt uncertain. If things continued this way, Gate of Endings would not generate enough revenue, and Polaris Games would be dragged down to bankruptcy. All their hard work over the years would go to waste. At first, they were even worried that Chen Lu might not take it well. Bang! The table in the meeting room was suddenly slammed, causing a muffled echo to fill the room. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and silence enveloped the surroundings. Chen Lu looked up to see that the sound had come from Lin Miao Miao. I can't believe this person showed up for the meeting. That was his initial reaction. Lin Miao Miao winced in pain, quickly stifling a sound, then shook the hand she used to slam the table underneath, continuing with a fiery tone. An 80 million project. If I were to invest only 2 million like you, I'd be too embarrassed to even attend the meeting. Bossly over there could go on, but don't think you're better than others. The man was caught off guard by her retort and subconsciously glared at her. However, Lin Miao Miao remained unfazed, meeting his gaze with a cold expression. She thought to herself, if she isn't afraid of Chen Lu, why should she be scared of him? She was the only one in Polaris Games who dared to speak out. Keeping silent throughout, Chen Lu tapped the table twice, drawing everyone's attention. With the meeting room quiet once again, he finally spoke. Although the contract stated that investments cannot be withdrawn, we can revise the agreement to allow you to pull out your funds. Of course, when it comes time for dividends, it won't concern you anymore. As Chen Lu spoke calmly and gently, The round-faced man was suddenly taken aback, feeling a bit uncertain whether he had misunderstood the situation or if Chen Lu truly had some way out. Surrounded by industry peers, backing down in front of a young man wouldn't be a good look. And Lin, it'd be best for you to move quickly. If you wait too long, North Star might go bankrupt and won't be able to pay back those 2 million. Chen Lu joked with a smile, but his fingers were tightly gripped around the carbon pen, showing a hint of strain. If a few more investors were to withdraw, North Star wouldn't be able to come up with so much money right now. He was essentially betting on whether he could shake these people with one move, or else their constant bickering could ruin morale just before the official launch. Thankfully, he won the bet. Yu Chunlin, who had invested a total of 40 million, inexplicably sported a broader smile on her face. The other investors looked at Chen Lu, then at her, hesitated, but none dared to speak up. From a small studio with just over 10 people to what Polaris Games has become now, we've encountered numerous setbacks. This one won't make much of a difference. Leave this to me. Let's call it a day. With these words, Chen Lu announced the end of the meeting and promptly left. Peng Leian followed, asking harriedly, "Brother Lu, have you figured out a solution?" "Not yet, still working on it." "Then, why did you ... Seeing you all looking so disheartened, if I, the leader, were to admit defeat, wouldn't that be the end?" Walking to the window, Chen Lu saw a few droplets of rain falling outside, paused for a moment, and gazed quietly into the distance. Chapter 427. How did we end up with a third wheel? On the other side, Yu Chunlin, accompanied by Shen Zizhen, walked out of the North Star's gate slowly. "I actually hope that North Star encounters some issues now." Yu Chunlin looked at the ground, gradually getting wet from the rain, raised the corner of her mouth, and suddenly said, "Then wouldn't your investment of 40 million be all in vain?" Shen Zizhen, feeling a bit confused, stepped forward to open the car door for Yu Chunlin. For this matter, we even kicked out a shareholder back then. He was well aware that although his boss had a strong financial background, she definitely wouldn't take the loss of 40 million lightly. And compared to that amount, what was most important was Yu Chunlin's nearly untouchable reputation built up over the years. At this point, reputation mattered more than money. That was why Li Zong had just mocked her like that. Yu Chunlin got into the car, shook her head with a smile, and said softly, "Only if North Star goes bankrupt, I will have the chance to pull him into my company. If I bring this person under my wing, he can earn me countless more 40 millions. After saying that, she turned back to Shen Zizhen and held up her fingers. "He's only 24 this year. Not to mention that he was able to pull in Professor Yin under circumstances that were not familial or friendly," she continued. "Even with our scale, if there were any legal disputes with North Star, we wouldn't gain any advantage in Hang City. Whether it's his intellect or these connections, they all add to his personal value." Shen Zizhen suddenly suspected that she had already anticipated the current situation when she made the investment years ago. "No wonder you weren't worried at all just now. I climbed up from nothing to where I am today, relying on never making mistakes. I've already seen that you truly like this kid." Shen Zizhen felt a bit envious inexplicably. Although Yu Chunlin had been quite dedicated when she recruited him back then, it was nothing compared to this level of attention. Yu Chunlin reached out to catch a few raindrops, then turned around and expressionlessly slowly rolled up the car window. "Of course, I like anyone who can help me make money." Zhang Chao had been unable to come because his daughter was hospitalized, and Chen Lu had stayed in the company until late at night for the first time. The lights outside were bright, casting a clear light on the road. Many university students walked in pairs, enjoying their carefree youth. Inside the office, the lights were off, and it was pitch black. Chen Lu sat on the chair like a sculpture, without making a sound for a long time. Lost in thought, his phone suddenly vibrated on the desk, and the screen's light seemed glaring in the darkness. "Liang Jiru, where are you?" Chen Lu, still at the office, got some unfinished business. "Liang Jiru, shall I come find you?" "Liang Jiru, I'm waiting outside, won't cause you any trouble." Chen Lu, "No need, it's late. I'm on my way home now." As Chen Lu walked out of the office, the lights in the company had already been turned off. Just as he was about to leave, he heard Peng Leian calling out to him. "Lu Jie, wanna go have a late-night snack?" Chen Lu was startled by him. "Why the hell are you still here? It's almost 11. I've held the record for overtime champion for several years. Can't let you break it, right?" Seeing Chen Lu leave speechless, Peng Lian quickly took out his phone and sent a message in the group. Peng Lian. Lu Jie left. Xiaoji, when did this happen? Why so sudden? Peng Lian, just a moment ago. In the group chat with tens of people, there was silence for a while. Finally, Xiaoji sent a voice message first, her tone not as timid as usual, more intense. Peng Lian, weren't you supposed to keep an eye on him? Is this how you keep watch? A husky tied at the company gate would be more useful than you. Are you living up to us? To the boss lady? Damn! You eternal sinner! Peng Lian, no, I mean he left the company to go home. Lin Miao Miao, is that how you speak? Peng Lian, he seems to be in a normal state, nothing out of the ordinary. Xiaoji retracted a message. Xiaoji, understood, remember to report any updates, brother Lian. Lin Miao Miao, at Xiaoji, I still like your rebellious attitude just now. Please bring it back. Lin Miao Miao, who will be on watch next time? Let's roll dice, the one who rolls the lower number goes. Back home, Liang Jiru was sitting alone on the sofa, her left arm hanging naturally, her right hand tightly gripping her left arm, looking a bit uneasy. She didn't do anything, just sat there quietly. Where are the two children? He asked softly. Just put them to bed, she replied. Maybe it was just an illusion, but Chen Lu felt like he saw her relax a bit. Chen Lu nodded slightly, feeling a bit hungry, but decided against it when he saw the time. He slowly sat next to the girl and noticed Liang Jiru's tired eyes slightly closing, so he asked, "It's late, why aren't you sleeping?" "I wanted to wait for you," Liang Jiru said, leaning her head on his shoulder, her tone incredibly gentle. "When Yunqi and Muxu grow up, will you take me out to play? You mentioned wanting to take me to see the aurora before, and the glowing sea." "Sure. Then when we're older, after I've saved enough from painting, I want to open a coffee shop. Like the one we went to for Liu Yan's marriage, with lots of pastries. You usually play games or go fishing when you have nothing to do, so will you come and keep me company at the shop? Wouldn't that be quite happy?" Chen Lu nodded slightly in agreement, still a bit surprised. After all, he had never heard this girl talk about this before. Why suddenly want to open a coffee shop? I feel like that way I can eat lots of cream puffs and other things without worrying about profits. This response made Chen Lu chuckle a bit. As he reached out to pinch the girl's cheek, "You look so eager, one would think you're chubby, but you have no fat at all." But as Liang Jiru spoke more confidently, Chen was very satisfied. All these years of tempting this girl with food, fun, and enjoyment had paid off. But why was this fool suddenly talking about the future with him? Chen Lu felt something was off. Liang Jiru had never mentioned these things before. The living room gradually fell silent, and with the scent of the girl's hair and body, Chen Lu's restless heart also calmed down. He reached out to embrace Liang Jiru's slender waist, preparing to lean over and kiss her. The girl realized his intentions and closed her eyes slowly, waiting obediently. Just as their lips were about to meet, he suddenly hesitated, his gaze unconsciously shifting to the bedroom. Chen Muxu had somehow stood up holding onto the crib's railing, sucking her fingers while gazing at them with her to clear and pure eyes. Poor kid. Chapter 428. Who said I went bankrupt? Chapter 428. Who said I went bankrupt? Sensing his lack of movement, Liang Jiru slowly opened her eyes again and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong?" "The child is awake." Chen Lu walked silently to the bedroom, seeing Chen Yunqi still sleeping peacefully. He couldn't bear to wake his son up, so he just picked up Muzu and brought her over. "Say Dad." He sat back on the couch and lightly pinched Chen Muxu's cheek, blaming the little troublemaker for ruining his moment. "Daddy, just a moment ago." Chen Lu was a bit irritated, but now he was smiling like a fool. "So well behaved. Let me give you a kiss." He planted a kiss on Muzu's jelly-like cheek, and when he heard her giggle, Chen Lu's heart melted. He used to think Zhang Chao was too doting on his daughter in the past, but now he felt Zhang Chao was still too conservative. Damn it, if anyone dares to pursue this little troublemaker in the future, let Yunqi go beat them up. Thinking like this, he kissed Muzu on the other cheek. Muzu smiled and touched his face, prompting Chen Lu to kiss her on the other cheek as well. "I want 3 more, Liang Jiru pouted. This man had once told her to consider who had been by her side the longest in her life and not neglect her husband for their child. And now, he was only kissing their daughter and ignoring his wife. "Are you even jealous of your own daughter?" Chen Lu teased her. The girl didn't say anything. She just raised her watery eyes and looked at him with a somewhat pitiful expression. Chen Lu felt his heart skip a beat. All right, Muzu, wait a moment. Papa will perform a magic trick for you. Even though the child didn't understand everything, Chen Lu covered Muzu's eyes with his hand and then leaned in to kiss Liang Jiru. Even though the cold wind was biting outside, he felt a warmth in the living room. After a while, their lips parted. If only I had given birth to 2 sons for you instead. Liang Jiru mumbled softly as she pinched her fingers. Chen Lu couldn't help but laugh. Silly girl. Chen Lu, how much debt do you owe? Seeing a faint smile finally appear on Chen Lu's face, Liang Jiru mustered up the courage to ask quietly, her eyes fixed on his expression, afraid of upsetting him. Lin Miao Miao had only mentioned to her that Chen Lu might be facing bankruptcy and failure in his business, prompting her to pay more attention to his state. She didn't understand much about the operation of a company, so she subconsciously associated bankruptcy with debt. After all, that's how it always played out in TV dramas, and she had read many news articles about big bosses going bankrupt. Chen Lu tilted his head in confusion. When did I owe money? How come I don't even know about it? Just as he was about to speak, Liang Jiru tightly grabbed his right hand. Her eyes were still as clear and beautiful as they were years ago, just with a hint of determination now. She softly said, "It's okay. No matter how much debt there is, we can slowly pay it off together. I've survived tough times before, so I'm not afraid to face them again. I just want you to be well." Chen Lu wondered why Liang Jiru seemed a bit off tonight. Who started this rumor? He sighed lightly and waved his hand towards Liang Jiru. I owe a whole billion, and I won't be able to repay it in this lifetime. You can still divorce and run away now, and this debt won't fall on you. Chen Lu felt like he was being a little foolish, as Liang Jiru had just left him speechless earlier, and now he couldn't resist teasing her back. Liang Jiru's eyes welled up with tears, but she still said earnestly, I'm not leaving. Chen Lu's tone turned icy. Do you even understand how much debt is involved in this? Not just for a lifetime, but for many lifetimes. By then, we won't even have a house, and we'll be living on pickles and steamed buns every day. Then I won't leave either. Liang Jiru's eyes were red and looked like she might cry in the next moment. Almost pleadingly she said, Chen Lu, I beg you, please don't reject me, okay? Wait, do you really believe that? Chen Lu stayed silent for a moment, then lightly tapped Liang Jiru's forehead with his index finger. The mother of their 2 children, and she still believed everything he said without a doubt. I didn't lose any money. Before starting my own business, I set a bottom line for myself, never asking for money from family and never getting into debt. So this time, it's just about earning easy money, wiping out a few years of effort, but it won't affect the family. Some entrepreneurs fail because they cannot handle this kind of setback and resort to all sorts of ways to raise funds, eventually losing everything completely. He wouldn't do the same. Even if he felt discontent in his heart, he wouldn't drag Liang Jiru and Chen Guanglin into it. Just that he didn't realize that his expression didn't match the indifference of his words. Liang Jiru's mood hadn't improved, her eyes still veiled with mist. After being together for so long, she still couldn't tell how much of what Chen Lu said was true. After all, since the first time they met, even when they were children, he had spun her around with his words. But whether Chen Lu was in a good or bad mood was something she could tell. Daddy! Muzu seemed to notice the heavy atmosphere between the 2 adults and sat on Chen Lu's lap, reaching her little hand up to touch his face. Chen Lu lifted her above his head, smiled lightly, and looked into her eyes. Don't worry. I have ways to support our family. Dad is the main pillar of our home. Liang Jiru's eyes reddened, initially not thinking much about it, but she couldn't withstand Chen Lu's constant glances at her. Chen Lu had been mentioning the same thing for 2 whole years, and it was only today that she finally understood what being the main pillar meant. She wiped the corners of her eyes, feeling angry and sad as she glanced at him, but ultimately couldn't bear to condemn him. The child was quickly overwhelmed by drowsiness, and within a few minutes, Chen Muxu was asleep in Chen Lu's arms. Liang Jiru took a deep breath, lowered her head to pinch her fingers, and finally murmured softly, I bought a pair of new socks. Her voice became smaller and smaller, almost fading into the dust by the end. It had been a long time since she had bought something like this and promised to show it to Chen Lu, but that was ages ago. If it weren't for his bad mood, she wouldn't have bought it. Chen Lu replied, I said we have no debts, so buy whatever you like. White ones. Chen Lu turned to look at her. Why did you suddenly mention this? Liang Zhirou's face turned red all the way to her ears, feeling quite aggrieved. Did she express herself that ambiguously? If you don't want to see it, forget it. Feeling increasingly upset as she walked back to the bedroom, Chen Lu suddenly realized and followed her like a thief. You should have said that earlier. Before closing the door, he said mischievously. Chapter 429, How to Explain That You're Not Sick. Chapter 429, How to Explain That You're Not Sick late at night. After coaxing Liang Zhirou to sleep, Chen Lu slowly walked out of the bedroom, no longer smiling carelessly. After getting married, he finally realized how heavy the burden of responsibility truly was. When he closed his eyes, a whole family was waiting for him to create a better life. Liang Zhirou might not care if he made money or not, but he didn't want to see himself continue to be like how he was at the beginning, only willing to buy himself clothes worth a few dollars, hesitating even when buying groceries for half a day. He also didn't want Yunqi and Muxu to grow up and see other kids holding all sorts of new and interesting toys while having to lie to themselves that they didn't envy them, that they needed to be sensible. Chen Lu let out a sigh, realizing he had been too lucky before. People are like this, until the critical moment arrives, they always think they will definitely be the lucky one who succeeds and don't see the heap of bones beneath the waves. If only he had a system, he could just sign in and receive a few million, or simply give away a company out of nowhere. Why would he worrying so much that he couldn't sleep, even if they just gave some rewards for completing tasks? Unfortunately, reality wasn't that absurd. There were no pie in the sky. Chen Lu looked up, summarizing the current problem. Ultimately, it all boiled down to one thing. Nowadays, players are exhausted from work and life every day. After work, they just want to do their daily routines, watch some short videos, and then sleep. They don't have much thought and are not willing to spend time trying new things. So the promotion wasn't ideal, no momentum was built up, and the game didn't generate enough popularity when it went online. Beidou was not a penguin or pig farm after all. Without that much name recognition, naturally they didn't have that much advantage in promotion. Mobile games rely on quality and word of mouth, which happened to be the least effective. If there wasn't enough initial excitement, it couldn't pick up later. Because those real big companies aren't stupid. Once the game goes online, they will surely notice the potential of Gateway to the end. It's just that it didn't generate enough excitement. The next day, games imitating this gameplay would be initiated by their company. Gateway to the End itself is a game mainly focused on social interactions and online dungeons. By then, when those well-funded companies flood the market with promotions, many people playing might suddenly find out everyone around them is playing similar games with the same mechanics, and there would be no reason to continue playing this one, even if it was slightly more fun. So the mobile game market pie is actually quite easy to snatch away. Pesticides were able to kill off other mobile games, not only because they were fun. Once such a thing happens, Beidou wouldn't have any chance to turn things around. Thinking about it now, the problem became very simple. In 3 months, either they seize the entire market right after the launch, leaving other companies with only scraps, or it's a dead end. Why is nothing going my way? I'm not Zhuge Liang after all. Chen Lu muttered in his heart, sighed lightly, and continued to look at the night outside the window. What he didn't see was Liang Zhirou standing quietly at the corner behind the wall, silently accompanying him. That night, Chen Lu sat alone in front of the sofa for a long time, and Liang Zhirou stood behind the wall for a long time. The next morning, with dark circles under his eyes, Chen Lu finished dressing and was preparing to go to the office. Even though there wasn't much to do there, it could at least reassure the employees. As he reached the entrance, Liang Zhirou, who had been following behind him the whole time, suddenly stopped and gently tugged at the hem of his clothes. Chen Lu turned around to see the girl looking at him shyly. I want to go with you. Chen Lu tilted his head. Why do you suddenly want to come to the office with me? Meow said she wants to teach me drawing. The child. Your mother will come to take care of them later. Can she even teach you now? The three of us must have someone to learn from, learning from others' strengths. Liang Zhirou looked serious. Chen Lu smiled. This silly girl didn't even need a proper reason. There was a knock on the door beside him, and as he opened it, it was indeed Wang Zhao'o. Tears welled up in her eyes as soon as she saw him, walking up and rubbing his face. Even if the company closes, we can just not run it. Can't we do something else? You have to take care of yourself. If something happens to you, I won't be able to live. It's not like that. Why would my company suddenly close? Besides, Mom, do you think I'm that fragile? Chen Lu smirked. Even if I can't make it through this time, it's just $1 million that I've earned going down the drain. Chen Lu paused for a moment. Just over $1 million, going down the drain. Something was off. Saying it like that, it seemed unbelievable. Wang Zhao naturally didn't believe him, don't I? Remember when you didn't do well on that final exam, staying out until late at night alone? Your father and I were so worried, almost calling the police. I just went to the internet cafe to clear my mind. Chen Lu said halfway, quickly covering his mouth, quietly taking a couple of steps back, seeing fear in Wang Zhaoxia's eyes. Fortunately, Wang Zhao remained expressionless. Mom, I have such a good wife, and 2 children. Even if the company closes, I am content. How could I be so down? Chen Lu shrugged. He was concerned, sure, but to blatantly say he couldn't handle it was a bit much. With no debts, he had the opportunity to start all over again or do something else. Worst case scenario was that he wouldn't be making as much money as he was with his own company. Not to mention the fact that back then, Grandpa Yin insisted he pass the bar exam, giving him another path. Wang Zhao fell silent for a moment, then showed a hint of difficulty. You've said everything I wanted to say. What else is there for me to say? Then I won't say anymore. I'm perfectly fine now. Chen Lu was speechless. He wanted to check the time on his phone, only to be startled by a flood of WeChat messages on the screen. The first one was from Chen Mo. Bro, destiny has chosen you for a great task. The rest is too long. You know what I mean. You must not give up. Although I've always teased you from childhood till now, I've actually always thought that no one else's brother is as amazing as mine. And even though I always complained about becoming a dragon like you, you can always become one for your sister. At the very least, I'll work hard too. Chen Mo, Chen Lu, are you pretending to be dead? Chen Mo, bro, I beg you, could you reply to my messages? I remember when I was little, you saved up pocket money to buy me Barbie dolls. If something happened to you, who will look after me? Lin Miao Miao wasn't as long-winded as Chen Mo. She only sent a sentence. Think about Jiru. Damn. The scariest thing is not that you're not handling things well. It's that people around you think you're not handling things well. There's absolutely no way to explain it. It feels like being suddenly locked up in a mental hospital and trying to convince the doctor that you're perfectly fine. Seeing Liang Jiru looking worried and scared, Chen Lu decided not to go to the office. Liang Jiru happily agreed, her tension reducing significantly, knowing that Chen Lu was beside her. In the following days, Chen Lu stayed at home, as usual, playing with the kids, appearing normal, but occasionally zoning out, seemingly lost in thought. I figured it out. One afternoon, while stacking blocks with the kids, Chen Lu suddenly stood up and said, both kids were just over a year old when they learned to walk early. Their parents' calls became smoother, occasionally picking up on a few other words. They were at the adorable age where crying was their only method of communication. Unfortunately, Chen Lu hadn't had much time to spend with the kids lately, as he had been preoccupied with the company's affairs. The day before the launch, he called Peng Lei into his office. There's still some money left in the company, so take all the remaining money to invite streamers to try the game. Make sure they are online right on launch day, waiting at the login interface. Peng Lei nodded lightly upon hearing this, feeling a bit down. It seemed Brother Lu hadn't thought of any other ways and was just making a last-ditch effort. It's all right, Brother Lu. We can start from scratch if needed. I don't need a salary. He spoke halfway before being interrupted by Chen Lu. And there's one last thing I need you to do. Chen Lu added softly. Peng Lei's eyes lit up. What is it? Come here. Only you can know about this. Chen Lu beckoned to him with a smirk. Recently, Zhang Chao couldn't free up space, so this matter could only be told to Peng Lei, and only he could handle it. Peng Lei didn't say another word until he walked out of Chen Lu's office. Suddenly, he felt that he had been kept by Chen Lu's side for so many years, personally nurtured, and yet he hadn't learned even the basics. Chapter 430, Rising from the Dead. The next day marked the official opening day of Gate of Apocalypse. Notably, including Liang Jiru, All the well-known live streamers, as well as players eagerly anticipating this game, rushed to log in as soon as the game launched. Suddenly, they found an issue with their login rewards in their mailbox. The email clearly stated that they would receive 6 Firestones, which were items used to draw characters. However, they actually received a total of 60 Firestones. Essentially, this was equivalent to a package that could only be obtained by recharging 648 yuan. This bug lasted for approximately 2 hours before being urgently fixed. As expected, 2 groups of people quickly emerged on various forums. One group had managed to obtain the rewards for free or had seen the incident while watching a live stream. They paraded around the streets, showing off, afraid that others wouldn't know they had drawn good characters using the free Firestones. The other group, who missed out, became increasingly bitter as they watched. They had started to curse out Zhang Chao personally. As for why Zhang Chao was being blamed instead of Chen Lu, this stemmed from a few years ago, back when Polar Star was first established. Chen Lu had surreptitiously placed the responsibilities on Zhang Chao's shoulders. On that morning, Polar Star was trending on Weibo due to the incident, attracting numerous influencers who sniffed out the opportunity for more followers and quickly posted numerous critical videos. In the afternoon, when the fire was at its peak, Chen Lu hurriedly organized a small press conference with live streaming. Polar Star was no longer a small company, and they were able to handle such events. Chen Lu himself, as the founder, issued an apology statement and announced that the supervisor responsible for the bug caused by the wrong code, Peng Lian, would be suspended for 3 months. Furthermore, he severely penalized the employee who had terminated the email distribution without authorization. Wait, you punished the person who stopped the email distribution? A sharp-eyed reporter suddenly questioned. Yes, Chen Lu nodded slightly. We promise not to retract the rewards or investigate players who had already used these Firestones. As the barrage of criticism filled the screen, Chen Lu slowly continued, for players who missed out on this bug on the launch day, you can expect to receive the makeup rewards tonight, and players who register for the game within 3 days will still receive the mail. As the insults filled the screen, Chen Lu continued, today, players who miss this bug's rewards can expect to receive our makeup rewards tonight, and players who register for the game within 3 days will still receive the mail. The uproar in the program department continued. Concerned that someone might reveal the truth behind the incident being orchestrated by Chen Lu from beginning to end, Peng Lian stubbornly refused to speak up, insisting that he made a mistake while coding. Consequently, he became the target of blame and faced numerous criticisms, even nearly being physically attacked by other employees. Despite being targeted, he continued to remain silent. Lin Miao Miao, after witnessing the end of the press conference, hurriedly held back Ziya, ready to clash with Peng Lian. Tears filled Ziji's eyes. Sister Miao Miao, Brother Lu, and Madam Boss treated you so well. Why are you stopping me? Lin Miao Miao pondered silently and shook her head. She had wanted to join in punishing Peng Lian initially. But as the situation unfolded, given her understanding of Chen Lu, she sensed that something was amiss. If her speculation was correct, she couldn't act on it, keeping the entire company in the dark about this. She suddenly felt Chen Lu was somewhat terrifying. If he didn't focus on game development, he might have already made a fortune by now. The next day, after the turmoil settled down, Chen Lu continued to stay at home as if nothing had happened. Suddenly, he received a message. Peng Lian, Boss Lu, our game is now ranked first in the download charts. We are leading by a large margin. Chen Lu, send a skin activation code to Director Li, who withdrew from the meeting before, and tell him it's a bonus from me. As Chen Lu turned 26 when his 2 children were over 2 years old, he did 2 things. He graciously cleared all the shares owned by Penguin and Polar Star and distributed them to a few senior employees who had been with him from the beginning. Secondly, although Liang Jiru had casually mentioned it one night, he did invest in a coffee shop with her, which was located by the riverside. 3 years later, a middle-aged man named Zhang Chao stood before him, silently gazing at him for a long time before sighing softly. Our company has survived all these years. Why do you suddenly not want to continue? Zhang Chao couldn't help but ask. Although everyone at Polar Star knew that Chen Lu was a remote office professional, he was being too aloof recently, and they hadn't seen him for a while. Chen Lu sat on the sofa, books in hand, and said, "It's nothing." Despite the company not being busy these days, he was just taking it easy. Previously, I didn't have to go to work, but I had to keep thinking all the time. It's truly tiring. After achieving financial freedom, do you lack motivation? Zhang Chao asked. There's no such thing as earning enough money. Even if I just rely on interest, I still have to worry about inflation. I just want to rest, Chen Lu replied. Just as Zhang Chao was about to speak, Chen Lu's expression suddenly became serious. Deep down, you know all along. If I continue to take the lead, your dad will never approve of you. It's just that you don't want to, and you can't bring yourself to push me out like that, Chen Lu continued. Now is a good time. The next game development project at Polar Star is handed over to you, and I can take a break, Chen Lu said. The living room fell silent. Zhang Chao understood the implications behind Chen Lu's words. He was suddenly doubting whether on that evening 5 years ago, when Chen Lu promised to start a business venture with him, Chen Lu had foreseen this day. The current Polar Star is your hard work. I can't bear to let it go, Zhang Chao sighed softly. How about this? Just like when we started the Yaoguang studio, I'll establish another studio under Polar Star's name and invest my own money in a new project. Sounds good, Chen Lu responded lightly, having anticipated Zhang Chao's decision. He genuinely wanted to pass on Polar Star to Zhang Chao, but he also knew that Zhang Chao would rather not pursue his dreams than tarnish the efforts they had both put in to build the company from scratch together for 5 years. After bidding farewell to Zhang Chao, with Chen Yunqi running around in various rooms, he quickly reminded them, then lowered his head to continue reading. Liang Jiru wasn't as astute as Chen Lu, and she relied on the clever and resourceful Chen to learn about coffee. In the end, she was the one managing everything. It seemed that holy moly, this time around, little Chen Yunqi was acting too wild, constantly interrupting his thoughts. Once children grasped the mechanics of Earth Online, they naturally embarked on a journey to explore the world. Typically, the starting village was considered their home. They would scour around for treasures like gamers in The Witcher 3 or The Legend of Zelda, digging up every possible item. When Chen Muxu grew a little older, she no longer nibbled and bit at her older brother like she used to. She started growing her hair and gaining a sense of being a girl. However, she enjoyed mimicking him and was now imitating his reading habits. Chen Lu was about to reach out and pat her head when Chen Yunqi suddenly ran over with a blue plastic box in his hands. Dad, what's this? Chen Lu sat up right on the sofa and leaned over to take a look. Theodore. Chen Lu was stunned. That rascal had managed to dig this out from somewhere. Seeing that Chen Yunqi was about to open it himself, he quickly said, "This is a balloon, let Daddy blow one up for you." Luckily, Chen Yunqi was easily fooled, unlike Chen Lu, who recognized words when he found this toy at home. "I want to play too," Chen Yunqi shouted, reaching out to grab it. When he realized that Chen Lu wasn't going to give it to him, he obediently withdrew his hand. "Balloons that only adults can blow up. You can play with it when you grow up," Chen Lu said, slowly inflating the balloon. He then reached out to hand it to his son. "Don't take it outside." Chen Yunqi nodded repeatedly, his eyes filled with excitement and admiration. The transparent balloon inflated like a bubble and looked better than the ones sold in supermarkets. Chen Yunqi became bored of the balloon and set his sights on the study room. "Don't disturb Mom while she's painting. Be careful, Mom might use rocket headbutt on you, and it hurts a lot. Mom is a blastwa." Chen Yunqi clenched his fists, recalling the anime he watched with his dad the night before. Chen Lu was astonished. He couldn't believe he had taught him so well. The moment he worried about how to discipline you, you willingly hung yourself. If he dared to bet, the moment he stepped into the study room, he'd immediately get a rocket headbutt. Then Liang Jiru ran over and bumped him, her eyes fixed on the blue box. Chen Yunqi urgently pulled back his hand before reaching out again. "This is for adults only. When you grow up, you can play with it." Chen Lu slowly inflated the balloon and extended it to his son. "No taking it outside." Chen Yunqi nodded vigorously, his innocent gaze filled with excitement and adoration. The balloon that only adults could play with was transparent and inflated like a bubble, much more appealing than those found in supermarkets. In the afternoon, you watch the kids. I'll go with Meow Meow to check out the coffee shop's renovation and see the kindergarten. Liang Jiru had just stepped out of the painting room, clutching her neck, and saw the inflated balloon in Chen Lu's hands, frozen in place. Her ears gradually took on a faint crimson hue. After a brief pause, she took a few more steps towards the painting room, waving Chenlu over, speaking softly, "Honey, come here." "You're dreaming," Chenlu coldly responded. He wasn't going to fall for this. If she suddenly called him honey, it was bound to be no good. He was willing to bet that if he entered the painting room, he would immediately receive a blow. And then, Liang Jiru ran over and pushed him playfully, gesturing towards the blue box. After standing there dumbfounded for a moment, Liang Jiru sat back down to continue painting. What a person, bullying his wife every day, even teasing the kids. Chen Muxu looked at the two people banished by their mother, smiled slightly, and went back to her picture book. It seemed like her mother had painted it herself, something that other kids didn't have. However, she couldn't understand. Why didn't the crow just fly to the river to drink directly from it instead of picking up stones on the river bank? The people in the stories seemed foolish to her. The raven could fly to the river and drink, but instead picked up stones. She couldn't figure it out. She thought the characters in the story were idiots. Chapter 431. Learning to communicate. Chen Muxu brought up this question. Sometimes things like this don't need reasons to be pursued, just like why we climb a mountain, because the mountain is there. Chen Lu pondered for a moment and continued, when there's no water in the creek in the future, this crow will definitely be the one to survive. Muxu, you should think more in the future and not be lazy about this, understand? Of course, Chen Muxu couldn't understand such philosophical words. She just excitedly exclaimed, I want to climb a mountain too. Drink more milk, and when you do grow a bit older, Mom and Dad will take you to climb Mount Tai, Chen Lu said softly. Liang Jiru mentioned that she wanted to fulfill a vow she made, but she couldn't recall what wish she had made. Initially, she was reluctant to say, but eventually, she must have told him, right? Chen Lu answered patiently at first, until she asked why the little monkey didn't eat the sesame seeds before carrying the watermelon home. Do you know what sesame seeds are? I don't know. Next time, ask your sister Zhongnan. He was momentarily speechless, feeling that sometimes you have to use magic to defeat magic. He really couldn't keep up with the children's thinking sometimes. You can't tell a child that it's for the plot's sake. Before considering if they can comprehend it, their curiosity would have been dulled. After a while, Chen Yunqi got tired of playing and ran back to the bedroom to sleep, and when Dodo finished his bodyguard duties and returned to the living room, he voluntarily jumped onto Chen Lu's lap. Dodo was older now, and no longer as timid as when he was first brought in. He seemed to have considered this place his territory. If you were to calculate his lifespan in human terms, this foolish cat was already at middle age and no longer young. Chen Lu pinched the flesh ball on its paw, pinched it for a while, and Dodo stood up in his arms, refusing to let him continue pinching, and went to sleep by the French windows. He smiled softly. Liang Jiru was indeed more fun to play with. In the afternoon, Liang Jiru and Lin Miao Miao continued to study the renovation of the cafe. Chen Lu saw that the weather outside was nice, so he decided to take the two human offspring to the nearby park. The park had been built in the past 2 years and was not very large, but it had a sandbox and a slide for children to play on, and it was very close to home, only a 2 to 3 minute walk away. So, usually, he and Liang Jiru liked to bring the children here to play. As soon as they entered the park, Chen Yunqi shouted, Sister Zhongnan. Where? Chen Lu curiously asked. Chen Yunqi pointed to the sandbox in the distance. There. Chen Lu opened his mouth in surprise, praising this little brat for recognizing her. After Zhongnan got sick, she rarely went out, so he didn't spot her when he scanned the area earlier. Zhongnan was a year older than the siblings, and now she looked more like a child, with her hair tied in a ponytail, quietly squatting in the sandbox. Liu Yan stood not far away, talking on the phone, her gaze fixed on her daughter the whole time. After letting the siblings play, Chen Lu walked up to Liu Yan and asked, Is Zhongnan feeling better? It's better now. Just need to watch her diet for these 2 years and prevent a recurrence, Liu Yan said, sighing softly as she saw him approaching, hanging up the phone. She had learned to walk before, but then she couldn't walk for a long time, couldn't even go out. I didn't even know about this allergic purpura disease until you told me. I didn't know before either, Liu Yan said, then glanced at Chen Lu, who seemed relaxed and carefree, making her annoyed that she had to deal with work again after finally getting some rest. You're living a retired life before you're 30. She suddenly asked. Where did I retire? Just fishing around. Chen Lu lazily yawned. This game will take a few more years. I just need to maintain operations. Alright, since you're so good at fishing, help me take care of your goddaughter. There's a small unfinished matter on my hands. Chen Lu. He regretted accepting this goddaughter in the first place. Chen Muxu immediately asked Zhang Nan the question that had been bothering her since morning. Zhang Nan took the sketchbook from Chen Muxu and scratched his head, staring at the crow with big eyes. When she first saw this story, she didn't notice this issue at all. Oh, why didn't it just drink water from the river ... She pondered for a long time and suddenly had a realization. Is it because of the nuclear waste? Dad doesn't let me eat seafood, saying the water is toxic. She didn't know what nuclear waste was or where it came from. She just heard of it, and that's why she couldn't eat seafood. Chen Muxu didn't understand. She only understood that it was poisonous. But looking at her sister's firm expression, she felt that her sister was right. No wonder Dad said this crow would definitely be the survivor. Those who drank the water all died from poison. Gigi, your mom left. Just as the two little girls were discussing the crow, Chen Yunqi suddenly spoke. Zhang Nan slowly lowered her eyes and nodded. Mom and Dad have to work. Seeing Zhang Nan's somewhat lost expression, Chen Muxu suddenly felt puzzled. Not every child has parents with them all the time, like her. Do both your mom and dad work? She curiously asked. Isn't it the same in your house? In our house, Mom supports us by painting. Chen Muxu glanced at Chen Lu, who happened to be smiling and waving at her. She turned back and said seriously, Dad seems to not have a job. A hint of envy flashed in Zhang Nan's innocent eyes, but it quickly disappeared, and she continued to play quietly. Gigi, don't be sad, let's take you to play on the slide. Chen Yunqi suddenly stood up and, followed by Chen Muxu, took Zhang Nan's hand. On the other side, Chen Lu watched as the three foolish kids played with dirt for a while before noticing a slide not far away. The slide was being occupied by a boy a few years older than Chen Yunqi, and as Chen Yunqi took the two girls over, the boy pushed him away forcefully. Dad, we want to play too. Chen Yunqi didn't cry. He ran over to ask for help. Why are you looking for me? Chen Lu tilted his head, half smiling. Can a dad like me go beat them up? I'll do it. Zhang Nan volunteered, showing a sense of sisterly responsibility. Chen Lu quickly held her back. You need to calm down. Learning to communicate, understand. He said softly, tell them you also want to play. But they won't listen. Chen Lu grinned and bent down to bring the three children in front of him. That's because your way of communication is not right. Listen carefully. After a while, the boy who had pushed Chen Yunqi was about to climb onto the slide when he was suddenly pulled by Chen Muxu. Big brother, can the four of us play for a while? The boy turned back aggressively, ready to fight. This slide is mine. I'm not letting you play. He was about to lash out when he suddenly realized something was wrong. 4. 1, 2, 3. Can't you count? He sneered at Chen Muxu, looking at her as if she were a fool. Exactly. There are four of us. Chen Muxu pointed to the people around her. This is my brother. This is Zhang Nan. And this is Xiaoming. Where did Xiaoming come from? There are only three of you. Chen Muxu tilted her head at him. Can't you see him? He's waving to you. Chen Yunqi said seriously. Go away. The boy continued to chase them away, but after a while, he noticed the group of children standing there silently looking at him, feeling more and more uneasy, and suddenly ran back home. Chapter 430 to materials. I told you, didn't I, that daddy is bad? In the evening, Liang Jiru heard about what happened in the afternoon from the children, and the first thing she said was this. The two little ones first hesitated in confusion for a while, then nodded together. Mom was right. Seeing them nod, Liang Jiru then pretended to look very aggrieved and said deliberately, Mom was tricked into being his wife by him in the first place. Chen Yunqi's little face was filled with big astonishment, his eyes looking at Chen Lu as if he was seeing a big villain in an animated film. Don't listen to her nonsense. Chen Lu, who was adjusting the projector, turned back quickly to rebut, trying to salvage his personal image. How dare this fool say he is bad? He didn't even know who these two children were. Follow his lead. Just as he finished speaking, the projector, which had been unresponsive, finally lit up again. On it were animated films that he used to watch when he was young, such as Armor Warrior. For these two children, watching Baby Bus in the living room was simply spiritual pollution. Better off watching this. Like Super Beast Armor, Magic Horn Detective, Rolo's Adventure, the animated films from before were really streets ahead of the ones now. Nowadays, children's cartoons, apart from improved visual effects, simply cannot convey any valuable content. The more advanced, the more rubbish. Do you like it? After a while, Chen-Lu saw Yunqi and Muzu staring fixedly at the screen with big eyes and couldn't help asking, "Like it?" Yunqi was the first to shout. Chen-Lu was very satisfied, thinking that classics are classics. He loved watching this when he was young, and now, as a father, his children also love to watch it. No man can resist becoming an armor warrior or a masked rider, right? Yunqi, like it or not, but please don't tell other kids that you are the flame dragon hero. That will be very silly. Others might make fun of you forever. Chen-Lu heard her voice and immediately looked over, catching Liang Jiru looking at him with a smile. Sensing his gaze, she suddenly stuck out her tongue at him. Chen-Lu felt a rush of warmth through his body. Wait, who's being silly here, you fool? It's been almost 20 years since then, and you still bring it up. Chen-Lu was about to go over and tickle her when he suddenly saw Liang Jiru holding their daughter in her arms, looking at him innocently. Both mother and daughter had beautiful eyes, as if they were carved from the same mold, blinking at him. He almost melted under their gazes. Chen-Lu awkwardly retracted his body, which was already leaning towards her, and sat back up right on the couch. Forget it. I'll deal with her after the children are asleep. They had spent too much energy in the afternoon, and before 9 o'clock, the eyelids of the two little ones were starting to droop. When Chen-Lu came back to himself, Chen Yunqi was already sleeping on the couch, and Chen Muzu was yawning, her mouth wide open. "Mom, I want to sleep." She rubbed her eyes and snuggled back into Liang Jiru's embrace. "Both of you go sleep in your own rooms. Your older sister Zhangnan is sleeping in her own room now," Chen-Lu suddenly said. The two little ones were no longer that small, and the master bedroom's bed wasn't particularly large. Sleeping with 4 people was already a bit crowded. Sometimes he had to subconsciously think twice before turning over. I don't want." Chen Muzu suddenly woke up, her eyes about to fill with tears. Liang Jiru bent down and kissed her head, saying softly, "Then, would you like Mom to accompany you?" After some contemplation, the little girl finally agreed. She had no choice but to agree. Although Daddy never hit her, she didn't know how he would deceive her later. Just like teaching her to deceive that villain today. After all, being able to trick such a beautiful mother into a wife. The night grew deeper. The lights in the windows of the distant buildings had gradually gone out, leaving only a few scattered windows still lit. Chen-Lu sat on the bed playing on his phone, without even closing the bedroom door. After being together for so long, they had developed this unspoken understanding. With children around, did he have to guard this empty room alone? No way. After a while, the storytelling voice from the next room gradually grew softer, and then slowly disappeared. Chen-Lu shifted his gaze to the door and saw Liang Jiru sneaking in with her long hair loose, taking small, stealthy steps towards the door, then slipping in quickly. Before he could say anything, the girl had already climbed into bed, pulling the covers over herself and then poking her head out. "It's so warm," Liang Jiru said with a light smile. "Of course it's warm when someone warms your bed," he replied. "Will they cry when they wake up tomorrow?" Chen-Lu pondered for a moment, then said, "Even if they cry, we can't change our minds. Letting them discover that crying works will only make it harder for you in the future." Liang Jiru nodded gently. In matters of educating children, she always listened to Chen-Lu. Yunqi and Muzu weren't crybabies like other children. They only cried when they found out that Chen-Lu simply didn't fall for it. She actually fell for it. Sometimes when she saw the children cry, she would also want to cry, but had to hide it so they wouldn't see. Chen-Lu initially heard Wang Zhao say that educating children required one to be firm and the other to be kind. So he quietly took on the role of being kind, leaving the good people that the children loved the most to her. In fact, Chen-Lu was the gentlest of them all. After thinking for a while, Liang Jiru also felt a bit tired. She pecked his cheek lightly and softly said, "Good night." Unexpectedly, Chen-Lu did not speak. He just silently pulled the curtains closed. Liang Jiru wrapped herself tightly in the blanket, feeling nervous. "H honey, is it too late to apologize now?" Chen-Lu gave her an innocent smile. "Guess." At the end of April, as the weather gradually warmed up, it was neither cold nor hot, the perfect time to go out and play. In a few months, the two children would be starting kindergarten, so Chen-Lu decided to start training them in advance. On that day, Light rain fell steadily in Hengcheng. Puddles had already accumulated on the road, mirroring the gloomy sky like mirrors. Early in the morning, Chen Lu brought the whole family to Wang Zhaoxia's place. He heard that he would be leaving the children here, so Xiao Xunfeng was also there. The old lady didn't know when she had dyed her hair black under Wang Zhaoxia's guidance. Her formerly white hair was now black and smooth, and she looked happy, appearing several years younger. After staying for a while, thinking it was almost time, Chen Lu stood in front of the two children, bent down to touch their heads. Daddy is going with Mommy to gather material. Mommy has found inspiration, so we have money to buy you toys, okay no? Chen Yunqi nodded innocently. He wasn't excited at all, just muttered with a muffled pronunciation, Daddy and Mommy, fighting. Chen Muzu blinked her eyes next to him, seeming not to fully believe it yet. But when she saw the tearful look in Liang Zhirou's eyes and her reluctant expression, she believed. We're leaving now. Chen Lu held Liang Zhirou's hand to the entrance, then turned back to gesture. If there's anything, call us, we'll fly back directly. Leaving the children behind to go out and play, speaking so nicely about it. Wang Zhao scoffed quietly. Can you call gathering material playing? Wang Zhao smiled, giving him a glance, then turned to Liang Zhirou. Have a good time going out. Your children are getting older. It's okay to leave them a few more days. Mom, you're playing both sides. Chen Lu was dissatisfied. Then he was pushed out. As he walked out the main gate, it was still raining outside. Liang Zhirou kept looking back every few steps, almost being dragged away by Chen Lu. We'll be gone for 10 days or half a month. I can't bear to leave them. She was like a little girl about to be abducted, taking a few steps and then stopping to look back with red eyes. In case Yunqi and Muzu don't sleep well, or catch a cold or fever ... Chen Lu pulled his mouth and thought, this fool worries for nothing every day. He dared bet that the two little ones probably wished they could stay longer at Wang Zhaoxia's. After all, he and Liang Zhirou never spoilt them like Wang Zhao did. They couldn't have anything they wanted to eat, and had to eat with their own spoons. But, Liang Zhirou muttered in a small voice, still wanting to say something. Do you want ice cream? He asked directly. The girl wiped her eyes without any dignity and forgot what she wanted to say just now, obediently letting herself be pulled by Chen Lu, saying with a teary voice, I want. While Zi Zunfang was playing with the children in the living room, Wang Zhao couldn't help but walk into the study and complain to Chen Guanglin, who was reading a book. This little rascal Chen Lu can come up with such reasons. Isn't this reason no different from when you insisted on going to see the long-lost and long-awaited 7th aunt and 8th aunt? Chen Guanglin folded the page he was reading, closed the book, and raised his eyebrows at her. Liang Zhirou really felt sorry for the two children. Wang Zhaoxia's tears back then were all pure acting. Sometimes she couldn't even cry, so she would secretly use an onion to induce tears. This time, she cried and said she wanted to see her aunt. Next time she would cry and say she wanted to see her second aunt, continuously visiting relatives until Chen Lu stopped believing her. It's just that little Lu didn't remember. Otherwise, he would have found out that he didn't have those relatives. Oh, there's such a story. Wang Zhao turned her head back, looking at him with a gentle gaze. She was slightly surprised, looking as if she had been caught off guard. I must have remembered it wrong. Chen Guanglin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, lowered his head, and continued reading his book. Chapter 433, Who to Follow in the End. The two of them went out to play for nearly half a month. In order to see the stars, they specifically went to the northwest and sat together on the vast Gobi Desert, leaning their heads against each other, holding hands, and studying various constellations on the spot. They discovered that there was indeed a Milky Way in the sky, which at first glance seemed like the night sky had been torn in half. These sights couldn't be seen in Hangzhou at all. Liang Zhirou's album recording her and the two children became much thicker, and she specifically set a wallpaper of the photo of the girl spreading her arms under the bright starry sky, where only her dark silhouette could be seen. In early September, the two children were over 3 years old, and it was time for them to go to kindergarten. Liang Zhirou, as always, woke up before the alarm clock, turned it off in advance, tucked Chen Lu in, sneakily kissed his cheek, and then went to the bathroom to freshen up. The whole process was so rehearsed that she was already too familiar with it. Both human offspring inherited Chen Lu's tendency to lack sleep. Every morning, It took quite an effort to call them for a while before they would walk lazily to the bathroom to brush their teeth, blowing bubbles in the mirror. Of course, before calling the children to wake up, she had to wake up Chen Lu. Her husband was also not easy to wake up. The family of four all seemed lazy. Liang Jiru returned to the bedroom and saw Chen Lu sleeping soundly, squatted by the bed for a while with a sudden whim. Actually, upon closer inspection, Chen Lu had indeed changed a lot over the years. After all, they were almost reaching their 30s, and the youthful innocence of a college student had long disappeared, replaced by a mature look in his eyes. The only thing that hadn't changed was that he was still the one she loved the most. She suddenly felt that time was more mischievous than their two children at home. If one wasn't careful, it would quietly run far away. Counting from when they got their marriage license, they had been married for 5 years. But the palpitation she felt when she first got together with Chen Lu seemed like they had never dissipated. After who knows how long, Chen Lu slowly opened his eyes. Seeing that she wasn't startled, but pondering for a while, he suddenly said, "Do you know what you look like now?" Liang Jiru curiously tilted her head. "What?" Chen Lu's mouth slowly curled up into a smile. "Like a turtle." Chen Lu was instantly awakened by a headbutt from Liang Jiru, skipping the groggy stage. It was like having a bucket of cold water poured over him on a winter day, a sudden enlightenment. Seeing Chen Lu smile, Liang Jiru always suspected that Chen Lu now enjoyed being head-butted by her, leading to her feeling conflicted, whether to do it or not. Worried about hurting him, but also worried that not doing it would leave him unsatisfied. It was a dilemma. Is the coffee shop decoration all set up now? Chen Lu got up and stretched lazily, curious. He had always been responsible for learning various knowledge for Liang Jiru, never really taking care of things like decoration. Liang Jiru nodded gently. "Mao's design is especially beautiful. I'll take you to see it after dropping off the kids. Okay." Chen Lu softly agreed, got out of bed and headed to the bathroom to freshen up. Remembering the tears of the past, after a while, Chen Lu hummed a strange tune as he came out of the bathroom. This song had been playing in his head all night. Damn it, it was so catchy. This all started with a video she watched before going to sleep last night. Walking into the living room, he suddenly paused. Liang Jiru was standing in front of the dining table, untangling her apron. As she pulled the hair tie from her hair, her beautiful black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, accentuating her slender waist and graceful figure even more. Is the clueless housewife attribute in full swing? Watching Liang Jiru's graceful figure, Chen Lu swallowed nervously, suddenly suspecting that this silly wife might be absorbing his vitality. Although his changes weren't as noticeable as those of his peers of the same age, he was still gradually moving towards being a middle-aged man in his 30s. On the other hand, Liang Jiru was becoming more and more appealing. He gently embraced the girl from behind, buried his face into her neck, and took a light sniff. Feeling ticklish, Liang Jiru shrunk her body, lightly pushed him away with a gentle smile, and said, "Oh, stop messing around. Go wake the kids up." It's still early. When Chen Lu had had enough of fooling around, he released her contentedly, turned around and walked towards the children's bedroom. "Yunqi, wake up." "Got it." Seeing that this rascal had run out to get something, knowing that Chen Yunqi didn't oversleep today, he didn't go in, but instead walked to Chen Muxu's bedroom door. Chen Lu lightly knocked on the door and softly said, "Muxu, it's time to get up." Seeing no response from inside, he knocked a little harder. The two glanced at each other. How come this girl wasn't making a sound today? Pushing the door open, they found the bedroom empty, except for a large teddy bear on the bed. Liang Jiru jumped in shock, looking flustered all of a sudden. "Where's Muxu? Look at you. How could such a big child go missing?" Chen Lu dragged her into Chen Yunqi's room to check, and indeed found Chen Muxu there. As soon as they entered, they heard a buzzing sound. Following the noise, Chen Lu saw the two little ones squatting on the bed, using a hairdryer to blow-dry the bedsheet. There was a lotus pattern imprinted on the sheet, and without thinking, they knew what had happened. "Who taught you to dry it with this thing?" Chen Lu was surprised. Such young kids should be curled up under the blanket, trying to dry it with body heat, not using a hairdryer. Shouldn't they be as foolish as he was back then? Could they actually think of using a hairdryer? Were these two kids too clever, or had the times changed? Mom uses this to dry her hair." Chen Muxu slowly lowered her head, her voice soft. "I peed on the bed." Chen Yunqi suddenly shouted. This is your room. Could it be my pee? Chen Lu looked at Liang Jiru, who was completely stunned, feeling a mix of both anger and amusement, who came up with this crazy idea. Chen Yunqi sneaked a glance at Chen Muxu. Seeing her looking a bit scared, he stood in front of his little sister, timidly saying, It's also me. Chen Lu raised his eyebrows, reached out to ruffle Chen Yunqi's hair. Children's lies could never escape the eyes of adults. Looking at their reactions, it was clear that Chen Yunqi wet the bed. But the idea of using a hairdryer must have come from Chen Muxu. He didn't say much, just lightly tapped each of the kids' heads. Silly kids, go take a bath. Outside on the balcony, seeing Liang Jiru sunning the bedding, he waved the hairdryer he was holding in his hand and couldn't help but comment, using this to dry. I wonder how Muxu came up with this idea. Could it be that our little girl is a genius? Liang Jiru awkwardly pursed her lips and said, I once used a fan to dry it when my parents weren't at home. Chen Lu looked at his wife in astonishment, and Liang Jiru quickly averted her gaze, pretending to not have said anything. Case closed. It seemed like these two little troublemakers were more hereditary in nature rather than geniuses. It looks like it's up to you. The kindergarten the children were going to was right next door. When they bought this house, they had chosen that international kindergarten next door. Along the way, the two children didn't cry or fuss, carrying their backpacks, happily skipping ahead of the couple, looking very well behaved. Chen Lu watched the back view of Yunqi and Muxu, couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. They probably had no idea how painful their next 15 years of schooling would be, did they? When they arrived at the kindergarten gates, Chen Lu suddenly noticed that Liang Jiru's eyes were red. Chapter 434. I'm afraid because you are afraid. Chen Lu quickly pulled Liang Jiru in front of him and whispered in her ear, the kids didn't cry when they went to school. Why are you crying first? He couldn't help but smile as he finished speaking. Both kids started kindergarten today, yet this mom was acting all teary-eyed like a crybaby, looking so pitiful and adorable. Liang Jiru sniffled, rubbed her eyes, and said, I didn't cry. She bent down to hold the hands of the two children. Remember to behave well in kindergarten, okay? If you miss home, just hang in there for a bit, don't cry. Mom will definitely come pick you up first. Chen Lu and the two kids listened blankly as she said a bunch of things. He glanced at the excited Chen Yunqi and at Chen Muxu sucking her thumb and watching other kids cry. Liang Jiru's worries didn't seem to be happening. Master Chen was very confident in his way of educating. If you can hold back from crying for a week, Mom and Dad will take you to the amusement park, okay? He said softly. The siblings' eyes lit up, okay? Just as they were about to speak, Zhang Chao sent a message asking him to wait a bit, saying that he would let the three kids go in together later, so it would be easier to see familiar playmates and not cry. Zhang Nan previously couldn't go to kindergarten for a long time due to allergic purpura, but this year he happened to be with the siblings. Chen Lu originally didn't think Chen Yunqi and Chen Muxu would cry, but he waited anyway. Little did he expect that Zhang Nan would only arrive with Zhang Nan half an hour later. Being late on the first day of school with the kids, Chen Lu expressed disdain. Zhang Chao, panting heavily, waved his hand, too busy. It was supposed to be Lu Yan who would send them, but something came up at work all of a sudden, so I rushed back from the company. He pinched the cheeks of the siblings and said seriously, if the three of you can be in the same class, wouldn't that be great? That's simple enough, just say it later. Zhang Nan, you're the older sister. You have to take care of your younger siblings, okay? Zhang Chao whispered as he rubbed Zhang Nan's head. He still remembered the grudge his daughter held against Chen Yunqi, but it was still too early to worrying about it now. All right. Zhang Nan nodded obediently. Over the years, her only friends were Chen Muxu and Chen Yunqi. In her impression, she had grown up together with these siblings, giving her a strong sense of being an older sister. As they chatted, a sudden wail came from the side. Chen Lu turned and saw a few kids crying loudly, already sitting on the ground, and their parents unable to lift them up. Fortunately, his two kids were relatively obedient. Chen Muxu was just watching quietly. Suddenly seeing a crying child receiving some candies from the teacher, Chen Lu sensed something was off. He looked at his daughter. A bad feeling rose in his heart. Sure enough, after less than 2 seconds of contemplation, Chen Muxu immediately burst into tears, and no matter how Liang Jiru tried to coax her, it was useless. But Chen Lu knew what kind of girl she was, so he didn't even bother with symbolic comfort. Chen Yunqi, seeing this, scratched his head and stuffed all the candies from his pocket into his sister's hands. Chen Muxu quickly pocketed the candies, criticized her brother for being so stupid, and continued crying while wiping her tears. This was a well-known kindergarten in Hang City, and the teachers were very professional. They quickly noticed another child who wasn't adjusting well and came over to help Liang Jiru handle the situation. "It's okay, don't cry," the ponytailed female nursery teacher comforted, handing candies to Chen Muxu. Seeing Liang Jiru's anxious expression, she reassured confidently, "It's normal for kids to have a hard time getting used to things at first. The teachers here are experienced, so you don't need to worry." Just as she was about to prove her professionalism, Chen Muxu ate the candies and suddenly stopped crying. "Mom, these candies taste better than the ones Dad buys for you," the little girl murmured. The nursery teacher's gaze momentarily turned blank. A little while later, Zhang Chao hurriedly left after dropping off his daughter, leaving behind a sensible Zhang Nan standing quietly next to Liang Jiru without shedding a tear. When the time was about right, and the three kids had walked into the kindergarten together, Chen Lu couldn't help but stretch and exclaim loudly, "From now on, we'll have our own world during the day." Previously, they had to cater to the two children around the clock, but now they were finally free. Liang Jiru quickly covered his mouth nervously, saying, "The kids haven't gone too far yet." She only released her hand when the children disappeared from sight. In the evening, after picking up the children and spending some time at a coffee shop discussing interior design, they finally headed home together. "We're out of salt at home. I'll go buy some," Liang Jiru suddenly said as they walked. "I'll go." Chen Yunqi raised his hand high, even though he didn't know what salt was. "You're still too young. You can help Mom buy things when you're older," Liang Jiru said with a smile. "I'm already a grown-up," Chen Yunqi replied seriously. Today, the teacher even praised him for being a mature kid. Chen Lu looked up at the slightly dim sky, pondered for a moment, and said, "Let him go." "But is it safe?" Liang Jiru suddenly felt a bit worried as she watched Chen Yunqi walk further away. "Definitely not safe. You take Muxu home first, and I'll secretly follow him from behind." In the royal garden, Zhang Nan sat alone on the swing, hanging her head in silence. The cool evening breeze brushed against her arms and occasionally over her neck, bringing a chill. She suddenly felt scared, but she was more afraid of staying at home. Their house was so big, it took a long time just to walk from the bedroom to the living room. But besides her and the cook, there was no one else. She had thought that as long as she was obedient enough, her parents would spend more time with her. However, for some reason, the better behaved she was, the less time her parents spent at home. Until now, being picked up by the nanny after school, she realized she was the only one at home. Watching the cars passing by the entrance of the community, Zhang Nan stared quietly for a long time until the lights of the cars turned into tiny dots, completely blurred. "Sister, why are you at my house?" A familiar voice suddenly sounded in her ear, and seeing Chen Yunqi approaching, Zhang Nan quickly wiped away her tears. She couldn't cry in front of her little brother. She didn't admit that she had run away from home to sneak over to her godmother's house to play, feeling awkward about it when she reached downstairs. "Why are you alone?" She changed the subject. Chen Yunqi was very excited, as if he had suddenly found an opportunity to show off. "I went to buy salt for Mom and Dad." "Oh," Zhang Nan nodded. "Huh, wasn't that a great thing to do?" Why wasn't her sister surprised at all? Chen Yunqi suddenly felt a bit disappointed. Zhang Nan gently swayed the swing a few times, looked up at the night sky. The girl's innocent eyes were calm and mature beyond her years, revealing a sense of maturity that shouldn't belong to her age. Countless stars hanging in the night sky looked closely packed, but upon closer inspection, one could see that they were actually far apart from each other. Each star was lonely. Just like her. "Aren't you going home?" After a while, she saw Chen Yunqi sitting beside her on the swing, and couldn't help glancing at him. "If I leave, you'll be all alone here." Chen Yunqi looked around and said, "There's no light here." He began to feel afraid as the surroundings, previously illuminated by streetlights on his way back, were now pitch black. He felt as if some monster would emerge from the darkness to devour him. He often felt this way when sleeping with his feet outside the blanket. Chen Yunqi suddenly shivered. He really wanted to go home. But his mom had told him to be a gentle and kind person. "I'm your older sister. I'm a year older than you," Zhang Nan emphasized stubbornly. "I'm not afraid of the dark." In Chen Yunqi's innocent gaze, a trace of determination flashed as he simply said, "I'm afraid because you are afraid." Zhang Nan was speechless for a moment, staring at him in a daze. Tears shimmered in her eyes, reflecting the stars. Chapter 435. You're not as good as me. Chen Lu followed behind his own son the whole time, naturally witnessing the scene. The answer to what needed to be done was already very clear. Some parents were not just ordinary scoundrels, they needed to face severe consequences. After waiting for a long time, the phone finally connected. "Zhang Chao, were you born?" Without waiting for the person on the other end to speak, Chen Lu immediately cursed. Zhang Chao found a moment to take the call, but was unexpectedly berated by Chen Lu out of nowhere, leaving him confused. However, Chen Lu was usually very composed, so his sudden outburst was likely due to a serious issue. "Why are you being stupid? Why curse your father?" he asked in bewilderment. "Your daughter ran out alone in the middle of the night without anyone watching her. What kind of father are you?" Chen Lu held the phone to his ear, trying to keep his voice low enough so the other side wouldn't hear him. He scolded, "My son just happened to run into her. If a human trafficker had taken her, what would you do then? Or is it because your father is a director that you're not worried about kidnapping?" Damn! Zhang Chao was momentarily at a loss for words. "Wait, I'll go pick her up now." "Get lost, she's my daughter, and I'm going to take her home for dinner now." Zhang Chao was momentarily choked up. Having interacted with him for so many years, he instantly understood that Chen Lu's message meant there was no need to rush. Before he could speak, Chen Lu asked, "What's wrong with you and your wife? You used to argue every day because you were too busy before. Now you're just busy together. Isn't that right?" "Ah, it's just this period of time. Let me tell you later when I have time. I'll go get her first. Let's talk after dinner." Hanging up the phone, Chen Lu glanced once again at the two kids over there. He couldn't help but smirk, feeling a sudden mix of emotions. This brat seemed to have a built-in radar. Each time he hadn't noticed something, Chen Yunqi would see where Zhang Nan was. But that wasn't important. What was truly surprising was where did this kid learn the skill of coaxing a girl? Just now she was wiping her tears secretly, and now she was swinging on the swing and chatting happily. The Chen family had always been honest and straightforward. Glancing at the time, Chen Lu was sure that Chen Yunqi wouldn't suspect him of following anymore, so he walked up slowly. Why did it take so long to buy salt? Mom and Dad were so worried. Chen Dashu had honed his acting skills for many years and had reached a high level. Due to fear, Chen Yunqi's eyes still showed traces of tears, and he breathed a sigh of relief when he saw him. To be honest, not many children weren't afraid of the dark, and Chen Lu was surprised that he could endure it. This kid obviously took after his mom, being stubborn in his own way. Glancing at Zhang Nan, who was also shivering, he thought, "You two cuddling here for warmth. I'm going home, and my sister will have no one to watch her," Chen Yunqi said in a soft and childish voice. "Stupid kid. Why didn't you bring her home? Didn't you learn how to use the elevator before?" "Sister said she didn't want to," Chen Lu said, lowering his voice. He picked up Zhang Nan from the swing. With his limited understanding, Chen Yunqi couldn't grasp that girls were born deceitful creatures. He wasn't interested in explaining. Let the kid learn the hard way if he gets into trouble in the future. Chen Yunqi's girlfriend, "I'm not really angry. You don't need to coax me." Chen Yunqi, "Okay." 10 minutes later, the girlfriend, "You must not love me anymore. Let's break up." Chen Yunqi, "I still love you." Girlfriend, "You never come to comfort me." Chen Lu chuckled inside at his own imagination. "If you don't figure this out soon, you'll have a tough road ahead, dear." His wife was always better, never causing this kind of messy situation. Looking at Liang Jiru, who didn't seem angry, he could tell by her puffed-up cheeks. She had never actually learned to get angry. Now, letting his mind wander, he walked hand in hand with one child and carrying the other in his arms, gradually moving towards the streetlight surrounded by insects, casting 3 long shadows before entering the gentle light of the hallway. It was the tail end of summer, and the night remained lively. The sounds of insects could be heard in the distance, creating a peaceful atmosphere. "Dad, I brought back the salt." Chen Yunqi suddenly remembered what he was supposed to do and spoke in a mumbling voice. "Great, Mom will be happy later." After dinner, Liang Jiru carried her plate to the kitchen to wash the dishes, while Chen Lu gave each of the 3 kids a small pudding to play with on the floor before joining her in the kitchen. You never ran away from home when you were a kid. Chen Lu was extremely surprised by how well-behaved and obedient the naive child had been since a young age. Nope, Liang Jiru said, brushing the dishes, her ponytail swaying as she worked. I was terrified as a kid and never dared to go far. I'll take you to experience it sometime when you have the chance, Chen Lu suggested. If you use that excuse and don't bring the kids, won't you face our mom's wrath? They chatted while Chen Yunqi timidly approached. Mom, I still want to eat. Knowing Chen Lu wouldn't budge easily, Chen Yunqi hadn't planned to ask him from the beginning. Mothers' hearts are always soft. You'll get a tummy ache from eating too much. How about having some more tomorrow? Chen Yunqi wiped his mouth and obediently nodded. At that moment, Chen Muxu suddenly peeked her head out from the door. I'm not afraid of a tummy ache, give me some. Liang Jiru almost had a meltdown and hesitantly said, No, Mom will be sad. Chen Muxu pouted, ready to cry, but gave up. Other kids could get what they wanted by crying, but if she and her brother cried, they'd be called foolish by Dad. Chen Lu only listened to reason. Crying was only effective when Mom did it alone. Dad would immediately comfort her. I didn't cry when my brother and I went to school, Chen Muxu tentatively said. After considering for a moment, Chen Lu eventually nodded. All right, just this once. This little girl was catching on, showing signs of becoming the second smartest person in the family. Just as the siblings were about to leave excitedly, Chen Lu suddenly spoke, Don't take too many. I already counted how many there are. Liang Jiru glanced down at her fingers, feeling like Chen Lu's words were a hint at her sneaking ice cream and blaming it on Duoduo when she was pregnant. I didn't. Chen Yunqi quickly exclaimed. How did Dad know he wanted to sneak some? No, you did. How do you know what I'm thinking? Chen Yunqi couldn't resist his curiosity, suspecting Chen Lu of being able to read minds. I've been your dad for over 20 years. How can I not figure you out? Chen Lu snorted disdainfully. Chapter 436 How many years of dog food have you been eating? Chapter 436 How many years have you been eating dog food? Chen Yunqi. I don't understand, but it feels impressive. After all, Dad said it so proudly, with a confident look. Back in the living room, Chen Yunqi gobbled up his food, his mind full of thoughts of having another bite, feeling like even playing with toy cars was no longer fun. It would be great if toy cars were edible. What's wrong with you? Zhang Nan glanced at him curiously, asking. Chen Yunqi pouted, pushing the useless toy cars far away. I want ice cream. I haven't had mine. Here you go. Chen Yunqi looked at the extra pudding in his hand, looking puzzled at her. You're not eating it? He and his sister longed for something to eat every day, yet they could only eat such small amounts, and Zhang Nan didn't like it. Licking her lips hungrily, Zhang Nan eventually turned her face away, saying seriously, It's okay, I'm the older sister. Chen Muxu ate her ice cream, blinking her big watery eyes thoughtfully. Zhang Nan was taken away by Zhang Cao's couple. As the night grew late, in the bedroom, Chen Lu, yawning, was just about to go to sleep when Liang Jiru suddenly found an unopened cosplay costume from the wardrobe. Not sure from which game it was, but it looked familiar. The key point was, it was a men's outfit. He was suddenly wide awake, wrapping himself tightly in the blanket. What do you mean? Chen Lu quickly warned her. I'm warning you, your behavior is perverted, Liang Jiru. If this silly girl dared to make him wear this today, she might dare to make him wear women's clothing tomorrow. Why do you keep asking me to wear cosplay for you? The girl tilted her head. No, wearing this for that is too much. I can't accept it. Chen Lu couldn't convince himself. I didn't ask you to wear this to do that. Liang Jiru's face turned red in frustration, wondering why Chen Lu reacted so strongly. I'm just using this for reference. The costume was sent by a game company, and I wanted to find inspiration for a new character skin. She was not like Chen Lu, not that kind of person. Using it for reference meant using it for reference. She would never use such clothes for that purpose. At most, it was just a matter of touching and hugging. It was just a side issue. Do you call this using for reference? Chen Lu continued to shout. If it's leaked out that a billionaire CEO like me wore this, how could I live in the future? Seeing that he still wouldn't agree, Liang Jiru had to lean on top of him, whispering in his ear. I'll let you buy the Fioran cosplay costume from your shopping cart. You should have told me earlier. The reputation of the founder of the North Star was just an external thing. Liang Jiro's happiness was the most important. Chen Lu doted on his wife the most. Just as he was about to change clothes, the door was slowly pushed open bit by bit. "Mom!" Chen Muxu pushed open the door on tiptoes, her voice tender and aggrieved, which made Chen Lu feel a bit coquettish. Liang Jiru sat on the edge of the bed, holding Chen Muxu in her arms, asking softly, "What's wrong? Mom, when will you give me a little sister?" Chen Lu and Liang Jiru. The coffee shop opened at the end of the year. Without any grand opening ceremony or disturbing the peace with firecrackers, no advertisements were made. This shop quietly appeared on Binjiang Road, with a simple and quiet exterior decoration, a few pots of flowers placed at the entrance, inconspicuous at first glance, appearing as if it was indifferent to the world. Just like its landlady. To be honest, if she wanted to advertise, with Liang Jiro's account of over 1 million followers, she would draw so many people every day, turning it into a place of pilgrimage for fans. Even though she had posted her wedding photos in her stories, it didn't affect the enthusiasm of many fans. Now, even illustrators were having a crush on her, revealing how terrifying her popularity was. For someone like Liang Jiru, who has social anxiety, this was all terrifying, so she had no thoughts of publicizing. Chen Lu collected his thoughts and walked in slowly. As soon as he entered, he heard a sweet voice saying, "Welcome." When Lin Miao Miao looked up and saw him, she even raised a middle finger at him. Chen Lu suspected that she even wanted to take back the welcome. "After you've settled in, I'll let you call me into the company. Anyway, you're carrying a mortgage now, you can't leave." Chen Lu remained calm, as her house downstairs was under renovation, still carrying a loan on her. He and Liang Jiru were discussing helping Lin Miao Miao pay off her over 1 million differences in advance, but she adamantly refused, insisting on letting the bank earn the price difference. It must be said that Lin Miao Miao was living with exceptional clarity. She had always been clear about what belonged to whom. Despite knowing each other for so many years, they had a good relationship, but neither had actively talked privately to each other. Only those who had taken out a mortgage to buy a house knew how terrifying the interest on the loan was. But the fact that she could repay early was better than the usual situation. "Are you human?" Lin Miao Miao gritted her teeth, wondering how Jiru could have fallen for this wretch. Chen Lu had had enough of her yelling, so he coldly threatened her, "Madam, don't you want to pay off your mortgage?" "Jiru!" Lin Miao Miao ran to Jiru to complain. Chen Lu finally looked around when he had a moment to spare. The interior had been previously set up, with all white tables and chairs, a large glass window offering a clear view of the river, bright with a simple style all around. The bookshelf was stacked with lots of books, or rather half-books, creating an environment that quickly calmed people down. Liang Jiru had set it up like this, with some equipment. When she had free time she would draw here. If anything came up, she would close the shop, whether to take care of the children or go fishing with him. Drawing was to make money for the shop, so if the shop were to lose money, she would have even more motivation to draw. It must be said that Liang Jiru had already created a logical loop. In fact, Chen Lu didn't care if the coffee shop's traffic could break even. It was just a toy to make this fool happy. After all, not doing coffee bean business, just relying on selling a few cups of coffee would eventually lead to bankruptcy. But he didn't expect Liang Jiru had even thought about this. Because the location was close to the river and offered a view of the river, it was easy for office workers to walk by, or couples to take a stroll. So the main business of this coffee shop was actually breakfast and afternoon tea. Unexpectedly, this fool and Lin Miao Miao chose the location together and designed the decor style themselves, and in the end, it turned out quite well. It was now 3 in the afternoon, and there were quite a few people. Hearing movement from the kitchen, Liang Jiru walked out slowly, holding a plate of brulee in her hand, digging out a piece with a spoon and feeding it to him. The girl smiled lightly and asked, "Is it delicious?" "Delicious." Chen Lu nodded, thinking that this fool had quite a talent for cooking. Although Liang Jiru had learned dessert making seriously for almost 2 years, to make it this good was beyond his expectation. Seeing that Liang Jiru had no intention of doing it herself, Lin Miao Miao suddenly calmed down and continued to play the gooseberry beside them. "Don't always bully Miao Miao," Liang Jiru gently scolded. "She was the one who helped me catch you years ago." Chen Lu paused. Wait a minute, who pursued whom? After cooking the frog so hard for so long, how did he become the one being pursued? "I pursued you." The girl's tone was firm, refusing to be questioned. "Didn't I pursue you?" You remembered it wrong. Impossible. As the two argued about something inexplicable, Lin Meow Meow's pupils gradually dilated. After a while, she couldn't help but shout, "Enough from the both of you. Ah, all dead. Kill them both." The Little Dragons. Chapter 437 is too eager to make progress. Chapter 437 is too eager to make progress. I said a long time ago that I like you far more than you can imagine. Liang Jiru interrupted the long debate with a single sentence, poking Chen Lu's cheek with her index finger, not giving him a chance to argue anymore. In the end, Chen Lu couldn't figure out who was chasing whom, even though the answer to this question was crucial. It was related to his reputation as Master Chen. You two have been married for several years, and you're still showing off like this. Is it interesting? Huh? Is it interesting? Lin Meow Meow couldn't help but interrupt again. She couldn't stand the sour taste of this love affair. Before these two got together, they were both single while pursuing each other in a two-way manner. What's there to argue about? Who is whiter? Disgusting. Chen Lu smiled lightly and turned to look at her. You seem a bit impatient. Lin Meow Meow coldly heaved, feeling a bit speechless suddenly. It's been so many years. Am I still a part of your couple's play? She had been forced to eat dog food and endure for so many years. These two were really outrageous, acting like they were still in the honeymoon phase despite being married for years. Why don't you go find a boyfriend? Chen Lu said straightforwardly. Lin Meow Meow suddenly suspected that this guy was provoking her. She waved her hand casually. No rush, I'm only 25 this year. Only 25. Liang Jiru, who was on the side, tilted her head towards Lin Meow Meow. I just met Chen Lu when we were 19. Lin Meow Meow couldn't handle it. This idiot might have become more meddlesome because she became a mother, being pressured by her parents at home and by her girlfriends outside. How could such a thing happen? Chen Lu didn't say anything, just quietly counted on his fingers, pondering something with a lifted gaze. Are you calculating something over there? Lin Meow Meow asked. No, Chen Lu shook his head. I was just figuring out how long Peng Lian has liked you. At least 5 or 6 years. Honestly, this guy's thought process was quite exaggerated. If you said he was self-absorbed, well, he might feel touched by himself, but seeing that Lin Meow Meow didn't reciprocate, he had no intention to pursue her and didn't mind whether they were together or not. However, before Lin Meow Meow dated someone, he wouldn't have considered it. In fact, that was probably the best approach. Proving his feelings on one hand and showing that he could live well alone on the other. It wasn't clear if Peng Lian just happened to change his mind or really understood this point. Chen Lu had never mentioned Peng Lian. After all, Lin Meow Meow was his friend too. He had an obligation to watch out for this guy, right? Do you two want to be matchmakers? Lin Meow Meow's eyes flashed with a hint of displeasure. I definitely won't be a matchmaker for anyone, Chen Lu stated directly. If they have a little disagreement or break up later, they may not say anything to me on the surface, but in their hearts, it's all my damn responsibility. Lin Meow Meow was stunned. How did this guy become so sophisticated before he even turned 30? So clear-headed about everything? I suddenly realized, at first glance, you don't seem that mature. Lin Meow Meow suddenly had a mischievous thought as she glanced at Chen Lu, then couldn't help but raise her thumb and sigh. Jiru has really trained you well. Chen Lu tugged at the corner of his mouth. Don't say things that can easily cause misunderstandings or things that are hard to pass through scrutiny, thank you. Mid-conversation, someone at the next table suddenly called out for the menu. Lin Meow Meow was about to take the menu over when Chen Lu, with a sudden whim, reached out his hand and took it. He wanted to experience it. After coming out of school, he had only ever experienced the pains of being a boss. Who else could understand that? Hello, what can I get you? Chen Lu asked politely. I'm currently feeling unlucky, like drawing a skewed card, and even getting a male character. The guy seemed pretty cheerful, joking with him as he ordered, please make an ice Americano, thanks. But Chen Master didn't take any offense. Chen Lu raised an eyebrow. Actually, you're really lucky. Why? Because except for me, you'll never meet a waiter richer than you in your lifetime. Damn. Want to check out your buddy's bank account? No need, you go ahead and continue experiencing life. The guy's expression was complicated. He had initially envied that long-haired girls looked towards this man. Now, It felt like he had hit a wall head-on. "Don't you have any employees?" When Chen Lu returned after serving the coffee, the two girls were sitting at the front desk drawing. It seemed like they hadn't registered his question. First draw a woman's hand, pressing against a sheet, then draw a slightly bigger hand grabbing her from behind, fingers digging into the gaps between her fingers. Lin Meow Meow continued lightly moving the brush, a slightly kinky smile on her lips. "Think that's enough. Look closely, add some wrinkles to the bedsheet under the woman's fingertips, add a few drops of sweat on the hands. See? You can convey stiffness by just drawing to hands, as long as you have enough imagination. Does this make you imagine the posture too?" The biggest change in this guy's past few years was from a 19-year-old old driver to a 25-year-old old driver. Liang Jiru watched dumbfounded, with a look that she was being led astray, quickly turning her gaze away. Lin Meow Meow could confidently look at the drawing, as it was the result of her imagination. But she couldn't handle it. She had actually experienced it. After a while, the two girls finally caught a glimpse of him and promptly erased what they were drawing to prevent him from seeing. "Draw a $10 bill next. Kids like to see that," Chen Lu whispered. Liang Jiru, who had been watching Lin Meow Meow draw the whole time, was startled and turned her face away, not daring to look at him. "Why were you so quiet?" Lin Meow Meow expressed strong condemnation. "Are you becoming more or less kinky? I did ask earlier why you don't have any employees," Chen Lu shrugged. "Unfortunately, you two were too focused and didn't pay attention to me." Temporarily, Meow Meow came over to help. "She's the assistant manager." Liang Jiru slightly brushed her cheek, tucking her stray hair behind her ear, revealing her blushing earlobes. She looked shy, making people wonder if they should drag her into a dark room. "I'm just a painter, and when I'm not very busy, I remote work here," Lin Meow Meow hurriedly explained, a bit afraid that Chen Lu might optimize her if he got upset. She still had $1 million loan on her. Chen Lu nodded. This boss who played hooky certainly wouldn't care about such things, but he asked, "Can you handle it all?" "Definitely not. We estimated we need to find 2 or 3 more employees," Lin Meow Meow said seriously, then suddenly smirked at him mischievously. "Don't worry, we'll only hire girls." Damn! Chen Lu thought to himself, no wonder she could afford a Riverview house. The momentum of North Star was getting better and better, and this Lin Meow Meow recently seemed more eager to make progress. To make progress. Chapter 438. A full 7 years. If you come help out every day, we could hire 1 less person. Lin Meow Meow suddenly suggested. Chen Lu, who was better at latte art than her despite her long practice, was just being lazy. "How would I come over? I have work and I'm busy," he replied. "You, busy? Haven't you noticed that I've been going to the office more often lately? Otherwise, the kids might think I'm an unemployed wanderer," Chen Lu replied seriously. This matter couldn't be misunderstood by the kids. Otherwise, he would go from being the one who truly provided for the family to being a useless person who relied on his wife's drawing skills to make a living. Luckily, the kids liked him now, so it wasn't too late. Lin Meow Meow pursed her lips, surprised by how much thought he put into it. But she couldn't help but add, "You should at least come help out before we hire someone, right? You know Liang Jiru works like a bull in the china shop. Aren't you afraid of tiring out your wife?" Chen Lu was about to reply when Liang Jiru suddenly waved her hand in a hurry. "I'm not tired. You don't need to come help. Just come and sit over there. Watch a movie with me," she said. No need to actually do work. Just the thought of having Chen Lu around made Liang Jiru happy enough. She didn't care about anything else. Although Liang Jiru said that, Chen Lu didn't rush off and stayed to help. The initial novelty had worn off, and the work was becoming a bit of a torment for him. Turns out, he was still a lazy fish. Liang Jiru and Lin Meow Meow seemed to have a lot of energy, each having their own clear tasks, with Liang Jiru managing the back kitchen and Lin Meow Meow handling the front of the shop. Chen Lu felt that Liang Jiru had endless energy, painting and managing the shop every day, taking care of the kids in the evening, all while being happy. Well, as long as she was happy. Walking to the wall, he noticed a guitar hanging there. He thought it was decorative, but when he took it down, he realized it was real. Seems like it's been years since that lazy one played it, he thought to himself. Placing the guitar back, he slowly sat back at the counter. He gently strummed the strings, producing familiar yet unfamiliar tones. Chen Lu decided not to play Su Shenghao's songs, as he couldn't even get tickets to his concerts. Being an outdated singer, Chen Lu had never managed to get tickets for him and Liang Jiru to attend. Not wanting to support scalpers, he had to hold back his tears till now. In the end, Chen Lu chose to play the song Love Confession. Classic songs remained classic no matter how many years had passed. The sound of the guitar strings was clear and melodious, blending harmoniously in the coffee shop, not appearing abrupt at all. People occasionally raised their phones to record a segment to share with others they wanted to. After a while, Lin Meow Meow hummed a song as she carried a tray past him. Just as she passed by the counter, she suddenly noticed something was off and promptly retraced her steps, like rewinding a video. "When did you learn to play the guitar?" Lin Meow Meow was clearly surprised. "You played so poorly back then." Chen Lu couldn't help but chuckle and kept his gaze on the guitar strings. "I must have done that on purpose back then. How else could I have chased away that third wheel? You're so ungrateful. I should have known that," Lin Meow Meow said as she walked to the back kitchen and hastily grabbed Liang Jiru's arm, shaking it. "Jiru, your husband is playing the guitar. I'm listening." Liang Jiru wiped the table, her slightly upturned mouth unable to hide her smile. She knew that Chen Lu must have played knowing she would listen. Having spent so much time together, how could they not have that kind of understanding? Liang Jiru slowly lowered her head and stopped her actions. She knew that Chen Lu was playing the guitar for her alone. After playing a few songs he remembered, Chen Lu looked up and saw two girls standing in front of him. After thinking for a moment, he didn't recognize them. They looked like university students who hadn't graduated yet. Can we add you on WeChat?" One of the girls with long hair asked softly, waving her phone. Chen Lu calmly refused. "According to the solar calendar, I'm already 28 this year." "Oh." The girl was puzzled for a moment. "It's okay. I like older guys. I've been married for several years." Chen Lu couldn't help but chuckle. "I have to pick up the kids from school later. But, can I still add you on WeChat?" Chen stopped short. His pupils gradually dilated, his eyes showing a mix of shock. Even if he would be 30 in 2 more years, was he that out of touch with the times? Were young people really this lacking in decency nowadays? Just as he was about to refuse, someone gently linked their arm with his. Turning his head, he saw his wife. "Hello. Is there something you need?" Liang Jiru linked her arm with his, looking at the two girls expressionlessly, then asked politely, "The guitar I played just now, did you like it?" "I played it just for you." Chen Lu sat in his chair, looking up at her. Liang Jiru bent down slowly, bringing her mouth closer to his ear. Chen Lu thought she was going to say something about listening, but she suddenly puckered up her lips and made a kissing noise. Was she aware that others could hear that too? This behavior made Chen Lu suspect that Liang Jiru had secretly been drinking. The girls who wanted his WeChat went blank for a moment, feeling slightly bemused, and quietly paid for their orders and left. "Did I look nervous just now?" Liang Jiru almost lost her cool when the girls left, her hands fidgeting with each other tightly, returning to her usual cute and bubbly self. "No," Chen Lu reassured her, giving her a thumbs up. "Sis, that was close." This expression could at least shake off too intoxicated Liang Jiru. Who could handle that? Being too chilly. Why could this lazy one be good at every style? "Can I play it when we get home?" Liang Jiru asked as she shook his arm playfully, feeding him a spoonful of pudding. All right, Chen Lu agreed, but spat it out right after. "Yuck. This pudding tastes sour." That silly Liang Jiru added vinegar to it. When Chen Lu turned around, he caught sight of Liang Jiru running away from the scene. That mischievous Liang Jiru. He'd settle the score with her when they got home. By evening, just before school ended and many salaried workers got off work, there were only the two of them left in the coffee shop. Chen Lu lazily sat on the bench, silently watching outside the window. The sun was setting, casting a golden glow on the shimmering river. Your net worth is over 100 million, yet you're still working at the coffee shop. People who know will laugh at you and ask what you're aiming for. I aim for your happiness, my wife, Chen Lu replied. Liang Jiru fell silent, just pursing her lips, quietly sitting beside Chen Lu. Wife running a coffee shop. It reminds me of a gourmet anime, Chen Lu said, clicking his tongue, teetering on the edge of pain. Over the years, Liang Jiru had been catching up on various anime due to work, so she understood many of the references Chen Lu mentioned nowadays. The winter sunlight streamed into the coffee shop, bringing warmth inside. I'm a bit afraid. Teaching our children through this might not be good, Liang Jiru said, gazing at the sunset in the distance. I feel like I might be selfish. You don't get it, do you? Educating children is like gradually increasing the water temperature, like boiling a frog, Chen Lu explained seriously. The temperature can't suddenly be too high, children tend to rebel, but it also can't be too low, otherwise, it won't be effective. Liang Jiru sat next to him, her chin resting on her hand, quietly listening for a long time until she suddenly smiled. What are you smiling about? Chen Lu looked at her curiously. I just suddenly felt like laughing. The girl slowly closed her eyes, leaning her head on his shoulder. Chen Lu held the delicate waist of the girl in his arms, feeling her gentle fragrance, silently sitting together for a long time, marveling at the gentleness of the passing years. Love should be like this. After the initial fervor fades, only peaceful, quiet afternoons remain. The heart fluttering with excitement at the beginning of the confession, like tossing a stone into the water, creating ripples after ripples. Although the excitement gradually dissipated with time, it would not disappear completely. The rest of their lives would be filled with these gentle echoes. Suddenly, a tinge of melancholy crept in. He had walked with Liang Jiru slowly until this point, and it had taken a full 7 years. Something doesn't seem right. This silly one was also with him all the way. Chapter 439. Brother and Sister. The next day. It was the day of the kindergarten parent meeting. Chen Lu woke up half dreaming, feeling uncomfortable with the pressure on his chest. He thought it was Liang Jiru lying on him again, but when he opened his eyes, he realized it was Duo. This silly cat no longer sleeps in its cat bed, choosing to randomly find a place it likes and sleep there every day. After waking up, besides playing with human babies, it's all about I'm hungry. Turning his head, Chen Lu saw that Liang Jiru had already woken up. She was wearing a black high-neck sweater and light-colored jeans, moving around in front of the mirror. The fitted sweater and jeans showcased her delicate waist and graceful curves perfectly, combined with her naturally cold facial features, giving her a high but somehow pure look. She was so beautiful that it didn't even make you want to strike up a conversation. But it didn't matter. After all, she was his wife, and Chen Lu had long been smitten with Liang Jiru, becoming a person who couldn't live without her. Is this outfit not good looking? Will I look silly? Liang Jiru whispered as she saw him wake up. The girl furrowed her brows slightly, looking quite worried. Last time she cared so much about her appearance was when they got their marriage certificate. Do you still think it's not good looking? Please give me some face. Chen Lu looked at her speechlessly, wondering when she would become a bit more self-aware about her appearance. You're dressed like this. Are you going to the parent meeting or competing with other parents? The kindergarten was having a parent meeting, not a best-looking parent contest. Okay. Liang Jiru heard this and seemed to gain some confidence, but still a little uncertain. Today was the first parent meeting at the kindergarten, and she was worried about embarrassing their 2 children. While most children are cute, some might taunt others' parents if they don't look good, have vitiligo, or some disability. She had seen other children being teased when she was young and had experienced it herself. Even if she never felt ashamed of her parents, she couldn't hold her head up in class. Glancing at the time, it was already past 8 in the morning, and the parents were supposed to arrive by 9. She quickly sorted out her jumbled thoughts and urged softly, "Get up quickly, we need to go early." "Come back and lie down for a while." Chen Lu spread the blanket open on his own, inviting her. "I've already changed clothes." Liang Jiru knew that if she went back to lie down, things wouldn't be as simple as just resting, and they might end up being late. Meow Meow said that men approaching middle age tend to become emotional when lying down and also develop a liking for the couch. However, this rule seemed not to apply to Chen Lu, who had started exercising and drinking wolfberry tea a few years ago. This man unexpectedly had some foresight, even in non-serious matters. "Not coming?" Chen Lu asked with a serious face. Liang Jiru shook her head. Chen Lu got back under the blanket, looking like he was going to sleep off his difficulties. "Then I won't go. I'll go by myself. I'll die if I go myself." The girl quickly came over to him, acting spoiled, her voice soft and somewhat helpless. "Tired, don't tease me." Chen Lu kept his eyes closed. Unable to do anything, Liang Jiru stood by the bed, extending her fair and pretty feet, gently rubbing Chen Lu's stomach with her toe. She quickly withdrew her foot when he couldn't resist reaching out to grab it. Humph, this person is really into feet, but he refuses to admit it. After teasing him a few times with her feet, Chenlu was completely awake, unable to sleep, even if he wanted to. When Chen Dashi realized this, it was already too late. Hurry up and change clothes. Come out for breakfast. The girl kissed him on the forehead, walked out of the bedroom with her hands behind her back, with a victorious attitude, walking much more briskly. Liang Jiru knew very well that although Chen Lu seemed comfortable doing many things, when it came to her, he was just good at controlling his expressions and could lie without batting an eye, making him appear aloof. In reality, his defenses were quite fragile. The tuition fees for the two little ones at the kindergarten were not low, so the parent meeting was a grand event. The place was filled with colorful balloons hanging everywhere, and many cartoon signboards had just been put up. As they walked to the entrance, they ran into Liu Yan rushing over from the law firm. "Are you both coming together?" Liu Yan smirked at them. Chen Lu nodded and suddenly asked, "What have you been busy with for the past half year?" Before that, Xiao Jingnan could escape from home. "There's a case pursuing Lin Jingming that's in my hands now. I've been busy with that." He wasn't clean when he snatched the project, not much different from what you've seen on TV dramas. Pursuing. If Liu Yan hadn't mentioned it, Chen Lu would have almost forgotten about this person. "He has a lot of dirt on him, can't discuss it in detail with you, but I won't let him out again." Liu Yan crossed her arms, her expression as icy as ever. "Even if it's for you." She stopped herself mid-sentence, suddenly feeling a bit embarrassed. Liang Jiru didn't mind at all, just smiled lightly at her. "Keep it up, Tilda, when there's no one at home. Send Xiao Jingnan to me." Liu Yan paused for a moment, smiled back at Liang Jiru, "All right?" Without lingering at the entrance, the two walked into the kindergarten together. Suddenly, they saw Chen Muxu standing at the entrance, politely greeting passing parents. Her manners were polite and cute, but her eyes were different, a bit numb, compared to the enthusiastic and excited children next to her. It felt like she was reluctantly doing a job. Perhaps this little girl was chosen by the teachers to greet guests because she was the prettiest. Seeing Liang Jiru still in a daze, he quickly took Liang Jiru's hand and hurried towards the daughter, ready to give Chen Muxu a surprise. Without saying a word, they silently walked past the little girl. "Good morning, uncle." Chen Muxu bowed, and then smoothly gestured and guided the passing parents. Her tone was gentle, but her face was expressionless, not even looking up. "Your daughter is so well behaved," Liang Jiru whispered to him. Chen Lu was about to nod, but then he hesitated for a moment. "Wait a minute." He grasped his daughter's chubby face, making her small mouth form an O shape. "What did you call me earlier?" Chen Muxu then realized, and her face that had been cold all along suddenly brightened with a smile. "Gad." The girl's call of dad caught the attention of many people around, especially those who wanted a daughter, but ended up with sons. No one could resist the charm of a cute and pretty little girl. Just when they were wondering who this girl's dad was, they coincidentally saw him. In unison, they silently cursed in their hearts. This person hit the jackpot, having such a cute daughter. Looking at the mom. She's even prettier. Damn, what kind of luck is this person having? This girl's father is so lucky. Amused by this, Liang Jiru smirked for a long time, then squatted down and pressed a kiss on her daughter's cheek. "And where's your brother?" Chen Muxu chuckled and then made a face. Brother was taken away by sister. Chapter 440. The world will be gentle to you two. There wasn't any intellectually stimulating activity requiring parental involvement at the kindergarten. After everyone took their seats, a small class meeting kicked off. An education expert presented a PowerPoint on child rearing tips, then proceeded to commend each child in turn. Yes, in order. And without repeating a single word. Let's be logical here. With 20 kids in a class, managing to praise them all individually without repetition is quite remarkable. It was absurd, really. You could say they were trying to force down whatever they were served. But the fact that they remembered everything each child had done so clearly showed that the kindergarten was really dedicated. The only downside of expensive things is, well, their price. After the meeting concluded, every young human offspring was lauded with such praise that they were all blissful. Chen Lu, who had rested half asleep on Liang Jiru's shoulder, stretched lazily and prepared to leave. "Have you noticed how well Bahai behaved today?" Liang Jiru said suddenly as she pinched her chin. Chen Lu glanced at Bahai, and it seemed to be true. The little rascal, who was usually mischievous, hadn't even clamored for sweets today. As he was pondering, the teacher suddenly called out, "Zhongnan, Behai, Ziyuan, could the parents of these three please wait for a moment?" Chen Lu. What kind of setup was this? After years of being the delinquent child, it was now his turn to be summoned as a parent. Chen Lu vaguely remembered that when he cut class in high school to go to an internet cafe and was called in by the teacher, Chen Guanglin was nearly 40. Damn, back then it was even the combined reports from Mo Yuking and the other party. He wasn't even 30 now. Glancing at Liang Jiru, their exchanged looks showed equally dumbfounded expressions. When they sat in front of the teacher, Liang Jiru kept her head down and fidgeted with her fingers the whole time. Compared to the summoned parents, Chen Lu felt like she was more like a student called to the principal's office for making a mistake. Suppressing a smile to tease her, Chen Lu hesitated, but considering Liang Jiru's innocence, he figured she probably hadn't been summoned to the principal's office before. The teacher could see she was nervous and quickly reassured her, "This mom doesn't need to be nervous. Your child is really well behaved at kindergarten. Little Behai is indeed very smart, and Yunchi has a great personality. They're both excellent children. I was actually planning to invite you all to share some parenting experiences." These were all sincere words. Behai. Frankly speaking, it was hard to speak candidly in front of the other parents. Having been a kindergarten teacher for so many years, she had never seen a child as clever as Behai. Although his brother, Yunchi, wasn't as mischievous, his gentle demeanor stood out. The teacher praised each of the children again, and Li Yan and Liang Jiru listened excitedly, probably thinking they were being singled out for special recognition. Could you just come to the point?" Chen Lu suddenly interjected, feeling wary of listening any further. The more the teacher cushioned the issue, the bigger it seemed to become. Liang Jiru might have been feeling self-satisfied, but Chen Lu was too familiar with this rhetorical tactic, having used it often himself. They couldn't just outright criticize your child, they had to praise a few points first. Many middle and high school teachers would first praise a student's enthusiasm before pointing out their poor grades, saying things like, although their grades aren't great, they participate actively in class, or while they may skip class and get into fights, they're efficient in their work. In the end, polite teachers would leave some dignity for the parents. The teacher suddenly knew who was accompanying Behai. The children are all well behaved, but yesterday at lunch, the three little ones got into a fight. Of course, they've already made up now. This is a time when children are starting to adapt to group settings, and I hope that after you return home, you can guide the children more. This requires our joint effort. The intelligence level of several parents was online, and nobody was overly worried about children bickering. Exiting the kindergarten, a family of four strolled along the riverbank. The sky was darkening, dark clouds gathering thicker overhead with occasional gusts of cold wind slicing through. Liang Jiru and the siblings wore scarves wrapped tightly around them, while Chen Lu was the only one who couldn't stand the feeling of a scarf. He shivered from the cold, and suddenly, a scarf appeared before him. Liang Jiru had taken off her own. He shook his head. Puzzled, Chen Lu wondered if they ever felt as though their destiny was being choked when they wore these scarves. "Did you too get bullied?" Halfway through, Liang Jiru suddenly asked timidly, "If any kids bully you, you must tell Mom. Mom, Dad will definitely help you." Since she wasn't talkative as a child and often had her school bag tossed around by others, Liang Jiru was always worried that her children would face similar situations. "No," the siblings replied in unison, still looking cheerful. "So why did the teacher say you were fighting at school?" "My sister and I didn't fight. It was someone trying to take my sister's cookie during lunch and pushed her a bit." Chen Yunchi paused, then continued calmly, "And then he got beaten up by Sister Zhongnan." Chen Yunchi was still quite impressed, remembering that other kids would usually engage in a back and forth, whereas Zhongnan did things differently. She'd made a swift move, kicking him sideways with her foot. Sister was really cool, just like the armored warrior's dad showed him. He had forgotten to ask her if she could transform. Chen Lu exclaimed what a great kid he was, recalling that Li Yan had mentioned Zhongnan was already learning Taekwondo. Unlike those amateur martial arts centers on the streets, Li Yan was serious about it. "What were you doing when your sister's things got taken?" Actually, Chen Lu was more concerned about this question. It wasn't about favoritism towards his sister just because she was his sister. He would never raise his children that way, or they might end up doubting their own parentage. But they were the closest people in the world to each other, and he wanted the two children to understand that. I was helping sister distract the teacher, Chen Yunqi confessed truthfully. When the teacher got back, sister had already finished. Chen Lu smirked. An organized crime group. But considering their situation back then, they hadn't even had a chance to discuss in advance. Chen Lu suddenly felt troubled. These three kids weren't ordinary by any means. What would happen when these three little mischief makers grew older? Liang Jiru pursed her lips, not planning to say much more. She simply stooped down and reiterated, "Forgive those who bully you, but be kind to other kids, you understand?" "Mom, why do you always say that?" The two children looked at her with great curiosity. "Because when you treat the world with kindness, the world will also treat you kindly." Liang Jiru turned her head, smiling at Chen Lu. Chapter 441 ultimately carried everything. Chapter 441 ultimately carried everything. The end of the year was approaching, and the two children didn't have to go to preschool anymore. They were causing a ruckus at home every day. It was just getting light outside, with a hint of gold in the belly of the sky. Liang Jiru had already gotten up early, standing in front of the full-length mirror, combing her long hair, softly instructing the two children to put on their clothes. When the children were on summer vacation, she originally didn't plan on opening the shop, as she didn't want Chen Lu to be so tired, even though he had time to take care of the kids. And no matter what, Chen Lu and the two kids were definitely more important than the coffee shop. Fortunately, Chen Yunqi and Chen Muxu weren't too rowdy, playing well in the shop, so she wasn't too worried. Chen Dishifu, who had been caught fishing multiple times, lay on the sofa with his arms drooping like a lifeless corpse. "If you're tired, just sleep at home. Why do you have to make me call you?" The girl sat next to him, gently caressing his cheek. "Who asked me if I love you?" Chen Lu said drowsily, half awake. He wasn't sure if he had actually spoken the words he wanted to say. He just vaguely felt Liang Jiru kiss him. Just as Chen Lu was about to fall asleep again, Chen Yunqi sneaked over and poked his shoulder. "What's wrong?" He forced himself to open his eyes, looking at this silly child. The little guy looked excited, not knowing what mischief he was up to again. "Dad, look at this." Chen Yunqi's small hand was spread out like a flower, with a big black spider crawling on it. It seemed to be moving. "Holy cow!" Chen Lu, who had been dozing off a second ago, suddenly jumped up from the sofa and quickly shouted, "Wife! Duo! Help!" Chen Yunqi was startled by his dad's reaction, and the next second, the spider fell to the ground, snatched up by Duo, who had rushed over and flung around a couple of times. One could say it was worthy of being a member of the cat family, eating as if it was a starving tiger. Over the years, Chen Lu had left all encounters with insects to Duo or Liang Jiru. Though he had never encountered such a large insect before, Duo was already experienced. Duo chewed on it with its mouth, looking quite proud with narrowed eyes. It had long claimed to be the master of the house, right? Feeling smug, its eyes suddenly became somewhat vacant. The taste didn't seem right. It spit out the large spider from its mouth, clawing at it a bit before realizing it was made of rubber. "This is fake," Chen Yunqi explained blankly. "I wanted to scare Mom with it." He had only intended to discuss battle plans with Dad, but he ended up making a mistake. "Mom is very timid, you know?" Chen Lu had sat straight on the sofa, regaining the demeanor of the head of the household, as if he wasn't the one who had been scared on the sofa a moment ago. "What will you do if you scare Mom?" I was wrong." Chen Yunqi apologized with a serious attitude, squeezing his fingers. Liang Jiru, who was about to call the father and son for a meal, chuckled and squatted down to poke at the toy. She wouldn't be scared. Though she was timid in some aspects, she had never feared insects. Chen Lu, on the other hand, was fearless in everything, except for this. "Where did you get this thing from?" the girl asked softly. "Other kids gave it to me." Chen Lu looked at Chen Yunqi with a mix of anger and amusement, planning to find a reason to scold him later. Unfortunately, neither he nor Liang Jiru could bear to do it. This task had to be handed over to the professional, Wang Zhaoluo. While contemplating this, Liang Jiru suddenly lightly touched his hair. All right, don't be afraid." Chen Lu gently pushed Liang Jiru's hand away, looking at her sternly. "This simpleton, is he trying to take advantage of him? I remember the first time you accompanied me to see Dad, The girl's eyes curved, her tone gentle and affectionate. I almost jumped when I was scared by the bug in my hand. Forget it, thank you. Chen Lu felt even more frustrated, and he did not expect this matter to be brought up after so many years. Why haven't I seen my grandfather? Chen Muxu suddenly asked, who had been silent the whole time. Liang Zhirou's clear, beautiful eyes showed neither sadness nor joy. Still gentle as water. Grandpa is always watching over you from heaven, go eat. Chen Lu secretly sighed in relief. The two children were not naive and would eventually ask this question. He just didn't expect this simpleton girl to be so calm now, not needing his comfort anymore. He didn't say anything, just silently hugged Chen Muxu and sat her at the dining table. Dad, have you forgiven me? Chen Yunqi asked softly. Liang Zhirou couldn't help but smile faintly. You're in trouble. Your dad holds grudges. How much of a grudge does he hold? Well, the girl pondered for a moment. If a few years from now, you suddenly get beaten up for no reason, it's probably because of this. But I don't think he'll hit you. After all, your dad has many ways of getting back at people. Liang Zhirou had originally intended to tell the story of when Lin Miao Miao was scared to the point of being unable to stand by Chen Lu, but she decided against it. She had to maintain the image of the children's godmother. Chen Yunqi suddenly became nervous. What should I do? Go and ask for forgiveness. Liang Zhirou gave her son a smiling guide. Dad, please forgive me. Chen Yunqi gently shook Chen Lu's arm. I really know I was wrong. Yes, I forgive you. Chen Lu readily nodded, but Chen Yunqi felt that something was off. Suddenly, he saw Chen Lu inexplicably reach out to Chen Muxu, and Chen Muxu also inexplicably hooked her fingers with Chen Lu. But they hadn't said a word to each other. Chen Yunqi suddenly had a bad feeling. In winter, the sun rose very late, and the family had finished breakfast when the day hadn't fully brightened yet. They were all dressed neatly, and Chen Muxu ran back to pick up Duo Duo, holding Duo Duo in her arms. Do you want to come to my company for a while? Chen Lu suddenly remembered this as they reached the door. The children were eager to go. It was time for them to see who really was the master of the household. Unfortunately, after some contemplation, Chen Muxu shook her head slowly. Chen Lu was speechless, grimacing at how difficult it was to show off in front of children. Too practical. It's just like some leaders or parents who never learn to look at results and efficiency, but only at who works overtime the most, who does the work most diligently. The family of 5 went to the coffee shop, hung up the sign indicating they were open for business, and Chen Lu lazily leaned against the wall, watching the human offspring scribble on the blank paper. Children are a reflection of their parents. Influenced by Liang Zhirou, the two little ones were quieter than other children when they had nothing to do. They were still too young, but when Chen Yunqi grew older, he wouldn't be doodling on paper, but simulating great battles and world wars. Shooting one shot that would kill many stick figures. All the boys in his class used to play like that when he was young. Chapter 440. To time Liang Zhirou sat at the front desk, truly drawing, while waiting for the employees to arrive. Lin Miao Miao arrived earliest, still on the phone discussing whether the new character's art design could pass with Ziya. At this moment, the store was still quiet, with the cold wind outside bringing a chill. Once the day completely brightened up, the customer flow immediately increased. Many passing office workers would eat here or directly take their food to go. Fortunately, Liang Zhirou and Lin Miao Miao had already hired employees in advance, so it wasn't particularly busy. Apart from the pastry chef in the back kitchen being a woman in her late 20s, the two servers were frugal university students. Both university students majored in fine arts, and Chen Lu even suspected that both were talents pre-reserved by Lin Miao Miao to be promoted to work at Beiji Crossing after diligently studying through university. Mom works so hard to make money, Chen Yunqi said suddenly, looking up at Liang Zhirou, who was drawing at the front desk. Chen Lu, son, Dad is happy to hear you say that. But the tone in which you said it, Dad doesn't like it. Setting aside the facts, am I not working hard too? Actually, Dad works very hard too. He was always considering the operation of the company, and these two little ones were clueless. Liang Zhirou could see that his mind was always tired, but this silly boy was sulking, not explaining to the children proactively. It was unclear whom he was learning from. Dad also works hard, Chen Muxu said with a soft voice, but she didn't even raise her head while speaking. No need to put up a front like this. The two unlucky kids. His wife was better. Chen Lu decided to cut off ties with the two children for a few minutes and sat next to Liang Jiru to look at the financial statements. Liang Jiru's accounting expertise wasn't learned in vain, as she could do all the messy bookkeeping and financial statements on her own. This store is actually profitable. After looking at the computer for a while, Chen Lu suddenly exclaimed in shock. Although it wasn't overflowing with profits, it was quite commendable. Liang Jiru puffed up her cheeks. What kind of thing are you saying? By the end of next year, I'll be able to earn back all the money we invested in the store. Although she had initially guessed that Chen Lu helping set up the store was just to make her happy, hearing it spoken out loud still hurt. It's better to kill me than make me lose money. I considered many things before opening the store. The girl muttered to herself in her heart. Chen Lu smiled lightly, suddenly seeing a server in uniform walk past. Although it was a black and white maid outfit, it was designed quite conservatively, and the short skirt wasn't particularly revealing, suitable for going out. Without guessing, it was originally designed by Lin Miao Miao in an extremely revealing style, but Liang Jiru didn't want to trouble the employees and forcefully changed it to the current style. Did you and Lin Miao Miao design this uniform as well? It's quite nice. Liang Jiru nodded lightly. Nice, right? I have one too. Then why aren't you? Chen Lu swallowed the words, why aren't you wearing it? Damn it, if anyone sees his wife wearing it, he would gouge their eyes out. Seeing Liang Jiru stop midway through her sentence and look away, he couldn't help but raise a corner of his mouth. He knew Chen Lu would react this way. If she wore it, it would definitely anger Chen Lu. In terms of jealousy and pettiness, they were evenly matched. The girl smiled faintly and whispered in his ear, I'll wear it for you at home later. In the evening, Chen Lu sent his wife and children home, waved, and walked out of the entrance. I'm going out, won't be back for dinner tonight. He had a dinner appointment that he must attend in the evening, arranged by Li Xinian. Several people wanted to find a restaurant or hot pot place they frequented in college, but none were open, so they randomly chose one that seemed decent. It's been almost 5 years since we last met, miss your old man. Chen Lu hadn't even sat down. Yet when he saw Li Xinian raising his eyebrows at him, this guy was a lot livelier than before, but Chen Lu couldn't feel happy. The more mature he became, the more difficult his days during the time he initially eloped. You actually came back? After carefully examining Li Xinian for a moment, probably because this guy always wore square-framed glasses in college, looking like a high school student, it was hard to recognize him. Now, although Li Xinian still had a buzz cut, he wasn't as skinny, had a bit of stubble on his chin, and wore half-frame glasses, exuding a mature uncle-like aura. Seems like many young girls like this style. Seeing your old man becoming handsome, are you afraid you won't recognize me? Li Xinian joked with a smirk. If I turn into dust, your old man will still recognize you. You promised to treat me to seafood buffet twice back then, and it's been almost 8 years now, and you still haven't treated me. Seeing him place the BMW key on the table, Chen Lu didn't ask how he was doing. There was an unspoken understanding among guys, so they wouldn't show off in front of the founder of Beiji Crossing. Otherwise, Li Xinian would show off first, and he would dare to show off with a sports car right after. How come you didn't mention at that time that you used that opportunity every day to meet your wife at the drama club? Li Xinian did not expect Chen Lu to remember all these years. Chen Lu was about to take his phone out. You want to mention the past, right? I'll go tell your wife about the time you spent thousands treating other girls to sushi. No, let's forget about it, bro. Who are you calling a bro? How many words have you said to me in these years? Li Xinian hurriedly pressed Chen Lu's hand when he wanted to take out his phone. I'm not too eager to catch up with you guys. The two men settled their old scores, and Zhang Chao approached with Peng Lian, immediately asking, who had a private meeting with whom? Tell me more. Kids, don't pry into others' business. Zhang Chao clicked his tongue. I should have brought my wife and kid along. It'd be more lively. My wife can't come. She's pregnant. Zhang Chao realized immediately, damn, boy or girl. He had previously thought that if this guy came back, most likely his career was stable. The two of them had a child, and the high chance of becoming a full family. There was no way XX mother-in-law would have any say in the matter. They would either accept it with some dignity, or continue living life as a family of 3 somewhere else. Li Xinian shook his head. I asked if it's a boy, but the doctor wouldn't say anything. They said it's the same whether it's a boy or a girl, so I didn't ask further. Chen Lu chuckled, then it's a girl. Although he didn't ask before, he had done his homework in advance, fearing he wouldn't understand if the doctor hinted at it. Li Xinian paused, then suddenly slapped his thigh. Damn! It just hit me now. Chen Lu didn't say anything, just rested his chin on his hand and raised his eyebrows at the two men in front of him. Are you guys prepared for my son? You both are really something, are you Stan? Chapter 443. This is also a top-notch social horror sometimes. The urge to kill is just a momentary thing. Zhang Chao was angry and rolled up his sleeves to let Chen Lu experience fatherly love again. This kid can turn a blind eye to things, even when he's acting like a dog. If I can't discipline Chen Yun, can I not discipline you damn well? They're still just kids, usually just like to play together. What can you see from that? Chen Lu said casually while eating his food. Li Xinian agreed, puzzled. You weren't like this before. How come having a daughter turned you into a daughter slave? What does a child know? When he was a kid, not only did he always talk about marrying this or that sister when he grew up, but he also hesitated every day between going to Peking University or Tsinghua University. Thinking back now, he feels ashamed of himself. You'll understand when your daughter is born. Zhang Chao handed out the beer and deliberately slammed the bottom of the bottle on the table in front of Chen Lu. Li Xinian pushed his glasses and said, that's why I think having a son is good, at least easier to educate, and you don't have to worry about being taken away. You have a point, Chen Lu concurred. I also feel that sons are easier to deal with. You don't know anything. It's definitely better to have a daughter. When I come home every day and hear my little girl calling me daddy, damn, my heart melts. Chen Lu nodded at Zhang Chao, continuing to agree. What you said also makes sense. Girls are indeed cute. The argument between the two suddenly halted. The atmosphere fell into an extremely awkward silence, Zhang Chao and Li Xinian looking at each other, then together, they turned their gaze to Chen Lu. No wonder this guy is causing chaos here. Almost forgot this damn guy's a twin. I'm going to beat him up. Will you hold me back this time? Zhang Chao asked. Before he could finish, Li Xinian had already stood up. Damn it, throw him in the river. He can swim anyway. Men have their bottom line. It's impossible to beg for mercy. Seeing that the two of them seemed to be serious, Chen Lu could only call out for help. Bro. A wise man knows the times. Coming back from the railing, the three of them suddenly noticed that Peng Lian had already finished 3 bottles, as if playing around. Zhang Chao pushed Chen Lu. Can he handle his alcohol? If he can handle himself, he can handle you too, thanks. Are you even worthy? Peng Lian waved his hand and said, stop arguing. I normally don't drink, but no one can outdrink me. Chen Lu felt like this guy was implying, it's not about who I'm targeting, but everyone sitting here is trash. Whoever gives up first later. Next time we go out to eat, you voluntarily sit at the children's table. Chen Lu sat down and said lightly, just like when rank is at stake, at the beginning of a new semester, there must always be a few solo matches to determine each other's status in the game. Today, he was going to teach Zhang Chao and Peng Lian a lesson in being human. What's the intimidation in that? Here's the deal. Whoever gives up first will video themselves holding up their ID, openly admitting they're not as good as the other 3. Dare to do it. Zhang Chao slammed the table. Back when he was helping these 2 fools out with food at school, they were much more pleasant to talk to. Now they become ungrateful. Chen Lu didn't speak. He had seen this type of video before. Typically, one would hold up their ID and say, I'm XXX, publicly admitting that I'm trash at LOL, Naruto, basketball, or whatever. Couldn't beat 30. I have poor judgment. It was highly effective. Insulting back and forth when one side would pull out this video halfway through. No matter who it was directed at, they would be silenced on the spot. Peng Lian subtly smirked, obviously acknowledging this rule. This really has nothing to do with me. Can I opt out? Li Xinian asked weakly. Seeing the 3 of them looking at him with humorous and mocking eyes, he retracted his question. A few men in their 30s, when they gathered, were just as naive as they were in college. It's only at times like these, late at night, for drunk men, in the end, couldn't determine a winner. Chen Lu, who never allowed himself to get drunk, also stumbled over to the table. Suddenly, a phone on the table rang. Peng Lian fumbled around on the table for a while before finally picking up the phone that was always in the same position. Seeing the caller was his mother, He chuckled. Watch this. My mom will definitely say not to come home for the new year if I don't find a partner. Seeing that he didn't move to the side to take the call, everyone cooperated by not saying a word. Hello, Mom. It's almost Chinese New Year. When are you coming back? Your aunt has arranged a blind date for you. Seems like a good match. I really can't go. The company is in a critical phase now. No time for romance. Chen Lu thought to himself, what a group of friends. How is every year during this time the crucial time at the company? Isn't every year supposed to be the most hopeful year? What's up with LPL? Peng Leian placed the phone flat on the table after speaking and covered his ears with both hands. The tone on the other end of the call became increasingly intense, even causing the phone on the table to vibrate slightly. Do you know how old you are this year? You're 26. Your cousin, who's 2 years younger, is having a baby this year. Every time I bring gifts, they ask me, how can you earn so much money but not have a girlfriend? Relatives are speculating behind my back, wondering if there's something wrong with you. Where do you want me to put my face? Your dad also said, for Chinese New Year, either you bring a partner with you, or don't bother coming back. The call ended with a barrage of scolding before Peng Leian could say anything. Just words spoken in anger. If I really don't go back, they'll scold me again. Peng Leian shrugged, explaining himself proactively. It's been like 5 or 6 years, and you still haven't pursued her. Zhang Chao sighed. Really, Lin Miao Miao is in a special situation. I suggest you either give it a try, or find another girl sooner. Chen Lu stayed silent. He knew that even if Peng Leian pursued her, Lin Miao Miao would reject him. This guy couldn't help it. He knew he didn't have the ability to pull Lin Miao Miao out of her doubt, so he could only stay by her side silently, showing her that it's okay to take things slow. If he were a little dumber, he might also find himself in a situation where he couldn't do anything about Liang Jiru. Peng Leian shook his head and walked slowly to the river bank. Under everyone's gaze, he held the railing, just looking at the nighttime view of the river, saying nothing for a long time. Then suddenly he shouted, I'm devoted to Lin Miao Miao. The echoing shouts seemed to linger for a long time, and Peng Leian laughed off his outburst as if nothing had happened just now. When the sun rises tomorrow, he will still be seen by others as the workaholic nut job, or the coward who can't confess, but he will still be the only one willing to protect Lin Miao Miao in a way that won't trouble her. Those who clearly see Lin Miao Miao's aversion and hesitation towards love, yet continue to pursue her as if nothing had happened, are trash. The dining table of this roadside stall is right at the edge of the river, and all eyes naturally turn to them. Chen Lu grinned and quickly apologized for his friend. Sorry about him, my friend's a bit out there. Sorry, we'll make him take his medication later. Chapter 444. Will you dare next time? Chapter 444. Will you dare next time? After saying that, he quickly pulled Peng Leian back because the movement was a bit intense, feeling like his stomach and brain were both in turmoil at the same time. It took a while for him to recover. I say, let's leave quickly. I feel like throwing up. Chen Lu whispered. He couldn't take it anymore. Even after receiving 10 rounds of the rocket punch, he didn't feel as dizzy. Then let's just call it even this time. Do we all agree? Zhang Chao couldn't keep a straight face, finally making it till this moment. He would vomit on the spot, even if he took another half cup. Li Xinian was already lying motionless on the table. I'll foot the bill, Chen Lu said. No need to sneakily pay the bill in the restroom with this bunch. The relationship was clear. Only the dead body like Li Xinian reacted a bit, slowly raising his right hand. It's been a long time. It's my treat. Zhang Chao raised one leg leisurely and suddenly smiled. What's there to argue about? Since the three of us are married, let's decide it like married people. What do you mean? Chen Lu suddenly had a bad premonition. Just then, Zhang Chao slowly placed his phone on the table and said jokingly, let's just sit here, and whoever's wife calls first will pay the bill, all right? No one spoke for a moment, including Zhang Chao, all of them involuntarily lowering their heads to check the time. It was now 10:44 in the evening. For married men, this was an extremely dangerous time. Even if someone's phone rang the next second, it wouldn't be strange at all. Chen Lu felt like his phone had suddenly turned into a bomb that could explode at any moment. Normally, Liang Jiru would definitely be sitting on the couch waiting for him to come home, considering whether or not she should call. He was probably going to lose. But people always had some strange dignity to uphold. A man can't be told he can't do something. Just like many online writers. If someone says their writing is terrible, they might not get angry and would even seriously reflect on it. But if someone says it's short, they would definitely lose it. So he hesitated for a moment and then said softly, "Let's do it." Except for Peng Lian, the three men placed their phones flat on the table, holding their breath and staring at their phones. They had originally planned to chat and wait, but now no one was in the mood to chat. Today was a battle of high and low, and also a matter of life and death. As time passed by, no one knew how long it had been. Chen Lu was just about to let out a sigh of relief when the screen of the phone on the table lit up. Two phones were ringing. He leaned in to take a look and noticed that his phone hadn't rung. Zhang Chao calmly said to Li Xinian, "You lost." "Why?" Li Xinian was puzzled. Wasn't it obvious that it was a tie? Zhang Cao's raised leg dangling in the air as he gloated, "This isn't my wife calling." Li Xinian leaned in to take a look. 10086. Bam! "I'm going to pay the bill." Although Li Xinian had planned to treat his friends, he was still irritated after all the trouble. Chen Lu glanced at Zhang Chao and felt that something was off. Besides, 10,086 calling the customers was quite rare. What time was it anyway? Taking advantage of Zhang Cao's distraction, he secretly tapped to answer. Immediately, a clear female voice came from the phone. "Zhang Chao, do you even know what time it is now? Find a place to sleep. I've locked the door." Obviously, it was Liu Yan's voice. Zhang Chao, who had been showing off just a moment before, suddenly froze in place. Sensing the gaze of the three, he awkwardly scratched his cheek with a slight smile, suddenly feeling embarrassed. Before proposing to play this game, he had secretly changed the note about Liu Yan. He couldn't believe he was caught. Damn it! Chen Lu, that rascal, would he die if he wasn't so sharp-minded? Seeing that everyone's faces were not good, he quickly changed the subject. "We didn't discuss what a tie meant in advance. Do we split the bill in half? You lose if you back out." Zhang Chao and Li Xinian were arguing, while Chen Lu leaned back in his chair, letting out a sigh of relief. He couldn't feel happy, but in any case, he, Chen Dashi, had won. Just as he was about to message Liang Jiru that he was going home, Zhang Chao, who was sitting next to him, lightly pushed his arm. "Is that your wife? Why did this XX Li Xinian return after eloping?" Chapter 445. My Mother, and I Went to Work. Chapter 445. My mother, and I went to work. It was another year of winter vacation. Early in the morning, Liang Jiru, as usual, got up early, dressed neatly in the living room, left breakfast for the remaining 3 lazy bugs, and then prepared to go to the store. Seeing the figure on the sofa, she suddenly froze again. Chen Lu actually woke up earlier than her today. It seemed like this was the first time. Seeing Liang Jiru's reaction, Chen Lu couldn't help but smile faintly at her. "Let's not go to the store today. Let's go out and have some fun together." Liang Jiru hesitated for less than 2 seconds before nodding lightly. "Then I'll let the staff at the store know in advance." "No need. I already asked Lin Miao Miao to help you look after the store," Chen Lu said. The girl took 2 steps back in silence. She suddenly doubted what this person's scheme was. Just like when they watched a movie together for the first time back then, Chen Lu had already informed Zi Zunfang in advance before asking her if she wanted to go, and had even bought the movie tickets. Sitting in the best seats on 520, she still didn't know how far in advance this person had purchased them. Chen Lu was now reaching middle age, although his belly didn't bulge like other men approaching middle age. But he was full of trickery. "I've even given you to children. What more do you want to deceive me about? The girl timidly said. "Is your husband that kind of person?" Chen Lu was speechless. "Do you want to go?" "I do." Liang Jiru's mouth and body were both honest. She pursed her lips and glanced inadvertently at the children's rooms. "Without the children? They are about to start school," the girl said softly. "I already took them out to play last week. Chen Lu didn't have that intention. It's fine for my mom to take care of them for a day this time." Soon, the 2 little ones were summoned to the living room by Chen Lu. Chen Yunqi always appeared energetic, while Chen Muxu was rubbing her sleepy eyes, holding a teddy bear doll in her arms, looking unenthusiastic about anything. Chen Lu cleared his throat. "You 2 have been behaving well lately, so Dad has decided to take you out. Discuss where you want to go." "Really?" Chen Yunqi suddenly widened his eyes, When are we leaving? We'll leave when Grandma and Grandpa arrive. Chen Muxu seemed to understand something, blinking her eyes blankly. Dad and Mom aren't coming? Chen Lu sighed and said regretfully, Mom, and I have work to do. Finished speaking, he raised his chin towards Liang Jiru. Right, wife. Liang Jiru hesitated for a while, finally squeezed out a faint. Chen Lu knew she couldn't lie to the children. He suspected this person was deliberately doing this. He thought the two children could still be easily tricked even as they were about to start elementary school, but he didn't expect Chen Muxu to suddenly raise her head, her watery eyes staring straight at her mother. Seeing Liang Jiru looking guilty and avoiding eye contact, Chen Lu helplessly twitched the corner of his mouth and once again turned his gaze to the pensive Chen Muxu. Little troublemaker, trying to use your mom as a lie detector. Huh. Grandpa and Grandma were very eager to take care of their grandchildren, and shortly after Chen Lu made a phone call, they rushed over. Wang Xiaoxia's grandson was about to start elementary school, still with a head of black hair, looking lively. Chen Guanglin couldn't be bothered to dye his hair, with a hint of gray creeping in at the temples. With age, his indifferent aura grew more apparent. Dad, Mom, can you help take care of the kids? I'll accompany Jiru to talk about the contract. Chen Lu raised the hand holding Liang Jiru's as he smiled meaningfully at the two. Trying to deceive both the old and the young? Wang Zhao couldn't help but pat him, annoyed and amused. She had already guessed that this pair had snuck out for some alone time, but she never expected to actually run into them. Discussing a contract? Wang Zhao looked at Chen Lu with a half smile, but not really smiling. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Moments later, Liang Jiru finally released herself from his embrace, her face buried in his chest, unable to say a word out of embarrassment. Chen Lu touched his cheek. We're done discussing. Done. Dad, Mom, what are you doing here? Chen Muxu raised her head, looking at the two with a juvenile gaze. Liang Jiru anxiously intertwined her small hands, struggling to speak, turning red from embarrassment. So embarrassing. After all the years of sneaking out with Chen Lu, she didn't expect to be caught by the children once. Chen Lu suddenly felt that they looked like a young couple caught by their parents in an early love. Even though both were nearing 30, they seemed so alike. While others were young lovers, fearing being caught by parents when they went out, why were he and Liang Jiru afraid of being discovered by their children? In the afternoon, the two came out of the movie theater. Hand in hand, their intimate gestures didn't seem out of place among the young couples around them. Liang Jiru, nearing 30, actually attracted more attention than the other girls, as time had been particularly gentle to her, leaving not a trace of aging on her face. They just happened to catch the premiere of the movie adaptation of Supernova Era. What did this mean? As long as one lived long enough, some wishes could still come true. I'm so lucky, Chen Lu suddenly said. Perplexed, Liang Jiru blinked her eyes. Why are you suddenly saying that? Because I have a wife who willingly understands my hobbies, Chen Lu said. Aren't you the same way? Otherwise, you wouldn't have. Liang Jiru stopped halfway through her sentence, suddenly turned around, grabbing his shoulders with both hands, burying her head into his chest. The girl held onto him tightly, as if she wanted to hide in his body. He had seen this scene in a TV drama before. The young couple going out for a stroll unexpectedly bumped into a parent along the way. What's wrong? Looking at the nervous girl in his arms trembling slightly, he couldn't help but curiously ask. Liang Jiru still kept her head down, her voice trembling as she said, Don't turn around. Our children are right in front of us. She was too late when she said it. When people encountered strange situations, their instinctive reaction was to look around like a startled deer. Chen Lu turned around, only to see Wang Zhao walking towards them holding a child. How did they end up here? 2 seconds later, Chen Lu remembered that the adjacent theater was playing The Bear That Goes Somewhere. Damn it, how many years had it been, and they were still showing it? Were the trees in that forest that hard to chop down? He decided to retract his previous judgment on this kind of plot. Great, it was no longer awkward. Not to mention they hadn't seen it before. He never thought such an absurd turn of events could happen. Before the three of them noticed, Chen Lu quickly turned his face to the side, pretending he didn't see anything. But it was too late. Chen Yunqi always had sharp eyes. Otherwise, when he was looking for Zhang Nan, it wouldn't be as if he had a radar on. There was a sudden exclamation from behind, and then Chen Yunqi ran over, grabbing his pants excitedly, shouting, Dad! Liang Jiru buried her face deeper when she heard this, acting like an ostrich afraid to show itself. Seeing this scene, Wang Zhao was both angry and amused. She had already guessed that the two of them had sneaked out for some private time, but she never thought it could actually happen. Discussing a contract? Wang Zhao looked at Chen Lu with half a smile, but not really smiling. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Moments later, Liang Jiru finally released herself from his embrace, her face buried in his chest, unable to say a word out of embarrassment. Chen Lu touched his cheek. We're done discussing. Done. Dad, Mom, what are you doing here? Chen Muxu raised her head, looking at the two with a juvenile gaze. Chapter 446 Time Flies. Chapter 446 Time Flies. A long moment of silence. Chen Lu cleared his throat and said with a straight face, Mom and Dad are looking for aliens. This kind of scene required Master Chen to handle it. The two little ones indeed widened their eyes. Aliens. Chen Yunqi and Chen Muxu were at the peak of their curiosity and immediately forgot the question they wanted to ask upon hearing this term. Have you found them? Chen Yunqi quickly asked, nervously clenching his fists. No. Chen Muxu, looking at the popcorn residue at the corner of her mom's mouth, felt something wasn't quite right. Dad, did you secretly bring Mom out to play? How could you falsely accuse me like this? Chen Lu's expression remained unchanged. Seeing that Dad remained composed and calm throughout, the two little ones finally believed him after much doubt. Although Mom's cheeks were always blush from the beginning, she was often teased by Dad, not a reliable reference. Leaving the children behind to go out on a date made Liang Jiru feel guilty. She was used to it, but being caught by the children made it a different matter. Although Wang Zhao still planned to help take care of the children, Liang Jiru felt awkward and reluctantly took over the task. Shall we go home? Liang Jiru looked at the two children happily eating ice cream and asked softly. Initially thinking that Chen Lu had some scheme, it turned out he just brought her out to play. She was already quite happy today. Chen Lu shook his head slowly and suddenly raised the corner of his mouth towards her. No, let me take you to play something else. Chen Muxu immediately noticed the key phrase take you. Nevertheless, she didn't mind and continued to eat ice cream with a smile. Whether Dad wanted to take her and her brother didn't matter at all, as long as she quietly followed along. There was certainly fun awaiting. What else do you want to play? Just wander around in the mall. After a while, the family of four entered a shop full of claw machines. The dolls inside were exquisite, with various types, so the prices were a bit higher, $5 for one try. Dad, I want to play too. Seeing Chen Lu walk up to a claw machine, Chen Muxu quickly shook his arm. Good, let me show you. How old are you, Tilda, and you want to compete with children? Liang Jiru said this, but didn't stop Chen Lu at all. She quietly watched Chen Lu's focused profile, and a faint upward turn of her mouth that could barely be noticed. He was already 30, yet acted like a child. What they called the 7-year itch, but even now looking at Chen Lu, she still felt a fiery sensation in her heart. In a daze, she suddenly heard Chen Muxu's coquettish voice. Dad, you've played 4 times already, it's our turn. Chen Lu looked up, lost in thought for a moment, and suddenly said, why don't we let Mom try? The two children obediently nodded their heads, knowing that Mom would yield to them as long as they acted flirtatiously. Liang Jiru snapped back to reality and waved her hand quickly. I can't. I've played 4 times already. Playing more would be a waste of money. You should try. Chen Lu remained indifferent, shaking the game coins in his hand. Anyway, we've spent the money. All right then. The girl mustered her courage and took a few steps forward. Chen Yunqi pointed to his favorite whale doll. Mom, good luck. I want that one. Liang Jiru clenched her fist and suddenly looked determined. All right. Chen Lu watched the two children eagerly circling around Liang Jiru and saw her tense and concentrated demeanor. He couldn't help but smirk. Originally, it was prepared to make Mom happy, but it turned out to be a fun outing for the kids. Some people may not know, but the probability of winning these claw machine prizes is actually controlled by the operator, similar to the guaranteed pulls in many mobile games. The operator would set in advance how many tries before giving out a powerful grab that would secure a doll. Without a guarantee, the chances of winning are close to 0. The number of tries needed to consistently pick up a doll is entirely up to the operator's conscience. A rather unfair design, but it has its uses. Consulting with the operator ahead of time doesn't cost much, and using these small tricks to make girls happy is very profitable. He had already inserted for coins, which meant ... this time he would definitely succeed. Just as he was thinking this, cheers suddenly came from the children in front of him. Liang Jiru excitedly approached him, gently shaking the Hoyle doll in her hands with a happy smile on her face. "I caught it in one go. Humph, anyone can do it, let me try. Dad, good luck." The two kids harmoniously chimed in. "I didn't do well just now, let me try again." Chen Muxu pouted. "Dad, you've played 4 times already." "All right, do you want to try?" Chen Lu waved his hand. "Who will go? Rock, paper, scissors." Chen Yunqi smiled at Chen Muxu. "Let the little sister go first, she's been waiting for a while." Thus, Chen Lu always stepped in to insert the coin and grab it, and naturally, he never succeeded even once. Meantime, Chen Yunqi managed to grab one with the last game coin, earning admiration from Liang Jiru and Chen Muxu for a while. Liang Jiru and the 2 children each held a doll, and all were extremely happy. Chen Lu watched the 3 people who were still clueless and laughing, unable to help but smirk. It's so simple to amuse these fools. Just a few tricks can make the whole family happy. What does it mean to be the head of the family? You're really lucky, he said teasingly. Just as he finished speaking, Liang Jiru slowly walked to him. "What's up?" The girl held up her doll to him, peering from behind it earnestly. "I want to give this to you ... But I'm not the kind of child who isn't happy if they can't catch it." "Are you trying to humor a child here?" As the family of 4 left the mall, it was already nearing evening. Walking slowly on the street, a cool breeze occasionally brushed across their faces. Chen Lu glanced up, observing the sky blanketed with thick clouds. It seemed like it was going to snow. Liang Jiru and the siblings were each holding a doll, with smiles on their faces. This silly one was already 28 years old, timidly clutching a doll, looking just like a little girl. Clearly an easy target to deceive and take home. He subconsciously reached out his hand, flicking a few stray strands of hair at the girl's face, pausing for a while in front of her forehead. "What's wrong?" Liang Jiru blinked, looking at him curiously. Chen Lu smiled faintly. "My wife looks much better without bangs. It's been cut for so many years, Tilda." The girl said softly, unknowingly squeezing his arm tighter. "By the way ... that park seems like it's going to be torn down in the spring. Shall we take a look? It's just a few steps from this mall." Chen Lu suddenly remembered it originally belonged to the old city area. Now over 20 years later, it would have been strange if it wasn't being demolished. Places loaded with memories are like people, gradually sinking into the years. If they don't go back to revisit, they will never see it again. Liang Jiru hesitated for a moment, then nodded vigorously. The snow arrived swiftly, and as the 2 of them led the children, arriving at the familiar yet unfamiliar park, a thin layer had already accumulated on the ground, resembling a sheer veil. White snowflakes fluttered down, falling on Liang Jiru's dark hair. "I want to play on the slide," Chen Yunqi suddenly shouted. "I'll go too." The siblings, seeing the first snow of the year, ran in delight. "Be careful." After Chen Lu's reminder, watching the children run around, he suddenly felt a bit peculiar. How did time pass so quickly? He could still recall that Liang Jiru, who awkwardly squatted here, full of fear and helplessness in her eyes. Now, the 2 children were almost the same age as when they first met. Chen Lu pondered for a moment, then took a quick step, stopped in front of Liang Jiru, turned around, and extended his right hand towards her. Just like the old days. He remembered the words he didn't finish saying that day. "Hello, I'm Chen Lu," he said softly, his gaze soft, a smile tugging at his lips. Still youthful, Chen Lu saw snowflakes falling in the girl's clear eyes, gradually becoming blurred with tears. It wasn't until he returned to his senses that he noticed her tears. The girl was in a daze for a long time. Unaware of when, Liang Jiru wiped her tears and gently placed her hand on his palm, her voice still soft and timid, but with a hint of joy. I'm Liang Jiru. Time is relentless, like the ebb and flow of the tide, yet there are things it can never take away. Last year's New Year's night, the flower market was as bright as day. Chapter 447. Clouds rising in Jiangnan. Chen Yunqi didn't realize that his childhood was different from others until he started elementary school. Not everyone had two girls to grow up with, and not everyone had a sister and a younger sister. Although his sister was from another family, she treated him better than his own younger sister. Why was that? This question had been on his mind since kindergarten, and even now, in the 4th grade, he still couldn't find an answer. So, sister is a real sister, but younger sister isn't a real sister. Chen Yunqi muttered to himself, convinced of the conclusion he had reasoned out. Beside him, Chen Lu quickly covered his chest, took a few deep breaths, and raised his chin towards Chen Muzu. Muzu, teach him a lesson. The little girl inherited her mother's icy demeanor when she was silent, just nodded, deftly handed him his backpack, tied up her hair, and moved her wrist in a fluid motion. It was obvious she had done this many times before. You could tell she was wearing their father's thoughtful warmth. Chen Yunqi swallowed nervously and took 2 steps back. I used my pocket money to buy jelly for you and sister. He took out the jelly hidden in his pocket, glaring at her. I didn't even want to eat one by myself. Chen Muzu pursed her lips. She knew her brother never lied. Even though he could be difficult at times, he was still good to her and their sister. Suddenly feeling a bit awkward, they were interrupted by a voice behind them, emotionless and almost demonic. For every snack Yunqi gives you, I will give you double. Chen Yunqi stared as his stoic father, then looked at Chen Muzu, who had already rolled up her uniform sleeves. Brother, just endure it for a bit. It'll be over soon, she said, trying not to sound too harsh. Chen Yunqi, how can you ask me to endure? Can't you at least suppress that smirk on your face before talking about endurance? I've already said she's not a real sister. Before he could finish his thoughts, Chen Muzu, with her hair swaying like a rabbit, caught up to him, and he had no choice but to run. As for why he didn't fight back, well, you could ask the historical figures who ended up being executed by the emperor why they didn't fight back against the executioner. When Zhang Nanji was around, she would help stop her, but when she wasn't, he would be chased and beaten. Chen Lu watched the 2 children circling around a tree, laughing to himself about how their personalities seemed to have swapped as they grew older. When they were younger, the obedient Chen Yunqi began to act mischievous, just like him and Chen Mo when they were younger, while Chen Muzu became more reserved, carrying herself with the demeanor of a girl. But fundamentally, this little girl had a dark side. It was evident from her words, endure it for a bit. After a while, Chen Muzu returned to him, rubbing her forehead. Nicely done. Chen Lu gave her a thumbs up. In reality, he had been worried about how to discipline the children for the past few years. He didn't really want to resort to physical punishment unless absolutely necessary, and as for Liang Jiru, with her easygoing nature, it was even harder to be strict. But Chen Yunqi, with his occasional displays of pure naivety, surprised him from time to time. He couldn't possibly send his children to their grandmothers every time they misbehaved. Luckily, Chen Muzu's mind proved to be quite handy in this situation, in more ways than one. Leading the 2 children to the school gates, a crowd of parents had already gathered, not willing to let their children go to school alone, despite being in elementary school. Godfather, a girl with long hair, suddenly called out to him. Chen Lu glanced around and saw Zhang Nan alone. Are you going to school by yourself again? My parents are working, so I didn't ask them to take me. Zhang Nan nodded. After all, I'm in 4th grade. I'm a big kid now. She offered this arrangement herself, knowing that as long as it didn't involve her education, there would be fewer arguments between her parents. I'll pick you up along with them from now on. It's not far anyway, Chen Lu said softly. The elementary school wasn't far from their home, only about a 10-minute walk, and it was a good opportunity to spend time with the children. He couldn't help but wonder if this was also part of Liang Jiro's plan. He didn't dare to think about it anymore. No need, I can find my own way. Chen Lu nodded slightly and said no more. Despite being a year older than her classmates, Zhang Nan always carried herself with a maturity that wasn't typical of her age. As they were often said, children from poorer families mature early and become independent. As Wedding in Dreams started playing and the school gates slowly opened, Chen Lu watched as the children flooded in like a tide, patted the heads of the 2 children, and walked away. Watching Chen Muzu's back as she walked into the school gates, she suddenly remembered something. She rummaged in her bag for a moment before pulling out a soft ruler and handing it to Zhang Nan with a mischievous smile. Sister, this is the sort of a hero that my dad got for you. You can use it to teach my brother a lesson when he messes up. Strike first, report later. This ruler was a gift Chen Lu had bought for all three of them, but she was just pretending to present it as if it came from their father. Anyway, Chen Yunqi wouldn't know if their dad had said anything like that in private. His reaction now said it all. Zhang Nan took the ruler, twirled it lightly a few times, as if wielding a sword, and then slowly passed it over the palm of her other hand. She raised her lips slightly. Chen Yunqi started to feel uneasy, especially since Zhang Nan rarely smiled. If his sister's reprimands already hurt, his sister, who had practiced taekwondo since childhood, would be a whole different ordeal. Little did he know, Zhang Nan just smiled faintly, then glanced at Chen Muzu walking into the school gates before discreetly passing the sword to Chen Yunqi. Chen Yunqi was delighted. See, he was right. Sister was the real one. I bought jelly for you and sister. Taking advantage of the security guard's distraction, he stuffed the remaining half bag of jelly into his sister's backpack. This bag of jelly was valuable. He had used up all his pocket money for the week on this. But as long as his sister and younger sister were happy, that was all that mattered. His mother had once said to be a gentle person. Zhang Nan tried to suppress her smile, gave him a cold look, and said, "Have you finished your English homework? I'll collect it later." In reality, it wasn't that close. Dad was right. Life is inherently lonely. Finally got those two unlucky kids off to school, Chen Lu muttered to himself. He returned to the coffee shop, where he coincidentally saw Peng Lian coming out from inside. Not staying this time? He raised an eyebrow teasingly. Peng Lian had been coming to this place quite often in the past 2 years. When the company wasn't busy, he'd stick around and help out for free. What was going on with this coffee shop run by Liang Jiru? They might as well have the North Star run it. The new version of the map isn't fully debugged yet, so I have to go back and keep an eye on it. When it comes to pursuing a girl, it's like boiling a frog. You're on the verge of enlightenment, and I'm proud. Chen Lu continued talking to himself, completely ignoring Peng Lian. After much hesitation, Peng Lian asked in a low voice, "Lu Jie, are you sure the boss lady isn't boiling you in there?" Shut up. Chapter 448. Chen Muxu's dream. Chen Mo was also here today. Brother. Chen Lu nodded at her, feeling that this cafe was the right choice. As they grew older, everyone had their own lives, but they could still occasionally meet here, like a hub. What are you two researching here? He saw Liang Jiru sitting next to Chen Mo and curiously leaned in. There were a bunch of messy books on the table, many of them written purely in English, densely filled with letters like ants. At first glance, it was really incomprehensible, and upon closer inspection, okay, still incomprehensible. Even though he had a good memory, after so many years since graduation, he had returned everything to the teachers long ago. Not to mention that many vocabularies were still professional terms. You've already finished your master's degree. Why keep going higher? He couldn't help but ask, never expecting his sister to be pursuing a doctorate. Chen Mo chuckled. Why do you think? Obviously, it's because I don't want to work. 6. It was an exaggerated statement, but it unexpectedly made sense coming from Chen Mo. You can't understand either, right? Liang Jiru looked at him excitedly. If she was the only one who couldn't understand, it would be embarrassing, and she would definitely be mocked by Chen Lu as a foolish person. I can't understand, Chen Lu honestly admitted. Chen Mo felt even prouder, patting Liang Jiru's shoulder. Sister-in-law, quickly go pour a cup of coffee for the person in our family with the highest future education. Okay. Liang Jiru didn't mind being called by Chen Mo, smiling as she got up. Just as she was about to leave, Chen Lu grabbed her arm. Looking at his sister, Chen Lu stared at her disapprovingly. You dare to boss around your sister-in-law, putting on a front, huh? Chen Mo replied with a shallow smile. Do you want to argue? Oh, I knew it. There's really a generation gap between doctoral students and undergraduate graduates. Chen Lu tugged at the corner of his mouth, sighing. But I have money. My education is higher than yours. Even if you earn to doctoral degrees, you won't have more money than me. I'll compete with you. Chen Mo got angry, rushing towards him ready to fight. Chen Lu held her head back and whispered, Do you know how old you are this year? You never take anything seriously. It's all because of you influencing Chen Yunqi. He seriously suspected that Chen Yunqi's mischievousness nowadays was because she often played with Chen Mo. Why don't you just say he follows me, considering I'm the scapegoat? Chen Mo lowered her head to continue reading. staring at the pages of English text. Suddenly, she was taken aback. It was thanks to her sister-in-law helping her with English tutoring back then that she could barely manage her English scores in high school. Now, as she pursued her doctorate, Liang Jiru couldn't understand what she was studying. "Sister-in-law," she suddenly said. "What's up? My English is better than yours now." Chen Mo's eyes were reddening. Liang Jiru continued to smile gently. "After all, you're the most educated one in our family." At night, the couple was snuggled up on the couch watching a movie. Chen Yunqi sneaked over with his sister, whispering, "Dad, can you give us some pocket money?" Chen Lu pondered for a moment, then sighed. "You both know our family situation. Mom works tirelessly every day, either drawing or running the coffee shop, supporting the three of us." Chen Muxu hurriedly interjected, "Dad, I just misunderstood when I was a kid, saying you were a vagrant. How many years have you held a grudge over that? If you want pocket money, earn it yourself. When I was young, I worked for your grandparents to earn pocket money. Oh, get back to your homework." Liang Jiru got up slowly, taking the two children to the table to do their homework. They had been playing around while she was chatting with Chen Lu, allowing the kids to sneak off for a while. Alone, Chen Lu finished watching the movie, closed the app, and happened to see Zhang Cao's trending new game. The North Star pirate ship was sailing more steadily. However, as for leading the industry, even if he had the ability, he didn't have the interest. Life is too short, and he wanted to invest his time in things he truly valued. Such as... Chen Lu looked up at Liang Jiru, and the two children sitting next to her doing homework. Liang Jiru happened to meet his gaze, rushing over with papers in hand. "Look, your son's essay." The girl's eyebrows bent, barely able to hold back her laughter. "Isn't it funny?" Chen Lu chuckled, amused by her teasing, and accepted the essay from her. The essay title, "My Father Suddenly." He had a bad feeling in his heart. The essay was too long, so he only read the part Liang Jiru was pointing at. "My father is an ordinary yet great person who treats the whole family especially well." This sentence seemed pleasing to the eye. "I still remember that snowy night in my childhood, with snowflakes floating down silently, blanketing the earth in a layer of new cotton." For a primary school student, the writing was decent. "That night, my father had a 42-degree fever, but he still snuck out to buy me my favorite canned fruit." Chen Lu stopped reading, silently putting down the paper with an expressionless face. Liang Jiru covered her mouth with her hands, giggling and leaning into his arms. "Dad, my brother didn't finish his English homework today." Chen Muxu quickly supported her older brother. Zhang Nan waited for him to finish, and she even got scolded by the teacher. Chen Lu felt his temples pulsating. With a professor grandfather and a doctor aunt, this kid wanted to slack off every day doing homework. Although he and Chen Mo were like this when they were young, isn't that double standards? Chen Muxu at least liked to procrastinate and fool around. But Chen Yunqi's behavior was more than just procrastination. Serious measures needed to be taken. "Dad, why don't you just beat me instead?" Zhang Nan quietly approached him. Chen Lu smiled and patted his head. "How can Dad bear to hit you?" Seeing that Dad wasn't going to let him off the hook, he could only appeal to Mom with pleading eyes. Liang Jiru looked helpless. It was all over. "Should I step down too?" After contemplating for a while, Zhang Chao suddenly said to Liu Yan. Liu Yan chuckled softly in the mirror. "How many times have you said that? I never see you making up your mind. I'll go call Zhang Nan to bed. Let's go to sleep," she suddenly suggested. Zhang Chao cleared his throat, shrinking on the couch. I today. "Behave, go inside." Zhang Nan had finished her homework early and was currently working on the additional math practice assigned by Liu Yan, her pencil and paper rubbing against each other, emitting a slight scratching sound. It was so faint, yet it still managed to irritate her. Even flipping through books in her backpack seemed much more aggressive. She shook the textbooks out directly from her bag and suddenly noticed the jelly Chen Yunqi had given her during the day. Carefully, she placed it back in the drawer, unable to bear eating it. "Dad, why are they crying so emotionally over parting ways? They'll see each other again in the future anyway." Chen Muxu, watching to people waving and wiping tears in the movie, looked puzzled. Because for each meeting, it means one less meeting rather than one more meeting. "Do you find it hard to understand?" The two kids stared blankly, not reacting for a moment. "It's too early, they won't get it," Liu Yan whispered, feeling somewhat embarrassed that it took her a moment to understand too. I know they don't get it, but when they encounter situations in the future, they might remember this phrase and understand. By then, they'll get it. It's all part of the learning process. Who doesn't feel the pain of separation from loved ones when being outside? Only when father is getting older do we truly understand the story of the back by Juziking. Chen Muxu fell silent, pondering quietly. Dad always said things that were hard to understand, but when they were understood, they made perfect sense. Until the next day's first class, she kept thinking about this question. She and her brother were family, and they wouldn't be separated in this lifetime. Just like dad and aunt. But Zhang was different. Now she could just take a few steps to find her, but in the future, aunt might go to another school and work in another city, requiring a long train ride. At that time, they might not be able to see each other anymore. She didn't want that. They had been together since the beginning. Wasn't there a way for her to be friends with Zhang forever? Watching her brother and sister sitting in front of her, answering questions, Chen Muxu propped her chin with her right hand and suddenly had a brilliant and ambitious plan in her mind. Chapter 449. Who likes going to school? Chapter 449. Who likes going to school? June. The weather gradually getting hotter. Today Lin Miao Miao wasn't busy, so she went to the coffee shop early, while Liang Jiru stayed at home, waiting to send their two children to school with Chen Lu. Is there anything nice to touch on my legs? Liang Jiru raised her head to glance at Chen Lu, lightly rubbing his belly with her toes. They had been married for so many years, yet this person still hasn't gotten tired of playing around. Rogue, HMPH. The girl cursed in her heart, but her mouth unconsciously curved into a slight smile. Duo, who was lying on the coffee table, glanced at the couple cuddling together, then closed her eyes and continued to rest. This two-legged beast had witnessed their cohabitation from the beginning, through marriage, having children, and now over a decade had passed. It was really fortunate to have picked them up back then. Where did she pick them up from? It seemed like she couldn't remember, but that wasn't important. Chen Lu held a financial report in one hand and gently caressed the fair and slender legs of the girl with the other hand, not neglecting either. These slender legs were naturally beautiful, with slim calves and well-rounded thighs, everything just right. Wouldn't it be a waste not to touch more? Don't let the kids see later, Liang Jiru worriedly said, feeling like it wasn't quite appropriate. What time is it? They won't wake up unless it's a matter of life and death. Chen Yunqi and Chen Muzuexu were completely taken after him in this aspect, sleeping like they were dead each day, unable to wake up. If either of them wakes up, I'll eat them directly. Before he could finish his sentence, Chen Yunqi's room suddenly slammed open. Chen Lu quickly turned his head to look, wondering why his little rascal had woken up early and was already dressed neatly, even with his backpack on. Something's not right. Liang Jiru was startled and quickly retracted her legs that were draped over Chen Lu's thigh, only to be firmly held back by Chen Lu. Chen Lu calmly massaged her ankle while gently asking, "Why are you up so early?" Or maybe her husband's reaction was faster. Compared to this sneaky couple indulging in less than innocent activities, Chen Yunqi seemed like he had gotten caught red-handed. Seeing Chen Lu's calm expression, Chen Yunqi became even more nervous. He pinched his fingers and raised his head, saying, "Dad, Mom, I'm going to start going to school by myself from today." Knowing that his own dad was not easy to talk to, he deliberately looked at Liang Jiru all the while he spoke. Liang Jiru was at a loss, subconsciously looking towards Chen Lu, seeking help with her eyes. She was being used as a lie detector by her children every day. How could she act as the head of the household? Chen Lu kept telling their two children that she had the highest status in the family. She was clearly just a puppet emperor. Well, then off you go by yourself. Seeing Chen Lu's imperceptible nod, Liang Jiru calmly said, appearing mature and dignified, "Then I'm off. Breakfast isn't ready yet." Liang Jiru's words weren't even finished before Chen Yunqi had already dashed out of the door. The girl blinked in confusion, while Chen Lu looked expressionlessly towards the hallway, deep in thought. Unless there was something wrong with his brain, how could anyone be so eager to go to school? Pondering this, Liang Jiru lay on the sofa, peeking towards the hallway. Seeing that Chen Yunqi had indeed left, she suddenly pounced into Chen Lu's arms. Yunqi's going to school on his own. She rested her head on Chen Lu's thigh, rolling around excitedly. Kids grow up this way. Chen Lu smiled, patting Liang Jiru's head affectionately, finding her adorable despite being a mother. "Mom, why are you rolling back and forth on the couch?" A naive yet composed voice suddenly sounded in the living room. Liang Jiru froze once again. "Your mom's having a stomachache." Chen Lu looked at Chen Muzuexu with the same calm expression. Chen Muzuexu had completely inherited his usual demeanor, with a blank expression, seemingly disinterested in everything, even more so than him. The little girl's eyes appeared lazy and indifferent, as if she equally disliked everyone. Still, what was up with these two little rascals today, waking up earlier one after another, and interrupting at the most ambiguous moments? Chen Muzuexu nodded skeptically. "And what about my brother?" Liang Jiru quickly sat up on the sofa, nervously running her fingertips through her hair. "He said he wants to go to school on his own today." "Muzuexu, are you going alone too? I want Daddy and Mommy to send me." "Then go have breakfast first, Mommy will change." Liang Jiru had just entered the bedroom, and at that moment, Chen Muzuexu quickly approached Chen Lu, gesturing for him to lean closer. Although she was puzzled about what this little girl was up to, Chen Lu obediently did as she asked. Brother didn't go by himself, it was sister who volunteered him to go to school together yesterday. Chen Lu snorted, he knew it. This little rascal had made his mom happy for nothing. Seeing that Chen Lu had raised a corner of his mouth, Chen Muzuexu quickly gave a thoughtful suggestion. "Dad, beat him up." Although she had a long-term plan in mind, it was irritating that her brother and sister were going to school together without her. They needed a little discipline. But brother just went with sister to school. He didn't do anything wrong. How can Dad beat him? Chen Lu looked sincerely at his considerate little daughter. What can we do? Chen Muzuexu's brain worked quickly. Well, when brother causes trouble sneakily next time, I'll tell you right away. After a few words, Chen Yunqi's fate was arranged. Chen Muzuexu was pleased, so she swaggered into her parents' bedroom with her hands behind her back. She glanced curiously at the wardrobe, then asked, "Mom, you have so many beautiful clothes in your wardrobe. Why have I never seen you wear them?" Keep house, sailor suits, and various cosplay costumes. Most of them were a little, well, not really suitable for going out. Liang Jiru quickly closed the wardrobe, nervously saying, I never wear these clothes. They are used for drawing reference." Chen Muzuexu remained silent, just staring into her eyes with a tilted head. Feeling scrutinized, Liang Jiru shifted her gaze away. "Why are you staring at Mom all the time?" "I'm not doing anything." Chen Muzuexu left with a smile, clearly satisfied with the answer. Feeling defeated, Liang Jiru leaned weakly against the wall, her gaze gradually becoming distracted. She felt like her daughter could see right through her, and she had failed as a mother. Why did Chen and Chen Lu have such smart children? After breakfast, the sun had risen high, with the weather being pleasant that day. Chen Muzuexu skipped happily outside the unit's door, about to let Daddy and Mommy lead her and experience the joy of being an only child. Turning around, she saw Chen Lu and Liang Jiru naturally holding hands as soon as they stepped out the door, like a subconscious action. Her small face immediately fell. "Dad, Mom." She often heard girls in her class crying about their parents arguing for various reasons. In her family, it seemed like such a thing had never happened. Her parents were incredibly loving, even making her feel like she and her brother were just accidents. Now she didn't need to feel it, it must be like this. Chapter 450, The Old Ding Turns Out to be Mia. Liang Jiru was initially puzzled by her daughter's expression. When she saw where her daughter's gaze was fixed, she quickly let go of her hand, feeling a bit embarrassed as she gestured for her to come between herself and Chen Lu. "Sorry, Muzu, come over here." Chen Muzu made grumbling noises as she walked over, hand in hand with someone, before setting off contentedly. The gentle morning breeze of June felt refreshing, mingling with the sunlight as it seeped through the cracks in the leaves, making a rustling sound. Chen Lu casually plucked a leaf and watched the bustling traffic beside him, only to suddenly realize that Muzu's fingers were trying to slip into the gaps between his. This delighted this self-proclaimed daughter slave. "Why are you suddenly holding hands with Daddy? I learned it these past couple of days. You said you want me to be a good student." Chen Lu felt something amiss with the phrase "these past couple of days" and asked softly, "Did you learn it from Mom and Dad?" Liang Jiru listened in confusion, feeling puzzled by this sudden pointless conversation between father and daughter. Muzu just offered a standard smile. Since it wasn't learned from him or Liang Jiru, then the answer was clearly written on their faces. You'll get a spanking if you learn things randomly. Master Chen furrowed his brows. I won't learn things randomly. Muzu blinked her watery eyes, innocently lifting her small face. Dad, I'm different from my brother. I've always been good. Chen Lu, who was puzzled a moment ago, now understood completely. Why would the little girl suddenly hold his hand when everything was fine today? A gentle smile appeared on his face as he tentatively asked, who studies better, brother or sister? It's sister. Muzu understood what Chen Lu was really asking, decisively stating, sister learns everything quickly, even faster than me. Good job. The smile on Chen Lu's face gradually faded. Liang Jiru couldn't help but intervene, quickly explaining in a soft voice, Zhongnan has always had slightly better grades than Yunche, you know this. Since the first grade, the top position has been rotating between Muzu and Zhongnan. As for Chen Yunche, he does as he pleases, always floating around the top 20 of the class. If you promise to take him on a trip, I bet he'll make it into the top 5 next time. Liang Jiru wondered what was going on with these two today. They were exchanging meaningless words with each other. Unexpectedly, Chen Lu turned his head and smiled at her, his eyes full of indulgence. Liang Jiru was even more confused. In the coffee shop. Just returning, Chen Lu sat leisurely at the front desk, quietly observing the customers in the shop. Liang Jiru had gone to the kitchen to help out. This seemingly foolish man was actually the boss, yet rarely sat at the front desk, giving the staff the freedom to work on their own. As one of the shareholders of Northern Star, Lin Miao seemed to be thoroughly enjoying herself in the day-to-day operations. Perhaps this was what they called experiencing life. Chen Lu. Image, which ghost fire do you think looks better? Zhang Chao. Dude, aren't you a bit too old to suddenly want to be a nonconformist at your age? Putting down his phone, Chen Lu let out a sigh. This person was not as smart as his daughter. As he continued to smile, it gradually froze on his face. This development seemed to be a bit off. Suddenly, a sentence rang in Chen Lu's mind. Stepfather, is it safe to park my ghost fire downstairs? Damn, wasn't this something Zhang Nan should be saying to him? That would be too ridiculous. In the midst of chaos, I suddenly realized the old ding was me. After a while, Liang Jiru came out of the kitchen holding desserts and happened to see Chen Lu sitting expressionlessly at the front desk, staring fixedly at a spot, as if he were a statue. Chen Lu only wore such an expression when he was seriously contemplating something. What are you thinking about? She lightly placed her hand on his shoulder, asking softly. I'm thinking of a good reason to give our son a beating. Liang Jiru jumped in shock. Yunche has been so well behaved recently. Why do you want to beat him? He seems upset. At such a young age, he was already adding stress to himself, which meant Chen Lu had to keep a close eye on him. Chen Lu smirked. Fortunately, this kid still wasn't mature enough to understand everything. He was still at the age of playing house, holding hands and calling each other husband and wife. There was no need to worrying about anything messy. Kids were like that. When they grew a bit older or attended different schools in the future, they would forget about this. Okay. Liang Jiru remembered why she had come to find Chen Lu in the first place and brought the egg tart to his mouth, saying softly, Here, have this. Chen Lu took a bite, and as he chewed, he commented, Feeding me like this makes me look stupid. Is it tasty? He nodded slightly. The girl puffed up her cheeks. You say everything I feed you is delicious. Whatever you feed is delicious. Chen Lu's words were interrupted as Liang Jiru suddenly pressed her index finger against his mouth, annoyed. By doing this, I can't make the one you like the most, and the meaning of me learning to make desserts will be lost. Isn't running this coffee shop meaningful? Others like it, and I can earn money. That's it. Liang Jiru pouted, looking at him with clear, beautiful eyes, and somewhat sadly said, But if you like it, I would be happy for a long time. Lu Zhe and the boss lady have always had such a good relationship. Peng Lian sat at a table near the door and said softly, Humph, a strong smell of love. Lin Miao leaned on the table, sticking her tongue out disdainfully at her best friend. This egg tart is for you, your payment for all the help moving things these past few days. She tilted her head and nodded towards Peng Lian. Peng Lian lowered his head and looked at the coal-like substance in front of him, completely stunned. You say this is an egg tart? I made it. Lin Miao twirled her hair with her index finger, intentionally putting on a shy appearance. I just learned it from Jiru. I don't have much experience yet. Before she could finish, Peng Leian had already taken a bite, devouring it faster than Pigsy eating ginseng fruit. After just a couple of chews, his face wrinkled up as if he had eaten a lemon. About to rush to the restroom to spit it out, he heard a very pathetic voice behind him. Don't you want my efforts over the past half-day to go to waste? Today, Peng Leian realized that the voice of a person he liked could sound like a demon's whisper. He forced himself to swallow the whole piece of egg tart, suppressing the urge to vomit, then turned around to look at her. You deliberately made it like this. Lin Miao responded with a soft hum. Peng Leian scratched his head. I haven't done anything to upset you recently. Lin Miao slightly raised the corner of her mouth, proudly turned, and left. Who asked you to scare me with a demon mask back then? Peng Leian stared blankly at Lin Miao's figure, feeling speechless, and shouted, that was at least over 10 years ago. Chapter 451 Family Tradition Outstanding Scholarship Chapter 451 Family Tradition Outstanding Scholarship. How could he learn to lie at such a young age? On the other end, Liang Jiru heard from Chen Lu the true reason why Chen Yunqi himself went to school, and her cheek puffed up slowly like a pufferfish. Oh, children! Chen Lu wasn't too concerned after understanding. Not to mention, it couldn't really be blamed on the pigs in his family. But children shouldn't do that either. Liang Jiru remembered the look on Zi Zunfang's face when she got into trouble as a child, and she rolled up her sleeves in frustration. With her right cheek slightly puffed up now, she looked adorable. However, Chen Lu was still quite shocked by this. You finally decided to hit the child. It should be done this way. As the poem goes, a mother's hands hold a sword, the wanderer bears the brunt. Since he, as a father, was beaten by Wang Zhao'o from a young age, the two little ones have never felt that burning motherly love. Such a childhood is incomplete. I was just pretending. Liang Jiru's previous momentum instantly collapsed. But Yunqi is not at the age of being truly sensible now. We can't pretend not to know, right? She was really worried. Educating children is indeed a difficult task. No big deal. There's no need to be too straightforward in teaching him about this matter. Chen Lu's eyes narrowed slightly, and a hint of a smile formed at the corner of his mouth. You have to believe in our child's intelligence. Liang Jiru unconsciously retreated to the wall, pressing her back against it, looking warily at the man. The next day, the couple squatted early in the living room waiting for the suspect Chen. Chen Lu had nothing to do, so he took out some old photos from the drawer to look at. Originally, he thought it would be meaningful to look at them together with Liang Jiru when they were in their 70s or 80s. But now, even though they weren't that old yet, the sentiment was already deep. He came across a photo from when he first met Liang Jiru, a picture taken of the naive girl in her Republican-style school uniform, looking shy with her face turned away, which made him chuckle. The outfit was a gift from Lin Miao. Chen Lu picked up the photo and compared it to Liang Jiru beside him, furrowing his brows involuntarily. I'm getting old, and you, this naive girl, haven't aged a bit? I told you before you must be sucking away my vitality every day. He was 30 years old this year, and although his changes weren't that drastic, anyone could tell he was definitely not a young man anymore. But Liang Jiru hadn't changed at all, except when comparing photos taken during the first 2 years of their acquaintance, where a hint of mature charm could be seen. It was unbelievable. Liang Jiru pursed her lips and gently touched his cheek. It said that those who live happily age slowly. In the future, I'll try to make you happier every day. I was just kidding. Chen Lu laughed, finally noticing where the effects of time had truly taken a toll on the naive girl, with her calloused hands from painting and managing various household chores, now running a coffee shop. His wish to remove all the calluses from her hands would never come true. But I'm serious. Liang Jiru's gaze was gentle and warm, yet her tone was more serious. Chen Yunqi came out of the room with his school bag, and Liang Jiru was picking Chen Lu's chin with her finger, quietly looking down at him, giving off a rogue-like appearance. Closing the door with a dazed look, he suddenly wondered if he was still in a dream. Upon reopening it, the actions of these two hadn't changed. Wait, weren't you supposed to be avoiding suspicion? Upon closer inspection, he saw that Liang Jiru was actually applying lip balm to Chen Lu, while he seemed reluctant. As a father already, if your lips are chapped, don't just bite them off like a child. Liang Jiru muttered softly. Just look, it's bleeding. Please be gentle, Liang, Chen-Lu said. Why shout in broad daylight? You pervert. TSK, isn't it even more perverted at night? Chen-Lu clicked his tongue. Why can't I catch up with you to tutor me? Chen Momo is really lucky. Chen Yunqi, who had been ignored for a full 5 minutes, finally couldn't help but complain. Dad, isn't me and my sister just an accidental thing? Having visited classmates' homes and seen their parents, he found these two were far from normal. Don't talk nonsense, you and your sister were not an accident, Chen-Lu said, his eyes welling with emotion, then added, it was a conspiracy. He was then promptly smacked on the head by Liang Jiru, blushing. Lowering his head to check the time, he realized he had woken up a little earlier today. Seemingly, his dad was inclined to talk to him, so he decided to sit on the sofa in front of him for a while. What's up? Seeing his father suddenly bringing a plant in front of him and taking out a large pair of scissors from the drawer, Chen Yunqi was taken aback. Dad, believe me, I really haven't caused any trouble lately. Chen-Lu glanced at him, finding his reaction quite normal. Chen Yunqi was simply terrible at lying. He either fidgeted nervously or stuttered, making it easy for others to tell. It seemed the boy was indeed innocent, at least in his own eyes. Chen-Lu smirked, unsure whether he should be relieved or worried. This kid seemed a bit slow, still acting like when he was in kindergarten. Rising from his seat to sit by Liang Jiru, Chen-Lu softly remarked, the end of the term is near, right? This time, I'll definitely make it to the top 10, Chen Yunqi said, seeing his father's lack of response, widening his hand, top 5. Chen-Lu's gaze turned cold as he clipped off another twig from the plant. Liang Jiru glanced at her husband, then turned her face away, biting her lip to stifle a laugh. When these two kids were born, she was worried about their upbringing, but now they were completely in Chen-Lu's control. They often sought comfort from her. She had become their favorite person without having done much. Chen-Lu always had his ways of comforting her. Dad, let's talk it out. The end-of-term exams are less than a month away. Going for the top spots is unrealistic, Chen Yunqi said, feeling frustrated. Chen Yunqi felt trapped. Slumping his body, he blurted out, if you're in a bad mood, why not just hit me? He used to see other kids getting spanked now and then and felt lucky his parents never laid a hand on him, but he had never envied those who were disciplined. His mom was genuinely several times gentler than other moms, but his dad was scarier than most dads, especially in holding grudges and never doling out punishments on the spot. It was like having a sword hanging over his head, never knowing when it would strike, tormenting him every minute. Strive for good grades and make your mom happy. Sensing his son's psychological defenses breaking, Chen-Lu spoke in a low voice, that way, maybe I can turn a blind eye too. Chen Yunqi was delighted, although he had no idea what he had done wrong. Really aiming for the top 5 this time? Chen-Lu's mouth curled up slightly. Chen Yunqi nodded eagerly. Come here, I'll teach you something fun. What my father taught me back then is now passed on to you, Chen-Lu said, waving a hand at him and pulling out a sheet of A4 paper from the drawer. When Chen Muxu came out, Chen-Lu was still teaching Chen Yunqi how to fold a rose, but upon seeing her, he suddenly snapped out of it and sat in Liang Jiru's lap to join in the learning. Chen-Lu was nearly done with the rose, catching a glimpse of his daughter's figure, and quietly said, Muxu, when you graduate from university in the future, if a guy makes this for you, then marry him. Chen Muxu tilted her head. Then let your brother handle it, Chen-Lu said with a smile. Chapter 452. The worries that shouldn't exist at this age. After finishing off a rose, Chen-Lu handed it to Liang Jiru as usual. Feeling embarrassed in front of the child, Liang Jiru hesitantly accepted the rose with a faint smile of happiness on her lips. I suddenly feel like learning, Chen Yunqi said as he picked up his bag to leave. Wait, Chen-Lu called out to him. When Chen Yunqi looked back puzzled, Chen-Lu motioned towards Chen Muxu sitting next to him. Take your sister with you. You two are grown up now, so you can't always rely on me and your mom to send you places. That's right, Liang Jiru quickly agreed. It was a win-win situation to have the two kids accompany her goddaughter without any worries. Chen Yunqi's face stiffened, and after a moment of confusion with Chen Muxu, he nodded reluctantly, got it. After seeing the kids off, Chen-Lu brought the trimmed bonsai back to the balcony to keep it company with Duo, who was enjoying the sun with half-closed eyes. After a moment with Duo, Chen-Lu returned to the living room, only to find Liang Jiru had put on a cap. She wore a white duckbill cap on her head, with her long black hair cascading down her back, exuding a youthful vitality. "I'm not going to the store today. Let's go fishing together," Liang Jiru said softly. Chen Lu was puzzled. "Why do you suddenly want to go fishing with me?" She lowered her head and fidgeted with her fingers, her voice becoming quieter. "You've been keeping me company at the store a lot recently, and I'm worried you'll get bored." She couldn't let Chen Lu accompany her every day to do things she wanted to do. That would be too selfish. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Lu waved his hand. "Forget it. I hate the fish in that reservoir." He had just gone fishing with Zhang Chao the other day, and he had caught 2 very small fish in the afternoon while Zhang Chao caught none. That made him so angry that he wanted to buy out the reservoir and drain it. After feeding so many fish there, and not even getting a single sacrifice in return, they all should just die. Liang Jiru took his hand and pulled him back to the couch, saying, "Do you have anything else you want to do? I'll accompany you." "I want to go to the balcony, and also the bathroom." Chen Lu raised his eyebrows at her, "or even the bathtub." The girl tilted her head in confusion, then quickly realized and playfully hit him on the head. "You're in your 30s, and yet you're still so." Liang Jiru muttered, "Are you not afraid of kidney deficiency?" without finishing her sentence. "What do you mean?" Liang Jiru didn't answer, but quietly sprinkled some wolfberries into the water glass on the coffee table. Then she turned her head and looked at him quietly and obediently. What's the difference between questioning his abilities and this? Chen Lu was annoyed and pushed her back onto the couch, preparing to prove himself. Liang Jiru laid on the couch, holding his cheeks in her hands, with a look of fondness in her eyes. This man had been committed to morning runs for almost 10 years, and his energy was still as vigorous as a buffalo. So she didn't mean to ridicule him, she was just teasing him. Little did she expect that Chen Master, who always found ways to tease others, couldn't catch on when she tried to provoke him. In the end, he was completely caught in her grasp. On the other side, Chen Yunqi was about to take his sister to pick up their older sister when he suddenly noticed Chen Muxu heading in the opposite direction as soon as they left. "Where are you going?" he asked quickly. "I'm going to school," Chen Muxu replied casually, stifling a yawn. "You go pick up Zhangnan, I'll go by myself." People often say in TV dramas, if you love your child, trap the wolf. For his long-term plans, this sacrifice was nothing significant. Chen Yunqi hesitated for less than 2 seconds before grabbing his sister's backpack. Chen Muxu turned back in confusion and impatience, but saw his resolute look as he said, "No, I can't let you go alone." The distance to school was neither short nor long. Yesterday, it was clear that their parents would definitely send her, but today, since they didn't, he couldn't let Chen Muxu walk to school alone. When they arrived at Zhang Nan's house, she was already waiting there with 2 pancakes in her hands. Zhang Nan stood expressionless on the roadside. Her long hair swayed gently in the breeze, but couldn't dispel her icy demeanor. She handed 1 pancake to Chen Yunqi first and then, seeing Chen Muxu, she handed out the second one. "Aren't you going to eat?" Chen Muxu asked with a tilted head. Zhang Nan heard her stomach growling, but still shook her head. "I already ate at home." "Sis, you don't look very happy," Chen Muxu observed. "My mom found a piano tutor for me. I'll have to study Olympiad math on Saturdays and take piano and dance lessons on Sundays from now on." Zhang Nan and her siblings walked side by side on the street, heaving a gentle sigh. "I won't be able to go out with you all on the weekends. Probably not even during the summer vacation." "Huh?" Chen Muxu's eyes widened in shock. Zhang Nan looked at Chen Muxu's incredulous gaze and sighed deeply. She knew Chen Muxu wasn't smart and might not even be as smart as Chen Yunqi. Their occasional top scores in exam results were all the result of her hard work. As far as she knew, the siblings barely studied and had never attended any extra classes. "I'll give you my safe pocket money so you can run away from home." Chen Muxu suddenly came up with an idea. "Scare them, and they might stop making you take extra classes." Zhang Nan's eyes lit up momentarily, but soon dimmed as she looked down and said, "Forget it. If I run away from home, they'll worry, and it might lead to more arguments." For the past few years, their dad had been trying hard to make time to accompany her and their mom, often with dark circles under his eyes from watching TV with her. Sometimes, he would start dozing off halfway through. Now that their parents had stopped arguing about work issues, she didn't want to cause more disputes about how to educate her. At school, Nan didn't complain about the extra classes anymore. She had gotten used to it, used to being a mature person. As she sat down for a moment, a bespectacled boy approached her warmly to strike up a conversation. "Were you able to solve the last big math problem on the test yesterday? If you couldn't, I can help." "Go away," Nan coldly interrupted, her eyes still on Chen Yunqi, speaking in a flat tone. On the side, the siblings were whispering to each other. "Bro, do you also want to experience the feeling of running away from home? It's almost summer vacation. Do you want to experience the feeling of having your summer homework doubled by dad?" Chen Yunqi retorted. Chen Lu had previously pulled a similar stunt when they upset their mom, leaving them extra homework sheets with the answers intact. He later found out that those answers were manipulated by Chen Lu. The fill-in-the-blank and long answer questions were correct, but the multiple-choice answers were subtly altered to trick them. And then, nothing happened. So sometimes, he would rather take a beating from his dad than deal with the unpredictable pranks. Chen Muxu fell silent, thinking it might be better to give up on the idea of running away with her sister. Not only did she not want to see their mom upset, but she knew that if mom got upset, dad would definitely straighten them out. Just calling in their aunt was enough for them to feel scared. This was the legendary example of using someone else to do one's dirty work. "What can we do about Nan not being happy?" she asked again. Chen Yunqi shook his head. He couldn't figure out the answer to this question either. Just as he was about to contemplate how to cheer up his sister, he remembered that he had promised their dad to be in the top 5 at the end of the term. Chen Yunqi suddenly felt burdened with worries that he shouldn't have at his age. Years passed by, and the youthfulness on Peng Leian's face had completely faded with time. He no longer looked as youthful as he did when he used to shout "Primitive Man, activate!" He had already crossed the threshold into his 30s, still battling social anxiety, but no longer capable of shouting slogans in public. On this day, he finally couldn't contain himself and approached Liang Jiru, scratching the back of his head, asking, "Boss lady, since you're so close to Lin Miao Miao, can you give me some advice?" Chen Lu, who was sitting next to her sorting out reports, looked up and asked, "Do you think it's time?" He subconsciously felt that Peng Leian was acting a little off. After pondering for a moment, Peng Leian simply said, "I'm not sure, but I can't wait any longer." He was 33 this year, and Lin Miao Miao was 32. There were still so many landscapes they wanted to explore together, but if they kept waiting, they would truly grow old. Chapter 453. I want to get off the car. Liang Jiru pinched her chin and pondered for a moment, then earnestly said, "Why don't you ask her out for a meal?" And then Liang Jiru suddenly tilted her head as if Peng Leian had asked an extremely foolish question, and then confess your feelings to her. What's wrong with this person? He doesn't seem very smart. Chen L's jaw almost dropped, and he looked at Peng Leian in shock. One dares to ask, and the other dares to say. Also, Liang Jiru, were you really serious when you were pondering just now? You pondered for so long, and this is what you came up with. Chen Ls had a lot of complaints, but didn't know where to start. After a moment of silence, Chen Ls sighed lightly and couldn't help but speak. "I managed to pursue such a beautiful girl, and you didn't even ask me first." As he spoke, he was about to lift Liang Jiru's chin, but when he saw the girl was about to bite, he quickly retracted his hand. Humph, clearly sticking to him like a cat at home, but won't even let him hold hands outside. Approximately speaking. Sen Ruoxk initially also listened to my advice. Liang Jiru was very dissatisfied, staring at him with a pouting face. Chen Ls couldn't retort for a while. After all, it seemed that Sen Ruoxk had indeed listened to her advice back then, before eloping with Ls Nyan. Could it be that this silly person actually understood well? Peng Leian wanted to criticize his boss for not making a difference whether he pursued her or not, but was worried that he might be fired in a few days after entering the company early, so he decided to hold back. He could only nod gently before turning and leaving. This guy was good in every respect, except for his stubbornness. Chen Ls watched Peng Leian's silhouette as he quietly walked out the door. Actually, this guy was quite pitiful. Knowing that pestering Lin Miao Miao would only be counterproductive, he had been patiently waiting for 10 years. Peng Leian had been silent all along, but a guy holding 5% of the shares in a company like North Star with such a high salary was still single at the age of 32. One could imagine how he was scolded by his family. Just as he was thinking, a soft touch came from behind. Liang Zhero had already bent down, embracing him from behind with her chin resting on his shoulder. Chen LS could even smell the fragrance from the girl's hairline. What's wrong? Sensing Liang Zhero suddenly hugging him tightly, Chen LS was somewhat surprised. Nothing, just wanted to hug you, the girl said as she rubbed her cheek against him. In the evening. This store is stingy with peripheral items, I won't come here again in the future. Lin Miao shook the anime poster in her hand, pouted, and put it in her bag. Let's go, I'll walk you back. Peng Lian scratched his cheek, it feels strange to have you walk me back. It doesn't matter, I live around here. Besides, who says it must be a guy who walks a girl home? It doesn't make sense at all. Lin Miao glanced at the nearby bus stop sign, but you, earning so much in a year, how come you always use either the bus or the subway when going out? I'm just car sick. If you get a driver's license and drive yourself, you won't get sick. The slanting sun cast a fiery hue on the clouds on the horizon, and the setting sun shone on the two, stretching their shadows long. We came here a few years ago. Lin Miao turned around and looked around. You accompanied me to get the first edition. You still remember that? Peng Lian was surprised. I have a good memory. The two fell silent for a moment, just quietly walking, synchronizing their steps to be slow. She could sense that he had something more to say. Time flies, they were both in their 30s now, no longer feeling the youthful excitement they once had. Yet, because they had both matured, there was an unspoken understanding between them. As they neared their destination, P. Acute and G. Lian finally stopped. I like you. Lin Miao paused in front, but did not turn back. I know. It's been 10 years. I know. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent again. The noise of the passing cars still surrounded them, but Peng Lian felt an unusual quietness in the world, so quiet that he could only hear the deafening sound of his own heartbeat. After what seemed like a long time, Lin Miao pursed her lips and finally sighed. Why are you so stubborn? Do you know how much time you've wasted on me? Aren't you afraid that in the end, it will all be in vain? I'm not afraid, Peng Lian said firmly. I'm only afraid that if I'm not stubborn, in the future, when we are both old and regret every day that the person by my side isn't you. What if I don't live to see you grow old with gray hair? Peng Lian's heart skipped a beat. He clenched his fist quietly. In the past 10 years, I've already proven that I can live well without you, so you don't need to feel pressured. I'll try my best to make us happy for as long as we can be together. I know I may not deserve to say these words, but... Peng Lian lifted his eyes, his gaze gradually becoming determined. You shouldn't miss out on an entire field of flowers just because one flower will wither. Even if I'm not the one by your side. Because he was also friends with Lin Miao, Chen LS had never intervened in this matter. If one had to say he intervened in something, it was reminding him to wait, continuously increasing the stakes with time. To prove that he was irreplaceable, to prove that he could live well without her worries were unnecessary. And to gamble on whether Lin Miao had even the slightest bit of affection for him. He had wagered 10 years, his entire youth. Lin Miao clenched her teeth, uncertain, and didn't speak for a long time. After much time passed, she finally said, her voice hoarse, Can you let me hesitate a little longer? It doesn't matter. I've waited for you for 10 years, and I don't mind waiting another 10 years. Huh? Forget it then. You'll be 40 after waiting another 10 years, an old man. Lin Miao clasped her hands behind her back, slowly turned her cheek to the side. The fiery red evening glow sprinkled on her face, leaving a faint blush. Peng Lian waved his hand, boarded the bus, then suddenly turned around on the steps, saying, I can't give up. I won't give up. I won't disturb you, but I'll wait forever. He appeared calm on the surface, but in his heart, he thought, damn, did such a handsome statement really come out of my mouth? Lin Miao also waved to bid him farewell, but there was a barely perceptible smirk on her lips. She seemed to be restraining a smile. But why? The bus drove off, and all the guys who had boarded with him were already asleep. Peng Lian leaned against the window, watching the trees behind him recede. Until now, he was still wondering why Lin Miao had smiled like that. Wait a minute. Did her suggestion, forget it, mean she was advising him to give up? Or was it saying she wouldn't hesitate anymore? In an instant, Peng Lian stood up and startled the guy next to him, who was sleeping. Driver, I want to get off. Chapter 454. It's clearly two angels, what's wrong? The driver asked. I forgot something. Please stop the car. I forgot my girlfriend, damn it. Peng Lian said, constantly looking back while speaking. The public bus, usually considered to slow by him, now seemed to be flying close to the ground in his eyes. We can only stop at the station. It's our rule, the driver said in a calm tone. My stomach hurts. The driver didn't respond. Just now he was saying he forgot something, and now he's saying his stomach hurts. Who would believe his lies? This kind of person is common. There are even people on airplanes clamoring to open the windows. He had seen people fight over seats before because of this. It can only be said to respect diversity of species. Peng Lian gritted his teeth, thinking that no one on the bus knew him anyway, so he shouted again, I can't hold it, I'll give you money for a car wash later. The people who had gathered around to watch scattered. The public bus eventually stopped. Then everyone saw the person who had just claimed he couldn't hold it suddenly start running towards the back in a panic, running far away in the blink of an eye. This didn't look like he urgently needed to use the restroom. This guy was clearly rushing to be reborn. Wait, there isn't a pressure cooker on this bus, right? After running who knows how long, he finally saw a familiar figure at the bus stop. When Lin Meow Meow saw him approach, she quickly pulled back the phone she had been using to record, holding back a smile as she looked at him. Why are you back again? She deliberately put on a curious expression. Peng Lian had a lot of things to say now, but his lungs ached so much that he couldn't say a word. He could only hold his knees, panting for breath. After a few seconds, he forced himself to ignore the pain and asked in his hoarse voice, Did I misunderstand just now? Who knows? Lin Meow Meow did not confirm or deny, hands behind her back, just smiling lightly, revealing her cute little fangs. Don't tease me. Peng Lian had never been so embarrassed in his life. Fortunately, when he was at a loss just now, praying to the heavens, it was his self from 10 years ago who responded to him. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to say such embarrassing things, like not being able to hold it. Lin Meow Meow reached out, poking his forehead with her fingertip. Why do you think I'm still waiting for you here? At her words, Peng Lian's breath and heartbeat stopped momentarily. He straightened up, smiled at the girl in front of him. If I had confessed a few years ago, would you have said yes? They suddenly walked side by side on the street, and Peng Lian suddenly asked. Lin Meow Meow smiled bitterly and shook her head, saying softly, If it weren't for finding out that you're just so clueless that no one else will marry you, I probably wouldn't have said yes today. Peng Lian turned to look at her, Lin Meow Meow's mouth saying that, but her lips slightly curled upwards. It turns out he's quite smart. Although he didn't know when Lin Meow Meow started to like him, he did win. In the past for 1,000 nights and days, it wasn't all in vain. Despite the cold sarcasm from relatives and the strange looks from those around them, he managed to hold on. At that moment, Lin Meow Meow turned her head, their eyes met, then quickly looked away. You're 32 this year, right? Yes, a year older than you. When we first met, you hadn't even finished university. Lin Meow Meow heaved a sigh, couldn't help but pat him on the shoulder. My youth has been spent on you. Why did you have to cling to me? What's wrong with that? Lao Zhe is even a year older than me, but he's still living like he's 20. Peng Lian laughed and reached out his right hand towards her. I feel like my youth is just beginning. Lin Meow Meow was stunned, wiped her eyes, and gently placed her hand on top of his. Maybe mine is too. Realizing that their hands were truly holding together, Peng Lian quietly took 2 deep breaths. Though it was quite embarrassing for a person in their 30s to do so, he was truly nervous, as if he were dreaming. You know, when my godson went to kindergarten, the neighbor girl took the initiative to hold his hand. Lin Meow Meow raised 3 fingers and shook them in front of him, unable to resist laughing. That little rascal is almost 30 years ahead of us. Peng Lian's mouth twitched twice. Don't even mention it, I'm about to break. How is this even a comparison? Take a look at whose child he is. In the evening, Chen Lu liked their photo on the friend circle, then turned his head and looked at the 2 little rascals at home. Since they came back after the exam, they had been whispering to each other, up to some mischief. Sure enough, not long after, Chen Muxu came over dragging her brother. Dad, where's Mom? Chen Muxu asked softly. Chen Lu. He never expected that one day he would hear these words himself. He didn't realize how chilling this standard sentence sounded until now. Suddenly, he felt sorry for Chen Guanglin. How the tables had turned. Furrowing his brows, Chen Lu said, "If there's something you need to talk to your mom about, can't you find me?" Both siblings shook their heads at the same time. "Did you cause trouble again?" Chen Lu gave them a knowing look. "No." Chen Muxu quickly denied. But Chen Lu didn't believe it but still gestured towards the study room. "Your mom is painting, don't disturb her." These silly kids couldn't sit still at all. They spent their days with endless energy, making it seem like their husband and children were the slackers. In the simple and kind-hearted Chen family, they seemed to stand out as spoiled brats. How couldn't they straighten them out, given how lazy they were at home? After a while, when Chen Lu was distracted, the two sneaked into the study room. "What's up?" Liang Jiru stopped her brush, looking up at the two children. Interrupting at the most crucial part of a painting, it was as inconvenient as having a train of thought disrupted just when you started to get it. But Liang Jiru's tone remained as gentle as usual. "Nothing. We just wanted to see you." Chen Muxu walked obediently behind Liang Jiru, exerting a lot of effort to tiptoe. "Mom, you're working hard. Let me massage your shoulders." Seeing Chen Yunqi still standing there, she glared at him fiercely. "Brother, go get mom some water." "Huh?" Chen Yunqi was at a loss for a moment, but quickly came to his senses. "Oh, okay." Looking at his daughter working so hard, and the full glass of water he had just taken on the table, caught his eye. Liang Jiru's eyes suddenly became a little moist. Chen Lu thought these were two naughty kids, but clearly, they were two little angels. Chen Yunqi and Chen Muxu each massaged one of her shoulders, witnessing Liang Jiru's emotional expression. Chen Muxu breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, Mother was easily deceived. "Mom, can you go to the parent-teacher meeting this time?" After a while, seeing the situation was right, Chen Muxu quickly asked. Liang Jiru was stunned. "Huh? Mom, please." Chen Muxu's eyes begged her brother to shake the other arm, and her tone became more plaintive. "Other kids' moms always go. We also want mom to go." Liang Jiru couldn't bear this. Her two well-behaved children needed her. Even if it was a cliff, she would jump. During dinner, Chen Lu suddenly noticed that Yunqi and Muxu were happily eating carrots, which they usually refused. He clicked his tongue, feeling more and more that something was off. Who knows what trouble they've gotten into now? But love, if you say it or not, he'd find out sooner or later, and there were ways to punish them. Looking up, seeing Liang Jiru staring at her phone, lips moving repeatedly, as if she were memorizing something, he couldn't help but ask, "What are you memorizing?" Muxu said the teacher might ask me to speak on stage, so I'm memorizing what to say in advance to prevent getting nervous and forgetting then. Chen Lu propped up his chin, watching her with interest. "So are you going this time?" Just in terms of social anxiety, this silly girl hadn't changed at all in over a decade. After their children entered elementary school, she had been the one attending all the parent-teacher meetings, big and small. "Yeah." Liang Jiru nodded vigorously. "Leave it to me. After all, I'm the mother of two children." Chen Lu couldn't help but snicker inwardly. Laughing to death, the two suddenly begged you to go to the parent-teacher meeting. It was obvious that something was up, and yet you were so happy. As her husband, seeing her about to fall into a pit of trickery, he had to. "Then you should go." 2 seconds later, he smiled. Chapter 455. Within 3 minutes, Chen Muxu had already decided one thing in her heart, that her mother was the gentlest person in the world. Her mother had an infinite amount of patience for them, always spoke softly, and had never been angry. That was why she had desperately pleaded with Liang Jiru to attend this parent-teacher meeting, because her life might depend on it. The day of the parent-teacher meeting. "Mom, why haven't I attended any interest classes before?" Walking on the road, Chen Muxu suddenly remembered this. Sister Zhang Nan seemed busy all the time since she was young, and in the past few days, she didn't even have time to accompany them for play. But other than doing homework during the holidays, she had nothing else to do. "Because you never said that you wanted to learn." Liang Jiru thought Chen Muxu was complaining and quickly asked, "What do you want to learn?" "Mom will enroll you now." "I don't want to learn anything." Chen Muxu waved her hands repeatedly, not wanting to be like Zhang Nan. Liang Jiru lightly tapped Chen Muxu's forehead with her index finger and said with a smile, "Just as lazy as your dad." "I want to learn drawing." Chen Yunqi suddenly turned around. "Mom, can you teach me, please? MMHM. Yunqi wants to learn art when he grows up. Liang Jiru curiously asked. If it was illustration, she could easily teach her own son, and she could even confidently say that most people didn't have a mom as talented. However, if it was watercolor or oil painting, she wouldn't be able to teach him well. I want to. Chen Yunqi hesitated for a moment, scratched his cheek, feeling embarrassed to continue. Chen Muxu looked at her brother struggling to speak and suddenly seemed to see through everything, so she raised her chin and scoffed lightly. In order for both parents and students to attend, the homeroom teacher had specially requested a tiered classroom from the school, and soon the classroom was filled to capacity. Out of curiosity, Chen Yunqi turned his head. Looking around, most students were accompanied by their mothers, with very few being accompanied by fathers or grandparents. Indeed, his mother was the most beautiful in the room, looking much younger than the others, although his mother seemed more nervous than the students who didn't do well in the exam. Then look over at Sister Zhang Nan. Chen Yunqi turned his head, only to find Zhang Nan also looking over here. The two locked eyes. Zhang Nan looked at him calmly for a moment, then turned to look at the blackboard. That's when he saw Yu Yanshan's mom smiling at him slyly. Chen Yunqi inexplicably shuddered, quickly turning his head away. Liu Yanshan. What's wrong with this kid? Does my smile scare him so much? Sensing Liu Yanshan looking this way, Liang Jiru lightly waved her hand in acknowledgement. She took a deep breath and looked towards the podium. The homeroom teacher was a middle-aged woman who appeared to be in her 30s or 40s, dressed in black, wearing square glasses, looking somewhat serious. After a few brief words, an expert appeared on stage talking about how difficult it is for parents, seeming to preach about gratitude education, while also mentioning writing letters to parents as they listen. Liang Jiru listened absent-mindedly, gradually becoming dazed. After noticing many parents and students were crying profusely around her, she was even more perplexed. Although she was someone who cried easily, at that moment she seemed out of place. After exchanging a brief glance with her indifferent son and daughter, she decided to ask Chen Lu what was going on. Liang Jiru, someone is giving a speech, and many people are crying. Chen Lu, just watch, they'll be selling books soon. Chen Lu, didn't our kids cry? Liang Jiru, no, they are playing rock paper scissors on the side. Whoever loses gets their hands slapped. Yunqi keeps losing. He may end up crying soon. Chen Lu, looks like they are not that foolish. It's absurd. This happened when he was in school, and now it's happening to his child. Just like Chen Lu, Chen Muxu found such activities to be foolish, especially the so-called expert who gave the speech on stage. Crying and talking about wanting to study hard the next day despite not doing so the current day. After thinking about it, she decided to write the letter simplistically. After all, writing too much would be troublesome for her mother to read. After a while, Liang Jiru finally received what she had been eagerly waiting for. Looking at the envelope lying on the table, she took a few deep breaths. This was the first letter her daughter had written to her as she had grown up. Humph, I'll show this letter to Chen Lu, make him envious. Mentally prepared, Liang Jiru carefully opened the letter. A letter to parents written neatly and beautifully below was a line. Mom, please watch over me for a while. Don't let the teacher find out. I haven't written anything. Liang Jiru pursed her lips, suddenly feeling more emotional than the other parents. Thankfully, Yunqi wrote earnestly, which slightly comforted her wounded heart. On the other side, Liu Yan observed the award certificate and then reached out to pat Zhang Nan's head, asking, "Second place is also great. What reward do you want?" Zhang Nan lowered her gaze in silence for a moment, before ultimately shaking her head. In truth, she just wanted to rest. She was really tired. After the parent-teacher meeting ended, Liang Jiru realized there was no speech on stage, which suited her just fine. As she was about to leave, the homeroom teacher suddenly asked her and her two children to stay behind. It used to be the children's father who always came. The homeroom teacher smiled faintly. Liang Jiru put the two award certificates in her bag and nodded lightly. Just as she was internally calculating what to say if the teacher praised the children, the homeroom teacher's smile suddenly faded slightly. She pushed her glasses and said, half amused and half exasperated, "Muxu told you early, right? She skipped class, huh? Skipped class. But I came to receive commendation." Liang Jiru stood there dumbfounded, not knowing how to react. My child didn't tell me about this. Stunned and somewhat upset, she marched towards Chen Lu, who was leisurely watching a movie with a cola in hand. Everything seemed calm and peaceful. At noon later on, after Chen-Lu finished watching the movie, he reached out and pinched the meatball on Duo-Duo's paw. Duo-Duo, try to exercise more when you're free, live longer, and maybe help take care of my grandchild, he muttered to himself, sounding a bit forlorn. This silly cat was becoming less active lately. Meow, you're not going to leave, right? Duo-Duo squinted and smiled, thinking that these bipeds were so fragile. Don't worry, I remember the scent of all of you. I will surely find you guys again. Hearing Duo-Duo's soft response, Chen-Lu was momentarily surprised. Then he gently chuckled and continued to stroke its back slowly. After spending almost a decade together, he could easily tell whether Duo-Duo was in a good mood or not. Thinking about the parent-teacher meeting, Chen-Lu wondered how it had gone. He hadn't received a message. Just then, the door was slowly pushed open. He sat up on the couch and saw Liang Jiru, her eyes slightly red, pursing her lips in a seemingly aggrieved manner. Chen Muxu was following her. Mom, I know I was wrong. I don't want to speak to you for 3 minutes. Liang Jiru said woefully, I trust you so much, and you lied to me. Just like your dad. Chen Muxu chuckled, shaking her mother's arm. No, Mom is the best. Liang Jiru looked down at Chen Muxu, gently rubbing her daughter's cheek and pinching her small mouth into a tiny O, not even having the heart to do it firmly. 30-something years old, and still hadn't learned how to get angry. Then she briskly walked over to Chen-Lu and suddenly threw herself into his arms. What's wrong? Chen-Lu quickly patted Liang Jiru's back. Weren't you going to get the award certificates and receive commendation? The awards are still true. Muxu got first place this time, and Yunqi got fourth. Liang Jiru sounded all meek, as if she was about to burst into tears any moment now. But I was prepared to hear the teacher praise them, until the homeroom teacher told me Yunqi and Muxu skipped class. Chen-Lu was taken aback, quickly trying to console her. It's okay to skip a class even if they got first place. I used to fake illness every day to avoid going to school. I haven't finished yet. Liang Jiru sniffled, speaking so many words at once for the first time in 30 years, during their math class, when the math teacher suddenly had something else to attend to. She had Muxu call the Chinese or English teacher to help with the class period. The teacher said if neither teacher was available, then Muxu should supervise self-study for a class period and leave some homework. Can you guess what your daughter did? Without any hesitation, she brought the PE teacher in and took the whole class out for physical education. If they hadn't known that the math and PE teachers were actually a couple, she would have gotten away with it. Chapter 456, The Stars in the Sky Shed Tears. The stars in the sky shed tears because Chen Muxu caused a big fuss at school, and Chen Yunqi had received a commendation for his achievements again. The siblings ushered in a summer vacation with the most homework ever. One evening a few days later, Chen Muxu, who had just woken up from a nap, came out of her room and sneaked into her brother's room around the corner. Chen Yunqi was scratching his head while looking at a stack of test papers. Upon her entrance, he gave her a stern look, then buried his head to continue his suffering. Where are Mom and Dad? Chen Muxu whispered. Mom is out watching a movie with Dad. Because you made a mistake this time. They didn't take us, Chen Yunqi replied without looking up. Chen Muxu took a deep breath. I suddenly want school to start. By that evening, their mother had already let go of her anger. As long as one was not stupid, it was clear that their parents just didn't want to bring along 2 extra third wheels. Me too, Chen Muxu said as she sat down at the edge of the bed, emitting a demonic whisper. Brother, let's go out to play. Not going. Chen Yunqi patted the thick stack of papers on the table that Chen-Lu gave him. The homework isn't finished. He really didn't want to deal with his cunning little sister at the moment. He had worked hard to get into the top 5 just to spend a good summer vacation, but due to Chen Muxu, the amount of homework for this summer had doubled compared to usual. Don't we have the answers? Chen Muxu asked. These test papers may look good, but you don't know where Dad printed them. Do you dare to look at the answers? Last year, the test papers Chen-Lu gave them also didn't tear off the answers. It was only when they started copying that they realized Chen-Lu had made a fake set. The fill-in-the-blank and the essay questions were correct, but several multiple-choice answers were deliberately incorrect. They were caught on the spot and were sent to their aunt's house to be disciplined. Who knew if this time there would be a few mistakes in the big questions? Aren't I the answer? Chen Muxu said casually as she opened a lollipop and put it in her mouth. I'll finish writing, and then you can copy it. Chen Yunqi suddenly turned his head upon hearing this and saw his sister's face with an extremely proud smile. Is that true? Chen Muxu patted her brother's shoulder. Their parents usually only left a phone for Chen Yunqi before going out. It's boring. Hurry up and tell Dad. Chen Yunqi, Dad, I want to go out to play with my sister. Chen Lu, do you remember what I told you? Chen Yunqi, can't go too far. Don't go to places without lights or monitoring. And don't talk to strangers. Chen Lu, okay, come back early. The summer night was extremely hot and humid, with the shrill cicadas chirping making it repulsive. Zhang Nan sat alone at the piano, quietly listening to the cheerful voices of a group of children outside. With a scattered gaze and a calm expression, she felt as if she existed in two different worlds despite only being separated by a window. After a while, she walked to the study room and gently pursed her lips. Mom, I want to go out to play. Liu Yan glanced at the files without lifting her head. Learn this piece of music first, okay? Zhang Nan didn't say anything, just silently returned to her room. Besides mastering this piece, she still had homework to do, and after finishing the homework, there would definitely be dance practice. Adults were very good at telling one lie after another, drawing one pie after another. But it was really tiring. After a few pleasant piano notes, the piano suddenly emitted a sharp tone, as if struck forcefully. Zhang Nan lay on it, and tears trickled down her cheeks, gradually merging into one. In the air, they turned into jewels before landing on the ground and turning into water droplets. The room fell into silence, with only the occasional crisp and melodious cries of the piano when the girl's body twitched. As the night grew darker, the bedroom became dimmer. The phone on the table rang. Sis, what are you doing? Zhang Nan leaned against the window, looking at the stars in the sky, and truthfully replied, I'm looking at the stars. Chen Yunqi's tone became somewhat puzzled. Are you crying? Zhang Nan rubbed her eyes and replied coldly, No. After a moment of silence, the playful voices of the other children gradually faded away. I'm outside with my sister now. We're coming to find you. But I can't come out. You don't need to come out. The call ended without explanation, and Zhang Nan listened to the rhythmic beeping for a long time before regaining her senses and putting the phone back on the table. Not long after, the phone rang again. Quick, look outside. Zhang Nan hung up the phone, washed her face in the bathroom, and then walked to the terrace. Soon, she stood on the second-floor terrace, leaning on the railing with one hand supporting her chin, and faced with the brother and sister who were looking up at her face. She quietly watched what tricks they were going to pull next. Every scene was indeed unique, just like a foolish little brother. Chen Yunqi clenched his left fist, raised his right hand above his head, and smilingly waved at her. Out of breath, he said, Sis, make a wish quickly. Frowning slightly, Zhang Nan asked, Why should I make a wish? I caught a star for you. Chen Yunqi said excitedly. Childish, she coldly replied, but showed no sign of leaving. As she spoke, Chen Yunqi slowly opened his hands like a flower. Soon, a green light slowly rose from his palm until it flew right in between them, the point where their gazes met. Zhang Nan saw the green firefly floating lightly in the night sky, seeming like a dream. Behind the glow, she saw the gentle smile on Chen Yunqi's face. I didn't lie to you, did I? Her eyes trembled non-stop until a layer of mist covered her eyes, making everything blurry. During the saddest moment for her, the silly little brother indeed gave her a star. Quickly, if you don't make a wish, it will fly away, Chen Yunqi reminded. As if awakened from a dream, Zhang Nan clasped her hands together, closed her eyes with utmost piety. Although the future was long, she made what was probably the most important wish of her life. After she opened her eyes, Chen Yunqi rubbed his slightly sore neck and curiously asked, Sis, what wish did you make? Lowering her head to look at him for a moment, Zhang Nan's lips curved with a hint of playfulness rarely seen in her voice. I won't tell you. It won't come true once spoken. Then, let's go back. Chen Yunqi waved his hand, recalling the extra homework he had because of his sister and feeling the urge to send her to their godmother's house. Goodbye, sis. Chen Muxu waved lightly before following her brother with her hands behind her back, lazily strolling ahead. Chen Yunqi furrowed his brows, I feel like I've been bitten by a firefly. It hurt a little, and it smelled bad. Do you want to catch another one? I think Mom would like it too, Chen Muxu said softly. I said I was bitten by it. Chen Yunqi grimaced, giving up trying to explain the fact. Let's catch another one then. Watching their retreating figures, Zhang Nan shed tears once again on her cheeks, but a slight smile formed on her lips. The wish she had just made was immensely important to her, so she didn't want to entirely rely on wishful thinking or plead to any divine being. This wish, she would fulfill it on her own. Chapter 457. Kainjiduokan Yunichi spent the whole summer learning painting with Liang Jiru. When Chen Lu didn't go to the company, he spent the whole day watching movies at home with Chen Muxu, staying in an air-conditioned room, eating watermelon, watching movies. It's no different from wasting life, he said. At home, the two lazy cats were lying on the couch all day, contrasting with the mother and son who were seriously studying painting next to them. One morning, Chen Lu had just woken up from a dangerous sleep, suddenly shaken awake by Liang Jiru. He opened his eyes and saw Liang Jiru looking at him nervously, her eyes slightly moist. What's wrong? He quickly sat up, fully awake in less than a second. Liang Jiru pursed her lips. Duoduo is missing ... Chen Lu shook his head vigorously, suspecting he was still dreaming. How could it be? Duoduo had never run around in these years, just like him, a homebody. When they first brought it home, Duoduo was so cautious, afraid of breaking something. This silly cat was so sensible. How could it make them worry? Did you check everywhere it could be sleeping? Under the bed, in the closet, all the messy places. Chen Lu mumbled sleepily, and then realized he was talking nonsense. If they didn't turn the house upside down, Liang Jiru wouldn't have woken him up. Indeed, the girl nodded slightly, her eyes gradually becoming clear as tears welled up. He reached out to wipe Liang Jiru's tears, then quickly got out of bed. Don't worry, I'll go out to look for him. In the living room, the two kids were lying on the floor, holding flashlights, looking into the small crevice under the couch. Obviously, they had been searching for a long time as well. As Chen Lu fully woke up from his daze, his mood became increasingly anxious. Let's go outside to look, he said softly. After messing up the house and making sure all the windows were securely closed, the family of four had no choice but to go out together. Chen Lu sighed in his heart. If he had known, he wouldn't have taught that silly cat how to open doors. After a while, the sun gradually reached its peak, dazzling someone's eyes. Chen Lu wiped the sweat from his forehead and stopped by the riverside, thinking about where he had taken Duoduo during their usual walks. From the surveillance footage, that silly cat did sneak out of the neighborhood last night. But they had searched all around. Liang Jiru even wanted to look in the garbage cans, but he stopped her. Can Duoduo swim? Chen Muxu walked up to him, looking at the calm water, and suddenly asked. First of all, it wouldn't jump in there. Chen Lu exhaled. Did you and your brother bully it? He couldn't understand why Duoduo, who had been fine yesterday playing with him while she did her homework, would suddenly disappear. No, it's just that when Duoduo came to play with me yesterday, I was doing my homework and didn't accompany it much. Chen Muxu pondered for a moment, but I secretly fed it a cat treat. Duoduo was very generous, never got upset over such things, and seemed happy at the time. It shouldn't be her fault. Yesterday, Duoduo was napping on the desk while she did her homework, but today it was missing. Thinking of this, Chen Muxu suddenly felt like crying. As tears welled up in her eyes, she felt a gentle touch on her head. She looked up to see Lin Meow Meow. Don't cry, Godmother will help you find him. Lin Meow Meow smiled with her cute tiger teeth. Seeing Lin Meow Meow and Peng Lei in there, Chen Lu, who was still in a daze, couldn't help but ask, aren't you two supposed to be going on a trip? A day or two won't make a difference, we can reschedule it. Peng Lei waved his hand. Otherwise, announce it in the company group chat, and ask them to help look. Who knows if they are being paid to look for the cat, or to be on paid leave, except for those close to us, Lin Meow Meow added. Seems to be the case. And so, a group of people really searched day long to no avail. As night fell and the lights illuminated the surroundings, Liang Jiru sat on the couch comforting the two children in a gentle voice. Chen Lu saw her holding back tears and trying to comfort the kids not to cry, and couldn't help but smirk. How could this silly one be so cute? Clearly, she was the one who wanted to cry the most. It's just money anyway. He reached for his phone on the coffee table, If we can't find him, it just means we didn't spend enough. How about we go back to where we used to live before? Liang Jiru suddenly suggested, her voice soft, as if testing. Chen Lu paused, arm half raised, looking puzzled as he locked eyes with her. Where they used to live. The term seemed distant to him, so distant that he didn't immediately grasp it. You mean the rental place? Liang Jiru nodded imperceptibly. He initially thought it was meaningless, but then swallowed back his words. If this silly one wanted to go, then the meaning itself was there. Liang Jiru softly agreed, as if she understood what he was going to say, and with a choked voice said, I know it's impossible, I just want to go back to where we found Duodwo. Then let's go, don't cry. Shortly after, the car stopped at the entrance to the old neighborhood. As soon as they got out of the car, a wave of heat hit them, followed by various insect sounds and the cacophony of cicadas. Chen Lu looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar buildings in front of him, feeling a bit dazed. Perhaps because it was already very old, after several years, it seemed like this place had never changed. He was very familiar with the noisy insect sounds, as those summer nights were spent listening to these sounds while cuddling Liang Jiru to sleep. Did Mom and Dad used to live here? Chen Yunqi asked softly. Liang Jiru reached out to pat his head gently. Yes, we found Duodwo here with Dad when we had just started dating. Returning to this place, memories flooded back into her mind, and after an entire day of sadness, she finally smiled. At that time, Chen Lu used to promise every day with his upright gentleman image to coax her to take naps here. And then, their two kids had grown up so much. Chen Lu suddenly chuckled. I tricked Mom step by step here. I mean, coaxed her into being my wife. HMPH, rogue. The group chatted softly as they walked slowly to the unit door. Where did we find Duodwo? It should be around here. Liang Jiru murmured as she walked towards a group of holly bushes. Chen Lu followed behind, with no expectations in his heart but still unconsciously searching around. Duodwo is really here. Chen Yunqi, who had sharp eyes, suddenly became excited and jumped ahead. Chen Lu's heart skipped a beat, feeling a sudden shortness of breath. Chapter 458. The rebellious phase has arrived. Dodo is not stupid at all. It even found its way back here, although the distance is not far. Chen Muxu reacted quickly, immediately bouncing to her brother's side. Dodo is really strange. Why did it run here to sleep? Brother, Dodo is sleeping deeply, just like you. Liang Jiru felt that something was off, gently pushing the two children aside. Let mommy see. Chen Lu stopped in his tracks, quietly watching them. After a moment, Liang Jiru slowly stood up, just turning to look at him, her mouth getting tighter. The evening breeze gently moved the girl's long hair around her waist as she stood there, silent. Chen Lu didn't speak either, just tilting his head slightly. No wonder they say this foolish cat is lazy enough. When these two children were born, they followed along like bodyguards every day. Seeing the two children grow up, they quickly gave up and left, intentionally hiding in such a secluded place before closing its eyes, afraid they would find it. Dodo, what's wrong with Dodo? The two little ones gradually realized something, tears welling up as they walked to him. It's just sleeping, Chen Lu said softly. He slowly approached, picking Dodo up and gently brushing away the leaves that fell on it. Dodo still had its eyes closed, curled up, just like usual. Just like when he first saw Dodo here. Back then, this foolish cat was thin with wounds on its body. Chen Lu slightly smiled, reaching out to gently stroke its back. Are you trying not to make us sad, or do you want us to find you again? Or, do you hope to reunite with your mother, who has been separated from you for many years? Chen Muxu wiped away her tears, asking again, why is mommy crying? Liang Jiru didn't speak out, tightly covering her mouth with her right hand, tears falling continuously from her eyes, sliding down her hand and hanging there. Chen Lu stepped forward, embracing the girl in his arms and gently patting her back. Because Dodo will sleep for a long time, he softly replied. Won't it wake up? It won't wake up. Last night, I didn't play with it. Last night. Chen Muxu suddenly burst into tears. From the very beginning, Dodo had never left her and her brother's side, following them closely as they grew up. Sometimes when she got annoyed, Dodo would walk away far, but it still watched from a distance. Why? Why didn't she hug Dodo more last night? Everyone will have that day. Chen Lu paused, his tone calm and steady. Even Mom and Dad will. I don't want mom and dad to end up like Dodo. I don't want that either. Chen Yunqi rubbed his eyes and suddenly felt a bit scared. This was the first time he, growing up like this, had a concept of death, something so nebulous and abstract. Then cherish your time well, and everyone around you, Chen Lu said, lowering his head to meet his gaze. When a person realizes they will die, their life has just begun. After some time, the family that was originally just passers-by silently left. Without an agreement, they didn't even go to see Auntie, even though it only required going up to flights of stairs. They just couldn't dare. At the entrance of the community, Chen Lu glanced back at the lit window and silently chose to believe that Auntie was peacefully enjoying her twilight years. Late at night, Liang Jiru came out of her daughter's room and quietly closed the door behind her. Muxu had been regretting why she didn't play more with Dodo the day before falling asleep. Yunk needed to be a bit stronger, comforting himself that things would be all right. They're all asleep, she said softly, looking at Chen Lu sitting on the couch. Then let's sleep too, Chen Lu replied, scrolling through his phone before passing by the automatic pet feeder. Subconsciously, he turned back to get the cat food. No need to add more, came the soft voice of the girl behind him. Huh. Chen Lu turned back unconsciously. Dodo has already left. Ah. In the bedroom, Liang Jiru gently hugged Chen Lu, whispering, now that the kids are not here, you can cry in my arms if you want. Don't be silly, Chen Lu snorted. I'm a man in his 30s, what's there to cry about? Even though he said that, she still held him tightly, a bitter smile appearing on her lips. It wasn't clear who had just been so distraught. It's just that the family had to rely on him alone, so he couldn't cry, no matter what or when. After a long silence, she lightly kissed Chen Lu's cheek, feeling the comforting scent emanating from him. Thankfully, she had always cherished every night spent with Chen Lu. Thankfully, they would still have many more years together. Just like Dodo, Professor Yin didn't make it through the summer. It was said that he left this world with a smile on his face, probably feeling like he had been waiting for this day for a long time, finally reuniting with his loved one. The professor's children had successful careers, so they decided to donate all his property, just like his years of dedication to education. But he left a watch for Chen Lu, a Swiss one that had been around for a long time. Chen Lu looked at the watch in his palm at the funeral, unable to understand why the professor had given him this item, so he silently wore it on his wrist. Countless thoughts swirled in his mind, ultimately just letting out a soft sigh. Life is unpredictable, and you never expect that a seemingly ordinary encounter could be the last time you meet. By the time you regain your senses, you can no longer see each other, only able to watch as they disappear along with memories, forever stuck in the past. After school started, during the first physical education class, a group of people was playing and laughing on the playground, all with bright smiles on their faces. Zhang Nan leaned against the railing, standing alone in a corner of the playground, silently watching them. Do you also think they're childish like me? A guy approached to ask. Don't bother me. Fine. Don't bother Muxu either, or I'll definitely beat you up. Driving away the annoying person, Zhang Nan still stood there alone, quietly feeling the breeze on his face. Compared to playing pointless games with others, he preferred being alone like this, thinking about things he should consider. Only in this way could he mature more than his peers. Unless, he glanced up at the brother and sister who had come to him. Strangely, Chen Yunqi looked particularly serious today. Sis, Zhongnan was taken aback by his downcast expression, quickly saying, Who bullied you? I'll beat them up. Chen Yunqi remained silent, just staring into her eyes with a somber expression. Why aren't you talking? Zhongnan patted his shoulder, scanning over his body, fearing he had been hurt somewhere. Nobody bullied me. Chen Yunqi finally spoke after her repeated prompting. Sis, please don't die. Zhang Nan looked at him quietly for a moment, her expression cold yet slightly hurt. Are you trying to make me not want to hit you out of pity? Chen Yunqi hesitated. Before this, he could never have imagined that a face could display both indifference and hurt feelings at the same time. Just as he was about to explain, he suddenly saw Chen Muxu taking out a soft ruler from her bag and handing it to Zhang Nan. Leaning in close to Zhang Nan's ear, she whispered softly, hitting with this over the clothes doesn't really hurt much. Chen Yunqi stepped back a few steps. Soon, there were two figures running in the playground, one in front and the other chasing behind. Chen Muxu laughed heartily, holding her stomach, then squatting down and continuing to laugh. The carefree and joyful childhood years quickly passed by. As they entered middle school, the three of them grew rapidly, becoming taller at a fast rate, gradually realizing the differences between boys and girls. Walking together wasn't as close as it used to be when they were kids. "Sis, if you have something to say it quickly. My brother might not live to see tomorrow." Chen Muksu stopped at the entrance of the neighborhood, tilting her chin towards her brother. He only got an 80 on his English this time. Chen Yunqi, who was still pondering, couldn't understand why he had to study English. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Nan suggested, "Why don't you come to my house, wait for your parents to calm down, and then go back?" "Go to your house. Going to your house would be even worse for me." Chen Yunqi tugged at the corner of his mouth. For some reason, his godfather had been looking at him like he was a thief these days, and he didn't want to go. The siblings returned home together, coincidentally witnessing Chen Lu helping Liang Jiru with a massage. Their faces were calm, just quietly taking off their coats, something they had become used to over the years. "Dad, is that belt on the coffee table supposed to be used to punish me?" Chen Yunqi saw the belt on the coffee table and suddenly felt like heading to his godfather's house might not be a bad idea. It seemed like his parents already knew about his grades. "It's not for that." Chen Lu waved his hand. Chen Yunqi was touched for a moment, only to see Chen Lu showing a gentle smile. "You deserve better. Going to a good high school or not is your own decision. Mom, and I support you no matter what," Chen Lu said, causing Chen Yunqi to feel fiercely upset by the mere thought. It was their dad's fault. Their mom was not like this in the past. Chen Lu put on a bewildered expression. "What's wrong? Your education is your own affair. Your mom and I support your freedom of choice." That's right. Liang Jiru nodded repeatedly. "Mom supports you." "I don't support it." Chen Yunqi stormed off to his room to study, turning back before entering through the door. "I'm going to get into the second top high school just to prove you all wrong." His tone was intense, but he closed the door very gently. Watching the closed door, Chen Lu and Liang Jiru turned to each other and smiled. This little troublemaker is in his rebellious phase now, but too bad, he's full of weaknesses all over. Even if he wants to rebel, he can't. Chapter 459. Siliao Doo Dad, Mom. Chen Muksu, sitting beside them, stared in disbelief, then quietly gave a thumbs up. "It had to be you two. This is definitely better than scolding." Chen Lu looked proudly to his daughter, thinking to himself, "You don't even see who your dad is." Speaking of which, this little girl has grown so much taller in the past 2 years, almost turning into a young lady. In terms of looks, she resembles her mother by about 70%, but due to their different personalities, the differences are even more pronounced. Liang Jiru's eyes and demeanor have always been gentle, but sometimes she appears timid, easily getting nervous. This girl, on the other hand, is naturally confident, with that disinterested look that never changes. While Chen Muksu was still gloating over her brother's misfortune, Liang Jiru suddenly whispered, "Muksu, you're growing up too. Be sure to keep your eyes peeled for boys trying to get close to you, okay?" Chen Lu quickly nodded in agreement. When a daughter grows older, such advice is necessary. Don't be fooled by those who seem gentle and noble on the surface. They might have dark intentions. Chen Lu continued nodding, amazed at how smart his daughter had become. Liang Jiru chuckled softly and glanced at him for a moment before continuing. For example, they might start by pretending to be your good friend, then use that as an excuse to have meals with you, watch movies together. Once you're together, they might deceive you into napping together in a place and slowly end up on the same bed. When you realize it, it's already too late. Chen Lu was nodding fervently at first, but as he listened further, he felt something was amiss, and he was left stunned. "Wait, who are you accusing, you accomplice?" Chen Muksu, with her mouth slightly agape, was also left dumbfounded for a while. "Mom, you said that with so much emotion." She paused for a moment and tentatively asked, "Is this based on your own experience?" Knowing her mother very well, none of those things seemed impossible for her dad to do. And she was probably being conservative in her descriptions. Liang Jiru turned her face away and stammered, "How could it be? I am so clever." Chen Lu chuckled, "Anyway, remember as a girl you must not be too naive. Never give yourself away as a birthday gift to someone, and never." Before he could finish, Liang Jiru covered his mouth firmly, casting an embarrassed, yet annoyed look at him, moving towards him. I'll hit you." "Oh, stop it. Chen Lu laughed while pressing against her forehead with both hands to prevent her from coming closer. Chen Muxu's lips curled up slightly as she watched her parents playfully. Their love story seemed strangely entertaining. These two were truly something, being married for over a decade and still having such a strong bond. Perhaps that's why she felt happier every day compared to classmates whose parents argued all the time. Soon, she turned back to her room, leaving the two adults who never seemed to grow up, playing around in the living room. With several more subjects added, and more homework than before, Chen Lu didn't escape his wife's wrath after all. Like a dead fish, he lay on the sofa for a while before hearing the sound of vegetables being chopped in the kitchen. He mustered up the courage and went to help. In the kitchen, Liang Jiru, wearing an apron, was cutting vegetables with a slightly bent posture. Her figure was still slender and graceful. When she tied her hair up while cooking, it lightly swayed. Now, Liang Jiru was no longer as youthful and energetic as before, but she exuded a sense of grace and maturity that she lacked back then. He slowly approached her, embraced her from behind, and placed his hands on her flat abdomen. Liang Jiru lightly pushed his arm in protest, then allowed him to hold her. "Do you know?" Chen Lu buried his face in the nape of her neck and took a deep breath. "The first time I went to your house for dinner and saw you cooking, I thought to myself, I must find a way to marry you." He smiled. Maybe he was getting older, often reminiscing about the past. "So, marrying me was just to have me do the laundry and cooking for you for a lifetime," Liang Jiru said lightly, slicing the scallions, ginger, and garlic deftly, then pouring them into the pan with a sizzle. Chen Lu smelled the aroma and salivated, then cracked a smile. "You're allergic to romance, Miss Liang Jiru." "I didn't say I wouldn't agree," the girl mumbled as she leaned against him softly. Chen Lu didn't even bother hiding from the warmth. This silly man was getting less and less polite, launching a surprise attack on a comrade in his 30s. "Don't let the kids see. I didn't do anything." The next day, it was the weekend. Early in the morning, the siblings gathered to play games. "You foolish child, have you finished grading your English test papers? Why are you playing now?" Chen Muxu looked at her older brother's account, which seemed much more luxurious than hers, and she wasn't pleased. She needed to figure out a way to get him to hand over that stuff. Chen Yunqi sneered disdainfully. "Which respectable person does homework at this time?" "Well then, when do you respectable people usually do homework?" Chen Muxu asked. "Sunday nights," Chen Yunqi replied. She stayed silent for a while before saying slowly, "Your English is so bad. Are you worthy of our sister?" "What does that have to do with our sister?" Chen Yunqi was puzzled. "If I apologize to our parents and to our aunt, fine." She reads stuff as if she's deciphering ancient scripts every day. "But why do I owe our sister an apology?" Zhang Nanji was the English class representative back in elementary school, and she still is in high school. Just watch. As long as your English grades remain poor, she always be on top. Chen Muxu couldn't help but kick him lightly. "You think she really likes English that much? Or is it all to cover up for her stupid little brother? If a snitch who loves to tattle on others is made class representative, you would have been called up by parents countless times. Huh." Chen Muxu glanced at him sideways. "My English scores have always been perfect. Is it all for my sake?" Chen Yunqi scratched his head. He hadn't thought about it that way. Maybe he should study English well from now on. After a while, "Look, I drew the card with just one pull." Chen Yunqi almost jumped off the couch from excitement, startling Chen Muxu next to him. "Do you have to be so excited?" Chen Muxu said sourly, not wanting to admit that she had spent all her saved stones and still didn't pull anything good. "It's so cool and powerful." Chen Muxu pouted, wondering how her brother, who fulfilled all the requirements of a real man, ended up with a second-dimensional attribute. It seemed that some boys in the class had recommended him to her before. How didn't those nerds realize from the beginning that he was a traitor? "You didn't use pocket money to buy these cards, did you?" Chen Muxu asked casually, secretly opening the recording software on her phone. He was about to volunteer to help with household chores for a month. It made her excited just thinking about it. Chen Yunqi waved his hand dismissively. "No, if I have that money, I'd rather take you and sis out for some good food." Playing this game was just to pass the time. Even if he used the 6 yuan he spent on the first top-up to buy snacks for his sister or younger sister, they would be happy for a long time. There's no point in wasting it on paper characters. The anime pen he gave his sister lasted for a whole semester. Chen Muxu averted her gaze for a moment, feeling a bit guilty. But the noble tradition of the old Chen family quickly made her abandon her guilt. I didn't pull anything good. Let's swap numbers. No, this is my favorite character to play with now. I like it too. Let's see who designed it. Chen Muxu leaned over and mumbled, I'm going to save up stones and only pull characters that he designed from now on. The two squeezed their heads together, prepared to see how a character dressed so conservatively could be portrayed with a sense of sensuality. Then they saw a name. Musamu Chapter 460. I work to support you. Chen Muxu pondered for a moment. Who names a serious person like that? Musamu. She couldn't even guess what it meant. The name looks like a girl's. Chen Yunqi rubbed his chin, saying firmly. Chen Muxu shook her head. Can a girl draw so elaborately? Definitely drew by a boy, maybe even an otaku. Then I'm an otaku too, but I can't draw like that. Real otakus would punch you if they hear that. Nuts, when will her brother realize he's become a normie? In the whole class, how many boys have a great sister like Zhongnan? And how many have a sweet, considerate, understanding, kind, mature, and sensible sister like her? While the two were busy arguing, the master bedroom door suddenly opened slowly. Liang Jiru came out first, still looking radiant and spirited. Chen Lu, on the other hand, looked like he hadn't slept all night. You both are up so early today. Liang Jiru greeted them, then went into the bathroom to wash up. Chen Lu massaged his aching waist, lazily sitting on the sofa, quietly contemplating about life. This fool was probably a demon, the kind that absorbs yin to nourish yang. He should drink more wolfberries in the future. Hearing the kids mumbling next to her, he curiously turned to look, only to find them playing mobile games. No matter how times change, the 2D world still has its market. After all, no one can stay 18 forever, but there will always be someone who is 18. Chen Yunqi knew what her old man was made of, so she didn't bother hiding it. Dad, do you think it looks good? Is it necessary to love a paper cutout so much? No ambition? Chen Lu put on a mature look. Grandma said you used to hug the paper cutout and call it your wife every day. Chen Muxu spoke coldly. Just as his somewhat embarrassed face scratched nervously, Chen Lu noticed something amiss and hurriedly brought his phone closer for a careful look. It turned out to be his wife's drawing. The next moment, Chen Lu's lips unconsciously curled up. What are you both doing together? Liang Jiru, who had just finished washing up, sat next to Chen Lu, asking with confusion. After she saw what the kids were looking at, she froze in place. She didn't expect her secret to be exposed. Seeing Chen Lu's teasing look, Liang Jiru gestured with her eyes in a panic. What should we do? Despite having posted somewhat explicit drawings on a certain platform, she still felt embarrassed if the children found out. Chen Lu, how do you feel when these kids go crazy over the characters you draw? Liang Jiru, stop it. Chen Lu, it's not good if they find out it's you. After exchanging glances for a while, Liang Jiru finally gave up struggling and slumped into Chen Lu's embrace like a deflated balloon. The internet has a memory. She could only hope the kids wouldn't search on the search engine. I'll go to the store. After a while, the girl stood up vacantly, walking towards the door step by step. Seeing this, Chen Yunqi quickly followed. Mom, I'll go too. What are you going to do? Liang Jiru turned to look at him. I'm going to help you. You work so hard every day. Seeing Liang Jiru touched, Chen Lu quickly hugged her shoulder, coldly saying, help doesn't pay. Even deceiving his wife, this little rabbit dared. Then I won't help, I'll just work at your place. After clearing the plates, Chen Yunqi leaned against the wall, sighing deeply. Being a good younger brother is really difficult. Although Zhongnan was a little rich woman, she was already using her credit card directly while her peers were still saving to buy things. But he can't let his sister pay every time they go out to play. He and his sister should pay sometimes too. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly saw a girl with long hair stepping in slowly from the door, waving at Liang Jiru. Then she sat down by the window and quietly started doing her homework. She seemed to glance at him, then again, as if nothing happened. Chen Yunqi quickly rubbed his eyes, then realized it truly was his sister. When she was young, her hair wasn't this long. Now it floated gracefully. Sitting alone by the window, she looked calm and aloof, with a unique maturity compared to her peers. The weather is nice, isn't it, huh? Chen Yunqi turned around in confusion, only to see his father's face almost against his shoulder. He was frightened, almost jumping up on the spot. How could he be so sneaky even at his age? Whether he still couldn't regain his senses. Chen Lu looked at him puzzled. Yeah, what else are you looking at? I mean, it's nice, but it's cloudy outside. Chen Lu smiled, then went back to the front desk with Liang Jiru, leaving Chen Yunqi standing there dumbfounded. Young brat, why are you dawdling as a waiter? Go! Lin Miao Miao suddenly kicked him from behind. Chen Yunqi finally came to his senses, picked up the menu, and walked slowly over. Then he saw Zhang Nan looking at him with a smile that was not a smile. Silly brother, last week insisted on treating me to such an expensive buffet, spent all your pocket money, right? Zhang Nan snorted in her heart, then softly asked, not giving me the menu. Do you want me to ask what you need? She had originally intended to call both siblings out to play, but upon hearing from Muxu that Chen Yunqi was working here, she hurried over to take a look. Chen Yunqi felt a bit awkward, bending down with the menu in hand. May I take your order? Are you earning pocket money? Zhang Nan rested her chin on her hand, gazing at him with interest. Chen Yunqi nodded lightly. Zhang Nan glanced at the busy godfather and godmother, then quietly took out a bill from her bag and placed it on the table. This silly brother probably doesn't even have money left to buy things for himself. Sis, don't do this. I'm not that kind of person. Zhang Nan's eyes were calm as she quietly took out another bill. Really don't want it. She was about to take it out again. No need. Wait a while. I'll get you a pudding. Chen Yunqi reluctantly tore his gaze away from the bill, walked a few steps outside, then turned back. I'll work hard and earn money. Next time I'll take you to the amusement park. After all, you have to work hard for a long time to come out. Zhang Nan stood there in silence, staring at him until he walked far away, then turned to look out the nearby French window. The sun happened to break through the dark clouds at that moment, brightening up the surroundings. A few pedestrians walked by the riverside. Nearby, an elderly couple with a white dog strolled leisurely. The afternoon sun shone on her cheeks. It felt a bit hot. Chapter 461. Don't bully the poor. You have at least 8 digits in your bank account, yet you still have to come out and work as a server for some pocket money. Lin Miao Miao glanced at Chen Yunqi, who was busy serving tea and water, feeling a bit sorry for him. She turned to Chen Lu and said, Isn't your dad a bit too much? Give him a bit more. With Liang Jiru being so reluctant to spend money, and having a father who desires nothing, Lin Miao Miao felt that Yunqi and Muxu probably still haven't realized how wealthy their family is. It's quite amusing to think about. Liang Jiru remained silent as she fully supported Chen Lu's educational principles. Chen Lu reciprocated. Isn't the money I earn eventually for them? Chen Lu believed that one should learn to control their desires. Looking at his son's enthusiastic demeanor, he continued, I will give him as much as his ability allows. Otherwise, if he gets money based on luck, he will eventually lose it based on merit. Children who are accustomed to having everything handed to them easily end up not being able to appreciate the value of money. Once someone believes they can have anything with money, trouble is not far off. They say wealth doesn't last beyond 3 generations, which is often due to upbringing. After a while, Chen Yunqi stopped working and sat down to help his sister with her homework. Of course, this bratty kid was definitely not here to work and do his homework. He just sat idle. Chen Lu only glanced at him before sitting next to Liang Jiru quietly drawing. Liang Jiru also enjoyed their peaceful time together. Over thousands of days and nights, scenes like this had occurred numerous times between the two, and they never grew tired of each other. Lin Miao Miao was different. Although she kept her head down most of the time, her gaze occasionally shifted towards her godson like a thief. This rascal seemed to have inherited his mother's slightly dull-witted nature. I feel a bit sorry for Zhang Nan. She is out here playing but still has to work on her homework, Lin Miao Miao muttered softly. Ever since she started primary school, this child never seemed to have a carefree moment. Honestly, if it wasn't for the fact that her relationship with Chen Lu and Liang Jiru was not as close, she would have seriously considered talking to the couple. Most children mature faster than their peers due to strict parenting, and she worried about possible psychological issues Zhang Nan might face. Continuing her thoughts, Lin Miao Miao added, I think the strictest parents fall into 2 categories, teachers and lawyers. Liu Yan belonged to the latter category, being a career-oriented powerhouse who was extremely disciplined. She had developed a habit of being tough on herself and inadvertently ignoring the emotional capacities of the children. Chen Lu nodded in agreement after contemplating for a while. Looking at friends and elders, he noticed that individuals from these two professions tended to be slightly stricter with their children. Liang Jiru suddenly remembered something and nudged Lin Miaomiao's arm. Both sets of parents aren't pressuring you to have kids, right? She was concerned that Peng Lian's parents might make things difficult for Lin Miaomiao, given her unique circumstances. No, Lin Miaomiao shrugged. My parents were prepared for this, and as for Peng Lian's parents, they don't know that I'm the reason their son didn't start dating until he was over 30. They seem to be quite grateful to me. Peng Lian's parents had always suspected that their son had some psychological issues, so they were just thankful that he was finally getting married, not pressuring too much for grandchildren. Look, his mother even gave me a bracelet. Lin Miaomiao pulled out a photo from her phone, proudly stating, "It's an heirloom. Doesn't it look precious?" Chen Lu casually responded, without looking up, "It doesn't hold a candle to the bracelet my wife made for me years ago." Lin Miaomiao slammed the table. "Will you ever stop boasting about this? It's been over 10 years. Today, with an additional hardworking helper, most of the others passed the time chatting idly. Chen Lu was surprised when Lin Miaomiao started massaging his neck after drawing for a while. "Aren't you tired yourself?" "I'm tired, but you seem to have a sore neck." Chen Lu felt a pang of guilt, so he didn't let Liang Jiru massage him, stood up to stretch, and noticed Chen Yunqi passing by with a plate of pudding again. Chen Lu teased, "Should we deduct the cost of these desserts and drinks from his pay for the afternoon?" Liang Jiru remained silent. At that moment, the cafe door creaked open, and everyone looked up to see Zhang Chao entering. He greeted them, then walked over to Zhang Nan. "Why are you here?" Zhang Nan looked up at him. "Your mom asked me to pick you up." Zhang Nan didn't say anything, just lowered her gaze and began packing up her bag. Zhang Chao noticed Chen Yunqi sitting across from Zhang Nan but didn't seem keen on engaging with him. "Brat, godfather, this is for you." Chen Yunqi handed him an egg tart with a gentle smile. Zhang Chao froze for a moment, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. This brat was really shameless. He couldn't bring himself to stay cold-faced. They say don't hit a smiling person, so if he didn't brighten up, what difference would it make compared to being born? Back in the car, with one hand on the steering wheel and the other offering the egg tart Chen Yunqi had given him to Zhang Nan, Zhang Chao softly said, "Here, take it." Zhang Nan shook her head slowly. "I've eaten a lot this afternoon." She had devoured so many sweets in the afternoon, she felt stuffed. Raising her head, she realized they were going the wrong way and asked curiously, "Aren't you taking me home?" "Darl, are you daft?" Zhang Chao smirked. "After we get home, you'll have to practice piano. Since the office isn't busy today, I'm sneaking you out for some fishing. When we get back, I'll tell your mom we were stuck in traffic on our way from the office. You must keep this secret, or we're both doomed." Zhang Nan. Later that evening, Liang Jiru, dressed in a white nightgown, stood in front of the full-length mirror in their bedroom, occasionally turning and admiring herself. Each sway of her gown revealed fair and slender legs. "Don't, if you start doing yoga with that figure," Chen Lu gasped, "you might need me to live 2 more years." This adorable body of hers was already a crime, and any yoga would only make matters worse. "Stop bringing up unlucky things all the time." Liang Jiru quickly puckered her lips in defiance, puffing out her cheeks. Chen Lu took in the sight of her, and in 1 second, entered into a peaceful sleep. Time had taken its toll, and he no longer dared to claim he was the pillar of the family. But this lovely lady was a high-powered Chen magnet now. Chen Lu sensed her gaze and playfully scolded, "Don't mimic me." This troublemaker was definitely doing it on purpose, echoing what he used to say to Liang Jiru years ago. Little did he know that karma would come back so quickly. I warn you, we're not kids anymore. We don't have the energy to raise a little hell. Be good if you want a good night's sleep. I said don't mimic me. I said that many years ago. You can't hold a grudge like that. Chapter 462. She could twist open the sky unexpectedly. Chen Yunqi was exceptionally competent as both an older brother and a younger brother. Chen Lu had already pressed his wages as low as possible, but this kid stubbornly worked through the winter break, saving up a little over 1,000 yuan just to take his sister and younger sister to the amusement park. Early that day, Chen Yunqi swaggered over to the two of them, holding his head high like a proud rooster. "Mom, Dad, I made it to the top 10 this time. Chen Lu and Liang Jiru, who were watching a movie together, glanced at each other and chorused, "We know." I scored 102 in English. I know. Liang Jiru lightly pinched her son's cheek, smiling. Yunqi is amazing. Chen Lu looked at him unkindly, thinking to himself, with your well-rounded grades, you could easily be in the top 3. Why are you boasting so much? If this kid could be a bit more ambitious when he attended school meetings, he could show off a bit. See, all of the top 3 are my children. Who says an adopted daughter is not considered a daughter? Although mom and dad remained composed, Chen Yunqi couldn't contain his excitement. At least he could skip his homework and play all day today. His parents were reasonable. Initially smiling foolishly, he noticed that both Chen Lu and Liang Jiru were neatly dressed, which made him pause. Are you guys going out? We have things to attend to, Chen Lu said seriously. The smile on Chen Yunqi's face gradually faded. Just to take mom out for fun. You could have fooled the young me with that line, but now that I'm older, I know you know that I'm fooling you, Chen Lu said calmly while adjusting his collar. We just need to maintain a decent facade between us as father and son. There's no need to expose me. Just like how I know that if you stop slacking off, your grades could easily be in the top 5. This lazy kid had always left room for his own growth, even though he was lazy. Just to motivate him and Liang Jiru, he would give them various rewards. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to jump from around 20th place to the top 10 every time, occasionally even making it into the top 5. How could he think that his dad couldn't see through it as a father? Foolish. Chen Yunqi's expression turned red. As you learn more and more, it will only get more complicated. I advise you to change this habit as soon as possible, or you'll regret it in the future. Chen Lu sighed lightly and said no more. Adolescents in their rebellious stage were like this. There was nothing to be done about it at this age. He had also gone through the same stage. If children could heed their parents' advice, all they would see around them would be students from top schools. Half an hour later, the siblings arrived at the entrance of the amusement park. Dad proposed here, right? Chen Yunqi turned his head and said softly, "You can learn from that in the future." Chen saw his phone and casually mentioned, Zhang Nan's sister said she would come later, probably because she didn't get first place and was given extra homework. Zhang Nan's sister worked so hard this semester, yet she didn't get first place. Because I didn't slack off, Chen yawned lazily. Chen Yunqi looked at his sister in surprise. With her hands in her pockets and a lollipop in her mouth, half of her face puffed up slightly, looking relaxed and cute. How did she say such cold words? Weren't you just saying you wanted to ease the burden on our sister? Or was he more considerate, never competing with his sisters for first place? Dad didn't understand his good intentions at all. Seeing his brother stunned, Chen began to count on his fingers and explained softly, I thought that sis would get first place. After all, I didn't score a full mark in English and chemistry this time, and I couldn't solve the last question in math and physics. Don't say more, Chen Yunqi quickly interrupted and shifted his gaze back to the road. If he didn't know they were fraternal twins, he would really doubt if he was their biological father. After waiting a little longer, a taxi stopped by the roadside. A girl with long hair got out of the car and ran towards them. After Zhang Nan approached, Chen Yunqi noticed her heavy dark eye circles. Did you stay up late? He asked with a tilted head. Zhang Nan looked away and casually replied, slept a bit late. In fact, she had been tossing and turning for a long time. Every day, she was urged by Liu Yan to sleep on time, but she secretly stayed up to look at sheet music in bed, just to come out this time. Chen Yunqi pondered for a moment and just gave her a faint smile. I've been working for a long time and now have some money. You and my sister can enjoy yourselves today. He knew how rare it was for his sister to come out to play, so he had worked for nearly half a semester to be able to make her and his sister happy. Today, with the sunny weather, they weren't at an age where they could refuse the amusement park, so they strolled happily. Though Chen Mulin was not interested in many things, she still tried the bumper cars and her face lit up with excitement. Despite Chen Yunqi's repeated claims of being very rich now, Zhang Nan still didn't buy any souvenirs or play the claw machine, even though she seemed to want to. This made him feel frustrated for spending the money on entrance tickets. Where do you want to go next? Approaching noon, Chen Yunqi bought 3 bottles of cola from the vending machine and handed them to the two of them. I can't open it. Zhang Nan flicked her hand, frowning. I'll help you. Chen Mulan squinted her eyes as Chen Yunqi took the cola and easily opened it. He was experienced in this since whenever Dad wasn't around, he would help Mom and his sister open their drink bottles. After helping his sister, he naturally helped his younger sister too since he never showed favoritism. Is that the arcade over there? I want to go there. Chen Mulan took the cola and pointed to the brightly lit hall next to the haunted house where rows of arcade machines were placed and looked lively. During the time they tried to catch a few toys for the two of them but failed miserably. Though he used to be good at it when playing with his dad, today his luck seemed to have run out. He felt dejected, silently lamenting that he had missed another chance to make his sister and younger sister happy. Suddenly, Chen Mulan curiously asked, Sis, how much can you hit in this? They turned to a machine they had never seen before, with a small sandbag hanging on top and a digital screen at the back to test hitting strength. Zhang Nan was about to respond when a burly man suddenly squeezed between them, inserted a coin, and struck the sandbag heavily. Startled by the man's sudden action, Chen Mulan was taken aback. Kids should play something else, he said coldly. Ignoring him, Zhang Nan rolled her foot on the ground a few times to confirm it was not slippery and calmly said, It's a good thing, I'm not wearing a skirt today. Just as she finished speaking, a muffled sound echoed through the arcade. Chen Yunqi saw that Zhang Nan casually shook her legs twice and then slowly withdrew her hands from the position in front of her body. The atmosphere returned to silence, with only the numbers on the machine soaring until they were twice as high as the burly man's attempt. He left quietly without a word. Chen Mulan swallowed, not knowing why she first glanced at her brother. Chen Yunqi met her gaze, and their eyes gradually became distant. Wait, did you ask me to open the bottle cap for you? Could you even twist open the lid of a jar with that kick of yours? After playing in the arcade, they decided to leave without exploring the entire amusement park due to Zhang Nan's curfew. Unfortunately, Chen Mulan found the haunted house boring. The idea of real people playing in PCs in there made it even duller. Thankfully, her brother wasn't a foolish kid. He didn't seem scared and, more importantly, wasn't pretending to be scared. On the other hand, Zhang Nan seemed scared at every turn, flinching and looking like she'd jump. Chen Mulan glanced at Zhang Nan and saw her sister looking startled, which made Zhang Nan quickly stand up straight. Chen Mulan lowered her eyelids, speechless as she watched her sister. Sis, your acting skills are terrible. He was the person who could land such strong kicks. Could he really be scared to the point of being unable to move in the haunted house? As Zhang Nan spoke coldly, I am genuinely scared. Chen Mulan, sucking on her lollipop, replied calmly, Here, Zhang Bai. Shut up. In a nearby shop, a certain unrelated person wearing sunglasses and a mask whispered, This kid doesn't seem very smart. He stood up straight, hands in his windbreaker pockets, a sneer on his lips. Really? He manages to make his sister and younger sister happy. The person next to him, also in a windbreaker, but with an exceptionally elegant demeanor, pushed his sunglasses and looked puzzled. Chapter 463 Liang Jiru felt that her son was quite excellent. After all, both little girls looked happy. Yunche was so gentle and sensible, she didn't know why Chenlu would have any complaints. When Chenlu heard this, he couldn't help but chuckle. He thought to himself that he now knew whose side this smelly kid was on. But they are pretty bold, he said, glancing into the distance, then continued, coming out of the haunted house and not clinging to someone like a koala. Before he could finish speaking, Liang Jiru tightly covered his mouth. The girl looked embarrassed and angry as she said to him, Don't say it, don't say it. Liang Jiru felt suffocated. She was already a mother, but this person always brought up her past embarrassments. Did she still have any face left? I didn't say it was you. Why are you so nervous? Chenlu hugged her tightly and teased, So naughty. Liang Jiru mumbled in his arms, always picking on me ... I've always said I'll tease you forever. How can I stop now? They've left. Liang Jiru suddenly adjusted her face mask and lightly pushed Chenlu with her arm. Let's catch up. Unexpectedly, Chenlu took her hand and walked in the opposite direction, muttering, The kids are grown up now. Why should we revolve around them all the time? Let them play by themselves. Liang Jiru was startled. Where are you going? Since we are here, let's play our own game. On the other side, Chen Muxu quietly watched as the two mysterious figures in the distance walked further away. When would her mother realize that dressing up like that only made her stand out more? With such grace and figure, and still dressing so conservatively, anyone would think she's a female celebrity. Too bad her older siblings were too foolish to notice. She secretly criticized them and then turned to walk into the nearby gift shop. The shop was located near the exit, displaying various toys and accessories that appealed to young people. It was obvious they were trying to make some last-minute sales before the tourists left. Chen Yunqi was standing in front of a towering display case, hands resting on the glass, completely captivated by what was inside. Just like in the movie Ready Player One, no matter how many years passed, many men still couldn't resist the allure of Gundam models. Chen Yunqi, currently in his phase of teenage rebellion, was no different. He had zero resistance to such things. Looking at the price tag, $499. He had just enough money to buy it, but it would leave him with nothing. The shop assistant noticed his gaze and softly asked, "Are you buying this?" Chen Yunqi remained silent for a moment, his eyes fixed on the model. After hesitating, he turned to look at the two girls laughing and chatting by the hair accessory section. With a lingering gaze at the model in front of him, he finally shook his head and softly said, "Please help me take out the two teddy bear dolls next to it." His mother often said that earning money was difficult. 500 yuan would be enough for him to bring his sisters back to the amusement park one more time. As the group approached the exit, Chen Yunqi stood by the roadside to hail a taxi. Zhang Nan, holding the doll in her arms, checked the time and was about to catch up when Chen Muxu, with a bottle of Coke in her hand, came over to her. "Sis, I can't open it. You're so clumsy," Zhang Nan murmured as she effortlessly opened the bottle for her. Hearing the fizz of the Coke, she suddenly froze. "No, that look." She was met with Zhang Muxu's puzzled gaze, as if asking, "Why are you looking at me like that?" She bit her lip angrily and said, "You are so devious, you won't have any friends. It doesn't matter, the others are all too stupid. Just playing with you is enough for me. I don't want to play with you," Zhang Nan said coldly. "No, you can't bear to resist." Zhang Nan fell silent. She was older than the people around her, and sometimes she felt like she was dealing with children, feeling a bit childish. But Chen Muxu, she was genuinely challenging. "I've hailed the taxi." Chen Yunqi returned from the roadside, witnessing the strange interaction between the two. What happened between them? Zhang Nan pursed her lips and said softly, "My dad is on his way to pick me up. Do you want to wait for him and go back together?" "Forget it." Chen Yunqi scratched his head. "You to go ahead, the taxi is here anyway." He waved lightly at the siblings who had gotten into the taxi, watching as it drove away. Zhang Nan's lips turned slightly upward. "Ha, easy to fool." She knew Chen Yunqi wouldn't dare. 2 seconds later, the girl with long hair turned back and walked into the gift shop again. Standing in front of the display counter, filled with various sizes of Gundam models, the girl couldn't help but frown. She couldn't understand why boys like these kinds of things. Oh well, foolish brother is just a foolish brother. After staring for a while, she thought, "Am I invisible here?" "Excuse me, which one was the guy looking at just now?" Zhang Nan asked the shop attendant. "Which guy?" "The one who was standing here like an idiot." The shop attendant instantly understood and brought out the model that he had been looking at. "This model is a DIY kit, which means you have to assemble it yourself." Zhang Nan nodded slightly. "Where can I pay for this?" The shop attendant, remembering that the guy earlier hesitated to buy it, couldn't help but caution, "This model is quite expensive." "I know. I was asking where to pay." The majority of the winter break passed by quietly, and suddenly, it was New Year's Eve. On the eve of the transition from the old year to the new, there was a heavy snowfall in Hang City. The snow piled up thickly, creating a white expanse that made the surroundings look stunning with the bright red lanterns lining the streets. The family went as usual to eat at Chen Guanglin's place. Due to the heavy snowfall and the approaching spring festival, Chen Lu couldn't find a parking spot close by, so he parked far away, and they walked together. With the cold wind blowing, Chen Lu casually watched his breath dissipate, walking slowly beside Liang Jiru. Chen Muxu was now only half a head shorter than Liang Jiru, and the mother and daughter walked arm in arm, being overly affectionate. Chen Lu glanced at the two, calculating in his mind how many more days until these two little light bulbs left to go to university. Day by day, He felt like they were delaying him and Liang Jiru from having their own time together. "Mom, how did you and Dad get together?" Chen Muxu suddenly asked. Liang Jiru looked up for a moment, then smiled faintly. "Well, I liked him and he liked me, so we got together. It was me who confessed," she proudly added, despite Chen Lu not understanding what she was proud of. "What's so complicated about that?" Chen Lu suddenly interjected, walking by their side. "I'm so dashing that your mother probably wanted to package herself and give herself to me at first sight." Reluctantly, I agreed, and that's how it happened. A simple story, just a few hundred words in a novel. Chen Muxu blinked in confusion. The dialogue between these two was as good as nothing. Apart from Chen Lu, no one understood Liang Jiru's personality better than her daughter. From looking at old photos, she believed her mother used to be much more restrained, less smiley than now. In a serious sense, it felt like her mother had a tough life in the past. So she would bet the love story of these two was definitely not as simple as they made it sound. Unfortunately, these two rarely talked about it. "You haven't really told me much about your childhood." Chen Muxu's face fell. "Because that's all in the past." Liang Jiru smiled lightly and casually said, "Some things might upset you if you hear them, so there's no need to talk about them." After that, she gestured to her lips, shushing the children gently, and gradually slowed down, allowing Chen Lu to walk ahead. Chen Lu was still playing with his breath, not realizing he was being left out. "Hubby." After a while, the girl behind him gently called. Chen Lu turned back with a smile, wondering what she wanted. Suddenly, he was smacked in the face by a fist-sized snowball. Chapter 464 Hungry, Meal by Meal HMPH, reluctantly agreeing. "You have no shame." Liang Jiru hummed softly, not knowing who was the one pampering her body so much in the first place. A pile of snow was pasted on his face, and Chen Lu felt his whole body freezing cold. It was just as he said, whether it was day or night, when this silly person took the initiative to call him husband. Something bad was definitely going to happen. Slowly brushing the snow off his face, just as he lifted his head, he saw Liang Jiru timidly taking 2 steps back, like a naive little rabbit. I was wrong." Suddenly she began to regret, now that she had vented her anger. Chen Lu didn't know how he would retaliate. Chen Lu generously waved his hand. "It's okay, I forgive you." This silly one's speed of begging for forgiveness was as fast as ever, always being timid and fearful. Liang Jiru still felt that something was wrong, but in front of the child, she couldn't think of many ways to beg for forgiveness, so she could only say softly, "Who husband? I really know I was wrong." The word husband was as sweet as could be, making Chen Lu's heart tremble a bit. "In your 30s, still so childish." Chen Lu's tone was calm. He showed an extremely indulgent smile to Liang Jiru, then slowly walked towards her as if he was going to hold her hand. Stepping slowly in front of Liang Jiru, Chen Lu suddenly reached out to grab her, but this silly one ran out and away in a blink of an eye. "Damn, she actually reacted." "Do you think I'm stupid?" the girl said as she ran. Having been together for nearly 20 years, she was no longer naive like she used to be. She was quite smart, actually. Just as Liang Jiru was feeling proud of herself, she suddenly slipped and fell on the snow, her hands raised above her head as she tumbled into the snow. Before this, Chen Lu had never thought that someone falling down could illustrate a lack of intelligence. He snorted, walking over slowly, squatting down beside the girl and poking her head with his hand. "Silly girl, retribution has caught up with you. Ha!" Despite her silliness, she always liked to challenge him, provoking this wise master Chen. Liang Jiru lay on the ground, sniffled silently, pouting pitifully. All right, get up quickly. I feel so sorry for you." Chen Lu said softly, reaching for a handful of snow on the ground. Liang Jiru lifted her head, ready to apologize, but a snowball hit her face right away. "Do you realize your mistake now? You silly girl." "No." Liang Jiru puffed up her cheeks, then tackled Chen Lu into the snow, lying on top of him, not letting him get up. Chen Yunqi on the side watched in astonishment, feeling quite out of place. When parents acted more childishly than you, there was no room for you to act childish. Luckily, Mom and Dad still looked young, otherwise you would definitely pretend not to know them. Just as he was thinking this, he heard his little sister's soft voice. "Brother, look, sister is behind us." "Huh? Really?" Bam! Wang Zhao opened the door energetically, seeing the whole family covered in snow, and was stunned for a moment. During New Year's, did you all roll around in the snow? She couldn't help but ask, Mom. Liang Jiru, the culprit, nervously fixed her hair, moving into the living room, and saying nothing. Almost. Chen Lu smirked and unkindly pushed both kids into the house. He never expected that the four of them couldn't even manage a 2v2 snowball fight, solely because Liang Jiru led the kids in a 3v1 match. All I can say is that being too strong isn't always a good thing, as it makes it easy for others to join forces against you. What? The main reason was that the kids liked Liang Jiru more than him. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Cao Cao waved his hand. Jiff and exchanged greetings with the girl who was about to leave. She tied her hair in a ponytail, looking somewhat delicate, but her eyes showed a maturity beyond her years. Chen Lu scrutinized her for a while before remembering her as Chen Xiaomeng. She had gone to study abroad for a few years, and he almost didn't recognize her. Brother, sister-in-law. Chen Xiaomeng crisply called out, appearing somewhat shy. Many years had passed, and Xiaomeng was no longer the same rambunctious girl as before. Chen Lu still remembered her as a child, always lively and active. You've graduated from college, right? He curiously asked. Chen Xiaomeng nodded lightly. I've been working for a while now, at the People's Hospital. Chen Lu wanted to chat with this little girl, but he felt there wasn't much to talk about. After chatting in the hallway for a while, Chen Xiaomeng said goodbye and left, and the couple finally sat down on the couch. Chen Guanglin and Chen Mo father and daughter lounged on the sofa, watching TV, with the old man still watching reruns of Parental Love from the early years, complaining that the TV dramas of recent years were a waste of time. The children were being measured for height by their grandmothers. The marks on the wall were made by their grandmothers to measure their height during the new year. Over the years, Yunqi and Muxu had grown quickly, their height marks getting higher and higher. The two old ladies had uncontrollable smiles on their faces, as if they only saw the children grow up while ignoring their own aging process. Watching this scene, Chen Lu couldn't help but smile, then noticed Liang Jiru looking at him. I feel like Xiaomeng is not as chatty with us as she was when she was younger. Liang Jiru held his hand with a somewhat disappointed tone. She used to take Xiaomeng to the amusement park, helped her with homework, and was very close when she was in elementary school. Later, when she got pregnant, Xiaomeng's parents no longer sent her over regularly, and they gradually grew apart. She's working now. How could she still be as clingy as she was in her childhood? Chen Lu sighed, not feeling his age when he was with this silly woman every day. Seeing the children grow up made him realize he was not so young either. Sister-in-law, am I still the best? As they were expressing their feelings, Chen Mo suddenly hugged Liang Jiru's arm, blinking at her. Look at me. For over a decade, I've been clinging to you like always, never felt distant. Liang Jiru thought to herself that it was true. Just as she was touched a bit, she teasingly asked, do you want me to speak for you when mom pressures you to go on blind dates? Chen Mo glared at Chen Lu, blaming him for not being focused on work every day, making his sister-in-law less gullible than before. How are Yunqi and Muxu doing in school? She also glanced at the two little human cubs, feeling that the grandmothers were doting on them too much, as if they were about to spoil them. Muxu is a given, but Yunqi is just like you were in the beginning, boasting about getting 100 in English. Chen Mo suddenly laughed and patted her chest. I'll teach this stinky kid a lesson. She hadn't moved out to live on her own all these years, staying at home like a waste when she had nothing to do. It turned out that because of this, the old couple never felt their home was lonely. Thanks to your brother making money. Otherwise I wouldn't be able to afford a tutor at the professor level like you. Chen Guanglin suddenly spoke from the side. Chen Mo almost lifted her chin to the sky, looking joyfully at Chen Guanglin, teasingly asking, Dad, did you ever think we would be colleagues for so many years? Chen Guanglin smirked, never. From now on, don't call me dear like a little girl at school. Call me Professor Chen. Okay. Professor Chen is outstanding. Oh, shucks, I still need to learn a lot from Director Chen. Chen Lu silently listened to the father and daughter praise each other, while Liang Jiru brought a plate of freshly washed strawberries, picking out the best ones and offering them to him. After a while, with Chen Lu halfway through eating, he glanced at the plate and suddenly realized that something was off. You've only given me the good ones. What are you going to eat? Liang Jiru blinked innocently, then handed another strawberry to his mouth, softly saying, The good ones are sweeter. He always felt like this silly woman had said something, but then said nothing. You're turning me into a waste, always babbling and teasing. Honey, I'm hungry. I want food. Chen Lu mimicked the stupid voice as best as he could. That works in my favor. It keeps you close to me, so I don't have to worry about those young girls plotting against you every day. Chen Lu coldly snorted, lightly holding her hand, saying straightforward and firm, I can't live without you. Liang Jiru was stunned. Looking around and seeing no one around, she leaned toward Chen Lu's ear and whispered softly, I feel the same. They had been together for so long, without noticing, they had already become a part of each other's lives. Like ink dropping into water, clearly distinguishable, yet forever inseparable. Liang Jiru rested her head on Chen Lu's shoulder, bending the corners of her eyes, quietly enjoying the feeling of leaning on this man. Even though they had been married for so long, chatting like this felt a bit cloying. But she was so happy. Chapter 465. Family tradition may be genetic. The family traditions may be genetic. This is really absurd. Chen Lu always thought his family had Chen Mo, the physics genius of the entire high school, and even though his English grades occasionally dipped below passing, that was already quite impressive. Never did he imagine there would be Chen Yunqi, this prodigy, who could be said to be identical to his aunt. Although Liang Jiru had never paid much attention to this matter, he was worried. Since entering high school, the topics had become increasingly complex, and the cramming effect that Chen Yunqi had always been proud of gradually waned. He hadn't made it to the top 15 of the class, and he was one score segment behind Chen Muxu and Zhang Nan. At this age, it was impossible not to understand the implications of not being able to attend the same university or even live in the same city with someone. He was worried that this kid would regret it in the future. It was also possible that he was already regretting it. On this afternoon, Chen Yunqi gently pushed open the door to the studio, hesitated in front of the two people, and softly said, Dad, Mom, today the head teacher asked me, suggesting that I transfer to the art stream. Chen Lu was helping Liang Jiru pick out oil painting colors, and upon hearing this, his hand suddenly paused. This kid had been learning from Liang Jiru since he was young, and now his painting skills had already surpassed the art students around him by miles. And his grades were not as outstanding as his sister's, so the head teacher's suggestion was more reasonable. Chen Lu sensed that this kid had more to say, so he didn't interrupt, just turned his head to look at him. As expected, Chen Yunqi naturally clenched his hands that hung down, and softly said, I don't want to. Although a few friends around him had advised him to keep this to himself, he felt that he couldn't hide it from Chen Lu and Liang Jiru no matter what he thought. Why? Liang Jiru asked in a gentle tone, thinking her son had a keen interest in painting. After all, he had been learning it since childhood. I just don't want to become an art student, don't want to take the art academy exam. Oh, then don't switch, Chen Lu said calmly, glancing at Liang Jiru. Liang Jiru breathed a sigh of relief and picked up the brush again, thinking the kid had made a big deal out of nothing. Ah! Chen Yunqi hesitated, his gaze scanning between his dad and mom's faces, feeling that something was off in the script. How come their reaction was like this? You walk this path by yourself. I can't choose for you, and likewise, I can't take responsibility for your choices, Chen Lu explained casually, seeing what was going on in his son's mind, and continued, you make your own decisions. Liang Jiru nodded repeatedly, her eloquence not matching Chen Lu's, but being a good supporting actress was enough. This kid was almost as tall as Chen Lu now, and he looked more and more like Chen Lu, the father. However, Chen Lu always appeared calm and composed, even when lying. Yunqi was not like Chen Lu in this regard. Instead, she was more adaptable, and it was hard to say if that was a good or bad thing. The studio fell silent for a moment, and Chen Lu suddenly smiled bitterly and sighed. Chen Yunqi became a bit nervous. Dad, why the sigh? Nothing. I just suddenly regret not spanking you, Chen Lu said nonchalantly. In the blink of an eye, this little rascal was almost as tall as him, making it quite a challenge to pick a fight. Why hadn't he given him a beating back then? Well, you could always spank the kids on rainy days, nothing else to do. Ah! Chen Yunqi took 2 steps back. Ah! What's up with the ah? The whole family has been spoiled by your mom, always reacting like this. Chen Lu glanced at him. Study well. If you do well on this month's exam, I'll ask your mom to make that character you like into a wallpaper. Who else gets this treatment? Now, Chen Yunqi suddenly perked up. It seems like all you artists call the character you're responsible for daughter. If Yunqi starts calling that character wife, wouldn't things get confusing? Chen Lu suddenly brought up this question to Liang Jiru. Liang Jiru's hand holding the brush trembled slightly, almost ruining the painting. She took a deep breath and told Chen Yunqi, "Go downstairs and help mom buy some groceries." Chen Lu was about to sneak after his son, but was pulled back by Liang Jiru. "I was just kidding." After a while, the couple came out of the studio and sat on the couch, leaning against each other. Chen Lu rubbed his dizzy head and suddenly said, "Your reaction was different from what I imagined." Liang Jiru tilted her head. "How so?" "I thought you would be very worried about our son's performance," he said. "Doesn't matter. As long as you and the kids are safe, happy every day, that's all that matters." Liang Jiru leaned into his arms. "I don't care about anything else." She had always thought her demands were high enough and didn't need, nor dare, to ask for more. Chen Lu smirked, running his hand gently over the girl's smooth hair. Indeed, this silly girl had never changed. With the intention to pat and squeeze her, Chen Lu suddenly heard a knock on the door from the entrance hall. Liang Jiru raised an eyebrow in confusion and slowly walked over. "Uncle, Auntie Tilda Zhang Nan carried a canvas bag and greeted the couple politely. She was a beauty from a young age, and now she had grown into an elegant young lady. Her delicate features and long hair gave her an aura of a graceful lady." Chen Lu nodded slightly, feeling like this girl was a grown-up version of his wife. He recalled wanting a son back then because he felt like only pigs were safe from being eaten. Zhang Nan felt a bit awkward being stared at by the couple, so she lowered her head, crossed her hands gently, looking completely different from how she ignored others outside. "If I knew you were coming, I wouldn't have let Yunqi go out to buy things for me." Liang Jiru smiled lightly and helped straighten her hair, keeping her tone as gentle as ever. "Auntie." Zhang Nan suddenly felt like dying and explained, "I'm here to see Maksu." Liang Jiru then realized, "Oh, Maksu. She's in her own room." Zhang Nan. A kindly mom had been influenced by a corrupt dad. Zhang Nan walked into Chen Maksu's room, closed the door behind her, and took a deep breath. "Where's your brother?" she turned and asked, not seeing him just now. Chen Maksu, who was sitting on a chair, put down her phone and tilted her head. "Aren't you here to see me?" Women, always saying one thing and meaning another. Oh, wait. She was a woman too, so it was all good. Zhang Nan was annoyed. She called out in a low voice, "You heard us talking. Why didn't you come out to help me?" "Sis, did your legs grow longer again?" Chen Maksu casually changed the topic. It could only be said that she was really into taekwondo and dance since she was young, and she was a bit envious. "Did they?" Chen Maksu nodded lightly and muttered sourly, "Long legs. Jealous." Zhang Nan put her hands behind her back, deliberately taking a few steps closer to her with a mischievous smile. Chen Maksu didn't say a word but slowly lifted her gaze up. Suddenly, she chuckled disdainfully. Zhang Nan bit her lip, not showing any expression, shortened the distance between them, and coldly said, "You're only this close to being beaten to death by me. Don't worry too much. You're just not up to my level. Others." Zhang Nan silently decreased the distance a bit more. Chen Maksu sealed her lips, blinked her adorable eyes at her very cutely. "Where's my sister?" Chen Yunqi returned home, placed a bunch of groceries in the fridge, and turned to ask. Liang Jiru was surprised. "How did you know your sister was here?" "There are shoes at the entrance," Chen Lu grinned. "Why are you not this concerned about other things? I advise you to focus on more important matters." Even though he didn't feel like saying these words, he had to remind him. Damn. This little rascal was like a radar when it came to finding his sister from a young age. "What are you saying, Dad?" Chen Yunqi looked puzzled. "We have a clear sister-brother relationship." "You're clear." Chen Lu stopped with a bunch of words hanging on his lips. Liang Jiru, sitting next to him, covered her mouth with both hands, almost bursting into laughter. Chapter 466 Good Friend Medal. When Liang Jiru heard Chen Lu was laughing, Chen Lu glanced at her expressionlessly. Liang Jiru noticed his gaze and quickly covered her mouth tightly, trying to stop herself from laughing. 2 seconds later, she gave up and snuggled into Chen Lu's arms, continuing to laugh without bothering to act. The trick of pretending to be fierce might have worked 10 years ago, but now it had no effect at all. She was convinced that this man would never actually be harsh on her in this lifetime. Chen Lu pinched Liang Jiru's soft face, sighing lightly. purely pure. This phrase was too familiar to him. He didn't even know how many advantages he had gained by saying purely pure to Liang Jiru back then. While Liang Jiru occasionally acted dumb and innocent, he had truly deceived this innocent girl, and even himself. "Mom, why are you laughing?" Chen Yunqi's gaze became more dazed, wondering if what he had said earlier was funny. Liang Jiru bit her lip and tugged at Chen Lu's collar, waving her hand at him. "On nothing, just thinking of something happy." Ignoring the woman in his arms, who was laughing foolishly, Chen Lu tugged at the corner of his mouth and looked at Chen Yunqi's face silently. He didn't expect that the bullet he had shot out jokingly years ago would hit himself square in the forehead 20 years later. Chen Yunqi couldn't bear his gaze and looked away momentarily before returning his gaze, whispering, "Dad, I'm serious. I don't believe you." "Why?" Chen Yunqi felt puzzled. Seeing the ambiguous look Liang Jiru was casting at him, Chen Lu suddenly choked. He couldn't tell this kid that he had used the same tactics to deceive everyone around back then. After hesitating for a moment, he cleared his throat and said seriously, "Those things don't matter." Chen Lu stopped preaching. He never exaggerated his teachings. Chen Yunqi remained silent for a while before nodding gently and turning back to his room. "Did I say too much?" "Yunqi seems upset," Liang Jiru asked softly. "Not at all. He's always been aware of the issues he doesn't want to face. I just laid them out for him," Chen Lu said, exhaling with his eyes closed. Suddenly, he felt a warm and slippery sensation on his neck, a bit painful and itchy. When he opened his eyes, he saw Liang Jiru biting his neck. After a moment, a small red mark appeared on his neck. Liang Jiru looked pleased with her handiwork. "You're still so childish," Chen Lu chuckled and tittied up the strands of hair around Liang Jiru's ear. "Hooligan." Looking at Liang Jiru's face, he felt a bit nostalgic. Maybe it was because this naive girl was truly gentle in her way of facing the world, and time had been kind to her. Even now, her exquisite face remained just as cool and refined as before, with a hint of maturity. "Just because we're good friends, you want to plant strawberries?" Liang Jiru retorted with a slight smile, poking his cheek with her index finger. "This is the Good Friend Medal, rewarding you for being a purely pure good friend to me for 20 years. You can't get away with it this time." Chen Lu glanced at her. Nowadays, even the kids could have grown up and left home. Thank goodness the Good Friend Medal was left behind. How did he not see through this trick all those years ago? "Who asked you to deceive me with that back then, you big liar?" Ignoring Liang Jiru's scolding, Chen Lu pulled her back into his arms and whispered in her ear, "Since we're such purely pure good friends, how about helping me have a child?" Liang Jiru shivered at the sudden warmth in her ear and leaned weakly into his embrace, but raised her chin defiantly, mumbling, "I don't mind, but you better not pretend to sleep like that time. I told you that was a special circumstance." Seeing a smile in the girl's eyes, he scoffed, "You're asking for it. I'll deal with you tonight." Chen Lu sounded disdainful. Although he was getting older, was persisting in near 20 years of jogging a waist. Just as he was about to make another move, Chen Musno sleepily walked out of the bedroom. Both unfortunate kids. Could they hurry up and go to college? Liang Jiru quickly sat next to Chen Lu, softly asking, "Weren't you working on homework with your sister? Why are you out here alone?" "She hasn't finished yet, but I did, so I came out to rest." Chen Musno lazily slouched on the sofa, as boneless as Chen Lu usually was. With her usual disinterested expression, Chen Lu turned to look and noticed that she almost seemed more useless than him as her father at first glance. While the father and daughter chatted, Liang Jiru went to the kitchen to wash some fruits and put them on the coffee table for her to bring in later. She had already brought some for Chen Yunqi before returning to sit by Chen Lu's side. She noticed Chen Musno playing with her bangs and muttering, "I want to grow my hair like mom's used to be." Liang Jiru was puzzled. Why keep your bangs that length? It doesn't look good. Every time she saw her daughter happier and more self-confident than her youthful self, even when everything was fine now, she didn't want to see her daughter turn out like she used to, at least not in appearance. It's because it looks bad. Huh. Chen Musno's furrowed brows. When I go out shopping, people keep asking for my WeChat. It's so annoying. They don't even know my personality just because they think I look good. There's no meaning in just getting to know someone based on looks. She remembered snooping through Liang Jiru's phone contacts when she was younger. Dad liked this, didn't like that. Everything was crystal clear. She thought this should be the true meaning of love. Not falling in love at first sight, just because someone looks good, and having a quick meal together. Liang Jiru looked troubled, unsure of what to do. With Liang Musno looking at Chen Lu, it was indeed an attempt with results. Chen Lu remained calm and said, "It's simple. I'll go to the hospital and get a handbag for you with the name of Hang City Mental Health Center as a keepsake from discharge." He raised a brow. Before anyone strikes up a conversation, they'll have to think twice. Who would let their own daughter pretend to be mentally ill? Liang Jiru was at a loss for words and even wondered if she should knock her head against him. Unexpectedly, Chen Musno's eyes lit up. Seeing her daughter's expression, Liang Jiru didn't know what to say and could only marvel at the quirky thought process of the father and daughter. "Mom, find a tutor for my brother. His English is falling behind." Chen Musno took a bite of an apple, suddenly suggesting, "It seems apples taste better with the peel on. I've been looking, but haven't found a suitable one." Liang Jiru sighed softly. Chen Mo was very busy recently, so she didn't want to bother him, and the ones available varied in quality, making her indecisive. She was afraid of finding someone who couldn't get along with Chen Yunqi, leading to counterproductive results. "You could teach your brother when you have free time. I'll pay you double the market rate," Chen Lu said calmly, keeping his gaze on his daughter's profile, wondering what scheme this girl was up to. "I pick up these things with just a glance. I understand them myself, but I don't know how to teach them." Chen Lu and Liang Jiru exchanged a glance in silence, finding her statement surprisingly rational when coming from her mouth. While they were pondering, Chen Musno suddenly smirked and said softly, "Mom, we already have a tutor here. She got full marks in English on the last test. Teaching my brother should be a piece of cake." The parents followed her gaze and saw Zhang Nan walking out with a glass of water. Startled by the situation, Zhang Nan stood near the door, frozen in place. Chapter 467. Sending meat to Evolve's mouth. Liang Jiru pursed her lips and hesitated. This doesn't seem quite right. Chen had already grown up. Was it appropriate to have a girl just 1 year older than him be his tutor? Wasn't that like feeding meat to Evolve? Whether it's good or not is not up to us. It depends on whether sister and grandpa and grandma are willing. Of course, it mainly depends on whether sister is willing. Chen Muxu went on at length, shifting her gaze back to Zhang Nan's face. "Sister, are you willing?" Zhang Nan suddenly froze, her gaze unfocused. I guess it's okay." "Okay to what exactly? Is it okay or not?" Chen Muxu coldly snorted inwardly. "So, it's okay?" Chen Muxu turned back with an expressionless face, saying to the two, "My sister said it's fine." When Zhang Nan entered Chen Yunqi's bedroom, Chen Yunqi was scratching his head while looking at a pile of English test papers. She didn't speak, she just quietly closed the door, silently surveying her surroundings. Although she had often visited Grandpa's house since she was young, she hadn't been in this room for 2 or 3 years. It was still just as she remembered, neat and tidy, with some handheld figures and posters she had never seen before. The desk was cluttered with various books, and she could spot the Gundam model she had given him amidst the mess. It looked pristine in the midst of the books, like a piece of pure land. The model sat in the most prominent spot, without even a dust cover, but still spotless. Chen Yunqi felt as if he could hear someone breathing. He turned around and saw Zhang Nan standing behind him, startling him almost enough to make him jump out of his chair. "Why are you so quiet when you walk?" Zhang Nan raised a faint smile, tilting her head slightly. "Why such a big reaction? Or, are you up to something? Is your mind functioning normally?" Chen Yunqi's face suddenly turned unpleasant, lightly patting the papers on the table. "You scared me first, and now you're turning the tables." "I meant quietly playing games. What did you think?" Chen Yunqi took a deep breath, picked up his pen, and fell silent. How could he have such a troublesome sister? Zhang Nan brought a chair over to the dining table and sat beside him, then spoke softly. "I'm going to say 3 things next. Don't interrupt and don't say huh, got it?" Chen Yunqi looked at her with confusion as Zhang Nan extended a finger. "First, before Grandpa and Grandma dismiss me, I was your English tutor." Chen Yunqi was initially shocked, but then a slight smile crept up on his lips, unable to be suppressed. He had been worried that Chen Lu or Liang Jiru would find him a strict tutor, but now he was relieved, more than relieved, he could say. "Second, Grandpa and Grandma have given me the authority to manage you as I see fit. So, I suggest you score above 100 on the next monthly exam, or you will have a hard time. Finally, it seems my salary will come from your pocket money." Chen Yunqi clenched his teeth to control his urge to protest, his previously uplifted lips gradually falling back down. Zhang Nan shot him a look. "Why are you so embarrassed? I'll pay you back privately." "That won't do." Chen Yunqi shook his head. "How can I let you go to that trouble? As long as your dumb little brother's grades improve, it won't be a wasted effort," Zhang Nan calmly stated, suddenly pulling a soft ruler from her bag, placing it in front of Chen Yunqi with a blank expression. Chen Yunqi's face stiffened, tentatively whispering, "Sis, you won't use this to hit me, will you?" "How could I?" Zhang Nan blinked. "As long as you don't make mistakes, especially in spelling, and behave obediently, I definitely won't use this to hit you." "Don't make mistakes. You just want to hit me, right?" After Zhang Nan had everything settled, he obediently started working on the exercises she had assigned, but his eyes always trailed back to Zhang Nan, as if he had his own thoughts and kept glancing at her profile. The girl seemed unaware of his gaze and sat with her right leg casually crossed over her left, holding a book in one hand, her expression calm and focused, giving off an air of aloofness. Chen Yunqi couldn't help but think that Ice Queen was the most fitting way to describe her. "You used to sit together every day to do homework. Why are you suddenly nervous?" Zhang Nan turned a page in the book she was holding, not lifting her head. Chen Yunqi, feeling nervous, sat up straight again, his heartbeat growing louder, feeling as if he had been caught red-handed stealing. "Just focus on your work. Don't look at me." "Okay." Chen Yunqi let out a breath and concentrated on studying English. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that his sister had her books upside down, but he didn't dare to look closer or say anything about it. After a while, Zhang Nan finally glanced back at her book, looking a bit puzzled. She swiftly turned a page, then reassembled the book. When Chen Yunqi finally realized what was happening, he had already drawn a picture of the girl sitting beside him, engrossed in her reading. The girl in the drawing was delicate and serene, exuding a mature air that was oddly soothing, resembling the girl sitting next to him. He hesitated, quickly covering the drawing with his test paper. Just as he finished organizing the key points, Zhang Nan let out a breath. "Are you spacing out again?" "I finished," Chen Yunqi hurriedly exclaimed. "Finished? There's still more to write. Didn't say you could space out." Zhang Nan quietly picked up the ruler from the table. "You didn't say you were going to hit me with that." Zhang Nan said nothing, just tapped the ruler on her palm, making a crisp sound. In his desperation, Chen Yunqi held up the drawing he had just made. "Sis, this is for you. Don't think I'm that easy to fool." Zhang Nan muttered as she took the drawing, looking at it for a moment before turning her face away, murmuring softly, "Don't think this'll make me go easy on you." As he tried to scoot away, Zhang Nan suddenly checked the time. "I should be heading back. I'll take you." Chen Yunqi thought he was lucky to have avoided trouble and quickly opened the door. As he pulled it open slightly, Chen Muxu, who was squatting at the door, stumbled in. He instinctively supported his sister, then suddenly realized what was going on and looked at his older brother, Chen Lu, who was sitting on the sofa. His expression was awkward and aggrieved. Chen Lu remained calm and lifted his chin towards Liang Jiru, next to him. "Your mom asked me to boss your sister around." Liang Jiru, who was happily eating a cream puff, suddenly froze. She hurriedly swallowed what was in her mouth and wiped the cream from her lips, looking more distressed. I didn't know anything." Chapter 468. The head of the family, Liang Jiru, still had traces of cream on the corner of her mouth, looking completely naive. Chen Muxu felt a bit embarrassed and shrunk back, while Chen Lu remained calm and composed. "You guys are too much." Chen Yunqi couldn't help but raise his voice in condemnation. "It was just after class. Why eavesdrop like that? Who do they think he is? It wasn't me." Liang Jiru muttered softly, like a child who had made a mistake, completely lacking the aura of a mother. She truly didn't know anything. Earlier, the father and daughter were whispering to each other. She just asked if they wanted cream puffs. When they said no, she sat aside and ate on her own, not hearing anything they said. Liang Jiru looked at Chen Lu and Chen Muxu. Seeing that neither of them had any intention of clarifying the situation, she became even more anxious. But she didn't know whose idea it was, and didn't want to falsely accuse anyone, so she could only silently endure. Chen Yunqi finally recovered from the extreme awkwardness and was about to speak when he suddenly saw Chen Muxu angrily pointing at him. "Brother, why are you bullying our mom?" Her momentum was even stronger than Chen Yunqi's, as if she was going to uphold justice. "Huh, I didn't." Mom was almost crying. "Could so much have happened if you didn't investigate?" Chen Yunqi was stunned for a moment, quickly explained, "Mom, I was wrong. I really didn't doubt you." Chen Muxu suppressed a smile and lightly hummed, "It's good that you know you were wrong." As the true mastermind behind this incident, Chen Lu looked at his daughter with her chin held high, furrowing his brow slightly. As the noise outside continued, Zhang Nan sat on the bed, holding her school bag tightly in her arms, feeling disheartened. Chen Muxu was annoying. Why would she come over to eavesdrop? She quietly touched her own cheek, feeling less hot, before slowly moving outside. At that moment, Chen Lu was comforting Liang Jiru in his arms, with Liang Jiru looking at him tearfully. Though it should have been a scene of argument, Zhang Nan always felt like the two of them were flirting. "Uncle, Aunt," Zhang Nan softly called out. "Finish dinner before you go back, Xiaonan." Liang Jiru, despite feeling wronged, wiped the corners of her eyes and walked slowly to Zhang Nan. She was always so gentle. "Come over for dinner next time. My parents have been reminding me several times today," Zhang Nan said with a smile. She actually wanted to stay for dinner, but after Chen Muxu caused a scene, she felt too embarrassed too. Glancing at everyone, when she saw Chen Lu, she quickly averted her gaze. Dad always said, even though Uncle was very nice, he wasn't a good person. It sounded strange to hear, but it was true. He used to scare off older kids who wouldn't leave the slide. He had a lot of mischievous ideas. Dad also said Uncle would secretly release the fish he caught, causing him to come back empty-handed. This made her quite nervous, feeling like Uncle could see through her every thought. "Then, come over again when you have time. Aunt will make you delicious food," Liang Jiru said gently. "Okay." Zhang Nan smiled and agreed, not forgetting to use a tissue to wipe away Liang Jiru's tears before turning and leaving. Chen Yunqi quietly picked up his coat and followed behind her, evidently preparing to see her off. The door gently closed as Zhang Nan left. Chen Muxu, not paying attention to her parents who were squeezed together, sat to the side and stretched lazily. She felt so tired, she would reward herself with some games at night. Although it seemed like her brother's issue had nothing to do with her at all, Chen Muxu still believed she had played a significant role. She had been supporting her sister for so many years. Even though she had no merit, she deserved some credit too, right? Then she suddenly noticed her father looking at her with a scrutinizing gaze. "You didn't deliberately do poorly on the English exams these 2 times, did you?" Chen Lu suddenly asked, "To, for example, help your sister?" "Dad, what are you talking about? I'm such a simple and honest person." Chen Muxu went forward and grabbed Chen Lu's shoulder, blinking her eyes. This girl inherited Liang Jiru's clear and pretty eyes, captivating at a closer look, shimmering like autumn water, especially eye-catching. After sizing her up for a while, Chen Lu smiled and poked her forehead. "Do you know what your aunt often says? She's a simple person all day long." Chen Muxu cleared her throat awkwardly, using the excuse of studying English well to slip back into her room. "This girl, just like you. But that's fine. Muxu won't be bullied like I was back then." Liang Jiru, who was always unable to get angry, was already leaning against Chen Lu, gently pinching his cheek, full of affection in her tone. However, her emotions weren't high. As the siblings were about to go to school in another city, she worried that the two would face difficulties out there. She had gone through the same thing herself, aware of how hard it could be. She definitely won't. The little girl is so clever. With the skill of turning the tables like before, he didn't have it at that age, and Liang Jiru would never learn it. What about Yunqi's grades? Children have their own blessings. Why worrying so much? Chen Lu hugged her and comforted her softly, interrupting her worries. Besides, we can cover for them. If they have the capability, they can venture out. If not, they can come back and inherit the family business. What was he struggling with every day, dreaming of lying down? It was all for the sake of carrying this burden called a family. Now in middle age, surrounded by people who relied on him, a wife to take care of, children yet to grow up, aging parents. And he was no longer a child who could rely freely on his parents. He had to carry all these burdens alone. It wasn't easy to be the head of the family. Liang Jiru slowly closed her eyes, relaxing completely as she leaned against him. Ever since she had been with this man, this sense of security had followed her countless times, always feeling that even if the sky collapsed, Chenlu would find a way. Did you deliberately go along with Muxu's scheme to get Zhang Nan to tutor? After a while, she asked softly, does it really work, yes? Chenlu's tone was extremely confident. Silly girl, don't you understand this? It's definitely more effective than hiring a top tutor. Liang Jiru pondered for a moment, then curiously asked, then if I were to tutor you, could you pass the entrance exam for Qingbai University? She thought it was very likely. Chenlu firmly replied, no. Why? Liang Jiru paused when she saw Chenlu smiling wickedly at her body, and she suddenly understood. Pervert. You deserve to starve. She clenched her fist and tied up her hair with a hair tie before stomping towards the kitchen. Hey, didn't you say you were going to starve me? Chenlu asked with a smile. I can't stand to do that. Liang Jiru's righteous voice came from the kitchen. Chapter 469. Get out of here. Meanwhile, Chen Yunqi was walking slowly by the river with Zhang Nan. As the sky gradually darkened, the sun had completely set, leaving only a patch of crimson clouds mixed with golden hues on the horizon. The day had been busy with the evening glow, and Chen Yunqi's originally complex emotions had gradually quieted down unknowingly. The slightly cool evening breeze brushed across his face from time to time, gently lifting the dark and silky hair of the girl beside him. The two walked side by side in silence. It was unclear who was waiting for whom, as they subconsciously maintained the same pace, just like they had grown up together. They had walked this path countless times together, and Chen Yunqi glanced at the calm river surface, then at the nearby maple trees. Just like the trees growing a little taller with each passing season, they had also grown up side by side. The sister who had been by his side since childhood now had waist-length hair, standing slender and graceful. Godparents have a really good relationship. I can't recall them ever arguing. Zhang Nan suddenly spoke, her voice carried by the evening breeze. Chen Yunqi thought for a moment and sincerely replied, they never argue. Good relationships were not as simple as that. He and his sister were like the little light bulbs that influenced their affection. Unexpectedly, Zhang Nan smiled at him. We've never argued either. Can it be the same? Chen Yunqi murmured softly, feeling like there was hidden meaning in her words. However, upon further thought, he realized that among his friends, not only did they argue over trivial matters, but some even came to blows over them. His sister had always been accommodating to him since he was a child, never fighting with him over toys like others did, and even brought him many gifts occasionally. Sister, what do you want to major in for the college entrance exam? It's almost time for the exam. Why are you asking this now? Zhang Nan stepped ahead, took a few steps forward, crossed her arms behind her back, a faint smile on her cold face, quietly waiting for his answer. Chen Yunqi was a bit embarrassed to meet her gaze. His sister didn't like to smile in front of others, only in front of him. In other words, it was a smile that only he could see. I just suddenly thought about it, he replied. Zhang Nan pondered for a moment before sighing lightly, and said, I'm fine with going anywhere. I don't have a particular place in mind. Chen Yunqi could tell that Zhang Nan was lying. Having known each other since they were unable to speak, how could he not see through her? But why would she lie? Chen Yunqi couldn't understand, and his already complicated emotions couldn't support any further thought. He felt like he was truly ill. Since when did he start feeling flustered and unable to do anything whenever he was around his sister? The seeds of brotherly jealousy seemed to have been buried in his heart for a long time, only fully emerging as he grew older, pretending to be well-behaved in front of dad and mom. Such lies would probably be embarrassing if they found out, explaining why his usually gentle mother laughed the way she did. By the way, did the girl sitting behind you ask where you want to go in the future? Zhang Nan suddenly spoke, her smile disappearing, asking softly. Chen Yunqi was startled, subconsciously asking, how did you know? Muxu told me. Zhang Nan smirked slightly. Do you have any thoughts? Chen Yunqi shook his head slowly. That's good. If you dare to date early, I'll break your legs. Got it. Ha. I'm already an adult. Is that considered early dating? Whatever. I said it's early. It's early. As your sister who has seen you grow up since childhood, can I not be involved in this? If you put it that way, I've seen you grow up too. Chen Yunqi felt like he was being taken advantage of, muttering in his heart, before tentatively asking, "What if I can't find a girlfriend in the future?" "That's none of your concern. I have my ways." Jong-non turned around abruptly, leaving only her slim and carefree figure behind. "Your sister has extraordinary abilities. Can't I even keep you single?" Chen Yanqi was taken aback, muttering, "Sis, you're really something. So besides catching up on your English quickly, you don't have to think about anything else. Got it? Okay." Upon arriving home, Jong-non saw Zhang Chao and Liu Yan sitting on the sofa, seemingly waiting for her. Liu Yan was holding a few pages of documents, but seemed lost in thought, while Zhang Chao appeared to be watching TV intently, but had been sneaking glances at her since she entered. Without changing her expression, Jong-non sat quietly next to them, waiting for them to speak. Zhang Chao was showing signs of gaining weight, his belly slightly protruding, and with his inherently rascally look, he didn't exactly seem like a good person. "I heard from your godmother and your mother that you'll be tutoring Yanqi, that brat," Zhang Chao suddenly asked. Jong-non remained silent, simply nodding softly. "Do you have the time to tutor him instead of playing around on your own?" Zhang Chao grumbled, "Your godfather isn't reliable. He might even owe you wages. We shouldn't get involved in this." "Isn't playing with your phone worse?" Liu Yan retorted, indifferent. She didn't mind, as Jong-non had diligently completed the piano practice tasks she had assigned, using her own leisure time. If she dared to sacrifice piano practice time for tutoring, Liu Yan would wholeheartedly disagree. Zhang Chao was still dissatisfied, continuing to grumble, "It's better to play with your phone than to hang out with that brat." "What's wrong with Yanqi?" Liu Yan looked puzzled. "His grades may not be great relatively, but he's gentle, understanding, and polite. Why can't he get along with you?" "Exactly, Dad. You are biased," Jong-non chimed in coldly. Zhang Chao suddenly felt miserable, considering that his daughter had always excelled academically. He was not in a position to talk about studying. Back in her college years, teachers would often struggle to pass her, sometimes failing, scoring exactly 59 points. Among the 4 roommates, 3 would frequently need to take makeup exams, sometimes requesting Chen Lu's help to make up for classes. Zhang Chao watched his daughter with increasingly complex eyes. Well, childhood sweethearts ... To be honest, if he had a childhood sweetheart, he would have stuck to her side since childhood, growing up together from the very beginning. Oh, the benefits of mutual understanding and familiarity. But the problem was, he had a daughter. If he had had a son, they would probably play with Muksu every day without him even asking a question. "Daughter, can't you keep up with that aloof demeanor of yours? When you were young, so many kids lined up to talk to you, yet you ignored them all." Zhang Chao couldn't understand. "Why is it that only that brat caught your attention since childhood?" Jong-non couldn't help but reminisce at this abrupt remark, her thoughts drifting far away. She gradually recalled the boy who, although himself afraid with tears in his eyes, had expressed concern about her fear of the dark. Slowly, in her mind, a faint green firefly flew lightly into the night sky, hanging amidst the countless stars. "Because he once gave me a star." Jong-non forced the smile that was about to surface back down and stood up, saying, "I'll go practice the piano." As she turned to go up the stairs, she glanced back. "Dad, my godfather wants to go fishing with you next weekend." "Get out of here." Late at night, Chen Yanqi finally finished the grammar exercises left by Jong-non, and he leaned back in his chair, too exhausted to open his eyes. His eyes were tired, his heart even more so. The pain of lacking a strong foundation was unimaginable to those who had never experienced it. No matter how determined you were, it felt like you couldn't make any progress. The scariest part wasn't realizing how far the finish line was, it was not knowing where to go in the first place. He regretted not working hard in the past. But time that had passed couldn't be brought back, and there were things he simply couldn't do, as he wasn't as clever as his sister. Chen Yanqi gently touched the elegant and graceful handwriting in the corner of the test paper, his sister's handwriting. "If there's only one person left in the world who believes in you, that person must be me. Keep going." Chen Yanqi's fingers brushed over the words a couple of times, silently opening the bottle of alcohol on the table. He was just going to have to work harder than his sister. In his bedroom, although it's a bit early for you now, you should think more about where the light is coming from and what effect it should have when you're painting. Developing this habit early on will bring you great benefits in the future. Liang Jiru spoke softly and gently. But halfway through, she suddenly realized that a hand had silently landed on her waist before being pulled into Chen Lu's arms. Startled, she exclaimed, "I haven't finished speaking." Chen Lu licked her earlobe and whispered softly, "It's time to sleep, Teacher Liang." Liang Jiru pouted. "You lied to me again. You said you really wanted to learn." "Teacher, I really want to learn, but I'm just tired from studying. So I want to rest," he spoke, his breath warming her ear, resulting in her shivering. Chen Lu then held her in a princess carry. "You, shameless!" Liang Jiru finally reacted, playfully hitting his chest. He didn't want to learn drawing with her, he simply wanted to experience this feeling. Chapter 470. The end of the Angler's Road is another weekend, and two middle-aged men really got together to fish. Chen Lu held a thermos full of wolfberries, quietly watching the lake, looking completely at ease. Although he often plays various games with Liang Jiru now, fishing as a hobby still holds a special place in his heart. It's way more satisfying than drawing cards. The fish can actually be eaten, while drawing a female character is just, look at it. It's been many years since he last spent money on drawing cards. That money might as well be used to buy the same cosplay outfit for Liang Jiru to wear for him. Zhang Chao sat next to him, crossing his legs, and couldn't help chuckling at Chen Lu's expression. "Why are you suddenly laughing?" "I just thought of something pleasant," Chen Lu said. Zhang Chao gave him a disdainful look. Seeing him always made him feel frustrated. Mainly because he gained a whole circle of weight compared to his younger days, and he looked much more weathered. But this guy seemed to be less and less like a person of the same age as him, probably because he always appeared so carefree. Chen Lu wondered why Zhang Chao was looking at him that way, but continued, "It should have been my wife here fishing with me." These past 2 years, whenever he went fishing, Liang Jiru often accompanied him. She wasn't really interested in fishing, but enjoyed sitting quietly beside him, occasionally feeding him some fruit. Every time the angler who sneaked out behind his wife, he hadn't seen any of those friends who witnessed the scene at the reservoir later on. "Didn't you ask me to go fishing with you before? Then don't call for me." Zhang Chao twitched his mouth, meaning he was annoyed that Chen Lu postponed things. "Should I leave?" WeChat expression, sad, JPG. "I'm just being courteous to my goddaughter, who knew you'd actually believe me." Chen Lu held back a smile, giving him a side-eye with no goodwill. "Jerk." Zhang Chao couldn't help swearing, looking furious, but he didn't really take it to heart. The two had been together for over 20 years, with a bond deeper than most. "Isn't Li Sinan coming?" Chen Lu asked, having not seen that fellow for some time, busy cheering his daughter for her upcoming exams. Chang Lu felt speechless, spending days worrying. "While Zhang Nan and my two are about to take the college entrance exam, yet we still come out fishing as usual." These words hadn't been spoken yet, but once said, Zhang Chao couldn't help kicking the chair Chen Lu was sitting on, annoyed. "Get lost. Your kids are benefiting from how good-looking my daughter is. They haven't even met. How can you prematurely decide that both kids will be together in the future?" Chen Lu's gaze fixed firmly on the floating object on the water, maintaining a calm expression as best as he could. "I don't have that feeling. They're just siblings who grew up together." Zhang Chao was stunned. "Damn, that's right." Since Chen Yun's early age, he often imagined this kid as a future son-in-law, antagonizing him every day. Thinking about it now, Chen Lu was right. This matter was nowhere near conclusive. Maybe one day Zhang Nan would suddenly bring back a not-so-reliable, or even a blonde-haired guy, and say he was her boyfriend. And if he opposed it, Zhang Nan would insist on it, claiming it was true love. Zhang Cao's face turned dark, his blood pressure rising just thinking about it. Suddenly, he felt that Chen Yunqi wasn't as bad as he thought. At least watching this kid grow up from a young age, he understood his character well, and with Liang Jiru's personality, mother-in-law conflicts didn't exist at all. Wasn't this great? After a while, Zhang Chao quickly shook his head vigorously, saying solemnly, "I feel like I'm being misled by you." Though his mind hadn't quite caught up, based on his experience of over 20 years with Chen Lu, subconsciously he felt like he had stepped into a trap. If this continued, he might end up arranging a marriage with this guy. "How could I mislead you? For what reason?" Chen Lu looked at the floating device with a smile, which hadn't moved all this time, indicating he hadn't caught any fish. The two chatted at the reservoir until evening, surrounded by mosquitoes that had been fed enough before they remembered to go home. "It's all because you kept chattering, scaring all the fish away," Chen Lu said. clapping his hands as he stood up and reached for his car keys from his pocket. "I need to buy one." "Take it from my trunk," Zhang Chao replied nonchalantly. "I already bought some before coming here." When Chen Lu returned home, Liang Jiru was sitting on the couch watching a movie with Chen Muxu, the mother and daughter of almost the same height, looking deeply connected. The living room was dim, the light from the phone screen casting a soft glow on their faces, adding to their already delicate features. Unexpectedly, this simpleton still didn't appear too old in front of his just-turned adult daughter, exuding a mature charm. "You're back," Liang Jiru greeted him, smiling as she walked over to help him off his coat, glancing at the 2 fish she brought back with admiration. Did Zhang Nan leave? Chen Lu wasn't guilty about such matters anymore. He casually glanced at the shoe cabinet, asking indifferently, "She just left, Mom. What are we having for dinner?" Chen Muxu asked from the couch, her legs kicking up and down like a drumbeat. "Your dad bought, caught to fish. Shall we have sweet and sour fish tonight?" Liang Jiru had barely finished speaking when she froze, her heart beating rapidly. She bit her lip, trying to stay calm, thinking she had corrected herself quickly enough. But Chen Lu heard everything crystal clear. Watching Liang Jiru's flustered expression, Chen Lu's mouth slightly opened, stunned for a moment before asking softly, "Did you know all along? Were you pretending to be ignorant to comfort me? And had she been pampering him like a child all these years?" The thought of how he took pride in himself because of Liang Jiru's admiring look made Chen Lu grind his teeth involuntarily. "That's nonsense," Liang Jiru muttered softly, fiddling with her fingers. I'm really clueless. I don't know anything." In fact, she didn't discover it from the start. It was just that when Chen Lu absent-mindedly brought back fish when he didn't catch any, occasionally so small they could only be made into soup. Sometimes he'd bring back just 1 or 2 fish that could be cooked. Later, she found out that the size matched those sold in the market. So she had been acting ignorant all these years until now. Who cared whether the fish was caught or bought? Liang Jiru pursed her lips, glancing at Chen Lu occasionally, afraid he might be upset. After a long silence, Chen Lu smiled wryly, tapped her head lightly, and walked slowly towards the kitchen. Liang Jiru breathed a sigh of relief, obediently following him. Since she usually handled the fish, Chen Lu went to heat water on the side, helping her out as much as he could. As the water in the pot began to boil, Liang Jiru suddenly whispered behind him, "Have you noticed that Yunqi seems different lately?" Chapter 471, Have you? Chen Lu was stunned for a moment. Since the 2 children entered their teenage years, he, as a father, rarely inquired about much. Usually, it was the siblings who took the initiative to communicate with him. Liang Jiru nodded gently. Recently, when he comes home, he locks himself in his room to study. Several times I woke up in the middle of the night, and there was light seeping out from under his door. This child used to avoid doing homework all the time while growing up. Now suddenly working so hard, she felt more heartbroken than pleased. "I told you that getting Zhang Nan as a tutor would be effective, right?" Chen Lu boasted. Not to mention hiring any top tutor. Even if he put a gun to this kid's head, the effect wouldn't be as good. Thinking of scheming against your own child, Liang Jiru lightly poked his head with her index finger, wondering why this person was so mischievous. "You still have the nerve to say that to me. I found that you, this silly person, are getting naughtier." Chen Lu couldn't help but tease, then he sighed lightly, unable to express exactly what he was feeling. Besides the embarrassment of Master Chen losing his reputation, there was actually a bit of emotion involved. Fine, more than just a bit. If not for today's mistake, this silly person would definitely have kept playing along with him, even annoying him for a lifetime. "I don't." Liang Jiru hugged him from behind, speaking with a hint of grievance. Seeing that the water and oil were boiling about the same, Chen Lu gently pushed Liang Jiru back, then proceeded to pour the prepared spices one by one into the pot, creating a chaotic mixture that splattered a bit. The hot oil splattered on her, causing pain, but this silly person leaned in even more. "You used to be basically honest, and even when you lied, you couldn't deceive me." Chen Lu paused for a moment, his mouth curling slightly. "But these worshipful lies of yours have been deceiving me for over a decade." Although he didn't want to admit it, Liang Jiru's acting skills indeed fooled him. After almost 20 years together, this was the first time. Liang Jiru rested her forehead on his back and spoke nervously with a hint of shyness. "That's because I never actually lied to you." Chen Lu curiously turned around to see the girl, who was looking up at him with clear, beautiful eyes. Her expression of worship and admiration was the same as before. They had been married for so long, and this silly person was no longer the blushing young girl who would look away after a glance. Yet her affectionate gaze had never changed. After a moment of silent eye contact, Liang Jiru suddenly lowered her gaze. "I never said I admired you for catching fish." She reached out, gently cupped Chen Lu's cheek, and asked seriously, "What's wrong with admiring my own husband?" Chen Lu remained silent for a long time, turning his face away and taking a few deep breaths. Unfortunately, recounting all the upsetting things from his life didn't help him suppress his wayward smile. It was harder to contain than an overflowing dam. In the living room, Chen Muxu saw the kitchen door closing slowly and couldn't help but let out a slight hum. She then lowered her head and continued messaging Zi Zunfang. It was easy to handle Grandma and Grandpa one after the other. She had coerced Zi Zunfang without much effort, persuading her to talk about Liang Jiru's past. Initially, she wasn't too interested in knowing, but the more her parents avoided the topic, the more curious she became. So this question had been lingering in her mind for years. What kind of past did her super beautiful, artistically inclined mother have? After a long period, Chen Muxu emotionlessly removed her headphones, feeling slightly breathless. She had been too fortunate from childhood to adulthood to consider delving into such matters. Her mother's initial statement was correct. Prying into these matters would only bring her grief. She considered herself somewhat intelligent, but she couldn't help but entertain 1,000 ways to vent her frustration for her mother, yet she couldn't go back in time. Chen Muxu felt a heavy tightness in her chest. She shifted her gaze back to the kitchen and saw Liang Jiru looking at Chen Lu. Seeing her mother's smiling and reassuring appearance, she felt somewhat relieved. These past events had little impact on Liang Jiru, which her daughter, from childhood to adulthood, hadn't picked up on. If it weren't for today's thorough investigation, she might never have imagined it for the rest of her life. She had to admit, Dad was quite remarkable, both as a husband and a father. Chen Lu carried the cooked fish to the dining table and suddenly saw Chen Muxu squinting at him. "Dad, would you be thrilled if I got into Qingbai University?" Chen Muxu propped her chin up with both hands, asking curiously. Chen Lu chuckled. "Your mother would definitely be overjoyed." After a moment of contemplation, he added, "You should strive to snatch the top honors in our family's college entrance exam from your mother's hands. I've endured her for many years. I never used that as a joke against you." Liang Jiru murmured as she walked over, bending down to kiss her daughter's cheek. "It doesn't matter where you go for studies. As long as you're happy, I'll be happy." Chen Muxu looked up at her mother with a smile. "Go call your brother for dinner," Chen Lu suddenly said. "Oh." Seeing Chen Muxu enter the room, Chen Lu shifted his gaze to Liang Jiru and silently tapped his cheek. Liang Jiru. Seeing Chen Lu's expression of "if you won't kiss me, I'll kiss you," she reluctantly stood on tiptoe and lightly pecked his cheek. As expected, Chen Lu gestured to the other cheek, indicating he wanted one more. Since they weren't in the bedroom, she refused to comply and was about to sneak away when Chen Lu suddenly grabbed her hands with one of his, lifted them over her head, and pinned her against the wall. Liang Jiru looked at him with a touch of aggrievedness, thinking to herself that after being together for so long, he still enjoyed teasing her like this. Chen Lu just gazed at her quietly. At that moment, Chen Yunqi's bedroom door happened to open, and the siblings froze as they witnessed the scene. Chen Muxu reacted first, covering her brother's eyes with her hand, and then widening her own eyes to watch. After a moment, Chen Yunqi silently pulled her back into the room and closed the door. Liang Jiru's face stiffened, and she struggled a bit, blushing as she whispered, "Let go, the kid saw us." Chen Lu was unfazed, thinking that if they saw, they saw. However, he still turned to call out, "Did you two see that?" He asked twice before hearing their response from the room. Good soundproofing wasn't always a good thing. Chen Lu smiled faintly at Liang Jiru and said, "See, they said they didn't see anything." During dinner, the two siblings tacitly avoided mentioning the incident, but Liang Jiru was visibly angry for a while, her cheeks puffing up from time to time, only to be poked back by Chen Lu's fingertip. After many years, he finally saw this silly person blushing, so much it seemed like steam would come out, couldn't resist poking a few more times, but to his surprise, Liang Jiru suddenly opened her mouth and bit. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. One poke, then another. "Hey!" I was wrong, let go. Laughter involuntarily burst from the siblings as they saw Chen Lu howling in pain. Towards the end, everyone would make the extra effort, maybe for themselves or for others. The days of their senior year passed by busily, and in a blink of an eye, it was the eve of the college entrance exam. Chapter 472. Impact on height. That evening, Chen Yunqi's class was holding a so-called party. A group of people sat in a stairwell classroom, whispering to each other from time to time. A few girls were huddled together crying, while a big screen by the blackboard was displaying all their photos from their freshman year until now. Everyone could see their initial green faces, which now seemed somewhat unfamiliar. Blink and 3 years had passed. Outside, the corridor was noisy, and at this time there were always a group of people throwing books and papers down from here, causing a flurry of paper falling like snow. The siblings' homeroom teacher was a middle-aged woman who appeared stern. She had banned such activities, hence this party was organized. Just as Chen Yunqi was about to cover his ears, the homeroom teacher walked over calmly, gently closed the door, and the noise outside was immediately blocked out. She glanced at her phone, sighed suddenly, and said, "The pay teacher was supposed to come and play the piano for you, but suddenly got a high fever and went to the hospital. Such a waste, and now it wasn't used." "Doesn't the pay teacher ever get sick?" murmured Chen Muxu sitting next to her. Nowadays, whenever she saw a pay class, she automatically assumed the homeroom teacher would be teaching math. "This time, it's true. Only this time it's true," the homeroom teacher said with a smile. Chen Muxu covered her mouth and fell silent. Then she saw Zhang Nan smiling at her from the corner of her eyes. 2 seconds later, she denied the speculation herself as her brother was sitting right next to her. The homeroom teacher paused, looked around, and her gaze rested on Zhang Nan's face as she asked softly, "Zhang Nan, would you like to perform on stage?" She had seen videos and photos of Zhang Nan winning various awards from her friend's circle and knew this girl could do it. The way she carried herself was much stronger than the pay teacher. "Wow, she can do this!" exclaimed several boys sitting next to her. Zhang Nan ignored them. "Humph, asking for trouble," muttered Chen Muxu to herself. "If my sister goes up and does a leg split on a wooden board, he'll behave himself." There was a moment of silence in the classroom. Then Zhang Nan suddenly stood up from her seat and walked slowly to the front of the stage. Chen Muxu stared blankly, opening her mouth wide. "No. How did my sister actually go up there?" Chen Yunqi sitting next to her couldn't help but glance at her. This person muttered nonstop, revealing all his thoughts. What a chatterbox. Zhang Nan wasn't wearing her school uniform that day. Instead, she wore a white dress. Her beautiful black hair cascaded behind her, giving her a cool and elegant air. She sat down gracefully at the piano, shook her hair, and her slender and pretty fingers gently landed on the keys. After thinking for a moment, she chose to play the wedding in a dream. The melodious prelude echoed, and the room fell silent, with many people staring in amazement. For people of their age, a beautiful girl suddenly sitting at the piano on stage was striking. As the piece finished, applause erupted, and many people looked at her with astonishment, as if they were seeing this girl in a new light today. The homeroom teacher swept her gaze over everyone's faces and couldn't help but smile. This girl in the white dress, and before her, Chen Muxu with her high ponytail, had charmed many with their youthful exuberance. Chen Yunqi applauded as well, then slumped back on his desk feeling inexplicably melancholic. Was it nice? After the party ended, Zhang Nan sat on the table in front of him, lost in thought. "I've played this piece the most from freshman year until now." Chen Yunqi nodded lightly. "It was nice." "Then why aren't you more excited?" Zhang Nan asked as she turned to face him. Due to the height difference, she had to lower her head slightly to meet his gaze. Chen Yunqi unconsciously looked away, unable to understand why he felt so irritable. The group of boys who had been making a fuss earlier annoyed him even more. "Am I not excited enough?" "Not enough." Zhang Nan shook her head, pondering. "At least, not enough for me." "Why?" "Silly little brother, it's because..." He was about to ask, but Zhang Nan reached out and lightly tapped his forehead with her fingertip. "This piece was actually played for you." Seeing her dumbfounded brother, Zhang Nan sighed softly, bent down slowly, and said, "As a high school sister, I'll be in short supply tomorrow, and you don't even appreciate it." Chen Yunqi, seeing her getting so close, subconsciously moved back a bit, puzzled, and whispered, "But I appreciate you every day." Zhang Nan felt both happy and unhappy. so she just fist bumped him, got off the table without looking back, and walked outside. I'm going home. That night, Chen-Lu suddenly felt that the two kids seemed to have switched personalities. With the college entrance examination approaching, Chen Yunqi, who had always been lazy, came back and locked himself in his room without going out, while Chen Muxu had been lounging on the couch playing with her phone. He glanced at Liang Jiro's busy figure in the kitchen and smiled at his daughter. Your brother is buried in books, and you're so relaxed. I prepared for 3 years. It won't make a difference now, Chen Muxu said without lifting her head, swiping her phone absent-mindedly. It's too late to work hard. Being nervous is just torturing yourself. It's better to have fun. Chen-Lu hesitated for a moment, feeling like he had heard these words before. This daughter did resemble him a bit more, but her eyebrows and eyes resembled Liang Jiru more. It was a pity she, despite being so pretty, seemed to be losing her enthusiasm day by day. In a way, this was also a kind of charm. In a second-world setting, she would definitely be loved by many otakus. Chen Muxu looked down at her phone and came across a cat video. She watched for a moment, then selected not interested and continued swiping with a blank expression. Then she stumbled upon a video about the first student to run out of the school gates in the history of the school. Every year before the college entrance exam, various interview videos from past years would surface again. The earlier ones were fine, but when she spotted a familiar figure, Chen Muxu suddenly froze. Wasn't that her aunt? Although she was very young, she recognized her at a glance. Dad, look! Chen Muxu almost leapt off the couch. It's my aunt. Chen-Lu remained indifferent, not even bothering to turn his head. Why are you looking at that? I was there at the time. Even though it had been so many years, the memory still felt overwhelming. He was just responsible for dropping off the national treasure, but ended up being scolded by Wang Zhaoluo. Chen Muxu's excitement was in no way affected by his flat response. She replayed the segment several times, where Chen Mo leapt out of the exam hall. It seemed quite interesting. Dad, can I learn from my aunt? The Chen family had to people who made the news for being the first to leave the exam hall. It would be amusing to think about. I don't recommend it, Chen-Lu said without glancing at her, his voice deep. Leaving the exam early affects your height. Chen Muxu was puzzled. Why? How does leaving the exam early affect? Because I'll break your legs. Chapter 473. To giant pandas ... Chen Muxu pondered for a moment. Grandma will help me seek revenge. Chen-Lu disdained with a cold snort, showing her a harmless smile. Then guess who your aunt was beaten by? Chen Muxu fell silent, then put down her phone with a clatter and ran to the kitchen to report. Mom, Dad wants to break my leg. She shouted loudly in frustration. Liang Jiru wiped her hands with an apron, patted her daughter's head, and asked softly, why does your dad want to hit you? I said I wanted to be the first one out of the exam room, and then he said he would break my leg. Chen Muxu shook Liang Jiru's arm, pointing to the big villain outside. Mom, quickly bump your head against him. Liang Jiru glanced in the direction pointed by her daughter, and happened to see Chen-Lu smirking at her. She unconsciously returned a faint smile, then quickly lowered her head, comforting her daughter in a soft voice. Don't worry, Mommy will take good care of you. Chen Muxu, ... Wait until my leg is broken in the future and then take care of me well, is that it? And you're telling me not to worry now? Chen Muxu was upset, realizing that she should have known that her mother would always follow her father's will. Seeing her daughter pouting on the sofa, Chen-Lu chuckled lightly. It's not necessary to go to Tsinghua University. It will be great to go to the same university with your brother and sister. The three of you growing up together, taking care of each other, and also saving your mother from worrying day by day, and not disturbing you. He smirked, just like every time he went out for drinks. Liang Jiru worried, but didn't want to constantly call and inquire. While most people's phones would be flooded with messages, he would only receive one or two. This simple-minded man always silently endured grievances without causing trouble to others. Chen Muxu, hearing this, blinked her eyes, raised her head to look at him firmly. Dad, why do you assume that my brother and sister will go to the same university? Huh? Did I say that? You didn't. Chen Muxu asked, tilting her head. Don't talk nonsense. Your dad knows nothing at all. The siblings are clean and innocent. After a brief silence, father and daughter suddenly smiled at each other. However, which parent says to their child every day that they don't have to go to a good school? Chen Muxu muttered to herself. While others are desperate for their children to get into prestigious schools, these two always talk about being happy all the time. And both Chen Lu and Liang Jiru are sincere people. Chen Lu remained calm. How good does a school have to be considered good? Whether you get in or not, life goes on as usual. He was worried that his daughter didn't know why her grades were so good until now, regarding it as a task to cope with people around her. After all, this girl is like a salted fish. Chen Muxu couldn't help but smile. Dad, you are a natural actor. Reminds me of that host who said Peking University was just fine. How is that acting? Chen Lu dismissed her comment. Even if you and your brother both get into Tsinghua, the two of you combined still don't earn as much money as I do alone. Chen Muxu had to admit that all the pressure regarding the college entrance examination was gone in an instant. No wonder her aunt said over WeChat, if you feel stressed, just look at your father more. After I saw him, all my stress disappeared. That's right, in one's lifetime, self-satisfaction is the most important. Going up, there will always be places that can never be reached no matter how hard you try. Desires are insatiable. Chen Lu rarely instilled his philosophy of life. Wanting the kids to have the determination of course is good, but he also worried that they might be carried away by common worldly desires, missing out on the scenery they should see. Since he decided to live well with Liang Jiru for the rest of his life, he had been living happily so far. For a person to live happily, they must figure out what they really want. Otherwise, they would end up studying hard in the library at school, then working 996 every day. All the hard work would be for nothing if they don't know what they are striving for, just because others are working hard. Chen Muxu blinked her eyes, lost in thought. As night fell, Liang Jiru noticed that both children had fallen asleep, relieving her worries as she had been concerned that Yunqi and Muxu might suffer from insomnia due to the pressure. As she tiptoed back into the room, Chen Lu, lying on the bed all the time, couldn't help but mutter, "You never tire of worrying, do you?" Amidst a quiet environment with no visible tension from either child, it was actually the most exam-oriented one who seemed the most at ease. Liang Jiru replied softly, closing the door behind her, turning to face him with a smile. "Oh, I just need to worrying about you guys." She felt so happy. Why would she be tired? Chen Lu didn't respond, still staring quietly at the ceiling, feeling a sense of nostalgia. In his memory, it hadn't been long since he and Liang Jiru helped Chen Mohu with his college entrance exam, but now thinking back, that was actually 20 years ago. They weren't even married back then, just getting along in a rented place. "What are you thinking about?" Liang Jiru asked playfully, with a facial mask on, leaning next to him. Chen Lu sighed with a smile. "It just feels like time flies." Misunderstanding his mood, Liang Jiru thought Chen Lu was too tired today. Trying to console him gently, "There's no need to be so melancholic. Our kids are of college entrance exam age. You getting occasionally tired wanting to rest is normal." "What do you mean?" "Hung I didn't mean anything." Chen Lu got angry, got up, and locked the door directly. After all these years, Liang Jiru never expected that she would still have moments of begging in tears. Early the next morning, before the two national treasures had finished breakfast, the house was already bustling like a vegetable market. "Quickly put on this bracelet. I specially got it for you guys from out of town." Lin Miao Miao held two red bracelets embedded with jade in her palm, taking the initiative to help the siblings put them on. Just like Liang Jiru, she was also dressed in a keep-out today, already with all the buff stacked up. Even before leaving the house, Peng Leian wanted to help her with hair, but was stopped, stating that she didn't score high enough in the college entrance examination. The siblings weren't in the same exam center during the junior high school entrance exam, and they didn't expect it to be the same for the college entrance exam, ending up in two different schools. Although Liang Jiru didn't dare to drive, the task of sending Chen Muxu to the exam site naturally fell to Lin Miao Miao to take care of. The two women were responsible for escorting the daughter, while Chen Lu was in charge of accompanying the son. Although Chen Yunqi didn't resist, he still said softly, "Godmother, you aren't planning to take this into the exam room, are you?" "Oh well, wear it for a while. Take it off before you go in." Lin Miao Miao looked at the bracelets on the siblings' hands, nodding with satisfaction. Just in case it works, a little bit of faith. "How much did this cost?" Chen Yunqi felt that this thing looked very expensive at first glance. "Not much, just 20 or 30,000. Liang Jiru almost turned into stone. Chen Yunqi and Chen Muxu, on the other hand, responded quite calmly. as they were already used to it. Lin Meow Meow had never asked for children over the years, always treating them as her own, which they could feel, so their relationship had always been good. Seeing Liang Jiru repeatedly checking the admission ticket and stationery bag, Chen Lu couldn't help but sneer. Then hearing a knock on the door, he hurriedly went to the entrance. It was Chen Moiwei. "What are you here for?" he asked curiously. "Mom said I'm a PhD, so she insisted I come and bask in the limelight with them." Chen Moiwei recorded a video with his phone while walking towards the dining table, patting the heads of the siblings somewhat in a teasing manner. More precisely, it was more like photography, and Chen Lu felt that these two actions seemed to carry a bit of personal grudges. "Mom, see, I'm leaving now. Need to rush to work." Chapter 474 Don't Worrying About Getting Old. Chapter 474 Don't Worrying About Getting Old. When it was almost time, Chen Lu drove to take Chen Yunqi to the exam center. He parked the car near the test site and glanced through the rearview mirror to see Chen Yunqi taking a deep breath. Chen Lu grinned and said intentionally, "Don't stress too much. Anyway, your sister will definitely go to the same school as you. It's precisely because of that reason that I can't let my sister accommodate me. That wouldn't be right," Chen Yunqi said firmly. He gazed outside at the maple trees rushing by, his eyes gradually becoming resolute. "My sister has places she wants to go, and I want to go with her." "Well done. Truly your mother's son," Chen Lu sighed. "Ah, I thought if you said such honorable words, you would sound just like your mother," Chen Yunqi hesitated. These words didn't quite sound like compliments when they came from his father's mouth. And he thought he looked quite handsome too. Chen Lu continued to tease, "You should be more like your mother. After all, I can easily catch on to the little secrets in your mind with just a word." Chen Yunqi's expression changed abruptly. "Dad, you really thought you could hide things from me and your mother? All that innocence is just what we have left over from our past." Chen Lu waved his hand in disdain. "Go on. Once the college entrance examination is over, you'll be completely free to do whatever you want." Chen Lu watched his son rush out, as if escaping, not expecting the boy to encounter Zhang Nan right at the school gate. Zhang Nan called out to Chen Yunqi, took his stationery bag, and checked if he had everything, repeatedly reminding him with her mouth pursed. Looking into the distance, Zhang Chao and his wife were leaning on the car, looking amused. Zhang Yan stood with her hands on her hips, appearing quite amused. Zhang Chao was grumbling the whole time. If it weren't for Zhang Yan holding him back, he might have rushed over already. Chen Lu turned the steering wheel and headed towards Liang Jiro's place. He noticed Lin Meow Meow's black Maybach parked nearby, and intentionally parked his car on the side of the road, waving to the other car. Then, Liang Jiru opened the car door and jogged over to Chen Lu, getting into the car. Chen Lu smiled at Liang Jiru, then gave a mocking wave to the other car. Lin Meow Meow slowly rolled down the car window, wearing sunglasses, and gave him the middle finger expressionlessly. Now that's the feeling of a love rival. Liang Jiru looked a bit embarrassed as she glanced at her best friend before turning to Chen Lu. "It feels like you've come for a vacation with us. Yunqi isn't nervous, right? He's fine. Anything Zhang Nan does is effective. That brat feels like he's been injected with chicken blood," Chen Lu said, then noticed a late-arriving test taker being escorted by the police car. "Seems like there's always someone tardy every year." Looking at the clueless young person, he couldn't help but sigh. "I hate seeing these young people now. It just reminds me that I'm old." "Do you mind making me cry calling me old?" Liang Jiru pouted, still holding a grudge from last night's incident. How could she not think that this guy was both bad and clever? While their peers were staying up late playing games, Chen Lu was already making wolfberry tea every day and insisting on morning runs. And he kept it up for a full 20 years. Now thinking back, it was probably all for the sake of being able to clean up after her even to this day. Lost in her thoughts, Liang Jiru rested her head on the car window, her gaze becoming distracted. How could this even happen? Chen Lu suddenly perked up, looking at her with a mischievous smile. Liang Jiru lunged at him as if to hit him with her head, causing the car to sway, and Lin Meow Meow across the street nearly dropped her jaw. She waited until the car stopped swaying before quickly taking out her phone to send a message. "Lin Meow Meow, keep it down. There are people around here." Liang Jiru, "He's bullying me." Lin Meow Meow, "Damn, what a character. Do you even know how to explain? You're destroying my innocence just like that." Chen Lu rubbed his head, his mouth twitching. He quickly grabbed the phone to explain that the earlier commotion was just Liang Jiru hitting him. Lin Miao Miao replied, "Aha, I believe you. Lin Miao Miao. Actually, you should buy an SUV, a car with more space." "You must be kidding me." Chen Lu threw his phone aside, not wanting to humor her. This old woman was being too vulgar. Nowadays, it seems like having children early isn't such a bad thing. After a while, Chen Lu suddenly said, "Once they grow up, we'll still have the energy to go out and have fun. Just imagine the days when those two little light bulbs aren't at home. I'm so excited," he said with glee. "Right." Liang Jiru blinked, suddenly feeling a bit excited. "Could it be that I'm super foresighted?" Chen Lu turned to her, looking calm and steady. Liang Jiru pursed her lips, twiddling her fingers and feeling too embarrassed to continue speaking. It was truly speechless. This mischievous woman was now feeling proud. Chen Lu smirked and took a lollipop from his pocket, unwrapping it and feeding it to her. Seeing Liang Jiru's cute and adorable appearance, he instinctively touched her cheek and whispered softly, "I love you. I love you too." Liang Jiru's smile became sweeter and more adorable, wanting to lean on him completely. "We're an old married couple. It sounds a bit cliché." Chen Lu scratched his cheek, feeling a bit embarrassed now. He sighed deeply, feeling a bit melancholic for the first time. "It was better when we were young." "I love hearing that." Liang Jiru nuzzled her cheek against his shoulder like a cat. "I'm willing to be bullied by you forever, and to hear you say you love me every day. And it's not necessarily the youngest time that's the best. Every day, I love you a bit more than yesterday. When we're old, I'll surely love you a lot. So, you don't need to worry about getting old." Chen Lu looked at Liang Jiru's serious expression and couldn't help but smile. This woman was always cute when she rambled on. Despite all these years that had passed, the first day of the college entrance examination still consisted of Chinese and math. For most exam takers, this day passed by the quickest. Chinese was equal for everyone since recognizing characters was possible, even if one couldn't understand the questions, and you could still write something in the essay. Time passed even quicker during the math exam. For students who knew how to solve the problems, time was never enough, while for those who didn't, it felt like the exam was over in the blink of an eye. Anything could betray you, except math. Math just couldn't be cheated. After a whole day of exams, Chen Muxu ditched her initial urge to rush out of the exam hall first, strolling towards her car where her parents were waiting. She opened the door and quietly sat in the back seat. "Dad, what were you discussing earlier?" Chen Muxu asked when she saw her father driving directly home. Liang Jiru looked down at the messages on her phone and said, "You both are about to go to college, so your mother and I are worried you might not adapt well." Although Chen Lu expressed concern, his face showed no sign of it, and even held a slight smile. He leaned toward Liang Jiru's ear and continued to whisper about their grand plans for alone time. Chen Muxu discreetly leaned over to eavesdrop, only to see her parents browsing through various scenic spots. It was no wonder their heads were so close together. She took a deep breath, saying, "Dad, we haven't even finished the exams yet, and you two are already secretly planning where to go for private time. Is that appropriate? Don't blabber. This time we're planning to take you all with us," Chen Lu defended craftily, trying to soothe the princess's emotions for the time being. Unimpressed, Chen Muxu didn't even spare him a glance, instead directing her gaze towards Liang Jiru in the front passenger seat. "Mom, is what Dad said true?" Liang Jiru's demeanor suddenly appeared flustered, instinctively wanting to shift her gaze away, but that would have revealed too much. She tried to persist with a forced final statement. "Could I not know about it?" Just as kids cannot deceive parents, why was she always the one being tested by her children like a lie detector? Chen Lu silently criticized her, then turned to face Chen Muxu, who was glaring at him with disapproval. This silly girl, how could she be so cunning? 3 days of college entrance examinations flew by as the couple continued to make plans for their alone time. In the afternoon of the third day, they picked up their daughter as usual. After all, Chen Yunqi had someone to keep him company. "Aren't you going to pick up my brother?" Chen Muxu asked as she saw her father driving straight home, not having fetched Chen Yunqi. "He's at a classmate gathering in his class," Liang Jiru, looking down at her phone, replied. "He's not going." "What about my sister?" They went together. Chen Lu seemed to have just realized that his son and daughter were in the same class, looking at Chen Muxu with great surprise. "Why didn't you go? Were you isolated by your classmates?" Chen Muxu pushed her mouth to the side nonchalantly. They invited me, but I didn't want to go. So, it's more accurate to say that I isolated myself from them. Chapter 475. Many years have passed. Chen Lu gripped the steering wheel with one hand, his lips involuntarily curling up upon hearing those words. It's actually quite fun, getting together, and causing a bit of chaos, just like saying farewell to our student days without freedom. In the future, everyone will go their separate ways, and this might be the last time we see each other. Although he had lost touch with his high school classmates long ago, he still remembered the night after the college entrance exam when he and a group of friends drank and stayed up all night at an internet cafe. Leaving aside other matters, that night was definitely the most carefree and unrestrained day in those years. Young and carefree, regardless of exam performance, there was only anticipation for the future. Forget it. It's too troublesome. Chen Lu exchanged a smile with Liang Jiru and continued, "You find even having a meal troublesome. There's too much commotion with the crowd, and many people like to confess their feelings during such gatherings. If I were to go, I'd have to waste time rejecting them." Chen Muxu rubbed her eyelids, furrowed her brows, and scratched her head and said, "I'm not going." If he didn't know what kind of person his daughter was, Chen Lu felt that this sounded like Versailles. Muxu is all grown up now. If she meets a nice boy, she can interact more with him. Liang Jiru looked at her husband's profile, smiling gently as she softly advised. She found such a good husband despite her foolishness, so there was no need to worry about Muxu. If only she were as smart as her daughter, she dreamed of becoming the mastermind, rather than occasionally intervening during fights. Those people are also childish, and they don't even treat you half as well as your dad. Chen Muxu muttered disdainfully. In the future, she would also find someone who was bad yet gentle, who would come up with new ways every day to deceive her, and even secretly modify claw machines just to make her happy. Then, like her mother, she would choose whether to pretend to be ignorant based on the situation. Although her mother often seemed genuinely clueless. Guessing that those two people should have already met, she hurriedly turned off her phone. Chen Muxu looked out of the car window at the tall buildings, let out a barely perceptible sigh. Bro, you're missing out on such a good opportunity. Might as well just die out there. Achoo. Chen Yunqi stood in front of the hotel and sneezed, glancing at Zhang Nan, who arrived almost at the same time. The girl was wearing a casual white t-shirt, paired with light blue denim shorts, her long slender legs exposed, fair skin reminiscent of snow. His gaze was subconsciously drawn to her bright long legs, but he quickly averted his eyes, feeling embarrassed. Looking up, the girl was staring at him coldly. He blushed and felt strange because the outfit she was wearing wasn't the same as when they met in the morning. Chen Yunqi suddenly felt puzzled. In his memory, his sister had never participated in such so-called group activities from childhood to adulthood. No one could persuade her to join. Sis, why did you come to meddle in this group event of eating and drinking with a bunch of people? He couldn't help but ask. If he had to choose, he would prefer to have a meal with people he was more familiar with rather than join a large group many of whom he had hardly spoken to. Zhang Nan glanced at him coldly. I was about to ask you the same question. Why did you come? Chen Yunqi scratched his cheek with his index finger and said, Muxu said you were coming, and I got a little worried. Zhang Nan was too preoccupied to ask what worried him, and subconsciously said, she told me you were coming too. So, where is Muxu? Chen Yunqi asked. The two looked at each other in silence, and the truth naturally surfaced. I'll kill her. Zhang Nan rolled up her non-existent sleeves, turned to leave, but ran into a girl she was somewhat familiar with. The girl with short hair and glasses looked surprised, then curiously asked, why are you leaving as soon as you arrived? She flashed a polite smile. I have something to attend to today, so let's call it off. I'll treat you guys next time. What's the matter? Zhang Nan's smile gradually disappeared, her expression turning cold as she said, Muxu broke her leg. I need to check on her. Just as she finished speaking, she noticed that Chen Yunqi had been pulled inside by a few boys from their class, so she gritted her teeth and followed. You didn't mention that Muxu broke her leg? Well, it hasn't happened yet. Zhang Nan hastily took a couple of steps and then turned back. It will happen by the time I return. The puzzled expression on the girl with short hair gradually turned into a smile. She took quick little steps to catch up, asking gossipingly, after all this time, can you tell me the truth? Do you like Chen Yunqi? You've asked this question hundreds of times. Why are you so nosy? It's not nosy. If you don't like it, just confess to him. Don't you dare compete with me. Jong Non suddenly stopped and exclaimed. She was furious that so many people seemed to want to interfere in her brother's life, especially a childhood friend like her. The short-haired girl was momentarily stunned, then suddenly revealed an auntie-like smile, as if nothing had happened. Despite the passing years, the childhood friends were still as close as ever. She thought to herself that Moksu was indeed a genius. Her methods were really effective. Jong Non glared at her with a mixture of embarrassment and annoyance, then pushed the door open and entered, ignoring her. As the gathering with acquaintances went fine, once more people joined, it became a meaningless drinking session. After getting slightly drunk and realizing it was getting late, he quickly found an excuse to leave the table with his sister breaking her leg. If his sister drank too much, leaving aside whether Zhang Chaoganden would clean up, Chenlu would have to scold him and maybe even face his mother's wrath. From a young age, he had thought his mother was like a Jigglypuff. "Where's my sister?" he asked the girls. "She was just called out," said the girl with short hair, who got along well with Jong Non, pointing outside. "It's just for a minute." She hadn't finished her sentence before Chen Yunqi rushed out. On a pedestrian walkway next to the hotel. As the night grew darker, the gentle breeze failed to dispel the day's heat, but rustled the leaves of maple trees on either side of the road, making a faint sound. The noisy cicadas chirping from the trees was irritating. However, Jong Non was in a good mood. She walked lightly, hands behind her back, tapping the air with her fingertips like playing a tune on a piano, humming the melody she was playing. As she saw the face of the man holding flowers in front of her, her expression gradually turned cold. She bit her lip, a hint of loneliness flashed in her eyes. This was not the person she was expecting. The excitement she had felt moments ago was replaced by sadness. When would her stupid brother grow up? The teardrops in the corner of her eyes shimmered in the light of the street lamp, then quickly disappeared. "How did you know I was here?" Jong Non looked at the boy with slightly curly hair and delicate features and asked coldly. She had met this guy 3 years ago when she participated in a piano competition. Although they were of the same age, they weren't even from the same school. And this wasn't his first confession. Honestly, it was really annoying. She would have acted differently if not for their age difference. There always seemed to be abnormal people developing an inexplicable possessiveness towards girls they weren't even involved with, and he was one of them. "I asked someone." The boy raised the flowers again, presenting them to her. "Now that we've both graduated, you should be able to accept me, right? My reason for rejecting you has never been because we hadn't graduated, right?" Jong Non tilted her head. "I've said before that I like someone else. But I've liked you for 3 years. I've liked that person for much longer." After a moment of contemplation, Jong Non's lips curled into a faint smile that was hard to discern. "Much longer than you'd imagine." Jong Non didn't feel like talking much more. She turned to leave, but the guy blocked her path again. The tall and slender figure blocked the light from the street lamp. "If you're saying that, what about that person?" The boy's tone became increasingly urgent. "You never mentioned who he is. Get out of the way." Jong Non took a step to the side, but the boy blocked her again, saying in a deep voice, "I'm not letting you go. If you don't move, I'll call it self-defense." She warned one last time, suppressing her anger, and continued to walk forward with a face of reminiscence she rarely felt since childhood. "Wait!" The boy reached out to grab her, but before his hand could grasp her arm, he was forcefully pushed away with a slap. Jong Non was suddenly stunned because she didn't move her hand. Chapter 476 Love is about gains and losses. Before she could react, Chen Yunqi had already blankly stood in front of her without expression. Her silly little brother was now half a head taller than her. Jong Non looked at Chen Yunqi with a vacant expression, and gradually her eyes brightened. "Who are you?" The boy hesitated, his expression turning somewhat stern. In the questioning eyes of the other party, Chen Yunqi silently took Jong Non's hand and, smiling to himself, said to her, "I made up a lie and ran out. Let's sneak back home together." Jong Non was dazed for a moment, obediently nodding lightly. Seeing Jong Non, who had previously been so cold, now acting obedient like a little rabbit, the boy felt like his teeth were about to shatter. XX. "I'm fucking asking you who you are." Just as the two had taken a few steps outside, they heard the man's roar. Jong Non was about to turn back to hit him, but Chen Yunqi had to exert a lot of effort to pull her back. Chen Yunqi turned around, looking somewhat helplessly at the boy, thinking to himself, I saved you by a hair's breadth, and yet you're like this. Now I thought I looked pretty handsome, but the atmosphere has been completely ruined. Chen Yunqi raised the intertwined hands of the two, calmly saying, as you can see. Is this your taste? The boy pointed at him angrily, an ordinary person who has nothing. Only now did he take a good look at the boy who seemed to be the same age as him, his expression becoming increasingly puzzled, tilting his head and asking, I've just graduated, what can I possibly have? I haven't even started working yet. The boy expressionlessly took out the car keys and lightly pressed a button, and a white Porsche 718 parked nearby beeped. But I have everything. If you bought this yourself, I might have a bit more respect for you. Chen Yunqi said softly, then muttered loud enough for the other to hear. What's the point of relying on your dad? And if it comes down to it, you definitely can't outdo me. He then turned and left with Zhang Nan, without looking back. The early summer night was already a bit stifling, and the two walked along the sidewalk, silently walking for who knows how long. Somewhere along the way, the lightly held hands discreetly turned into intertwined fingers. Throughout the walk, Chen Yunqi made an effort to pretend he had forgotten they were holding hands, secretly cherishing the feeling of holding hands with his sister. It felt like a dream. Already nervous, and now feeling guilty for taking advantage of her, his heart pounded loudly in his ears, even drowning out all the surrounding noise. Thank you, Zhang Nan said. Isn't it the duty of a little brother to help his sister? Chen Yunqi casually replied, but as he nervously looked around, he suddenly heard the soft and alluring voice of the girl in his ear. Is sister's hand soft? Her voice carried the breath of her words into his ear, causing a ticklish sensation that made him shiver involuntarily. Feeling both embarrassed and annoyed, he turned his head and saw Zhang Nan lower her raised tiptoe, looking at him with a faint smile, not holding hands enough. Oh, I forgot. Chen Yunqi, feeling extremely embarrassed, wanted to let go, but suddenly his face stiffened. His sister hadn't loosened her grip. Why are you so nervous? Didn't we often hold hands like this when we were kids? Zhang Nan, seeing him remaining silent, playfully approached him. You said it was when we were kids. Chen Yunqi's voice was softer than a mosquito, lacking the assertive tone he had before. What's the big deal? Isn't it normal for a sister and a brother to hold hands? Or do you have? No. Chen Yunqi quickly retorted, squeezing the hand that was tightly held intertwined. On the taxi ride back, Chen Yunqi quietly watched outside the window, and his right hand quietly clasped at the empty air, feeling like a piece of his body was missing. The night was unusually quiet, with neon lights flickering on the surrounding streets, the barbecue vendor's face shining with oil, and the smoke from the charcoal blown to the side by a fan, everywhere exuding the scent of midsummer. People always have a vague notion of youth, but in a way, Chen Yunqi felt like his real youth had just ended today, with the constant presence of his sister and the events that had taken place. Memories from childhood to adulthood flashed before his eyes, and in the end, Chen Yunqi still couldn't recall when his attitude towards his sister had changed. How much did you drink? Zhang Nan suddenly asked. I didn't drink much. I didn't trust others to take you home, Chen Yunqi replied, chuckling briefly. That's good, you saved your own face, Zhang Nan chuckled sleepily. After a moment of silence, Chen Yunqi was about to speak when the girl suddenly leaned her head on his shoulder. Startled, he finally mustered the courage to turn and look, only to find the girl with her eyes closed, her body slowly rising and falling with each breath. She seemed to have fallen asleep. A few strands of her long hair sprinkled in front of him, some loose strands, and the warm breath of the girl falling on his neck, causing a slight tingling sensation. Faintly, he seemed to smell the unique fragrance on the girl, clearly different from the scent of alcohol, and quite pleasant. Driver, could you please slow down? Chen Yunqi suddenly said, as the two homes were nearby. He got off at the entrance to the villa area. Zhang Nan walked quickly ahead with her hands behind her back, and feeling a bit guilty, he silently followed behind. When they reached a lamppost, the girl suddenly turned around and locked eyes with him. Chen Yunqi subconsciously shifted his gaze away, and then slowly looked back. After a moment, the girl pursed her lips and slowly spoke. What exactly are you? What's wrong? Chen Yunqi tilted his head. Nothing. Zhang Nan looked at him, holding back the question she wanted to ask, smiled lightly at him, and said, let's stop here. At this point, she realized that she was far from as carefree as she imagined, let alone not worrying about a failed confession. She couldn't even become friends in the end. It's just a few steps more, right? Your godfather might not have gone to bed yet, Chen Yunqi said. Silent, Zhang Nan lightly waved her hand at him, turned around, and walked away. Watching the girl's figure disappear at the end of his sight, he finally relaxed his grip on his tightly held hand. Every time he tried to muster the courage to confess, a pile of questions weighed him down. What if his sister was actually waiting for him? When he came to his senses, he found himself standing outside Zhang Nan's house, having forgotten to change out of his pajamas. Chapter 477, Growing Up Together, Growing Old Together. Chen Yunqi stared at the closed door, hesitated for 2 seconds, and finally mustered up the courage to press the doorbell. Liu Yan opened the door. Looking cool and collected, although not as youthful as Liang Jiru, she still exuded a sense of elegance. It was evident that Zhang Nan's features had been inherited from her. "Aunt, is my sister sleeping?" he nervously asked, then suddenly paused. He thought to himself, did he drink too much and come to confess his feelings at someone's house late at night? He suddenly felt guilty when he looked at Liu Yan. What was the difference between sneaking in to steal someone's vegetables? Liu Yan looked at him with confusion. Weren't you two going out for dinner together? She hasn't come back yet. Seeing Chen Yunqi standing there in a daze, she asked, aren't you two together? Without answering, Chen Yunqi turned and ran outside. He ran far and then suddenly turned back, panting, and said, Aunt, get me a piece of A4 paper. Liu Yan. Since they parted ways, Zhang Nan hadn't returned home. She just sat on the swing in the Imperial Garden, quietly gazing at the night sky. Now that she had grown so tall, the swing at this height could no longer support her weight, so she had to prop herself up with her legs, gently swaying back and forth. That was where she ran away from home for the first time, although that attempt failed because her godfather brought her back home. But since then, every time she felt too much pressure, she would come here to look at the stars and feel her own insignificance and loneliness. Occasionally, her godfather or younger brother would come find her and take her back home. Sister, it seems like we can't see the stars tonight, a boy's voice sounded in her ear. Zhang Nan looked up and saw her stupid brother standing in front of her, smiling at her. How old are you and still running away from home? Zhang Nan couldn't help but lightly kick him, then turned her face away and muttered, I didn't run away from home. Although she said that, she found it hard to hold back her laughter. She couldn't understand when she became so easy to tease. The smile on Chen Yunqi's face became more pronounced, seemingly proud of himself for finding her. What are you doing here? Seeing Chen Yunqi in his pajamas, she finally couldn't help but ask. I came to find you, Chen Yunqi said. Zhang Nan felt that he was talking nonsense, but just as she was about to ask something, her brother suddenly turned around and remained silent. The atmosphere fell silent once again, with only the soft sounds of insects chirping in the background. Do you like someone? After a long silence, she finally gathered the courage to ask, her voice small and light. She felt her probing was obvious enough, yet her brother hardly responded. Maybe that person wasn't her after all. As long as her brother was happy, nothing else seemed so important. Yes, I do. Chen Yunqi nodded slightly, continuing to fiddle with something on his back, occasionally licking his lips and scratching his head with a troubled expression. Even though she had prepared herself mentally a moment ago, Zhang Nan still froze for a moment, tears welling up in her eyes, on the verge of falling. She suddenly wiped away the tears, stood up, and shouted, I don't care who you like. If you're not with me, I'll kill you. Why? Even if those girls liked him for a long time, they couldn't compare to her. Even if they liked him, they couldn't compare to her. Zhang Nan couldn't understand. Chen Yunqi had been by her side since the beginning. This stupid brother might be a bit slow, but he had always taken the initiative to chat with her when she was sad, to give her stars. He would give her all his pocket money to buy snacks. He worked for most of the semester just to take her to the amusement park and play with her. She didn't want to give him to other girls. She just didn't want to. Wait a minute, I'll be right back. Chen Yunqi, am I not good enough to you? Zhang Nan exclaimed with a hint of tears in her voice. Why would you bully me like this? She couldn't actually hit him for such a thing. This was just her desperate plea reaching its limit. Shortly after, Zhang Nan wiped away her tears. Her expression returned to calm. She let out a sigh and with a bitter smile said, "Forget about what I said just now, okay? Let's just." As she spoke, the guy in front of her suddenly knelt down on one knee. Chen Yunqi looked at the rose in his hand, which could barely be considered a rose, his expression becoming even more unpleasant. Why didn't he learn properly when Dad taught him how to fold it? It was too late to regret now. He awkwardly smiled and looked into the girl's moist eyes and said seriously, "Sister, I like you. Ever since I understood what liking someone meant, I've always had feelings for you." He nervously held the girl's right hand in front of him. "I grew up with you, and I want to grow old with you." Zhang Nan remained silent for a while, then gently pulled him up from his kneeling position. Unbeknownst to her, her stupid brother had already grown taller than her. He was no longer the little kid who would get bullied and vent his anger alone. Chen Yunqi looked at the expressionless Zhang Nan, and his eyes became somewhat puzzled. "Sister, why haven't you answered?" Before he could finish his sentence, the girl kissed him. The stifling heat of the early summer night made people restless. As soon as the clock struck midnight, the street lamps went out, leaving the garden in pitch darkness. By the swing, there were only two figures huddled together in the darkness. Feeling Chen Yunqi's rapid heartbeat and increasingly heavy breathing, Zhang Nan couldn't help but smile inwardly. Perhaps her brother was still shocked that his first kiss came so suddenly. But she knew it didn't count. For this childhood pair, whether it was holding hands or kissing, it was no longer a first time. She couldn't remember the title of that anime series, only that it was a hot summer afternoon, with the window curtains gently swaying in the breeze, the sunlight occasionally sneaking into the living room. The leisurely call of Moto, both of them watching the TV screen, clumsily imitating the actions on the screen. Her heart had long been entrusted to him. Her stupid brother just remembered to collect it today. After a long time, they gradually separated. Seeing the droplets of water falling to the ground, she looked up at the sky, then realized those were her tears. "Sister, it's the first time I've seen you cry." Chen Yunqi reached out to wipe away her tears. "Shut up, forget about this, or I'll kill you," Zhang Nan said, her voice suddenly softening with a hint of tears. She pushed the hair out of her face and looked at her cell phone in her pocket. It was a call from Zhang Chao. Perhaps out of a sense of guilt for doing something wrong, she hesitated to answer, just touched Chen Yunqi's cheek and waved goodbye to him. "I'm going back now." The next morning, Liang Jiru sat at the coffee shop counter, watching a video on her tablet, covering her mouth with a smile. Chen Mo had originally just wanted to accompany Chen Muxu to get drunk last night to see how much he could drink, so that she would have an idea when they went out together later on. But they almost got into a fight after getting drunk, almost making Chen Lu vomit blood. Noticing two people in front of her, she raised her eyebrows and looked up, still wearing the smile from before. Zhang Nan's expression was unusually awkward, giving Chen Yunqi a harsh look, then turning to Liang Jiru, she said, "Mom." The smile on Chen Yunqi's face was even more profound than hers. "Mom, this is your daughter-in-law." Crash! The tablet suddenly fell to the ground. Liang Jiru didn't have time to speak. She quickly picked it up and saw that the screen had shattered into a spider web. "Mom, why are you crying?" Chen Yunqi asked curiously. Liang Jiru looked at the broken screen, pouted with a touch of grievance, and forced back her tears as she said, I'm happy, happy." Chapter 478. Sun finds girlfriend. At that moment, Chen Lu came out of the bedroom, rubbing his forehead. He walked unsteadily, still feeling a bit hungover. Luckily, he had left early last night, letting his younger sister out-drink him. But he had never been out-drunk by his daughter. That would have been embarrassing. Just like those video bloggers who always said, "Hey, bro." Some people are just naturally good drinkers, and there's no fighting it. He swayed like a zombie to the dining table and sat down. As usual, Liang Jiru had prepared his breakfast, a bowl of duck blood and mung bean vermicelli soup with little duck blood, a special dish in their house because he liked it, but not with too much duck blood. Beside it was a thermos cup. He opened it and, as expected, found half a cup of warm honey water inside. Chen Lu's lips twitched imperceptibly. Liang Jiru seemed to be spoiling him. She had many small habits that he almost subconsciously ignored, but he didn't know how this idiot had managed to persist in them for so many years. As he ate and scrolled through his phone, he came across a post from Uncle Mo just now. In the video, Uncle Mo was skiing down a steep slope with a finely featured woman beside him, smiling and gesturing thumbs up. Even though they were dressed heavily with hats and ski goggles, it was clear that the woman was his daughter Mo Yuking. Chen Lu couldn't help but comment below, "You two are both over 100 years old combined, and you're still doing such thrilling activities." Mo's reply came quickly, still with a gentle tone. "Haha, it's actually really fun." Like. Mo Yuking's response was different. "Get lost. I'm only 18 this year." Chen Lu chuckled to himself. Sometimes, age has little to do with things. It's all about attitude. Some elderly people still act as YouTube gamers, while some young people. He looked over at his daughter, Chen Muxu, who was wearing a light blue cardigan with white puppies printed on it, lying on the couch with her face turned to the side, one arm and one leg hanging limply. The TV was playing an ancient TV series, Mr. Bean. Although it wasn't appropriate to say, Chen Lu couldn't help but feel that Chen Muxu now resembled a corpse. He felt like it was a waste of Liang Zhirou's high looks value on this brat. He glanced at her and looked away, only to hear Chen Muxu say, in a coquettish voice, "Dad, I want to eat watermelon." "Cut it yourself," he replied. After the college entrance exam, he found these two light bulbs increasingly irritating. He had thought Chen Muxu would go cut the watermelon herself when she heard his response, but unexpectedly, she decided not to eat at all. After a moment of contemplation, he felt that lying there like a corpse every day wasn't a good idea. He slowly sat down next to his daughter and eventually said the most common phrase among parents during this period, "Why don't you get a driver's license?" Chen Muxu pondered for a moment, then shook her head slowly. "No, too troublesome. I'll buy you a car. You can choose any model available in the market." Chen Lu continued to persuade her. "Having a car would be so convenient. You can go wherever you want without waiting in the rain and shivering while hoping for a quick ride from a taxi driver," he added, conveniently ignoring the challenge of finding parking spaces. When Chen Guanlin tricked him into getting a driver's license, he didn't mention this problem. It was only after he started driving that he realized sometimes it took longer to find a parking space than it would have been to take a round trip in a taxi. It was almost like tempting fate to try finding a parking spot. Poor luck would end up getting him fined, and it would drive him crazy. "Dad can pick me up." Chen Muxu sat up from the couch, moved closer to him, and blinked her watery and charming eyes. "That's also an option," Chen Lu replied, glancing at his daughter with a hint of hesitation. "But Dad can be busy sometimes." "What should we do then?" "Let my brother learn to drive." Chen Muxu immediately proposed, without much thought, "Then you can assign him to be my chauffeur for pickups in the future." "Great idea." The father and daughter quickly reached an agreement, and soon Chen Lu asked, "I forgot to ask you. How do you think you did on the exam?" "I think I did slightly better than usual." Chen Muxu pondered for a while before asking cautiously, "Dad, if I get into Tsinghua University or Peking University and choose not to go, will you beat me?" "No, I won't," Chen Lu replied seriously, getting up to the kitchen to cut watermelon for his daughter. Seeing Chen Lu walk towards the kitchen, Chen Muxu slowly lowered her eyes, sighing with a sense of desolation. Chen Lu returned with a plate of watermelon. Suddenly, he asked, "Is there anywhere you'd like to go? How about going on a trip?" Chen Muxu pouted, and it felt like her old man was tired of acting, already lost in thoughts of a world for two with her mom. She extended 3 fingers, indicating 6, 7, 8. "You can't even wait 3 months. My brother, and I must be unexpected, right?" "Indeed, you really are," he replied. "Dad, I have enough data. Go on," she said. Chen Lu felt a bit annoyed, thinking that telling the truth might undermine his image as an intelligent and dignified father. While thinking about how to pass it off, the bedroom door was gently pushed open, and Chen Yunqi walked in holding Zhang Nan's hand. They stood in front of the father and daughter, looking excited. "Godfather!" Zhang Nan's voice was almost inaudible, lowering to a whisper until she couldn't even speak. Chen Lu never expected the girl, who usually seemed so distant, almost untouchable for the boys her age, to now behave like a meek little wife. Thanks to his long-term experience with emotional suppression, he managed to hold back his urge to exclaim, "Good job, son." Chen Muxu had always been more emotionally reserved than him, and her expression remained calm at this moment. From the time she had turned off her phone yesterday until now, with no communication from these two, she had already guessed that this moment would come. It disappointed Chen Yunqi, as he had hoped for Liang Zhirou's shocked expression. What was wrong with these two? The more he thought about it, the more dissatisfied he felt. He purposely shook his hand, which was intertwined with Zhang Nan's. Chen Lu raised an eyebrow at his son. "She's your sister. How can you be so casual with her? She's not our real sister," Chen Yunqi muttered nervously. In fact, once their relationship was confirmed, he had tried addressing Zhang Nan by her name directly. But he had been calling her sister since she started walking and talking, and now he couldn't change it. Chen Muxu snorted silently and said with a deadpan expression, "Dad, break his legs and send him to Germany." Chen Yunqi suddenly realized that showing off in front of these two scheming individuals was a mistake. He wished his mother was here. She would not only emotionally lecture him, but would also give him money to go shopping and watch movies. After a while, the three of them retreated to the bedroom to play the latest popular mobile game. Lying bored on the couch, Chen Lu suddenly had an idea. He sent a 200 RMB red packet to Zhang Chao. "Chen Lu, congratulations and good luck." Zhang Chao quickly accepted the money, and his response came swiftly. "What's wrong with you?" Chen Lu wasn't angry and replied, "I'm happy today. Let me treat you to drinks another day." Zhang Chao, "Why are you so happy?" Chen Lu, "Ha, my son found a girlfriend." There was no further response from the other end of the phone. Chapter 479, The Chen Family's Virtuous Family Tradition. Chen Lu could only see Zhang Adan's name on his phone. Sometimes it showed currently typing, and then reverted back, repeating this several times. He intentionally added a sentence, "This little girl is so well behaved, not saying a word with her head down, like a newlywed bride." After a while, Zhang Cao's message finally came through. "Damn, it can't be my daughter, right? I've been saying your son is a little rascal for ages. As soon as your daughter learned to talk, she called me godfather. Do you think she'd be too nervous to speak if she saw me?" Chen Lu lightly tapped his phone screen with his fingertip, lying without changing his expression. "Zhang Chao, this little brat. What about my daughter then? After he's done courting her, will he just leave her hanging?" Chen Lu chuckled, almost falling off the sofa. He thought, "I can't have my son suddenly courting your daughter, but not courting her isn't an option either. Chen Lu, aren't you always worried he'll run off with your daughter? Now you can relax." Seeing that there was still no response on the phone, Chen Lu smugly stretched and smirked. Lowering this guy's expectations a bit, he went from being wary of Chen Yun to being afraid his daughter would bring a strange boy home one day. By the time Zhang Chao found out about this, Chen Yun's legs probably wouldn't be broken. Chen Deshifu has sacrificed too much for this family. Today, Chen Lu woke up late, and it was already noon. Hearing the sound of Liang Jiru opening the door, the previously bored Chen Lu suddenly perked up. When Liang Jiru entered, she had an expressionless face, looking mature and composed. But the moment she saw him, it was like a switch had been flipped. Her dewy lips gradually curved up, and tears started welling up in her eyes. In a few more years, this silly girl might as well be a mother-in-law, behaving like a maltreated victim when she felt wronged. "What's wrong?" Chen Lu pulled her to sit beside him, asking anxiously, "Who bullied you?" Liang Jiru took out the tablet from her bag, the screen already shattered like a spider web, and snuffled softly. After listening to the whole story, Chen Lu fought the urge to laugh and said, "Just buy a new one. Can't it be repaired?" Liang Jiru pursed her lips, trying to salvage the situation. Getting a new screen would cost a few hundred, and this old tablet may not even be worth that much now, Chen Lu said speechlessly. This silly girl was truly beyond belief. They had bought this tablet when their children were just starting junior high, and by now, it had the battery life of a cliff diver. It needed to be constantly charged, yet she refused to let go of it. "But, this tablet was a gift from you." Liang Jiru's voice was gentle and resolute. While she hesitated to discard anything, she held the things Chen Lu gave her in high regard. Even if it was a paper flower, she never threw it away, keeping everything neatly stored in a box. Chen Lu gently pinched Liang Jiru's cheek and smiled. "It doesn't matter. The next one will also be from me." As the couple talked, Chen Yunqi's bedroom door slowly opened. The culprit then emerged with 3 water cups in hand. "Dad, did you bully my mom again?" Chen Yunqi couldn't help but ask when he saw Liang Jiru's teary eyes. "Stop talking nonsense. I'm not that kind of person." Chen Lu paused. "I have nothing to do with this one." He gestured towards the cracked screen on the coffee table, wearing a mischievous smirk. Only then did Chen Yunqi notice the cracks on the screen and realized what had happened. He quickly got up and rushed to their side. "Mom, I'm sorry. I'll give you all my pocket money to buy a new one." Although it seemed like buying a new one would deplete all his hard-earned savings, he felt compelled to make amends after seeing his mother cry. As for the money meant for his date with his sister, he could pick up a few extra shifts at the coffee shop. No need. Liang Jiru wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. Spend it on yourself. Taking your girlfriend out for a meal, shopping, watching a movie, it all requires money. While Chen Yunqi felt guilty, Liang Jiru suddenly leaned against Chen Lu's shoulder and smiled lightly. Chen Yunqi. Chapter 480. Bringing a husband back. At this moment, Zhang Cao's heart, which had been hanging by a thread, finally relaxed. Zhang Nan felt too embarrassed to speak, leaving her father alone to question his life choices. How long had it been silent in the living room? Suddenly, she realized that she couldn't stay silent any longer. Never mind what her parents thought, her silly little brother must be feeling so awkward right now. As his older sister, it was only natural for her to step forward to shield him from scrutiny. "Dad," she was about to say something when her right hand was suddenly tightly grasped by Chen Yunqi. She was taken aback for a moment, then felt his fingers weaving through hers, as if invading, one after the other slipping between her previously intertwined fingers. It was an unprecedented act of assertiveness and audacity, their hands entwined in this manner. Glancing sideways, Chen Yunqi no longer looked tense as before. He just gazed at the two elders with unwavering determination. Just like when he confessed his feelings to her, she couldn't help but think once again that her silly little brother was actually quite handsome. But how could he be so bold? "This is in front of my parents." Zhang Nan tried to pull her hand away a couple of times, but gave up, listening to the thumping of her heart. Feeling her cheeks flush with heat, she quickly lowered her head, afraid of being seen by her parents. "Dad, Mom," Chen Yunqi spoke softly, "I will treat my sister well for the rest of my life." While Zhang Yan was on the phone, she quietly put her phone back in her pocket, showing no significant emotion, just smiling and nodding, as if she had anticipated this turn of events long before. "It's like a formal proposal. Come, sit next to me, both of you." She patted the space next to her, smiling gently. Being someone who focused on her own excellence, she didn't care about what kind of boy Zhang Nan liked. As long as she was excellent enough, many problems and anxieties in the relationship would be resolved effortlessly, and as long as the partner's personality was suitable and to her liking. Many people fail to realize that a spouse is not pursued, but attracted. Ultimately, marriage is a matter that involves two families. Zhang Chao was different. However, his dislike had nothing to do with Chen Yunqi's personality. He simply viewed every boy who approached his daughter as an equal adversary. So when he saw the two holding hands in front of him, he became even more infuriated. Isn't Chenlu her daughter? Damn it, this boy was an eyesore. After pondering for a moment, he couldn't help but mutter, "Daughter, you must be really hungry." Zhang Yan retorted, "Why would you say that about your daughter? And you included Yunqi as well." "Ouch! My bad. I was just fooling around." Zhang Chao lamented, causing Zhang Yan to pinch him several times before finally letting go. In an instant, Zhang Cao's dignity as a father-in-law dissipated, leaving the two young people beside him struggling to hold back their laughter. Especially Chen Yunqi, who felt that if he started laughing now, his father-in-law would target him for the rest of his life. "Is Yunqi robbing you of your money?" Zhang Yan glared at Zhang Chao once again. Zhang Chao felt wronged, thinking to himself that this little scoundrel was worse than robbing money. He was here to claim his daughter. Wait a minute, he was just a child to Zhang Nan. Wasn't this essentially robbing money and his daughter together? As the initial commotion settled down, the victim's emotions gradually stabilized. "The first time your father-in-law saw me, he calmly chopped a brick in front of me without changing his expression. It seems like you need to toughen up mentally." Zhang Chao sipped his tea, bragging to Chen Yunqi without batting an eye. Chen Yunqi obediently nodded. "Dad, it seems like only you can't chop that thing barehanded in our family." Zhang Nan couldn't help but interject. "I refuse to talk to you guys. I'm going to fish with the in-laws." Zhang Chao stormed out of the room to pick out his clothes. Why are they suddenly in-laws? Zhang Yan found it strange. How did his mind work? Just a moment ago, he found flaws with people left and right, but now he was calling Chenlu the in-laws. This boy is already holding my daughter's hand. In the future, if he dares not to take responsibility, I'll throw him into the river." Zhang Chao gritted his teeth. After speaking, he slammed the door shut and marched out into the scorching sunlight. With the door closed, Chen Yunqi and Zhang Nan couldn't help but recall the events of last night, exchanging guilty glances. Zhang Yan snorted, then looked at the two children sitting beside her and suddenly couldn't resist laughing. "What are you laughing at?" Zhang Nan asked. Zhang Yan took out her phone again and gestured for them to come closer. When they complied, they saw a video of a little girl about a year-old playfully holding onto a baby without letting go. Chen Yunqi's pupils shook for a moment, and he immediately knew who those two children were. This video must have been recorded by his father, but he had never seen it before. Something was not right. Considering his father's character, such a high-impact video should have been promptly used to mock him. After much thought, he validly suspected that Chen Lu was planning something big, maybe intending to play it on a big screen at his wedding. "Daughter, when doing the traditional celebration, people usually focus on the future or one's profession. But you seem to be focusing on finding a husband," Zhang Yan chuckled. Zhang Nan's heart skipped a beat. "Mom, we've only just started dating. Why talk about husbands?" She felt hopeless. Planning a scorched earth revenge is appropriate, right? Chapter 481. Mother, your pathetical. The siblings had just finished their exams and were seriously estimating their scores. Liang Jiru still felt uncertain. On the night of the results, as a mother who had long since raised her child, she stayed up until nearly midnight. For someone like her with an uncheckable biological clock, this time was already very late. At that moment, Liang Jiru was lying on the bed, with her legs bent upwards, gently swinging one after the other. "How about we each check one result?" she suddenly asked. Chen Lu poked her head. "That's not ceremonial. Let's check them together one by one." He had initially planned for the family to gather in the living room to check the results, but to his surprise, Chen Muxu had fallen asleep in her bed by 10 o'clock. When he went to check on her, she was still asleep, pushing the limits of how relaxed she could be. Approaching midnight, after numerous attempts to log in again, Chen Muxu's subject scores and total score finally appeared on the small phone screen. Chen Lu stared at the total score and was stunned. Goodness, 706. The Chen family had actually produced a genius who scored 700 points in the college entrance exam. Glancing at Liang Jiru, who was rubbing her eyes in disbelief, he jokingly remarked, "Is this my biological child?" She slightly opened her mouth in astonishment. Chen Lu, who was initially shocked, was almost out of breath upon hearing her words. He had heard of boys suspecting the authenticity of their children, but it was the first time he witnessed a girl doubting it. A child born from your own womb, and yet you question if they are yours? How fascinating! He took a deep breath and sarcastically commented, "Such a foolish question doesn't sound like it came from someone who scored 700 in the college entrance exam." Annoying. Liang Jiru blushed slightly and pouted, feeling embarrassed. Actually, looking at it from another perspective, Chen Muxu scored less than 30 points above you. Does that sudden realization make you think she is your biological child again? Liang Jiru lightly nudged his shoulder, quickly check Yunqi's results. Chen Yunqi looked at his total score, which was exactly 660, and didn't feel much joy, but rather a sense of relief. At least he could go to the same school as his sister. He was not as smart as Chen Muxu, nor did he have Zhang Nan's foundation. How did he manage to get through his senior year? Only he knew. Even though the exams had ended long ago, he still often dreamed of his senior year and would wake up abruptly each time without fail. He would then reach out to touch his bedding and pillow, which were usually soaked. After shaking his head vigorously, he received a message from Zhang Nan, which calmed his nerves a bit. Zhang Nan, silly little brother, how did you do? Obviously, not only had he given up on changing his address, but Zhang Nan had given up too. Chen Yunqi, 660. Seems like I had an exceptional performance for once. Zhang Nan, not bad. I always said my little brother was the best. Chen Yunqi, sister, how did you do? Zhang Nan replied with a sigh expression. To be honest, I'm quite disappointed. Besides playing the piano, I haven't really done any other studying since I was little, yet my exam score is only a few points higher than yours. Chen Yunqi, it means my sister taught me well. Without your tutoring, How could I keep up with English? After a brief pause in texting, Jung Non sent a voice message. Despite your sweet words, there's no reward. Even when speaking, she couldn't hide her smile. Chen Yunqi smiled and lay back on his bed, feeling more relaxed than ever. Early the next morning, rather than heading to her shop as usual, Liang Jiru called the children's grandmothers to share the good news, prepared breakfast, and then sat at the table with a smile, just like old times. Chen Lu never cared much about the scores, and the novelty had worn off by now, as he leaned on her shoulder yawning. The first to come out of the bedroom was Chen Yunqi, a boy who had developed a biological clock similar to Liang Jiru's after pushing himself through senior year. He had a habit of sleeping late and waking up early, just like clockwork. Initially looking a bit groggy, his eyes suddenly lit up upon seeing the red envelope in his mother's hand, which seemed packed with quite some money. "Mom, is this for me?" Chen Yunqi asked eagerly, as during this long summer vacation, he had been planning to take his sister on a trip. "Yes," Liang Jiru's eyes softened. "Yunqi has worked really hard. You deserve it." Chen Lu was also pleased to see his eldest son excited. With this kid behind him, he wouldn't end up with the lowest college entrance exam score in the family. Just as Chen Yunqi was counting the money enthusiastically, Liang Jiru asked again, "Your sister has been tutoring you for so long. Have you thought about how you will repay her?" Chen Yunqi pondered for a moment, then looked up with a serious expression. "I'll marry my sister." Liang Jiru was stunned and couldn't help but pat her son's head. "Just like your father, shameless." Realizing it didn't hurt, she sighed in relief and sat back in her seat. Chen Lu, who was enjoying his congee, was not amused. He thought to himself, "You can criticize our son, but why drag me into it?" After swallowing the food in his mouth, he looked at Chen Yunqi with admiration and teasingly said, "Your mother doesn't understand anything. Trust me, being shameless is the only way." After this comment, he pulled Liang Jiru into his arms, causing her to yelp in surprise and quickly urge her daughter to wake up. With only the father and son left facing each other at the table, Chen Yunqi took the initiative to sit next to Chen Lu, suddenly feeling a bit embarrassed. Chen Lu glanced at him without a word, knowing exactly why he was suddenly trying to be helpful. Chuckling, Chen Lu said, "Feel free to ask any questions. If you pair my son with my daughter, I'll definitely support you all the way." Drawing closer, Chen Yunqi whispered as if conspiring, "Dad, how did you impress Grandma all those years ago?" While it was true that his father often played pranks on him, he still needed his father's guidance in this matter. His sister was smart, but when it came to interpersonal skills, his father was a bit better. "Grandma didn't like you?" "Not exactly. It was mostly Grandpa who didn't like me." Chen Lu tilted his head back, reminiscing at his past, and earnestly replied, "I can't help you with this, because Grandma was already quite pleased with me from the moment she saw me." He lacked experience in making the in-laws like him. Seeking approval from his father on that matter made him realize there might be a way to win over his father-in-law. Chen Lu suddenly flashed a mischievous smile. Unfortunately, this tactic had a prerequisite, one that Chen Yunqi couldn't fulfill. Old Zhang had quit smoking 20 years ago and had been in good health ever since. Feeling a bit overwhelmed, he decided to take a break and go to bed. There might be another chapter tonight. While writing these past few days, I've had a sense of this book is my half-year effort. Why do I have to write the ending in a delirious state with a fever? I don't know if you can relate to this feeling, but it's been bothering me. So, when my head felt dizzy, I didn't write, and I didn't expect the updates to be so lagged. Thank you so much for liking this book and sticking with it. Fortunately, it will come to an end in the next 2 days, so you won't have to endure this suffering anymore. Chapter 482. Chen Lu's smile turned mischievous, while Liang Jiru and Chen Muxu emerged side by side. Both mother and daughter had their hair down, looking remarkably similar at a glance. Walking down the street, it was obvious to others that they were mother and daughter, even though Chen Muxu kept drooping her eyelids, unlike Liang Jiru's gentle demeanor. "Dad, did you know I scored 706 on the exam?" Chen Muxu stretched lazily as she sat down, still yawning. She had checked her grades earlier, but hadn't mentioned them until now. "Oh my!" Chen Lu hadn't spoken yet, but Chen Yunqi next to him was almost jumping with excitement. He held her head in his hands, trying to find what made her different from a normal person. "You're so amazing!" Chen Yunqi exclaimed repeatedly, even considering offering his sister as a national treasure for their family. Chen Muxu looked at her brother like he was silly, then glanced at Chen Lu, who simply nodded and softly said, "My daughter is smart. Your mother even joked last night that you aren't her biological child." I am not," Liang Jiru quickly denied, pouting and looking at him with a puffed-up mouth. Chen Muxu sighed quietly in her heart. The contrast between her overly excited mother and brother was evident. Her father, on the other hand, seemed indifferent. As long as they weren't causing trouble and living happily, nothing else seemed to matter. Chen Lu had always had these expectations of them and acted accordingly. It was less pressure but also lacked a lot of validation. Chen Muxu had never been complimented by Chen Lu in such an excited manner. Suddenly, she chuckled to herself, wondering when she had become so melodramatic. "Have you two decided on a school?" Chen Lu curiously asked. Chen Yunqi nodded seriously. "My sister and I have discussed it. We're planning to go to Jiangcheng University, so you and Mom can come see the cherry blossoms with us." Chen Lu nodded slightly. If Muxu wants, she can also apply to this school. After all, the three of you have been playing together since childhood. I'll think about it later. Haven't decided yet. With her son sorted out and her daughter's score open for consideration, Chen Lu was in no rush. Dream big and go to Qingbai, or continue sticking with her siblings if she didn't have grand aspirations. Just do what she wanted, and with him as a father, everything would be fine. After dinner, Chen Lu spent some time in the shop with Liang Jiru before leisurely strolling back home, thinking he might catch a glimpse of Xiao Baikai flirting with Xiao Ju. When he entered, he saw Chen Yunqi sitting in front of Liang Jiru's computer, painting. He subconsciously checked the living room. Chen Muxu and Zhang Nan were not around. "Why isn't your sister looking for you?" Chen Lu was puzzled. Normally at their age, with no pressure from exam results, it wasn't unusual for young couples to have fun. Yet why was Xiao Baikai unusually quiet today? He remembered when Xiao Baikai and Liang Jiru had just started dating, how they would watch a movie on the couch, oblivious to the plot. This foolish son of his didn't even think to invite Xiao Baikai out for a meeting. He was a disgrace to the Chen family. "She went out shopping with Muxu," Chen Yunqi replied, still focused on the screen. "I thought she'd ask you to do some work." Chen Lu smiled. "My sister did ask, but my brother didn't want to," Chen Yunqi replied without looking up. Chen Lu nodded, then went back to his room to fetch to bank cards before returning. These were prepared long ago, with equal amounts for each sibling. He used to control their pocket money strictly to teach them self-control. Fortunately, with Liang Jiru setting a good example, neither of them turned out to be the spoiled sons he had feared. Standing in front of Chen Yunqi, Chen Lu cleared his throat. "You should know that your dad actually made some money. I've been considering it carefully recently. Now that you're grown up and know what to do and what not to do, you also understand that making money isn't easy." "Yeah, Dad, I know." Chen Yunqi proudly waved the paintbrush in his hand. "So, I want to make a living by drawing, just like Mom did back then." Chen Lu's pupils trembled slightly. "Isn't it normal for a sensible person to ask their parents for money? You should ask your dad nicely. He can spare you some more. You two have already given me a lot, and this morning you gave me a few thousand more. I have to earn my own money to support the family in the future, so might as well start getting adapted now." Chen Yunqi chuckled, feeling that spending his own money was hundreds of times more enjoyable than asking his parents. Seeing his son so full of enthusiasm, Chen Lu felt that extinguishing it wouldn't be right. After some thought, he quietly put the bank card with a 7-digit balance back in his pocket. He had thought of using it as a reward for this kid. "Fine, you strive to spend your godfather's money, chasing after his little white cabbage." As Chen Lu thought this to himself, Xiao Baikai was out shopping with Chen Muxu. The two girls were casually dressed, both wearing t-shirts and jeans that couldn't hide their radiant faces and figures. They attracted attention as they walked down the street, making passers-by glance at them frequently. "You scored so well. Why aren't you feeling happy?" Zhang Nan took a few sips of her fruit tea, puzzlingly asking. To know Liang Jiru's mood, one only needed to look at her flushed cheeks. Chen Muxu's dissatisfaction was easy to detect by her droopy eyelids, a sign of her current gloom. Zhang Nan couldn't understand. If she had achieved such results, she would make Linyan serve tea and water while she lounged on her bed watching TV, and that would count as her effort. So why was Chen Muxu still not happy? Sometimes she just couldn't fathom What was going on in this girl's head? Unlike her, whose mind had always been filled with either studying or piano. What was the foolish brother doing at home right now? She missed him. Chen Muxu lowered her gaze, her tone carrying a touch of sadness. My dad seems to have never had any expectations of me or my brother. How could that be? Your godfather has always been so good to you both. Zhang Nan was puzzled. He is, but how do I explain this to you? Chen Muxu paused, scratching her head, trying to figure out how to explain. Sis, put yourself in my shoes. If you had scored as well as I did, and then decided to enroll in a school with a score of 660 just to hang out with us, would your parents not scold you? They would, Zhang Nan replied without hesitation. Lin Yan and Zhang Chao would definitely reprimand her. If it weren't for Chen Yunqi working hard to catch up in his final year of high school, she should have been scolded for intentionally holding back her scores. But my dad wouldn't. Do you understand now? Zhang Nan was taken aback. Chen Muxu shrugged and fell silent. From a young age, although her mother would be happy with even a tiny bit of improvement, no matter how well or poorly she did, her father was always the same. Whenever she did well, her father never got particularly excited, and when her brother's grades were at their worst, barely making the top 30 or 40 students in class, her father didn't react differently. Many other children had already faced harsh reprimands. She was not naive. She could see how much Chen Lu favored them, but the feeling of not having any expectations placed on her or her brother was really uncomfortable. Zhang Nan pulled the quiet Chen Muxu into the elevator, whispering softly, "Your godfather has actually urged your brother to study before. That's because he didn't want to lose you. Do you think your small-minded schemes can really deceive him?" Chen Muxu glanced at Zhang Nan. If my brother had listened to him earlier, would he have had to work so hard in his senior year? Seeing her sister convinced, Chen Muxu let out a deep sigh. In truth, it was quite normal for her father not to have any expectations of her and her brother since, even if they worked hard, it would be difficult for them to surpass him. The internet had a memory. Unlike her foolish brother, she knew a lot. For many people, getting into Yuhang University was an achievement to brag about for a lifetime. But Yuhang University still used her father in its promotions, even inviting him to participate in its anniversary celebrations recently. The university even boasted about him. Climbing from nothing to establish North Star during college was already impressive, but her father chose to retire at the peak of the company's success. This man had truly let go of everything he could, all for the happiness of his wife and children. Thinking back to Zhang Nan, who used to play alone in the park, and reminiscing about a time when she doubted her father was just a wanderer, the efforts he made behind the scenes were discernible. He had never mentioned any of this to them, and if she and her brother had not been diligent about uncovering the truth, there would be many things they would have never known in their lives. Her mother had endured so much in the past, yet now she smiled and maintained her youthful attitude. All of this was evidence of her father's success. The transparent elevator in the mall carried them slowly upwards, and as Chen Muxu watched the dwindling figures below, she lowered her gaze, pondered for a moment, and then made a firm decision. She had to catch up to her father. She wanted to become someone even more remarkable than her father, making him genuinely praise her for surpassing him by far. Chen Muxu suddenly lifted the corner of her mouth. The gloominess in her eyes from earlier had vanished. This felt somewhat intriguing. Zhang Nan sneaked a couple steps to the side, observing Chen Muxu's faint smile, which reminded her of her future father-in-law. They were truly strikingly similar. In the afternoon, Chen Lu attended a gathering with all the industry leaders, only finding time to check his phone after evening had fallen. He had just come out of the venue when his phone in his pocket suddenly rang. He glanced down to see a message from his wife. "Liang Jiru, if you're done being busy, can you come home earlier?" Chen Lu. "What's wrong?" Liang Jiru. "Muxu misses you." Chen Lu. "That girl never openly admits she misses anyone. You might as well say you saw a cat doing backflips in the air." Liang Jiru. "Okay, actually it's me who misses you." Chen Lu couldn't help but smile. "Silly woman, we've been married for so long. Can't you learn from others and just call to ask, when are you coming back? Directly." Liang Jiru. "I don't want to bother you. I thought you were busy." Canceling his dinner appointment and returning home, Chen Lu found Liang Jiru sitting on the sofa reading, and she quickly stood to welcome him, catching him just as Chen Muxu emerged from the bedroom. Expecting her daughter to avoid them like usual, they were surprised when she approached directly, looking like she had something to say. Liang Jiru was sitting on Chen Lu's lap with her arms around his neck when their daughter hurried back and sat quietly, pretending as if nothing had happened. "Mom, you don't need to be so cautious. I'm already used to it since I was little," Chen Muxu said calmly. "Don't talk nonsense." Blushing, Liang Jiru scolded her lightly. Chen Lu observed his daughter for a moment before softly asking, "What is it that you want to say?" Chen Muxu hesitated for a while before finally speaking slowly. "Dad, can you give me North Star when I graduate? I can give it to you now. Just don't take on any debt. That's all you need to manage, and you're good to go." Chen Lu stopped briefly. "But if you want the company, then I'll have to give your brother a lot of money. You two should be treated equally. I was just casually mentioning it. I don't know anything yet. Aren't you afraid I'll run the company into bankruptcy?" Chen Muxu couldn't help but murmur. "It will collapse sooner or later. It doesn't matter who it falls on. A gaming company can't last forever." Chen Muxu and Liang Jiru. The living room fell silent for a moment, then Chen Muxu, who had never been very enthusiastic, suddenly raised her eyelids. "Dad, I want to study abroad," she spoke with both eyes and voice unusually firm. "And when I return, take over your company." Chapter 483 Children Leaving the Nest. After Chen Muxu finished speaking, the living room fell into a long silence. The couple stared at each other with wide eyes for a long time. Finally, it was Chen Lu who reacted first. He didn't say anything, just reached out and touched his daughter's forehead. After touching her, it was Liang Jiru's turn to touch, taking turns to feel her forehead, looking very puzzled. No fever either. Chen Lu found it strange. How could this lazy girl give up eating watermelon just because she was too lazy to go to the kitchen and insist on going abroad? Chen Muxu shrunk to the side, not allowing them to touch her. "Dad, Mom, do you need to react like this? It's great to have parents watching over you at home. Why suffer going abroad where everything is unfamiliar? Dad, that's exactly why I want to go. I want to be independent. It's fine staying at home, but I don't want to be taken care of all the time," Chen Muxu said seriously. "Have you thought this through?" "I have." Chen Lu fell silent for a moment, just nodding his head without saying anything more. Seeing her husband not saying anything, Liang Jiru also held back any words of advice, just looking at her daughter with reluctance. Chen Lu also turned to look at his daughter again, feeling as though he could see her as a child with a ponytail tied up, sucking on a lollipop with droopy eyelids. When he rubbed his eyes and came back to reality, Chen Muxu had grown up. Honestly, this turn of events caught him off guard, making him feel a bit at a loss for a moment. He never expected this lazy girl to suddenly become the one who would go the farthest. After a while, Chen Yunqi finished his appointment and returned home. Upon hearing the news, his reaction was the same as the couple's, reaching out to touch Chen Muxu's forehead. A person who had never shown interest in anything suddenly wanting to go abroad. Had his sister gone crazy? Chen Muxu angrily swatted his hand away, chasing him around the living room until she gave him a knockout headbutt. "Ah, Zhang Nanji and I were planning to go on a trip. Let's cancel the tickets," Chen Yunqi said as he returned to the dining table, rubbing his forehead and starting to feel reluctant about his sister. "Is that necessary? After I graduate, I'll come back to Hang City." Chen Muxu furrowed her brows. "I'm going abroad to study, not disappearing immediately." "But you have to come back." Chen Yunqi's eyes were slightly red. "If not, where will I go?" Chen Lu didn't care about his children bickering. He just opened a bottle of red wine, as beer was too much, and baijiu was too strong for the kids. This was just right. He poured some for both of them, handing it over one by one, and then raised his glass. "This is a toast to both of you finding what you want to do. You've truly grown up. I thought Mom won't drink." Chen Muxu raised her glass curiously. Liang Jiru looked a bit strange. "Your mom can't drink alcohol, so let her have some Coke," Chen Lu said calmly. He was afraid that if Liang Jiru drank too much, she might end up forcing him to bed and having another child. A real ice-cold lady, or rather, a female hooligan. So he really didn't want Liang Jiru to drink too much and end up. Liang Jiru clamped her lips tightly, feeling guilty as she lowered her face, too embarrassed to say anything. Then she obediently took a bottle of Coke and brought it back, holding the cup next to Chen Lu. The kids watched as they all left. If they were to drive to Jiangcheng high-speed rail, it would take 4 hours, while by plane, it would be faster, less than 2 hours, but still not considered close. Going abroad would be even farther, considering the time difference to contact in the future. Chen Lu looked at the two children for a while, sighing quietly in his heart, feeling a bit melancholic. Children will eventually grow up and leave the nest. Living outside is never easy. There will be more challenges and difficulties than opportunities. Many obstacles you encounter may make you feel like the world is collapsing, but looking back at it later, it may not seem so significant. When the North Star almost couldn't continue, your mom was prepared to sleep on the streets with me. You're talking nonsense again. Liang Jiru lightly pushed him. Chen Muxu pursed her lips. Dad, I know all this already. Can you tell me how you really got together with Mom? Chen Lu and Liang Jiru glanced at each other, their eyes filled with tenderness. The family of 4 had a meal together, similar to their usual dinners, but it was a rare occasion for Chen Lu to talk about his own experiences and advice. Children, no matter how old, are always children to him, and at times like this, he always wants to give careful instructions. Chen Muxu learned a lot from Chen Lu in many aspects. Before doing anything, she would meticulously understand many things. Now with the changes in the gaming format compared to earlier, the North Star had to transition quickly to maintain its leading position domestically and have further possibilities. Chen Lu's thinking could still keep up with the market, but his mind was no longer focused on this. This had to be handled by her. By early August, Chen Muxu had packed up everything and was ready to go ahead to adapt in advance. Chen Lu and Liang Jiru originally wanted to go with her, but she politely refused. Liu Yan heard about this and specially came to teach her self-defense skills. Although Chen Lu didn't refuse, he always felt that Chen Muxu didn't really need it. This girl could solve most problems just using her brain. Even for those who don't listen, she could still communicate with her brain. Chapter 484. A long-awaited moment for two. As the group exited the airport, Chen Yunqi dutifully bid farewell to each person. The couple then returned to the car ahead of the others. Liang Jiru found herself alone with Chen Lu, tears finally falling from her eyes that had been brimming. Don't cry. Can't our child stay by your side forever? Chen Lu reached out to wipe away the tears on her cheek. But Muzu is still so young. I feel like this little girl is more mature than we think she is, Chen Lu remarked. She's just a child. Liang Jiru rarely disagreed with Chen Lu's words. Suddenly, she threw herself onto Chen Lu, burying her face in his chest, tears flowing uncontrollably. The day Muzu first called me Mom, I felt like it wasn't that long ago. Initially unperturbed, Chen Lu found it difficult to hold back at those words. He leaned back for a moment, then silently started the engine, gesturing for Chen Yunqi to come aboard. By September, even the last light bulb in the house was heading off to school. Chen Lu felt uneasy sending Muzu abroad alone. When it was time to send off Chen Yunqi, he felt even more anxious as this guy had a young and beautiful girlfriend accompanying him. This rascal would be over there with no one to keep an eye on him, who knows what shenanigans he would get up to. Chen Lu didn't want to become a grandfather just yet. Let me accompany you a little longer. No need, Dad. I'm all grown up. Early in the morning, Chen Lu and Chen Yunqi stood at the door, tugging and pulling, showing their reluctance to part. Liang Jiru silently watched this scene of father and son, not saying a word. The clever Muzi had already seen through everything. In truth, neither father nor son had any real intention of seeing them off. It was all just a matter of courtesy. Chen Yunqi, who initially didn't believe this, thought that Chen Lu and Liang Jiru still secretly wanted to see him off, just that they couldn't say it directly. But before they even left the station, the couple had disappeared. Chen Yunqi and Zhang Nan looked around the platform for a while, then angrily picked up the phone. Chen Yunqi. Dad, where are you and Mom? Chen Lu. We got lost. Sad, JPG. Chen Lu. You and your sister go to check in first, it'll be too crowded later. I don't believe you. When I have time, I'll take my sister traveling. You won't even get to see her then. Chen Yunqi looked at the large and small bags behind herself and Zhang Nan, quietly holding her soft and slender hand in his. The desired intimate time as a couple had finally arrived. But why did a sudden sense of melancholy settle in? Just after leaving the station, they encountered many Jiangcheng University volunteers wearing vests with the school insignia. One group was particularly enthusiastic and took the couple towards the shuttle bus. "Is this your sister? You both got in here together. Impressive." Those who participated in the activity were usually chatty. Seeing these attractive siblings, many people became interested. "This is my girlfriend," Chen Yunqi proudly linked their hands. "But earlier, you called her sister." "She's my sister and my girlfriend." The senior student in charge of the newcomers stopped talking. These two were playing some kind of game. Why couldn't the guy see it? The girlfriend was clearly tired after just a few steps, yet he didn't help carry anything. Then he saw Zhang Nan reach the stairs, lift a suitcase with one hand, and stride up the steps without even breaking a sweat. Registration was quickly completed, and after lunch, the couple roamed around the school grounds. "Chen Muxu, bro, how's the school?" "Chen Yunqi, it's good." "Chen Muxu, sigh, bro, can you be a bit smarter? I stayed up all night just to ask you about the school." Was it just for those 3 words? She had just received a few photos from her brother, barely easing the regret of not being able to go study there with him. "Chen Muxu, mom and dad didn't see you off." "Chen Yunqi, yeah? They saw me off halfway." Chen Muxu asked again. "What do you mean saw you off halfway?" "Chen Yunqi, when they arrived in Jiangcheng, they went sightseeing everywhere. They didn't even come to see my school." Chen Yunqi, little crocodile crying. JPG Chen Muxu. While Chen Yunqi was venting on his phone, he forgot that the pair were at a store eating. To his surprise, Huanglu wasn't as interesting as he had imagined, and they were looking for a different place. "We came at the wrong time. We should have let this guy explore with his girlfriend first, and then ask him where to go." Chen Lu sighed, finding making plans more exhausting than traveling itself. It was time for Chen Yunqi, the little rascal, to step up. At that moment, Liang Jiru was peacefully enjoying her hot noodles, her cheeks puffed up like a chipmunk. Upon hearing his words, she raised her eyes and glanced at him, looking unbelievably adorable. Chen Lu, never one to miss such moments, quickly snapped a photo of her before continuing. "Since we haven't visited Muxu yet, we have time to get a visa and go play." Liang Jiru. He seemed somewhat inappropriate in his role as a father. After their children left home, the house suddenly felt a bit empty without seeing Chen Muxu sprawled on the sofa like a salted fish or having Chen Yunqi run over with silly questions. The previously spacious 4-bedroom apartment now felt desolate. At noon that day, Liang Jiru returned from the store, asking Chen Lu what he wanted to eat. To her surprise, he was sleeping soundly on the sofa. She quietly fetched a blanket from the room and turned off the phone, not expecting Chen Lu to wake up upon hearing her. "Why did you turn off the phone?" "I was watching something." "Huh?" Liang Jiru was taken aback. "You were asleep." "I wasn't asleep, just listening. Either you fell asleep or you heard me calling you and deliberately ignored me." Liang Jiru's quick wit surprised even herself. She thought he would have to admit something this time, right? "My brain and mouth fell asleep, but my ears didn't." Chen Lu didn't want to argue with her. Instead, he pulled her into his arms and she, not resisting, didn't make any effort to escape. "I've been thinking. Maybe it's time to close the coffee shop. I've achieved all my dreams." Chen Lu nodded thoughtfully, then suddenly asked, "What about your plans for the future?" "Well, once I'm older, I might want to become a teacher and teach drawing." Liang Jiru paused, noticing a smile creeping onto Chen Lu's face. She hesitated. "Why are you laughing?" "I suddenly feel excited," he chuckled mischievously. "After all, I was your first student." Liang Jiru's blush hinted at a shared memory, burying her face into his neck. Despite being an old couple, his teasing still made her bashful. "What about you, Teacher Liang? Where do you want to teach next?" Chen Lu couldn't help but ask, contemplating whether he needed to pave the way for her choice. Teaching children was quite a downgrade for her, while teaching university students would require relevant qualifications, which she lacked. Some preparation might be needed before making such a decision. "Let's discuss it later." Liang Jiru kissed him gently on the neck. "Right now, I just want to do whatever you want to do." "I don't have anything in mind," Chen Lu casually replied, taken aback by Liang Jiru's plan to become a teacher. Perhaps her energetic nature, displayed especially during Zi Zunfang's recovery, was still strong. This fellow couldn't sit still even at 40 years old. "Think about it slowly. You've been with me for so long, it's time for me to be there for you," Liang Jiru continued, recounting activities they could do together. Playing games, fishing, traveling, anything you like, we can do it. Chen Lu buried his nose in her neck, pondering for a moment before saying, "We'll talk about it later." "You don't have anything you want to do?" "No, the things you just mentioned, I want to do them all." As days passed and they grew older, they found the large house uncomfortable. But a small apartment was too cramped, so Chen Lu decided to buy a 2-bedroom apartment. After discussing it with Liang Jiru, they both agreed to purchase the old house they had rented years ago. Though the complex had been renovated inside out, it retained the same layout they remembered. Just like the days before their children were born, they were now living a similar life. There was a nostalgic feeling in the air. One evening, the couple had an unprecedented disagreement. It couldn't exactly be called a disagreement since Liang Jiru, when angry, didn't make a big deal out of it. And the reason? He had jumped into the water to save someone while fishing. After Liang Jiru noticed the person struggling in the water, she reminded him of his promise to call for help in such situations. End of chapter 484. Happy Lantern Festival to all. It will conclude tomorrow. Chapter 485. Because Your Dad Isn't Human. The first semester of college life was happy and leisurely for Chen Yan. Even though he and Zhang Nan had just started as a couple, they had grown up together since childhood and knew each other inside out, so there were rarely any conflicts. However, rarely didn't mean never. On this day, nearing winter vacation, just listen to the teacher and switch to an art major. It's not like they're asking you to change schools, Zhang Nan nagged relentlessly as they walked together. There are so many girls in the art major, I don't want you to go, but you have talent in painting, don't waste it, okay? Chen Yun shook his head with a hint of stubbornness. Then we won't be in the same class anymore. How come I never realized before that you, this dumb little brother, are as stubborn as an ox? Zhang Nan spotted the badminton courts on the side and suddenly stopped, saying, "Let's play badminton. Whoever wins decides, deal." As she spoke, she tied up her long ponytail with a hair tie, looking vibrant and full of youthful energy. Chen Yun contemplated for a moment, then nodded firmly. An hour later, they still hadn't determined a winner. Chen Yun was out of breath, hands on his knees, asking, "Sis, do we have to continue with overtime?" Breathing heavily, Zhang Nan bit her lip, regretting that she had been exercising with this guy every day. If she couldn't beat this dumb little brother in stamina, she might as well drown herself in a river. She threw away her racket, grabbed Chen Yun, and walked away, muttering, "It's a tie after all this time. There's no need for overtime. Let's go play the second half." Chen Yun was puzzled. "Where are we playing the second half?" "To the hotel." "Huh. Just wait." With winter break approaching, many parents eagerly anticipated their children's return, even though they would become impatient after a few days. However, Chen Lu and Liang Jiru were quite the opposite, as they were currently in Chongzhou. January in Chongzhou was not cold, the bright sun shone down, still feeling somewhat warm. The vast expanse of the blue sea, the regular and powerful waves washing the beach, creating a soothing sound. Chen Lu stood by the sea, checked the date on his phone, feeling that the winter break was approaching, hurriedly approached Liang Jiru and gently tapped her shoulder. Liang Jiru, who was engrossed in catching crabs, looked up with a puzzled expression. "What's wrong?" "Try asking our son about his plans, if he's going out for a trip or when he's coming back, so we can make preparations," Chen Lu whispered. They had been away from home for more than 2 months. Chen Muxu had said she wouldn't be coming home this winter break, leaving only Chen Yun to take care of. The call was quickly connected. Liang Jiru took a deep breath, one hand picking up the small crabs on the beach, nervously asked, "Yun, when are you coming back?" Chen Lu quietly watched as Liang Jiru, after a brief glance at the sea, suddenly felt her poking him. Lowering his head, he saw her biting her lip, eyes red, tears swirling in her eyes. He was puzzled until Liang Jiru tentatively raised her index finger, a small crab hanging on it, shaking gently as her hand trembled. Chen Lu almost burst into laughter. Liang Jiru felt like crying even more. Seeing the red mark on her finger, he realized the seriousness of the situation and quickly submerged her finger in water, causing the crab to let go instantly, only to be grabbed back by Chen Lu. After snapping back, they heard the cheerful voice of Chen Yun on the phone. "Mom, don't cry. I've already bought the ticket in advance. I'll be home tomorrow." "Why are you coming back so early?" "When you're on break, remember to tell me if you need money," Chen Lu muttered irritably. He thought to himself that this little bunny didn't know how to save even a penny. He had only been back home for half a year and had already started lying to Liang Jiru to come stay with him. Why was he rushing back home as soon as the break started? I have money. I just miss you guys, Chen Yun said. You miss? Chen Lu hesitated. His son wanting to come home to see them was worthy of praise. All right, tomorrow I'll pick you up at the station. He had to play along. This brat definitely didn't know that Liang Jiru and he were still enjoying themselves in Chongzhou. No need, they both insisted a few times, then Chen Lu hung up the phone. Liang Jiru, who had been gazing at him, suddenly whispered, "What should we do? Yun misses us so much, but we're out here traveling." They both hesitated. If their son found out, he would be really angry. If only they hadn't come to Chongzhou to catch crabs. Since taking wedding photos here years ago, Liang Jiru had dreamed of coming back to catch crabs again. Last time, she had to let them all go because she didn't prepare. This time she wanted to catch them and cook them. Chen Lu watched Liang Jiru bustling around, feeling like they had just returned home to find everything dusty and messy. If they didn't clean up before Chen Yun came back, it would be embarrassing. When Chen Yun arrived home in the evening, he didn't even bother to look at the new house they had bought, walking straight to them and anxiously asking, "Dad, Mom, it's been so long, do you miss me or hum?" Chen Lu and Liang Jiru glanced at each other, then nodded in unison, softly responding. "Your mom was so excited last night, she didn't sleep well. Look at the dark circles under her eyes," Chen Lu added, maintaining a solemn expression. Chen Yun took a look at Liang Jiru, and indeed, she had dark circles. Suddenly feeling touched. Despite their outward demeanor of indifference, deep down, they still loved him a lot. Actually, Liang Jiru didn't sleep well because she had been waiting for the flight all night, but she felt guilty as her son looked at her and quickly touched her face, sat up and said, "Hungry? Mom will cook for you." Unexpectedly, as she stood up, Chen Yun pressed her back down. "Today, I'll cook. I just learned how to cook in the past 6 months, let me show off for you too." Liang Jiru tilted her head in confusion, but Liang Lu always felt something was off, but couldn't quite put a finger on it. Seeing Chen Yun cheerfully heading to the kitchen, Liang Jiru buried her face into Chen Lu's arms, smiling and teasing, "Yun has made great progress since going to college, huh? Seeing you so happy, you're too easy to please, right?" The couple chatted, but Chen Yun suddenly rushed out of the kitchen and shouted at them, "Dad, Mom, how come we don't even have salt at home? And the sesame paste has dried up ... Chen Lu was speechless, with a head full of how to explain. Liang Jiru simply ignored all the questions and refused to respond. "Still thinking of you guys today. I just knew it," Chen Yun said cheerfully on the phone. Your dad, and I really miss you a lot." Blushing, Liang Jiru said tearfully. "Mum, why are you crying?" Your dad ... Liang Jiru was about to tell Chen Lu that he made fun of her, but he gave her a cold glance, so she quickly changed her story. "Because I miss you." Then, they heard Chen Yun's excited shout from the other end of the phone. "Mom, don't cry. I already bought a ticket in advance. I'll be home tomorrow. Why are you coming back so soon? If you're on break, take your sister out to play. If you're short of money, remember to tell me," Chen Lu grumbled softly. Thinking that this little bunny wouldn't even pull a cabbage, he had already started deceiving Liang Jiru to come live with him after only half a year of being together. "I have money, and just wanted to see you guys," Chen Yun said. "You wanted?" Chen Lu hesitated. His son wanting to come home to see them was worthy of praise. "Then I will pick you up at the station tomorrow," he had to continue with the act. This kid definitely never thought that Liang Jiru and he were still enjoying themselves in Chongzhou. No need, they both insisted a few times, then Chen Lu hung up the phone. Liang Jiru, who had been gazing at him, suddenly whispered, "What should we do?" Feeling that Chen Yun missed them so much, but they were still out traveling. Chen Yun would definitely be very mad when he found out. They shouldn't have come all the way to Chongzhou to catch crabs. Chen Muxu didn't return home for the Lunar New Year this year, staying alone abroad. Being in a place where she was unfamiliar with was bound to make her feel a bit lonely, but she had gotten used to it. Early in the morning, she went to the supermarket to buy some meat and vegetables, preparing to cook hot pot for herself, a way to celebrate the Spring Festival. Later, she planned to video call Chen Lu and Liang Jiru to at least appease them. She had only discovered after arriving abroad that she could not only buy hot pot bases, but even Lao Ganma chili sauce. Carrying the groceries back home, she was about to enter when she was stopped by a young man who caught up to her from behind. "Anything?" She stopped and turned around listlessly. "As the look so pretty, I want to make friends with you." The man shrugged and showed his phone. "Since we're both Chinese, let's exchange contact information and help each other out. If you promise not to push things further, then I will," Chen Muxu said. "You'll end up with no friends if you act like this," the man retorted. "I'm here studying abroad with my parents' money, not to make friends." Chen Muxu clicked her tongue. "I have a mental illness, so it's better to go flirt with someone else." The man was momentarily taken aback by her serious attitude. "Is that so? You must have it rough." "Thank you." Chen Muxu flashed a smile and turned away, walking off. She lived in a one-bedroom apartment, not too spacious but not cramped either. For someone as lazy as her, having unnecessary things would only be a burden. Putting away the groceries in the fridge, she sat back on the sofa, preparing to adjust her mood before video calling Liang Jiru. With it being the Lunar New Year, she was sure her mother would cry, and she was worried that seeing her mother cry would make her unable to hold back tears herself. And once she started crying, her father would definitely rush over to buy a plane ticket. Just as she was thinking, the door suddenly knocked twice. "Who is it?" She peeked through the peephole but saw a middle-aged woman she didn't recognize. The woman pursed her lips. "It's hard to explain, but just open the door. I won't eat you." Seeing no one else around, Chen Muxu slowly opened the door, silently appraising the woman. So beautiful, that was the only thought in her mind. A bit mesmerized. The woman smiled and asked. Chen Muxu didn't deny it, simply nodding lightly. Jin Yusheng's mood improved, inviting her. "Who is prettier, me or your mom?" "My mom." Jin Yusheng glared at her, then asked, "How come you didn't go home for the Lunar New Year? You're not short on money for the flight. Let's talk about it next year." Chen Muxu took out the groceries and started making herself comfortable, giving her a seat. "It took me a while to not miss home so much, let alone back home. I've adjusted to being abroad this past half year." "Did your dad send you here?" Chen Muxu asked. She knew her exact address, and she was very familiar. Must be a friend of her dad's or mom's. "Curiosity drove me to come. Knowing this place well, quickly change clothes. I'll be your company for the Lunar New Year." "Thank you, but I'm not going out." Jin Yusheng was stubborn and annoyed. Coming all the way here just for her. And yet, she was being so uncooperative. She didn't like the typical attitude of Chen Lu's daughter, always so irritable. She mulled over for a moment, then suddenly said, "Don't you want to know why a stranger like me has come to look after you?" "Why?" Jin Yusheng put on her sunglasses again, gestured toward the door. "Let's go, I'll take you out for a meal." "Thank you, Auntie, I'm not going," Chen Muxu said, standing her ground. Jin Yusheng was annoyed and gently bit her lip nervously, thinking to herself that she had returned just to see her. Yet here she was, not giving an inch. She was Chen Lu's daughter, just as annoying as her dad. After a moment of thought, she had a sudden revelation. "Don't you want to know why a stranger like me has come to look after you?" "Why?" Jin Yusheng nodded to the door. "Let's go out for dinner." "Thank you, but I'm not going," Chen Muxu said, putting the cushion away from the sofa and offering her a seat. "It took a lot of curiosity to come here. I'll be your companion for the Lunar New Year." Then, they heard the excited shout of Chen Yun. "Mom, Dad, it's been so long, do you miss me?" Chen Lu and Liang Jiru glanced at each other, then nodded in unison, softly responding. "Your mom was so excited last night, she didn't sleep well. Look at the dark circles under her eyes," Chen Lu added, maintaining a solemn expression. Chen Yun took a look at Liang Jiru, and indeed, she had dark circles. Then he hit him, suddenly feeling touched. Despite their outward demeanor of indifference, deep down, they still loved him a lot. Actually, Liang Jiru didn't sleep well because she had been waiting for the flight all night, but she felt guilty as her son looked at her and quickly touched her face, sat up and said, "Hungry? Mom will cook for you." Unexpectedly, as she stood up, Chen Yun pressed her back down. "Today, I'll cook. I just learned how to cook in the past 6 months, let me show off for you." Liang Jiru tilted her head in confusion, but Liang Lu always felt something was off, but couldn't quite put a finger on it. Seeing Chen Yun cheerfully heading to the kitchen, Liang Jiru buried her face into Chen Lu's arms, Smiling and teasing, Yun has made great progress since going to college. Huh? Seeing you so happy. You're too easy to please, right? The couple chatted, but Chen Yun suddenly rushed out of the kitchen and shouted at them, Dad, Mom, how come we don't even have salt at home? And the sesame paste has dried up. Chen Lu was speechless, with a head full of how to explain. Liang Jiru simply ignored all the questions and refused to respond. Double quotes ... Still thinking of you guys today. I just knew it. Chen Yun said cheerfully on the phone. Mom, your dad, and I really miss you. Blushing, Liang Jiru said tearfully. Mom, why are you crying? Your dad. Liang Jiru was about to tell Chen Lu that he made fun of her, but he gave her a cold glance, so she quickly changed her story. Because I miss you. Then, they heard Chen Yun's excited shout from the other end of the phone. Mom, don't cry. I already bought a ticket in advance. I'll be home tomorrow. Why are you coming back so soon? If you're on break, take your sister out to play. If you're short of money, remember to tell me, Chen Lu grumbled softly. Thinking that this little bunny wouldn't even pull a cabbage, he had already started deceiving Liang Jiru to come live with him after only half a year of being together. I have money, and just wanted to see you guys, Chen Yun said. You wanted? Chen Lu hesitated. His son wanting to come home to see them was worthy of praise. Then I will pick you up at the station tomorrow. He had to continue with the act. This kid definitely never thought that Liang Jiru and he were still enjoying themselves in Chongzhou. No need. They both insisted a few times, then Chen Lu hung up the phone. Liang Jiru, who had been gazing at him, suddenly whispered, What should we do? Feeling that Chen Yun missed them so much, but they were still out traveling. Chen Yun would definitely be very mad when he found out. They shouldn't have come all the way to Chongzhou to catch crabs. Chen Muxu didn't return home for the Lunar New Year this year, staying alone abroad. Being in a place where she was unfamiliar with was bound to make her feel a bit lonely, but she had gotten used to it. Early in the morning, she went to the supermarket to buy some meat and vegetables, preparing to cook hot pot for herself, a way to celebrate the Spring Festival. Later, she planned to video call Chen Lu and Liang Jiru to at least appease them. She had only discovered after arriving abroad that she could not only buy hot pot bases, but even Lao Ganma chili sauce. Carrying the groceries back home, she was about to enter when she was stopped by a young man who caught up to her from behind. Anything? She stopped and turned around listlessly. As the look so pretty, I want to make friends with you. The man shrugged and showed his phone. Since we're both Chinese, let's exchange contact information and help each other out. If you promise not to push things further, then I will, Chen Muxu said. You'll end up with no friends if you act like this, the man retorted. I'm here studying abroad with my parents' money. Time always slips away when you are not paying attention, but it always comes back when you least expect it, reminding you that it has moved on. After a heavy rain, Hang City seemed to turn into a furnace, the weather becoming hotter and more stifling. It was early summer again. After Zhang Chao and Peng Lian withdrew from the limelight following the release of their nominated 3A game, the entire burden of Polaris fell on Chen Muxu alone. Since returning to the country, Chen Muxu had been catering to the market for transformation, and she was quite successful at it. Chen Lu thought it was good. The group of them were all in their 40s, and to be honest, they were finding it hard to keep up with the times and understand what young people like nowadays. It was difficult to conquer a kingdom, and it was also difficult to defend it. He had started from nothing back then, never needing to consider whether he could please the masses, but Chen Muxu did. This girl was truly stronger than him. Thinking this, he glanced at his daughter again. She hadn't changed much after a few years abroad. The girl was lying lazily on the couch, looking at her phone, unwashed hair, and yawning occasionally. Those employees would never have guessed that their boss, who was so decisive in his work outside, looked so sloppy at home. His secretary had called multiple times, looking for him to attend a meeting, and she was in tears because she couldn't find the boss. A dignified company boss like you, making your subordinates unable to find you every day. What a thing. Chen Lu couldn't help but mutter, completely forgetting that he used to be the same kind of person. Ah, this company thing is just like code. If it can run, then don't mess with it. Chen Muxu rubbed her eyes and continued sullenly, I just need to see the big picture. Chen Lu lightly laughed, feeling like he had seen his younger self. This girl seemed to know that she couldn't be a third wheel, so she lived nearby, coming over every day for food on time, helping with the dishes after eating, sometimes leaving right after, and other times staying longer like now. Chen-Lu liked this, as it prevented the house from feeling too empty without a little third wheel. Chen Yunqi, on the other hand, didn't seem to understand why, if he didn't come back, he really wanted to spend time with this guy. Yet when he did come back, he ended up staying for several days, and many of the clothes bought by Liang Jiru for him remained unworn. Finally, after a while, Chen-Lu, still looking down at his phone, suddenly noticed a figure standing in front of him. Looking up, he saw Liang Jiru standing there with her hands behind her back, smiling gently at him. "What's wrong?" he asked curiously. "How about we climb Mount Tai? If you want to go, then let's go." Chen-Lu got up without much thought. "I'll ask a few old folks if they want to join." It had been a while since he last visited. "Dad, are you coming too? We'll just take the cable car, so we can just go and have a look." Chen Yunqi was the only one at home when he left. "I'm getting old and lazy to bother." Chen Guanglin waved his hand, put on his reading glasses, and squinted as he continued reading. Chen-Lu still wandered around like a fool. "What about Mom?" Wang Zhao was a weird person, busier after retirement than before. If you wanted to visit her, you had to call in advance, or you might not find her at home. She took Liang Jiru's mother and your sister to play mahjong. "The old lady doesn't do anything all day, just playing around," Chen Guanglin said, adjusting his glasses. "Aren't you afraid Mom will hit you for saying that?" Chen-Lu regretted not recording his father's words. "Haha, she's just playing mahjong all day now. I can't keep up with her." Chen Guanglin pointed at him with a big thumb, a proud smile on his face. His wrinkles also smiled along, quite happy. "Is Yunqi still not back?" the old man asked. Chen-Lu shook his head. "Not yet. His wife went to Vienna for a piano performance, and he went with her, saying they would also have an art exhibition there. Young people stuff. I don't understand. One was into music, the other into art, and surprisingly, they matched well. Muxu's company is doing quite well. These kids really have a future." Chen Guanglin closed his book, feeling sentimental. If only Yunqi could have a child soon. He would ask Zhao to remind them. She was good at such things. "Is your son no good?" Chen-Lu was not satisfied. "These two kids may have a good future, but I raised them." Setting aside the facts, did he not have any credit at all? Chen Guanglin patted his head with a smile. "My son is the best." Chen-Lu was finally satisfied and bid farewell with a smirk. He didn't bring anything back home, but he took 2 bottles of baijiu from Chen Guanglin before leaving. When Chen Yunqi and Zhang Nan rushed back looking dusty, the group ran excitedly to climb Mount Tai. Chen-Lu was too lazy to climb back then, and now he was even lazier, watching as the young people slowly made their way up from the foot of the mountain. Liang Jiru proactively declared she was tired, and then persuaded him to take the cable car up. At the mountain top, surrounded by clouds and mist, they strolled hand in hand at a leisurely pace. Along the way, Chen-Lu's eyes continued to look around, trying to find traces untouched by time in the drifting mist. Over 20 years had passed, turning the timid and silly of yesteryears into lively and lovely beings. The mountain, however, appeared completely unfamiliar to him. "Hey, honey, what was your wish back then?" Walking on a relatively flat path, Chen-Lu slightly tightened his grip on Liang Jiru's hand. "Curious, after so many years, you should tell me, right?" He finally asked the question that had troubled him for years. Liang Jiru didn't expect Chen-Lu to remember this event. She hesitated for a moment, then couldn't help but smile. "I brought you back here. Can't you guess?" She then tiptoed closer, whispered a bit playfully in Chen-Lu's ear, "Master Chen." Chen-Lu blushed, muttering, "What Master Chen? Just a frog in a pond fantasizing before being cooked." Liang Jiru burst into laughter, tightly clinging to his arm as they continued to stroll leisurely. She deliberately slowed down their pace, hoping time would slow down as well. Watching the clouds on the mountaintop, memories of the past few years flashed before her eyes. In a blink of an eye, the 2 children had grown up and established their careers, with Yunqi having started a family early as well. Liang Jiru suddenly felt a bit lost, wondering how time passed by so quickly. She still remembered the days when they used to compete and argue in that old rented house. Starting from when he tricked her into wearing costumes from the drama club, to persuading her to tutor a kid for extra money, and even secretly taking money for his mother's surgery. He had tricked her into holding hands during their first movie, persuaded her to nap in his rented room, and eventually tricked her into bed. Thinking about it, why had this man always been deceiving her? How infuriating! Then there was the regrettable defeat of her world's smartest move, giving birth to twins. 2 children, sensible and accomplished. Liang Jiro's eyes curved slightly. Despite falling for so many tricks, she was truly happy. Compared to that, the past hardship seemed insignificant. She couldn't even remember them now. During her darkest times, this man suddenly appeared and said to her, "Life is actually beautiful, let me show you." Chen Lu had, to her surprise, embraced all the splendor of the world in that moment. He had given her everything beautiful in life, and she had given him all her emotions. "Can I kiss you?" Liang Jiru smiled and asked. Shameless, Chen Lu chuckled, then ran off, allowing Liang Jiru to chase after him. Seeing the silly girl about to pounce into his arms, he pointed to a distant mountain and shouted, "Look, there's a deer." Getting older, he couldn't handle such levels of affection. However, he couldn't resist showing off either. Liang Jiru obediently turned her head to look, momentarily forgetting she was in pursuit, and as she turned back, she found herself diving into his arms. "What's wrong?" Chen Lu saw Liang Jiru frowning slightly and asked. "Seems like I twisted my foot." Liang Jiru pouted, "But it seems okay." "I told you not to chase me," Chen Lu shrugged, helping her sit on a bench. "You could have just let me bump into you," Liang Jiru protested. "What did you say?" Chen Lu found a staff member to get some medicine, and the group of young people had just arrived at the mountaintop. Apparently, they had given up climbing. "I'll put it on for Mom." When Chen Yunqi saw Chen Lu squatting down to help Liang Jiru apply the ointment, he volunteered. "You stay. Only your dad can do this, others can't." Chen Lu waved him off, carefully examining Liang Jiru's ankle for any swelling. "Then Zhang Nan and I will go to the temple to pray for blessings. You and Zhang Nan can go first, give me a grandchild soon," Chen Yunqi said, and then blushed when Zhang Nan pinched him. "Go on, it's very spiritual here," Liang Jiru said, jokingly, seeming to forget that she was injured herself. "I'm telling you in advance, don't expect me and your mother to help you with childcare," Chen Lu grumbled, and then mischievously teased Liang Jiru. "You mother still wants private time with me." Liang Jiru turned away, embarrassed, thinking it was a bit childish for her children to hear such things, though she secretly smiled. "Understood." Chen Yunqi laughed and glanced at his wife, Zhang Nan, who wanted to scold him, but ended up laughing at him. As the 2 young people gradually ran off holding hands, Chen Lu returned his attention to Liang Jiru, carefully applying the medicine to her ankle, muttering, "We'll be grandparents in a few years, and you're still so silly." Liang Jiru felt aggrieved. "Exactly, it's because you tricked me into believing there was a deer over there, and I got excited and ran too fast. I never would have thought you'd believe that." Chen Lu suddenly laughed. "I believe everything you say," Liang Jiru said coyly, as she saw him smiling more brightly. She couldn't resist pursing her lips and said softly with a touch of sadness, "You've been deceiving me for most of my life. You rascal." Chen Lu lifted her face gently, as if to threaten her, and Liang Jiru blinked, feeling caught in her own play. Life hadn't been kind to this cheerful fool at first, but time had been especially kind to her. She seemed untouched by age, still beautiful and young. Except for the stray gray hair that revealed she wasn't as young as before. Chen Lu silently pulled out that strand of white hair and watched it get blown away by the wind in his palm, heaving a sigh helplessly. Even though he still felt like those days when they climbed Mount Tai together weren't too long ago, after thinking carefully, they were already over 20 years in the past. The days when they were naive and in love, and now both their children were grown up and starting families and businesses. "What are you thinking about?" Liang Jiru asked. "I was thinking." Chen Lu turned his gaze back to Liang Jiru's face, and as he looked into her crystal clear eyes, he suddenly froze. Even after so many years, her eyes were still clear, beautiful, just like the day he saw them when the evening breeze blew her bangs aside, revealing those bright eyes. Chen Lu's heart skipped a beat, and in that moment of trance, it seemed like he had gone back to that night, the night they first met. He saw skyscrapers, starry skies, and even himself in Liang Jiru's eyes back then. And now, he seemed to see his younger self again in her bright and clear eyes. Liang Jiru's eyes grew moist, her pupils trembling slightly, indicating that she too was reminiscing about the same things. This time, it was Liang Jiru who spoke first. She slowly reached out her hand, gently stroked Chanlu's cheek and said, "What if time could slow down a bit more? Loving someone like this, a lifetime felt too short." Chanlu just lifted the corners of his mouth, gazing silently back at Liang Jiru. After a moment, he snorted coldly, then teasingly said, "It doesn't matter. I'll still deceive you in our next lifetime." Liang Jiru was taken aback, wiped away her tears, smiled, and suddenly threw herself into his arms. Rogue. End of the story.